Ah, the buttons have been pressed. This cannot be stopped.
Buttons have been pressed, just like Minecraft, where the buttons are pressed and things occur. And some of them might even show up in the movie. Or will they?
The discussion.
That's a good question. I'm glad you asked, because we're here to talk about it.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, first off, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today. I know that it
A
took a lot
sacrifice.
of guts for you guys to say, yeah, I'm free Saturday. Yeah, sure. I have nothing better to do than talk about the Minecraft movie. Of course I'd like to torture myself. Absolutely,
know
the
if
darkness in my soul
guts
couldn't
was the right
possibly get any
word.
more of a void.
Stamina, self-loathing, hatred.
Like, wait a minute, you guys had a
Masochism.
choice?
And a lot of pills.
My goodness. Here on EFAP, we do condone drug usage in such circumstances.
Whenever necessary and or healthy.
Boy, let me tell you though, I sure love me some Minecraft. Love putting down my blocks and building my houses and my rails and my caves. I like building my little stuff, my bridges, and my going on adventures. And
You build yourself a pink house?
not a pink house. I'm more of a stone and well, here I'm more of like a stone and log kind of guy. I like the more rustic sort of look. How do I go to? I do like the new the Nvidia's little screen record thing is really quite nice. It makes it easy for me to find all my screenshots and stuff. But yeah, I have been playing Minecraft since before it released in 2011. A long time ago. I was in high school at the time. Minecraft was being developed and it was in its beta versions. I had to give cash to a friend's dad so that he could buy it for me because I didn't have a way to buy things online. And I really wanted to play Minecraft because I saw a friend of mine playing it and I wanted to play it too. And I did. And ever since that fateful day, I've been playing Minecraft. I've probably put thousands of hours into it over the many years. It's got to be at least 15, 16 years between when I first got it and now. Long time. The game's undergone many changes. It has exploded in terms of its popularity and in terms of its community support and I say community support. I mean, like, not that like Mojang gives a shit about the community. I'm saying like it's the community that builds things around it, mods and resource packs and shaders and things of that nature. It is a game that I always go back to, I feel. I played it quite a bit this week to kind of get myself a bit into the Minecraft mindset. I've been building some stuff. Here, let me show you what I was building this week. As people file in to watch us talk about Minecraft, I have been building a rail system. To connect my house and someone else's house in this Minecraft world that we share together. So I've been building my stuff, having a gay old time. Been putting things together, planning.
I can already see the problem here is that when you see Minecraft, you see it as an opportunity to make stuff, but when Hollywood executives see Minecraft, they see money. They're like, oh shit, we can make a lot of money off of this.
Yeah, where's Jack Black? I don't.
Jack here. He's actually in this one. This is my pool. I made a pool. Jack Black's at the bottom. He's drowned.
Where's the flint and the steel? Where is that?
The flint and steel is in my storage room. I have it. I have my flint and steel in one of my chests in my storage room. I have my.
Where are the dancing pandas? Where are they?
Where are the piglins?
Oh, they're down in the dungeon. Look at my kitchen.
Okay.
This is one of my kitchens that I made. I'm so proud that I get to show off some of my stuff, some of my Minecraft houses and my Minecraft stuff. Boy, oh boy, I love Minecraft. I love Minecraft.
Yeah,
I build things.
the Hollywood executive store is like, yeah, I like Minecraft too. Yeah, I really like this.
Yeah, Minecraft's great, actually. We really like Minecraft.
Well, it
Minecraft's
sold
super
300
cool.
million copies, best-selling video game of all time. Man, I love
Of
it even
all
more.
time.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I love this game.
Oh, yeah, it's good. That's right. Minecraft, yeah. It's a lovely game. Especially if you put on a good resource pack and you have good shaders and you can
Mhm.
have fun with just building stuff and making things. I
Why don't you
enjoy
have the
greatly.
photorealistic like
I
shader?
don't like
Why don't you
those.
have it
I
so
like
that it
my textures.
well,
I like the base. I like the base. Like 16 by 16, typically for blocks, or 32 by 32 on the blocks. I don't
wouldn't you
like the
prefer it
realistic look.
if it looked wouldn't you prefer it though if it had like realistic
If I
graphics
turned
but everything
RTX
was
on
block?
and I
Well,
saw
just, you know,
individual hairs on the
Yeah, if it
cows
was
Yeah,
and
exactly.
individual pieces
fleshier,
of wolves on the
just
sheep.
right.
fleshier. But you don't
Yeah.
play in 8K.
I do not play in 8K.
Hmm.
I play at 1440p, but my blocks are they're pixel. You can see the pixels on them, but I think that gives them a wonderful Minecrafty look that I prefer.
No, I think it would
Mhm.
look better if it was trying to look live action. I think that the fact that it actually has a style is silly. That's
Yeah.
that's
you know,
pretty that's pretty dumb,
Take
honestly.
this horrendous image, for example, you just posted there. Like, ugh, look at those blocks. Maybe
Look
you
at the
wanna.
graphics. They're so
Ugh.
terrible.
What is this? Fucking
Wow.
Quake?
Disgusting.
I can see the
Who would play
pixels.
this?
Jeez. God, that's just horrible.
This
Man,
is
that's a
awful.
blunder. I hope someone got fired for this.
I hope so too. I hope listen. I'm not joking. I hope a lot of people lost their fucking jobs. All right.
They got promoted, Rex. They got
Yeah,
fucking.
for sure.
This movie
They're
This
locked
movie is
in.
an abomination to the
This
concept
movie-
of human expression.
This movie is going to make $150 million this weekend.
It's gonna make a
I know
shit
that
ton.
it hurts. Let's
It's
think.
going
This
to make more
actually
money
hurts
this
me.
weekend than Snow White has made in the last 2 weeks.
It'll be in the running for the most successful movie of the year.
I think
my
it has
goodness.
I think it's already number one projections for not for animated for video game adaptation. I think it's actually number one in terms of.
That wouldn't.
I don't know if
It's
it
gonna
beats
beat
Mario, but I
right?
think it's
Yeah.
close to it. I think it is. Yeah,
It could. I don't see why not. Minecraft's pretty fucking
I-
popular.
The number one
Minecraft
movie
is
in
the
the
number
world.
one, the
'Cause
number one best-selling
be-
game of all time.
Number one
be clear, and
movie
I
in the
assume-
world.
Some people here may have had a similar experience. Seeing Snow White, Ghost Town, and I think I'd mentioned the only people that were in my theater other than myself and my wonderful mother left. Not before halfway, I think. So,
Mhm.
you know,
And my
there's
theater was
that.
empty. Literally
And-
nobody but me.
Going to see Minecraft, I was just organizing what time to go, and so I opened up the showings for all of the times within a space of time that we could make it, and every seat was taken in all of these slots except 2
Yeah.
in like the far back, far left of the theater. So we grabbed them just before it closed up. But I'm not kidding when I say like, you could tell from the energy of going there. There was shit tons of people, loads of kids dressed up with like fucking Minecraft shit, families everywhere, and just like stacked everything forever. I was like, holy shit, this is gonna make so much money. I haven't seen that theater that busy in a long time. Good for them, I suppose.
Good for
The,
them.
is- yeah, it is
Boy,
good for
was there
theatres
ever any
which are
question they
struggling
made
I
at
see
the
it-
moment, but
the way I see it is that it didn't matter what this film was, like at all. It could have been anything.
No, which is the which makes it pretty embarrassing that this is basically the worst Minecraft movie that they could have made, as far as I'm
It is
concerned.
It is. I think on FNT I described it as indistinguishable from parody.
Yeah.
But who's it
Um,
really embarrassing for them in that situation? Because like they've just all they've done is
Just
proven that with
culture.
absolutely no effort whatsoever, they can make $1 billion. All you need is just here's a popular thing, put some memes in it, which will be out of date by the time the film comes out, but people won't mind because they like playing the thing. That's all you need to do. They've embarrassed the audience, but they understand exactly what their job is.
It
I just like
Pain and
fundamentally just I'm so like I find it funny that like a film that's about creativity is one of the least creative films I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And it feels like that's saying a lot considering the kinds of films that have been releasing over the last few years, but it is like profoundly unimaginative. Everything about it is the most boring, lame choice that they could have made.
It really is. It is exactly the kind of movie that I thought it would be.
Yep.
However, once you are once you meet the demon you've imagined, it's worse. It's got it just the smell of it and the fact that now you've confirmed that it's real. It hurts. It really does. As I've said, I love Minecraft a lot. I really enjoy it. It is incredible and insane nostalgia value for me for how long I've been playing it over the years. The people I've played it with, the things that I've built in it, some of the worlds that I put a lot of hours into. And to watch this movie take that concept and just take a giant dump all over it, it hurts. There is I mean, it's like the Halo show, you know? Like, boy, I love Halo. It's one of my favorite series. I love Halo. And then I watch the show and I'm like, dang, that hurts to see.
I guess I agree in terms of what I imagine. I'm not very familiar with Minecraft, but I can appreciate that it would be very frustrating watching this. I suppose the difference between something like the Halo show and this is that a lot of the decisions in the Halo show are like confounding. A lot of them here are really cynical and they work. That's like the more annoying thing about it. Watching this film is that it's got like an incredibly like basic, unambitious, generic, lame story that it's trying to tell. There are no jokes or ideas in the film that are particularly clever or interesting. Obviously, the fact that it's a live action film instead of animated, all of this stuff is like the choices that you would expect them to make, and they're going to be rewarded for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Minecraft is not a world that's really compatible with real people. It is way too stylized and structured with blocks to where it's like a real person in the Minecraft world doesn't really work, which is why they had to do a lot of changes to the way that the world is presented. It's just like sort of blocky in general, but we'll get to that when we get to the overworld in the movie. I agree. It should have been animated. It should have been something. When you transported to the Minecraft world, you should have transformed into a Minecraft person, or I mean, the internet is full of fan animations and stories and stuff that
Yes.
people use the Minecraft world for, and it looks way better and it's way more charming.
Well, I mean,
But
I've seen people
alternatively, like, why do you-
apologizing to Minecraft story mode now. Because,
Well, yeah, because it probably is a lot better than this, I imagine.
Probably.
I always feel like, again, that the whole idea of even having real people go into the Minecraft world so that Steve can fucking explain every fucking thing in Minecraft. It's like, this is already the why don't we just start in the Minecraft world and you don't need to introduce everything to me as though I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out. Like, if you write your story well, everybody should be able to figure it out. But instead, they're like, no, we need real people, fish out of water, and we need Steve to tell them
You gotta...
flint and steel. This is a crafting table, chicken jockey. Just have him explain everything that exists. Oh, they're the villagers. This is what they are. Oh, that's an iron golem. That's what that does. Oh wow! Look, you put chicken and lava. Look, it's chicken.
I mean, unfortunately, a whole aspect of this that is seriously going to be powerful is the kids watching their parents watch this movie and being like, "This is the thing I like, and now you can understand it."
That's
can
one of
you
the
understand it by
I
watching the film? Do you
I don't
understand it?
No.
Do you appreciate
When I tell
Also,
people
for
that I
reference,
like
I saw it with my mother, who insisted she see this because there's all kinds of people she's hanging out with every once in a while, and many of them go to see Minecraft, so she wanted to be in the know. Once it had finished, she looked bewildered, and I asked her if she thought it was better than Snow White. It was a good, I want to say, 7-second pause, and she just went, "What?" I was like, yeah, no, I think that's too difficult of a question right now. That's fair. You have to process. I understand.
Well, when I tell people that I like Minecraft and I enjoy it, I didn't have to feel ashamed before because everyone plays and enjoys Minecraft now of all ages. But now I do feel ashamed because this movie exists and I don't want people to think, oh, you mean like the movie? No, not like the movie.
No.
Yeah, I love Minecraft. I love Minecraft. It was like one of the first like legitimate games I played. and I did all kinds of things to achieve it. Because I was 11 and also broke, and but I loved that game so much. It took up so much of my youth, and it's very it was very unfortunate to watch this movie, and man, what a ride.
And there will be another one. Don't worry, there'll be more.
Oh, goodness.
Will they call it another Minecraft movie?
Yeah, probably.
I know,
That's
ironically,
actually
I
good.
know.
That's a good guess, honestly. That's a really good one. Yeah, another Minecraft movie. Oh boy, here comes that next Minecraft movie. Maybe that'll be the next one.
Another fucking Minecraft movie. Is what it is.
This one's rated R. It's for adults.
Yeah. Also, like, Minecraft is such a big, it was a big deal to me when I was younger, because it actually inspired me. You guys' conversation reminded me that it kind of started up me sort of learning 3D modeling, because watching all those fan-made animations made me want to also make those. And I kind of dabbled in that a little bit, and that was the first time I ever tried 3D animating, that I still do till this day, sort of in 3D modeling softwares. So they're so inspiring and creative with that. They're just the Minecraft fans are one of the most creative and talented people and imaginative people you can imagine, and it's so heartbreaking that this is what they're gifted or presented with to deal with. It's very highly unfortunate. And both in game and out of the game, like, they're insanely passionate and inspired. It's wonderful to see, and Minecraft as a concept is such a simplistic game, but there's just so much that people think of and make out of that simple
it's like
concept.
Lego.
Yeah, it is
and
like Lego, but it's
Mhm.
nothing like the Lego movie. The Lego movie is
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna follow this up by Lego Movie. I really like Lego Movie, and I think it's one of the most sort of authentic and wonderful ways to give kudos to your fans or the people that play with Legos. And one of the biggest sort of parts of the Lego Movie was that they actually took, like, fan-made films of all decades, made by fans of the Lego games, and actually, made a movie out of it. They took that into account, and they were inspired by it, and they wrote a movie around that. And that is the best thing you can do with these types of adaptations. And it's so unfortunate that you could have done the similar thing with Minecraft, and they decidedly did not do it.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's any community based around a video game that is as big and expansive as Minecraft is, in terms of the complexity of the modding, of the mods in it, and the modding community, and the animators who do stuff for it. I think that it's kind of unparalleled in terms of what you can draw upon, and I don't think any of it was used whatsoever. It's like this
No.
game essentially has no community at all, when in reality it has. The game, you wouldn't have to develop the game anymore. You could do nothing but just take mods and pay the people who made them and just make them part of the base game, and then the game could just last forever. In terms of the music and the animations and the stuff that's in game, it's kind of wild how just they clearly wanted to do their own thing with this movie, and boy did they do it.
Yeah,
Is there any
'cause-
indication that, like, the diehard Minecraft community are, like, receiving this as well as the general audience? Are they more pissed off with it
I
than
think
the
they
general
chill with it.
audiences?
Like,
Oh.
broadly, I've seen a lot of just like, not quite my movie, but it's just like, yeah, it's fun. Because I think we're in the phase of Minecraft finally getting its recognition in a little, I hesitate to say it, but you understand, this isn't my opinion, but like a legitimate form of media. It's like an
I know what you
artistic
mean.
form. It's like, oh, look at it, it's on movies now. That's really awesome. But it won't last. A lot of the meaning in this film, anybody that drew out of it won't last. A lot of kids will grow up and rewatch it and be like, Man, that was shit. Why did I like that so much? And it'll just be a moment of, well, yeah, you liked it because it was the thing that you're so familiar
Because you
with.
saw a sheep, you saw a bee, you saw a villager, you saw
But in a
an
medium
Enderman.
that isn't just on this screen. It's like, oh my god, this is huge and big, and everyone's celebrating it. People love celebrating stuff as a community of, you know, interested people. That's why you get the people who aren't paid for it, who like want to celebrate everything that comes out all the time, because they're like chasing that high. It's really fun when something great comes out that everyone loves and everyone can celebrate together.
Mhm.
That's really cool. It doesn't happen very often, fortunately.
Yep.
But you know,
This
it's
definitely this movie, it gave me the that feeling of I hate the fact that so many people just want to see things they recognize.
yes.
This movie
Yeah.
really reignited that I hate you.
Look, it's a
I hate
zombie.
you.
Look,
I
it's
hate you.
Look, it's villagers. Look, it's a dog.
On the note
Look at them all.
of Lego Movie, by the way, I just wanted to say that I'm very glad that exists along with something like the Jumanji reboot, because I think it sets a clear, for anybody who wants to begin the conversation, of which there will be many, of this is a kid's movie, why are you judging it? It'd be like, well, on the scale of 0 to 10, you know, 10 I would say is the area. I'm not saying it's a 10 out of 10, but it's the area where the Lego Movie sits, and then 5 would probably be where the Jumanji movie sits, and then 0 is where this movie sits. Got a wonderful scale there. All of them are meant for a similar age group. They're all, you know, based on something that ultimately is meant for kids or whatever. And yet we've got, you know, crazy different executions with crazy different levels of writing quality. And talk about it instead of pretending that they're all goop and they just get swallowed by everybody.
That's
because
right.
Why not?
Let's go ahead and let's start off by saying I don't care if it's made for kids. That's not an excuse. Don't say it. That is not a defense of something being terrible and poorly constructed. It's not an excuse for it being crap. Kids deserve better. You can make good movies for kids that also appeal to adults, that make sense, that have good characters, well executed themes. All of these things do not a bad kids movie make. In fact, they make a good kids movie make them or is.
It
So
is kind of crazy how like we always have to begin like almost every stream with that at the moment. It's like the last however many movies. It's like, I know you're gonna say it's made for kids, but that's not an excuse for being it fucking shit. It can be good kids entertainment. Yeah,
Dude, I've
It's
seen, you
almost
know,
the
the
opposite.
Daredevil
It's
coverage. I've
almost-
seen people say it's superhero shit. Why do you care if it's like quality? It's like,
Yeah.
wow.
I've seen people
Oh,
say that, but
wow.
then also people like, wow, this is such great mature storytelling, which is also embarrassing. Like, if you think Daredevil Born Again is a mature storytelling, well, whatever.
then you are
Next
not
week,
mature.
next week.
All right.
Yes.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, we'll go
for
into the
those
next thing they
though,
ruin next week.
just real quick, yes, Daredevil will be the next week and the following week. We'll be
Yeah,
doing.
and then the following week we'll do 4, 5, 6 next week, and then 7, 8, 9 the week after, because then it will be over, and then we don't have to think about it again until
However,
next year. Maybe.
today is Minecraft.
Today is Minecraft Day, April the 4th. It will live in infamy like fucking Pearl Harbor. Now,
Yeah.
I
Really quick,
say
I just
yeah.
wanted
Oh,
to
go
add
for
that
it.
I think it's the opposite almost. I think it's more important, not less important, that children's entertainment be good.
Yes.
hmm
Like not
Mhm.
neutral.
Yeah.
I think it's actually more important,
Yes.
arguably.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'd
fair.
also maybe even dispute the premise that this is intended just for kids. It's one of the clearest examples of like 4-quadrant casting I can remember. Half of these
Yeah.
people have no reason to be in the film
Yes.
except that they're targeting the demographic that the actor represents. And most
Yeah,
of those are not kids.
Definitely.
That's actually a good point, because it's kind of the same for the Mario movie. Like, you could, like, obviously it's meant to be for kids, but the majority of what that film is based on is the older games, not the newer ones. It's more so based on, like, Super Mario World and Super Mario 64, then, because they recognize that a lot of people who would go and see the Mario movie are adults who played Mario when they were younger or still do now. You know, and it's probably the same for the Minecraft movie.
Yeah, like
well,
because kids aren't going to resonate with like for Aquaman's character being like this ex-gaming champion from the 1980s who, you know, trains his fingers because he played arcade games and won championships. That's explicitly designed to appeal to one part of its desired audience, which is
Mhm.
gamers who grew up with games in the 1980s. Like they want all of these people to go and watch the movie so they can insult all of their intelligence at once.
It's very efficient in that regard.
Yeah,
I would
I
applaud
had
them, but I hate them. So
Out of curiosity for anybody here, was this worse or about exactly what you expected?
it was
uh,
what I expected.
It was
Yeah,
what
it
I
is.
expected, but I honestly thought I would at least laugh once, and I didn't.
Yeah.
I
Which,
was
that
I
was
would
a
have
little
bet
bit
money that I would have laughed once. Like for
Yeah.
I was certain that it would get me at least once, but no.
No,
I
not
think-
at all.
Yeah, I left once. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say that. Actually, you go first because I might do a tangent.
Okay. Well, mine is short. The only time I laughed, and I don't know how intended it was from the movie, but it's at the beginning when a kid throws a book into the trash can and it does not fit into the trash can, so it just falls flat. And I thought that was hilarious, and that
That's
was
a
the
sad
funniest
moment. You
thing.
laughed at what's supposed to be a sad moment in the film.
Wow.
Yeah, that
Laughed
was
at the
very
sad.
Yeah,
I
because that's
laugh
not a
when
joke.
people give up on
Yeah,
their
that's not meant
dreams,
to be
yeah.
a joke. No.
Which is
I'm kind of
interesting, but-
sociopathic like that, but you know.
Well, you enjoyed the film more than I did then. So,
Before the
this
film even
movie,
started, I was just gonna say, don't know if anyone had a similar experience, but I'm already getting fucking revved up for the Jurassic film. The ad I got for it was it's one of those ads where they have comments from the cast in it, which always feels like I don't know, just like a thing of I guess the trailer itself might not be enough. We got to get Scarlett Johansson talking about how fucking good it's gonna be. But one of the quotes in it were, "We're going back to the basics with this one." I was just like,
Yes.
Oh,
Telltale
really?
sign that you're in
Oh.
for some crap right
I
there.
fucking
a
hate
return
that
to
quote.
form.
hate that
Yeah.
quote so
Yeah,
much.
return to form, back to our
Return to
roots.
form,
It's
back to
always
our
a signal
roots.
that you're about to experience something that's horrible.
I get like
Yeah,
PTSD.
it
I
is
think
the harbinger of terrible things to come.
it was very commonly said about Resident Evil 7 that it was going back to the basics, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Well,
No.
it reminds me of with Call of Duty. Oh yeah, boots on the ground, boots on the ground. It's boots on the ground. It's like, just shut up.
And look at it now, Fringy. Look at it now.
And
Yeah,
they,
boots on the ground, huh?
they showed a bunch of random shit from the film, and then they said, "Oh, it's so good to have real places that we're filming in." And I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
why are
Oh,
we?
yeah,
fucking
chat.
hell!
That's the problem.
That makes it into the
Chat's pointing
marketing
out.
now that we're filming
That-
in real
It does
places.
get it into the marketing.
That's
I
sad,
saw.
isn't it?
I think
That's what
there
they
was
said
an
about
interview
Veilguard.
for, Fantastic Four, where the director said that they're doing it like it was. God, it was something like that. It's being shot like Kubrick would do it, or something like that. It's like, who are you kidding?
You lack the capacity. Be quiet.
Sit
There's
down.
no way.
I don't I got the ad for Lilo and Stitch remake, which I thought was bad enough, and then
Yeah, I got that one too.
the
Yeah.
Elio one came after, and I was quite struck, I think, because of the back-to-back, that I was like, shit, man, like, we got the live-action copycat Sludge, and then right after it is the film that is clearly basically just Lilo and Stitch. It feels like, from the trailer anyway, it looks like a big old copycat. Like Alien plus Child, and they're gonna go on adventures. I don't know. I just seeing them back to back. I was like, movies. It's we're doing great. We're doing great.
One positive thing I'll say about the Minecraft movie is that it gave me a bit more of appreciation for the Super Mario movie, which I thought was pretty
Mhm.
decent. I laughed at it. It felt like it was way more of the kind of direction that I would want a lot of these video game adaptations to take.
I mean, I would disagree with that because again, the Mario movie I wanted had very little dialogue. That's what I would have wanted. No celebrity voice actors, but I don't know. I guess I should realize at this point that what I want out of a lot of these projects would never happen. The
A
Minecraft
dialogueless movie is probably
like
just
that. Well, it's just,
gonna happen,
Flo will come
unfortunately.
out and then Flo will get sort of credited like, wow, that's cool. Not something that we should ever expect other movies to try, though, for some reason. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I would the Mario movie's better than this, but like, yeah, I don't want to be glazing it too much.
No,
I'm
like,
not
I
glazing
distinctly
it, I'm
remember
just saying it's
thinking like my takeaway from the Mario movie. I think the thing that annoyed me about that was that it did play things very safe. Like it did accomplish things. Like it didn't completely shirk all responsibility for characters and plot in the way that this one does. But it did play it all incredibly safe, and it made a huge amount of money without trying massively hard to do what it did. And I remember thinking at the time, like, this could end up setting a bad precedent if low effort, like some effort's good, but low effort isn't like going to be disqualifying for $1 billion movie. obviously the wrong lessons will be learned from this. Like, how little effort can we put in to make even more money with the next one, as opposed to what was really good and stand out about this that made it a work of art that's actually worth seeing as a film. This movie is kind of like proving the downward trajectory from the Mario film, but like I wouldn't say that the Mario film is unrelated to that downward trajectory. I think it proves that it's quite easy to do this, and so they just went and tried to find an even easier way of doing it, and they succeeded.
Well,
I'm I'm baffled by like the apparent drastic shortage of quality writers in Hollywood. It's like
Uh-huh.
yeah,
it feels like
it's
there's
wild,
none
isn't
left.
it?
Kind of scary.
You
I
think
mean,
that if they
they're-
just picked random
There's
people,
just
they
no one left.
pick up some storytellers.
And they
Well,
had
they had
5 in this movie.
five writers. Yeah, 5 screenwriters and 3 like writing 3 story credits as well. So you could even say it was more than that. But yeah,
Get
I don't know.
all these
five of
$100
them.
million projects being handed off to people who, at worst, like don't fucking care about the project that they're working on. Like that guy they got to write Quantumania and Multiverse of Madness and shit. It's like, you listen to him in interviews. It's like he
The
doesn't
only-
even give a shit. It's like,
mean-
what is there nobody you can give this to who actually cares at least to fucking
Well, the people
write
on
something?
YouTube who've been making Minecraft movies and animations themselves for decades to the for the enjoyment of millions. We'll actually get to that. It'll probably
Yeah.
be one of the last things we
No,
talk about.
Something that we've come back to a couple of times with these sorts of discussions. I've watched a decent amount behind the scenes just to collect as much info as I can on whatever movie we're sort of breaking down sometimes. And something that you definitely notice when me and Free were watching the MOM or Quantumania ones, it was like, holy shit, the stunt people, like they are really, like all the cranes or the different materials they have to work with and the different explosions and getting everything timed right, and all the guys who are taking it extremely seriously enough to do everything properly, and they can talk forever about how passionately their skill is involved. And then, of course, it'll be serving a scene that's complete fucking balls. Like, it doesn't matter, and they'll be forgotten by history. And so you'll be like, man, why is it that gets treated that way, but writing isn't treated at all with any passion? It's like, there's no safety regulations with writing. So there's no, like...
Yeah.
that there's no like you have to do it this way and you have to know this and you have to bring in these guys and they need to get the time ready and they do this, put these people here, blah blah blah. It's like with writing, it's just whatever, we can sort that out on the way. It's just it's words on a
the
page.
only
Story, fuck
the
it, no
only
one cares.
rules that are ever adhered to are like really like strange rules, like, well, it's got to have a 3-act structure. It's like, well, it's got to be the hero's journey or something like that. All these sort of arbitrary.
And then they
things
don't even do that.
and they don't even do it well. Exactly, they can't even do it properly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
that
tragic.
makes
This
me.
sheer amount of time and effort is being poured into these sets where, people are showing up and doing all this crazy, like, intense labor. And it's just like the writer's job is to just sit there and just think and, write something with some thought put into it. And they do the
And they
bare
came up
minimum.
with
If
chicken
I was in that
jobs.
position, I would be feeling an enormous amount of pressure to not let the crew down. Where it's like they're going to be working hard on this, like, and it's my job to just deliver a quality script. Like, I'm just going to make this the best thing that I can, even if it's like a childlike premise, based off a kid's game, like we were talking about before. That doesn't mean it needs to be a piece of shit. You can have smart dialogue and smart plotting with with something based off of a child's, property. So, yeah, it's sad. It's really
Yeah.
sad.
The most baffling part is that like they're not saving any money on like hiring a competent writer versus not. It's insane that they don't care to that level.
Yeah.
As
it
we know,
wouldn't
a lot of
cost them
scripts
anything.
aren't even written before they're filming anyway. It's like they consider the script writing process as kind of irrelevant. You don't need it. It takes time, and well, why let it take time?
Well,
It's
a lot of
like,
the
oh,
audience
yeah,
considers
it's
script
only the
writing irrelevant.
foundation. It's only the foundation of the story. It's only like the actual story, and it's distilled
Dude,
form.
I could
hey.
totally imagine you saying that to them, and then they're like, "Not really, though, is it? Like everything else makes up the
No,
film."
yeah, I imagine that they would, but like, I don't even know how that would be entertained. Like, at the end of the day, the most distilled, fundamental form of storytelling is it essentially being a whole bunch of words written down on paper or conveyed, But at the end of the day, it's like that's the core. You need to build up from that. But yeah, the attitude seems to be like, nah, fuck it, we'll figure it out as we go along.
And lots of it can be added post hoc as well, because like especially when your movie is largely comprised of big action sequences or just a reference gallery in the case of this movie where the story doesn't really matter, you can make a huge number of changes to your story, or you can even write entire bits of your story after the vast majority of your film is actually done, which has happened sort of with this film. There is semi-famously that the working cut of this was leaked, and of course I haven't seen that because I wouldn't endorse anything quite so illegal, but there are some changes to it, like lines of dialogue added quite clearly, like after the working cut was done. They're not in the working cut, they do make it into this final version, which are almost uniformly designed to give the film something approaching its thematic message. Like the working cut doesn't have lines like, we'll get to it later, where a guy says, stop looking for your dreams in storage lockers, the dream is within you. That line isn't in the working cut, which was like, most of it is just previs. Like the animation isn't done, but the rest of the film is all kind of in place. They added that in quite late. There's a bunch of other lines like that, which they added in pretty late. There's a load of dialogue stuff. They added in some jokes, they cut some setup scenes and things like that. But a lot of the writing that was supposed to give this film any kind of meaning just wasn't there until the film was basically done. And then they went back and said, hey, we've kind of made something completely meaningless. Can you, writer, please try and make something meaningful out of it?
The big focus, as was said, is the grab all of the biggest references that we can find that are simple enough and then string them together. Basically, the film.
The most unfortunate.
Jack Black, he was supposed to be a pig, like a pig that talked, and then they swapped him to Steve late in development, which is a pretty substantial change.
Substantial change.
Well, hey, be nice. It's important. No, I don't. I don't know if I hate him in this movie or I'm glad he's in the movie. I toggle.
That's complicated as a question because I think I understand why you would say that. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if it's too early to talk about, but like Jason Momoa for me was kind of the most entertaining thing.
That's fair.
For sure, 100%.
Just
it's.
Yeah, I would like Jack Black in this if he wasn't dialed up to 12 in every single fucking shot.
He doesn't do serious anymore. He never does it. He's always on that mode now, and everything I see him in, it sucks.
He's a goofster.
This is like watching his performance is how this movie is guaranteed to make $1 billion, because the confidence that he has and like this over performance thing that he does, they knew what they were doing. Like this movie is way too confident in itself to,
Oh, they knew what they
not
were,
make.
They knew it's Jack Black. He's got to sing all these little songs, and he needs to say the voice with the weird lines. And
dude, the last song, I actually felt I was like, oh, this is just School of Rock now, isn't it? Like we were actually just using that energy.
There's another example of like the downplaying of the significance of the writer. You do that so you don't have to write a character. You just tell him to come in and be himself, and that's what he does. And so you don't have to worry about like why he does what he does, what his motives are, what like his real relationship with the world is. He's not a unique creation. He's just an actor who like is good at playing oversized versions of himself. And you say go and do that, and he does that. It's like fine.
It's already pretty well sized. So yeah.
True. Yeah.
It was before. There was an article that came out a while ago that said, "This is not my Steve or your Steve. This is Jack Black's Steve." A lot of fans responded when they saw the first teasers and trailers, like, "Hey, wait a minute! This is just Jack Black. This isn't Jack Black being someone else." And maybe it is, because this is literally him interpreting this character and what it means to him.
You always love to hear
they've been
that.
saying that a lot, because the reason why it's called a Minecraft movie, as they put it, is like, no, it's just one of many kinds of Minecraft movies. It's not the definitive one. It's like, yeah, but it might as well be, because it is the first movie. It is the first adaptation. It sets expectations, particularly for people who aren't familiar with Minecraft at all, as to what it is. So you can say that all you want, but like at the end of the day, this is the Minecraft movie, not a Minecraft movie. In effect,
I think maybe one of the reasons Jack Black is kind of like 50-50 here, or like not totally upsetting, is that maybe like Minecraft Steve is not really a character in the Minecraft. He doesn't have a storyline. He's just an empty vessel that you can play through. So as a viewer, you're less upset because there's nothing that he's really ruining. He's just creating, or
as an observation, again, I'm not very familiar with Minecraft, but like Minecraft's vibe is like really chill, at least in terms of what I've, the amount that I've played, particularly with the soundtrack. It's
Yeah.
really
we're talking
relaxing,
about
Yeah, we
stuff.
asked.
Yeah.
and it's not loud. It's not loud and sort of in your
It's not an
face
action game.
and excessive. And so, like, I imagine that if Steve is meant to be the sort of avatar for somebody in this world, I definitely don't imagine that character, even if we
No.
are to treat him as a blank slate, as acting anything like this version of Steve.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no, no,
he
not
would
at all.
be the perfect combination of laid back and hardworking that you
Mhm.
could get to sort of exemplify what the game is. And I suppose it's probably worthwhile to explain very briefly the Minecraft game. It will not take long. In the Minecraft game, maybe you've heard of it. You essentially you start a game, you join a world, and you're just sort of plopped down someplace in the world, and the world generates around you essentially infinitely as you travel around. There are different biomes and that you could travel to and around, and there's no real objectives. You just kind of do what you want. You make things, you build things. There's plenty for you to do, but there's no objectives. It's not like you beat the game. The closest you can get to beating the game is doing a series of little tasks that will eventually lead you to another dimension called the End, where you fight a big dragon, and that's
That is
like kind
totally in
of the
this movie.
final boss. Oh,
You mean
shockingly, it isn't. But it should have been, you'd think. But I don't know. Maybe that was.
they'll save it for a
Uh,
sequel? There's always more
Hell
Minecraft
yeah.
films you
Yeah.
can do all
oh
of this shit
yes,
in. But like the big
those-
selling point for Minecraft, even for someone who's not really that familiar with it like me, is the one that they state several times in the movie. Like the only real limit here is your imagination. You can build whatever you can envisage. If you don't really like the stultifying boringness of the real world, here is a world that you can go and you can create all your wildest dreams with. And of course, they don't really do any of that in the movie. And then the movie concludes by telling you that you probably shouldn't because you're a coward if you do. But you know, it's all in good fun.
Cows.
No imagination for a game like a movie based on a game which is entirely sold on its imagination. It's kind of
Mhm.
depressing to think of that.
something about that gives Minecraft its incredible strength as a game is that because it's a 3D game with a huge variety of blocks and even more varieties of blocks if you download mods that add more shapes and options and things of that nature, is that it lets you build something that you can then like surround yourself with and interact with. You can build a house and live in it. You build a kitchen and make things in it. You build a mine cart that leads across the mountains and you could ride it. Or you can interact with all the things that you make. They're not just there to look pretty, though they often do. You can actually do things with them. So it makes you feel like your creations are alive in some way. You're actually
Mhm.
doing things with them. But we should probably talk about the movie in a bit because this, despite its best attempts, it does sort of have a plot and it kind of has characters, and intermittently a theme maybe pokes its head in potentially. So we can sort of get started. I think it's good to go into this movie with the understanding that this is directed by Jared Hess, who is the director of Napoleon Dynamite, which you will be reminded of for quite a bit as we move forwards.
Some
Keep
of the
that in
tater tots
mind.
thing.
You will. Oh, I like the first until they get to the overworld. But the tater tots is definitely a part of it.
Mhm.
Boy,
Yeah.
I love tater tots. So, Minecraft movie. It opens up with the line, "My name is Steve, and as a child, I yearned for the mines."
Which is
And
odd,
we
but
see
okay.
it's like I think it's literally just like a little silly meme kind of thing that they probably don't know the origins of, but it's got little boy Steve here, and he's got a big pickaxe, and
You
he's
think
at a mine.
it'd be like I yearn to create rather than yearn specifically to get to a mine. Like,
Well, you
okay.
know,
That's
that's a
not
good
really creative.
observation,
Yeah.
Mahler, because we don't really ever return to him wanting to be a miner other than one other thing. And then it kind of just becomes creativity.
Yeah.
But him wanting to mine and be a miner is not like anything that matters
It's
or
just to
pops
get him
up.
to the fucking device, right? The orb or whatever.
That's
like,
it, yeah.
Well, the two devices because they inexplicably chose to
Yeah.
double them for no apparent reason. Yeah, but That was almost like from the word go, the movie tells you that it's not going to reward you for actually thinking or asking the question why. Why does he yearn for the mines? Fuck knows. He just needs to. Why does he like really insist on this point? Fuck, I don't even know. It doesn't matter. No, obviously not. Just carry on.
Well, and the fact that it's like
It is,
some old dude says no, and then 40 years later he decides he'll go back. It's like, what? What? Okay, yeah,
Oh,
sure.
God. So that's the scene. So like he gets older and he goes to work this dead end job, and then like the actual line is, and then I remembered I had a dream of the mines, so now it's time for me to go back to the mines.
It's so
Why didn't
Yeah.
you do this at any previous point? But like, there's an interesting discrepancy there again between this one and the working cut version, because like there's a bit in the working cut. There's actually a song within the first 5 minutes. So like his job is like it's never told.
That
You're never
explains
told
a
what
lot.
his job is, and he goes to this old people's home and he like tries to sell them on his vision of Steve World. He wants to build some kind of theme park, and he has a song about it, and nobody's into it because he's trying to sell it to old people. And then he goes back to work, and then he dreams of the mine. That entire bit is cut from this, so the Steve's World thing comes in again later. But in the actual theatrical version, obviously, it's not a payoff to anything, so you don't really understand what his dreams are. It's just he's there, so he builds it. Whereas in the working cut, they kind of try to set up what he envisions his life to be, and they
Wants
got
to
rid of
make
that from the movie.
things
Which doesn't
sort of.
It's not cooperating. Like mining and being creative just feels like two different. Because the only connect. It's like, well,
mining
Minecraft.
because Minecraft.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason it shows up. And mining in the
so you
game.
can get the things to build things. Like, who the fuck yearns for the
Hey.
mines? Who yearns for that?
It's a joke.
That's
What's
what
it
I'm
mean?
saying. It's so weird.
Potentially
It's a-
fatal labor.
It's an old meme that comes from children wanting to play Minecraft, and the joke is like, "See, the children yearn for the mines," and that's it. It's just a meme that's been on the internet here and there, and they know of it, so they started the movie with that. But in the game, mining is a big part of the game because you need it to get resources, and that often will take you on these sort of wild adventures in the often very complex cave systems that are, beneath the surface in the game that you can potentially get lost in, and there's a lot of stuff down there, and there's monsters, and you have to remember how to get out, and that's like it's a big part of the game, which doesn't really ever show up in the movie.
No, there's no mine or craft in this movie. Definitely not.
Sometimes
It's
they reluctantly have crafting intermittently, and by that I mean a couple times.
like twice in this entire movie. I feel like maybe.
Pretty much, never meaningfully.
Yeah,
But,
that's
so-
crazy.
Just for
There's-
clarification, because some people are like, it's just a meme. It's whatever. It's like this is the basis for the whole movie's plot and character for Steve.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
everything is built upon this. Like it's
literally
It is the inciting event for the main character. Like his entire
I know.
motive is condensed into that line. You compare it with any other protagonist in any other movie. Like why does Luke Skywalker leave Tatooine? And it's like it's not just because he yearns for space. Like that's a part of it, but it's not the whole thing.
Um,
Yeah.
I
for the space
it's
mines.
yeah, there being a deleted scene really explains a lot because this entire origin story and intro is like 3 frames in total, it feels like, and I told this story, but I was like at the beginning, the right before the movie, the trailer ran, and the movie started, and I thought I was imagining things because the official trailer, is basically the same as the intro. And for a moment there, I was concerned that I was actually rewatching the trailer. Like they were rerunning the trailer because it's literally this
Yeah.
intro is cut the same as the trailer. They're legitimately the same. It's so badly made and so badly cut and edited, aside from the story. So yeah, it makes sense there must have been something that they maybe cut.
Like we
They
Oh.
condensed it all into the replacement line in the actual theatrical version is just the bit where he says, "I wasn't made to make doorknobs for a living."
yeah.
Okay.
Well, and because it's as simple as I was a kid. I want to go to the mine. Old man stopped me. Age forward 40 years. Play with my potato and discover it. I still want to go to the mine.
Potato.
I go back to the mine and I sidestep the old man, and that's that. It's just like I don't think we needed any of this actually. Like, what if it just
Yeah,
started that he was
Yeah.
a miner? Like
He
he
was
just
a miner.
mined. Yeah. It would have
He
made
was-
way more
It does-
sense because he like mines for 5
He
minutes and he
just
finds
mines.
the most incredible treasure on Earth immediately.
He,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, well, there you go. He goes back to the mines as an adult. He literally jukes the old man miner who
How
is
did they not?
just as old as he was
Yeah, how did they not make
40
a joke
years
about
ago as
that?
he is today.
That feels like a complete miss. He looks exactly the same 40 years later. It's like there's obviously a joke there to be made, but they didn't bother. They were just he's just
Well,
still the
we have
old
many
guy.
amazing jokes to come, so it's all right that they missed an opportunity here. He takes his pickaxe. Steve does when he returns to the mines as an adult, the exact same mines, so the exact same miner. And he hits the stone on the wall and it breaks up. And then in like 2 seconds, he is able to discover 2 mysterious artifacts completely at random. One of them is this sort of glass box, and the other one is the Tesseract. And it will be referred to as
Marvel's
such
The
for the rest of
Avengers.
the movie.
Mhm.
Now he puts them together. He puts the Tesseract in the glass box that is meant to hold it, and it opens up a portal to the Minecraft world.
This is going to be very important for later, right? It's very important to know that there are 2, and it's like you have to put the Tesseract in the glass bit in order for it to open the portal. This is
portal-
inexplicably important to the film. Just one of these things would have sufficed, but they thought, no,
Need them both.
2 is
Gotta put
good.
them together.
And the portal is static, but not dependent on where you connect those 2 pieces. It is forever where it is, and it just so happens to be like meters away from when he connects those 2 pieces, right?
And yes, and it's
Yeah.
as we discovered later, it is in an already explored and
yes,
like rail laden and beamed up part of the mine shaft. So it is clearly been discovered before.
I'm more compelled and interested in that old man's story already than Steve's. What the hell? What the hell was he doing in that mine? Did he
was-
know
he
about
was
the
a guardian.
portal?
He's the guardian,
guardian,
of the
yeah.
Minecraft world.
Okay.
that poor man.
Yeah. God. Yeah.
All the mines are
well,
guarded by old men.
There is
Yeah.
a very, very useful meta line though, as he's cutting through the wall to find this thing that inexplicably no one has found before. I think the line is, "So I mined my brains out," which is like,
Yeah, yes.
yep,
That's what this movie does to you. Yeah, it mines your brains out. So Steve goes through the portal, the magic portal, and he enters the Minecraft world, the overworld, which is basically the Minecraft world. And then for a precious few seconds, you hear the song Minecraft from the Minecraft OST by C418. It is the most that you will get from this game's beloved and revered soundtrack.
I hate this movie.
The soundtrack for Minecraft is incredibly good. It's one of the best ever made. It is a perfect mix of chill and ambient that suits its play style and its energy excellently. The music that is not just in the world diegetically through music discs, but also the actual soundtrack that plays, as music for the game is excellent. There's a lot of really, really good tracks. Sweden in particular is maybe one of the most famous pieces of music ever created for a video game. And of course, there's the Minecraft theme itself, My Son Venus, all sorts of songs that many of you, pretty much everyone in chat has heard. You just maybe don't know the name of the track or don't know that it's from Minecraft. But this is not a song just called Minecraft. And yeah, there is a song called Minecraft. It's by C418. It's strange that you'd say that. But beloved soundtrack. I love it. It's one of my favorite things ever. It's been remixed to heaven and back. And this is basically the only time it will ever pop up. Technically, it pops up once more, but for a precious few seconds.
It's immediately replaced with a orchestral version instead, like a big epic version.
Like a remix, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
And then it goes
They
off
made
and
it
does
better.
its own thing.
Thank goodness.
Well, yeah,
And
they
then
play
it's
like the sort of motif of the song, and then it turns into an orchestra, and then it just becomes a remix that is completely different from the song.
Well,
I'm
it's
talking
just,
like
it's,
several
it's the
seconds.
same
of the song.
notes. It's the same notes, but it's a totally different vibe. Like,
I
it's more
hate
like,
that
oh,
fucking
wow, how
trend broadly.
majestic.
It's like with Jurassic Park, for instance, where they take the original thing and it's like it's either played with extreme bombast or it's like that little sort of soft piano.
Piano.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Sort of
god.
approach.
I forgot
what
to
I mean?
mention that at the end of that stupid fucking trailer they played the piano version again. And I was like, you've already done this like 3 times. Stop it. Find something else. Why do they do this? It's like the shorthand for remember.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
Shut up.
Because that's what the music does, because you played it while you played a game that you loved and enjoyed and spent a lot of hours in. So when I hear the music, I think about the things I've done in Minecraft, and it makes me happy. This is it. If you like the Minecraft soundtrack from the game, this is it. I hope you enjoyed it. It's done now. That's it. You get a few seconds of it. But yeah, we see the overworld. It's this bizarre, like, block-esque version of the video game's world. Obviously, the video game is a bit more stringent with its blocks. It's got blocks, half blocks, stairs, things of that nature. But this is a much more geometrically liberal interpretation of the Minecraft world. It's blocky, sort of, so that's something. But I guess it's more compatible with the understanding that there will be real humans running around in this world with photo, with
I was gonna say,
realistic
we have Jack
textures
Black.
on the
That's way better.
creatures.
Pow! Cha-chang! Running, jumping around.
Chang. Wow, look at him go.
Yeah!
I was also
So
I also
yeah.
thought it was really, I mean, not that I'm wowed by this world at all, but it seemed like there was no attempt even made to treat the recognition of this new wonderful, sandbox world with any sense of awe or wonder. It's just like, there it is. All right, now we got to keep going with this montage because we have a lot to exposition dump at you. Like that, it didn't do anything at all to try and gas up this moment. It's just like, oh, here it is.
It's kind of on brand for the entire movie. The movie doesn't want you to feel anything about anything that happens. Like everything is, it's got that kind of like ironic detachment from its own world, its own creation. Like it's there because like it just needs to tell you, and it does tell you overtly, this is just the place where the rest of the movie will happen now. You can make shit here, isn't it great?
I think the attitude they have is, yeah, this is Minecraft. You've been here before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like broadly, the movie never really gives itself a chance to breathe. And it's constantly bombarding you with visuals because it's so afraid of boring you. But what it ends up doing is actually working against itself and boring you anyway, because you can't really get invested in any part of it, any of the characters. Like,
yeah, it's like a horror game that never lets you breathe and think about what's happening. You just become dulled and numb to it.
There's not that like big, broad, sweeping shot of when he arrives to just be like, good lord, this whole world. That most films, even shit films, do.
Yeah.
You know, this makes me appreciate Minecraft as a game is a very unique one in an experience, especially, for kids, that it's sort of it's a very slow-paced game. It's a real, how to explain this? You're not bombarded constantly with things happening. You have to like take your time.
True.
It's slow. And you can get even bored. You have to like lay every block. You have to chop all the wood. And the game takes its time. You walk through things. You can't fast forward through anything. You can't cheat with anything. Unless
it's not an action-packed adventure. It's not a action game.
You might even say that's what makes the creations meaningful, because you have to build them.
Yeah.
Yep, and I go out and I hang out in my house and I've built it and I know each block is something I've put there and it looks great and I feel great being in this thing that I've created and it's very satisfying and that's part of the charm. It's part of the appeal.
And it's such a breath of fresh air, especially for kids nowadays who are used to, everyone has like short attention span, everyone has ADHD and shit. And here you can take your time, and it's so important for kids to play this game, and it's such a unique and beautiful game for that. And to have this movie, the first time Steve steps into the Minecraft world, it's a fast-paced montage with exposition dump and narration that does not take its time, and it's just a bunch of scenes strung together like a freaking trailer, and it's so unfortunate to watch. You don't see him go through anything. You don't see him discover stuff. You're just told, and she'll it's like a PowerPoint presentation of, yeah, I achieved stuff.
Well,
I did stuff there.
I know this film isn't about this, but a lot of normal people at all world discovering this world would immediately be like potentially horrified / amazed of all the different potential things, and making sure the portal allows them back home, and then maybe trying to figure out, like, what is my responsibility here? I've just discovered a whole universe, and then of course like securing food, shelter, what the dangers are, all this sort of stuff. But he immediately is like, I built a house. You're like, okay.
There's the other missed
He
opportunity
didn't just
as well,
build a
because like
house.
you,
He
you've
built
got the
3.
nighttime sequences, right? And then like they add us, they're kind of a natural narrative progression anyway. Your first entry into the actual Minecraft world when you're playing Minecraft is kind of wondrous. It looks usually quite beautiful. There's all this possibility. But as the night starts to draw on, if you've never played it before, just the oncoming
It's
of night is
terrifying.
kind of mysterious. But if you have played it before, oh shit, I am running out of time. I do need to actually get shit done, collect everything I need to, and get safe before I get murdered by exploding penises and shit. And this movie doesn't do any of that. This movie is just like, oh, and by the way, night happens and it's bad, and then it's day again and it's good, and then off we go. And then when you do eventually get the explored nighttime sequence later, it spoiled it because you've already had the little trailer montage cut at the beginning where it says, and nighttime is a thing and bad shit happens, and yeah.
Well, they spoil, because it shouldn't have been, but this is a story about fish out of water human characters coming to the Minecraft world. But when they come to this world, there's no sense of drama there because we've spoiled it all at the beginning. Now, I'm sure they did that because they were worried if we go the first 15 minutes without seeing any Minecraft things, that's bad. So we got to have that front loaded at the beginning.
Yeah,
Build
we
a
don't want the
house.
6-year-olds to get bored. Yeah.
I had an active thought that this movie would be so much better after they stepped into. I mean, nothing could make this movie better, but the story would sort of flow more naturally if you cut this entire part out, the first 5 minutes with Steve, and you introduced him afterwards when the characters first come across him.
Definitely.
The Tesseract.
Yeah, and maybe you could throw in a little montage as to who he is, and that's when you use these scenes. I think the story would flow better.
You could even have done it this is basically pinching the plot, I think, from Tron Legacy. But since a missing parent is supposed to be important to a couple of the characters in this film, she's not. But the film pretends that's what the case happens to be. You could even have had something like the dad went missing, the dad disappeared. The dad is Steve, by the way. The dad goes up and he never came back. We don't know where he went. And the story follows the kids as they go into the world and they find him and he refuses to come back because he's found his dream world and he's refused to grow up and all of that kind of thing. There are so many ways you can take this story. It's not hard to imagine a story taking place here, but
yeah.
We don't do dads here.
No.
Well, I was curious about whatever draft of this, especially after that pig information Rags has revealed. I wonder at what point they didn't. It's gotten to a point where the two girls are completely useless. There must have been a story for them at some point that got removed. I don't know. But whatever draft we ended up in, it's made them so fucking superfluous to the story that I just feel like portions of this story was getting trimmed out with every single draft until they were basically gone. Which is fascinating to watch happen, because what you end up with is characters that have maybe 2 scenes where you're like, oh, that something is happening, and that's about it.
One of the sister character, obviously we'll do this in more detail later, but her thing being she discovers that she's good at hitting things with spades.
Yep,
and so
that's her arc.
And the other woman character's like, well, how did you get so good at this? She says, I don't know. But this actually becomes the culmination of her story at the end. It's just she goes on to do something based on the skill that the film itself says she doesn't know where it came from. So
you can hit
what
stuff.
are you doing? There is no need for the brother and the sister to both exist. You could have combined those into one character. There's enough material maybe for one character.
For sure.
That's all you need. But they had to have both, I think, again, for the 4-quadrant thing. They needed a younger woman. They needed a younger kid. A male kid, because they want young women and young men to go and see the film, and that's their reasoning. So, try and write to this brief.
Something that was happening in this intro, by the way, because you go from setting up the whole Minecraft world to setting up Steve and his journey up to a certain point, the villains of the universe, and then you move. It does this thing of cutting into now we're in the present. Here we go. and then you get more exposition, like an exposition dump again.
Yes.
And I was like, you fucking. And then at one point I was like, when's the story? Like,
Yes.
when's that
Yeah.
gonna
I know.
happen? Like,
I had
Jesus Christ,
the
enough
same
lore.
exact. Yeah, I had the same exact experience. I don't know exactly. I haven't counted, but I don't know how long that intro sequence goes on. I have no idea, but it felt like forever, to the point where I had a legitimate fearful thought that this was going to be the entire movie, because it just lasted forever. I thought it was never going to end. I thought the narration was never going to end. And then we hit
Because I
Long
partly agree
prologue,
with you
yeah.
in the sense that because I knew that they had the cast of characters. I was like, are we gonna do this for all of them? Because this is gonna be fucking terrible if we do.
Like
Yeah.
Suicide Squad.
Oh my god.
That'll be us
Um,
at the end of this discussion.
Building on what Platoon was talking about, he brought up Tron,
Crafting?
and I agree that I was thinking of Tron as well when I was watching this. I think this movie would have benefited from incorporating the more computery aspects of Minecraft, rather than
Mhm.
just having it a world that's just blocky for no reason. Like, obviously, the reason it's so blocky and low texture in the game is it's low hardware taxation, so it can render this massive, entirely destructible world. And so, like, I think it would have been cool if, for example, you had, like, you don't want to just copy Tron, but like, if there
They'd
was
be
some
better off
like
if they
old
did.
dusty old computer or an arcade machine that was like the Minecraft game or something, and then you got sucked into a computer game, rather than
mean,
just
you know,
having this world that exists for, like, why is this here?
I think people
Why
would
is
make
there a Minecraft
connections
world?
to Tron and like Jumanji, but I think it would be acceptable. People would be fine with it as a plot line, especially if it's you get started with that and then the movie's actually.
Oh,
like, pretty good.
again, it shouldn't be that. It should be animated. No real people getting in the Minecraft
No, we
world.
gotta be
'cause
realistic, you fool.
I
That's
I
what
don't
They'll
know.
people
never
I think,
make
want.
that
I think
movie.
I want to see
The-
real Jack
I,
Black.
The-
I will no.
The
I'll
Tron
keep
copy is
harping
something they
about
would
how it
make.
should've been- Yeah, but like I don't care. I think I'm still gonna keep harping on about how it should have been. It should have been fully animated, even like just directly the Minecraft style, rather than trying to adapt it in any way. So still pixelated and blocky.
Yeah.
And
Like-
minimal dialogue, but that wouldn't happen. So fuck
Yeah,
me,
but then you
right? I
couldn't have
guess,
had
yeah,
the
too
really
bad.
wonderfully explored moral thematic message of, the value of reality versus creativity, question mark.
Yeah, that's right. Because
They are
creating
in
stuff
opposition,
Minecraft
yes.
is worth less than creating it in the real world, as
Mhm.
stated by this film.
Yep.
And it makes
The,
less sense
the
in their
Minecraft
universe than it does
movie's
in ours.
resolution is just don't play Minecraft, kids. It's great.
Yeah, it reminded me of Ready Player One, where it's just like, oh yeah, because video games are like
Mm.
stupid waste of time, right? Not like in the real world. That
Hang
sort of
on.
attitude.
It is so exceptionally worse in that film. I don't. For anybody who doesn't remember it in chat or here, but Ready Player One, the final conclusion, correct me if I'm wrong, is because it's called the Oasis, this like virtual world you can all go and do whatever you want. It's too addictive. It's bringing people too far away from their actual lives, and so they impose like a demand, like an actual restriction that you cannot
On
play
Tuesdays and
Tuesdays and
Thursdays, you
Thursdays,
can't
so-
play it.
And obviously the first thing you should think is like, what the fuck? What about the people who could only play it on Tuesdays and Thursdays? You fuck. It's the stupidest thing ever. Like, and they treat that as like
Yeah.
the happy ending. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but it's a happy ending for him because he's a millionaire and he's got his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the other people who've got nothing except for the game, it's like, yeah, well, fuck you guys. I got mine, so
Yeah.
I don't. It's just I hate
Goldberg.
it, but
What the hell? What the
Well,
hell?
Steve gets to Minecraft world, the overworld, and he makes some houses. Makes 3 houses. The dirt house you do when you start off to keep the monsters away at night. Then he makes a stone house, not a cobblestone house, interestingly, a stone house. Because when you mine stone, it turns into cobblestone, and then you have to put it into a furnace to
Oh,
turn it
that
back
was.
into stone. Which
I
is
didn't
a
notice
choice-
that. Holy hell! That's
Which is like a thing you could do. It's just most people don't do that as their second house. That's an
that's
interesting.
definitely
like-
something they missed because they don't play the game.
Oh, they definitely don't play the game. No. They definitely do not
What do
play
you mean?
this
Jack
game.
Black was in it. Plays games.
He did play the game apparently,
Played with
which
PewDiePie.
might explain a lot of his enthusiasm. So, yeah, and then he makes a house made out of pink wool, So that's a thing that he did.
It was funny because it was
So-
pink.
I guess so. That is pretty funny.
If anyone
that he
didn't
made a
get the
house.
joke, pink is
Houses
funny.
aren't normally, houses aren't normally made out of pink wool, but he made it in Minecraft, and that's hilarious. Isn't that funny? One of the things I noticed too
Well,
was
It's even
The
funny
sheep
when
is
he
pink?
declares that it's
Wh-
pink.
it's important that you understand what's happening.
Because I can't see that it's pink with my eyes. He needs to tell me that it's pink, even though it's
We
obviously
didn't want you to
pink.
miss the joke.
Well, the joke is
Isn't
that
it
it's a
silly
pink
that you
house.
made a house made out of pink wool in the Minecraft world?
Just
mean,
so
who
everyone knows,
cares?
pink is a silly color. Like, just
Especially
right.
for boys.
Especially for a man, yeah.
Now,
It is impossible to miss that joke, given that the camera just pans like slow. It's just there's nothing happens. He says it, and then he kind of wiggles his
Whoa,
fingers, and the camera
okay.
just stays there for like 5
Okay.
seconds. It's like, have you laughed yet? Have you laughed
okay,
yet?
Mister looks
laugh
at
yet?
movies. What
Yeah.
if you're on your phone? Could have missed the joke.
Oh, good point. Yes.
Weirdo.
I find it
Yeah.
interesting that Garrett, that character Garrett, is front and center in the poster, and it's like
Yeah.
he
Because,
does
Jason
like if
Momoa
you
is,
like
executive
all the
producer.
arcs in this movie are shit, but like if you had to like rank who had the most substantial one, I guess maybe Garrett, and it's just
Yeah.
like who's the main character here? Surely it should be the kid.
The
is
reason
the
why
main
Jason
character.
the
Momoa
kid
is
is
the main character
mercifully not the main character.
The kid is more
It's
marketable, though.
really simple. It's really simple. Jason Momoa is the main character because he's one of the producers on the film, and he's the biggest name
Oh,
in the film.
really?
Right.
And
Yeah.
then, and then they
He's one of the
realized that they
producers.
got maybe the worst 2 actors possible to play the kids, so they fervently cut them out of the film as much as possible. Thank God, the best
That makes
decision they could
sense.
make.
It's funny.
But we'll get
kid,
to that.
The kid did strike me as particularly bad, but so did the villain. A lot of her deliveries were extremely flat. It was a
Oh,
little
the
bit
New
awkward.
Zealand lady.
Something house.
Mm.
She was in.
Because for some reason, the villain is a New Zealand pig lady. Like,
Yeah.
Well, that's just intuitive though. That just
Why?
follows.
She's the villain in Hunt of the Wilder Pump. Is it Hunt of the Wilder People? Hunt for the Wilder People? Something of the Wilder
Yes,
People?
and
The
she
Time
was
Hunt for
in-
the Wilder People.
She was in
Thor
Ragnarok.
oh, was
as
she
well.
in Thor Ragnarok? Oh, okay, so it's her, right?
Yeah. In this movie, there was so many different deliveries where I was like, ooh, she's not caring too much about this one.
Will Ferrell cared about the Lego movie, clearly.
Dude, everybody cared in that
Everybody
movie.
did. But it's just,
I will-
it's worth noting again.
Well, the thing I found about this movie particularly was that it felt like Jack Black and Jason Momoa were gassing each other up. Like, who
Yeah.
can be more
Yeah.
crazy? And they're just like, blah, 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 and flinging their
Mm.
hair around and just jumping up and down. And it's like, I can do it more than you. It's like, no, you fucking can't. I can do it more than you. And it's like, whoa. And then,
Yeah.
you know, like
And
when
in
they're
the
singing.
end, we all lost.
Oh, yeah. The goof factor.
Well, that might even have worked for a part of the audience, though, because they're both so charismatic and they play off each other with such volume. It kind of distracts from how empty and meaningless the rest of the world is,
Yes.
For
and how
sure.
shit all the other characters are as well. So that
characters,
they pull all the attention to themselves, and they do it really effectively at the cost of every other character in the movie. It's, yeah, I mean, I guess it works, but not for the reasons it should.
I mean, it's
Mhm.
better it's
It's
there
just-
than a bland performance, I suppose, for the
Yeah,
sake
that's
of...
some energy in the movie
Yeah.
is appreciated.
Yeah.
Like I said, Jason Momoa entertained me the most,
level of
even
passion.
though the movie clearly hated him.
Which
Yeah, and-
is weird when he's the character with the most worthwhile
Most human.
arc.
Like,
The sheep is pink, which might seem like a small detail, and it is. It's just an interesting creative decision because sheep can spawn as pink in the game, but it is extremely rare. There's like a 0.1% chance that a sheep can spawn as a pink sheep, and that's the first, animal that we basically kind of see
not
in it,
fisty.
which is like, all right, interesting, very rare occurrence there. All right.
Do you get,
I guess
like,
they
pink
knew
wool
that
from
that's
or something.
yes. If you shear them, you get pink wool. You can
Right.
so the sheep in the game, you can dye them with there's like 16 colors or something. And if you dye the sheep, then it's always that color. So you could shear it and it'll always make
Mhm.
I've made you teal or blue or pink, and now when I shear you, the wool will always be that color. So you could have like a pen that has the sheep of all the colors in the game, and then you shear them, and you can always have that color wool to make appropriately colored stuff.
Which he obviously did
Oh,
so
so
that he could make his
that's-
house.
That's right.
That's what the old man was up to. Dying sheep in the
You must-
mine.
Which means that Steve would have had to, over a very long period of time. First off, he would have had to go and get some iron ore. Then he would have had to put it in a furnace. He needs 2 of those to make some shears, and then he uses the shears to shorn the wool from the sheep, which only gives like maybe 3 at a time. It gives 1 to 3. And then he would have had to do that many times in order to make this, pink wool house, which means that sheep is a whore. Or he killed many pink sheeps, because you kill them, they drop wool too. But we don't want to think about it. Sheepses,
Right.
yeah, sheepies.
It passes.
So, he's going through and he's building stuff. Isn't that incredible? We have all of our horrific, realistic-looking animals. Oh my goodness, this is totally Minecraft. He makes some houses, and then he tames a wolf. A wolf shows up, and then he picks up a bone that's just lying on the ground fortuitously.
Well,
And
actually,
then he tames...
learned, thanks to this movie, that whenever a wolf attacks, a bone will spawn in front of you to tame the wolf with, because that happens again.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
no,
just there. Yep.
This is actually profoundly convenient, by the way, because if the bone wasn't there, that wolf would have ripped his throat out, and that would have been the end of the film.
Which is strange, because wolves are neutral to you in the game. Wolves will
No, this
attack
one's out
some
to get
other animals, but
Yeah.
they're neutral in the game. If you attack one, it'll attack back. But you give bones to wolves, and then they become tame, and then they can follow you around. But luckily, there's a bone right here, and on the first attempt, he's able to tame it with this bone, and then the wolf turns into a nice doggy, and he names it Dennis. I don't know what that's a reference to, and I don't care.
The menace.
So there you go. Oh, this film is a menace to society, and my spirit. But he builds Steve's world. By the way, Dennis is an insanely important character in this movie. Don't forget that Dennis is his
He's
wolf
one of the most
dog
important
pet.
characters. He's more important than some of the humans.
Oh yes, easily. So he builds Steve's world, like a big, extravagant land. It's like an amusement park, and there's a pop song that plays, because we don't do Minecraft music in the Minecraft movie. No. And there's a bunch of pandas and cows, and they're jamming, and there's a song, and life was perfect, he says.
Steve World, right? We never see it.
No, we never go in, and there's no. One thing I like about Minecraft is not like dotting the landscape with these garish, horrific monstrosities, but to make buildings and pathways and things that seem to conform to the land and that seem like they kind of fit in, you know? So I wonder what the villagers think of the fact that he's been building this stuff.
Steve is
around
McDonald's
everywhere.
thing, the Minecraft universe. He's just like
Yeah.
all of these horrifying structures. I demand this land is mine now.
He
But
invents
you might-
capitalism.
That's true, because there's not capitalism in Minecraft. It's more of a barter system, but that never gets brought up in the movie, so we don't have to worry about it. Oh, thank goodness. Now, you might say, well, he's probably hasn't been here too long, so there's probably not that much of a chance for him to forget about his life or ruin things in the Minecraft world with his horrific, garish monstrosity creations. But he says life was perfect and the years simply flew by. So he has been in this world for years.
His beard changed color.
That's right. He becomes older because he's been here for years.
He turned into looking
How
like
many
Jack Black in
years?
every movie that he's in now, because he refuses to fucking look different, apparently.
Shave that terrible thing off his face. That's right. So one day, right, he comes across some strange ruins, right? And this ruin it's a ruined Nether portal, and they can spawn in the game across the overworld. It's like basically an incomplete Nether portal, and you can finish it if you want and use it. They have a little chest by it that has some goodies, and he puts a block of obsidian, because you have to use obsidian as part of the portal. And I'm so glad that it looks like real obsidian in the movie, whereas in the game it doesn't quite look like real obsidian. It's more like purpley.
So you're saying that they did a much better job than the game here.
Oh yeah, the game is it is horrifically stylized, but thank God we get some realistic textures.
Does the game Like, does the chest always spawn next to one of these portals in the game? Then is that a game reference that the
Yes.
chest is there?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
because
always going to be a chest. A
I thought it
chest
was a
will always.
lampshading thing. Because like in the
No,
working
no.
cut, there's no mention of the chest in the working cut. He finds it, he fixes it, and he goes in. And then in the theatrical, he finds it and he says, "Oh, and also there's the convenient chest." And I thought they were just lampshading how convenient everything in the movie is.
Yeah, there's always a chest at the ruined Nether portals, and there's a variety of them as well. They chose an extremely boring and plain one when there's many more interesting permutations in the game. In fact, it often sits on Netherrack, which is we'll explore that in a second. Netherrack's it's basically the blocks, the primary blocks that the Nether is made out of. It is not dark black, it is red, but that wasn't in the movie. So interesting that they decided to just put it on stone and make it boring like everything else. But yeah, he puts down some obsidian, finishes the portal, and then, as he lets us know by the words flint and steel, he uses it to light the portal, and then it turns purple, and boom, he now has a portal to the Nether.
That part was
Ooh,
pretty
boy.
cool when he said flint and steel.
He said flint and steel, and then he used it like the game. There's flint and steel in the game. Now, Dennis jumps into the portal for some reason. No clue why, but it's good for the plot. And then Steve follows. And this is the Nether, right? So the Nether, let me show you a picture of it in the game, just so that we know what it looks like in the game. And you'll probably notice that it doesn't look like it does in the movie, because why would you want the movie version to look like the game? The Nether is red and orange, typically. Orange because there's a lot of lava in it, and red because
Mhm.
Netherrack is red. It has glowing spots of glowstone, and it's got critters roaming around, and they've even added new biomes since, like Crimson Forests and things. Some of the mods add even more kooky, crazy, wacky, wild biomes. Many of them are super cool, but that's what it looks like in the game, in the base game. But in the movie, they've decided to make the Nether look very uninteresting and just like black, kind of. It's just it looks like a bad place. So there you
Yeah,
go.
they go out of their way to make it like an evil place rather than just like in the game where it's more about just mining the depths of the earth where you get a bunch of lava and rock.
Yeah, it's like it's
Basically.
red and it's lava and there's spooky things there. It's like it's clearly not the overworld. It's not like hell, but it's kind of like hell. Water can't exist in the Nether. If you like have a water bucket and you try to use it in the Nether, it just instantly evaporates. Which means, and this could have been a cool plot for the movie, where they needed obsidian in the Nether to finish the Nether portal to get back to the overworld. But how do you get obsidian in the Nether if you can't combine a block of water with lava, because that's how you make obsidian in the game. So they can't do it. They have the incomplete materials for the portal to get to the overworld, but you know, whatever, it's fine. Don't
Was I
worry
the only
about it.
one massively bumped by the fact that, like, what are we, 5-10 minutes into the movie at this
Years old.
point? And we have got already, oh, wonderful portal leading us to entirely new dimension. And then within 5 minutes, oh, portal leading us to another entirely
dimension.
new
Yeah.
dimension. Spending virtually no time in either of them. And the extent of the setup for each of them is, this one is really nice. This one down here is bad and shit, and there's pigs that want gold and they're evil, and that's kind of it. Like, I don't even, if you wanted to have this in your movie, I don't think now is the time to put it in your movie. I think you need to sort of build toward
gotta
this as some
set
kind
it
of
up.
reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's your Minecraft
start out
movie
in the
that's gonna
dull
make a
world.
billion, huh?
Yeah,
And
I
what-
think Mhm.
Go
I
ahead.
think using a portal as like a transportation device was a huge mistake. It's kind of like it messes with a lot. And it would be so much cooler if that mine sort of and would tie into the game itself. If you walked through the mine, like a Narnia closet, you know, like you walk through the mine and you come out of it. There's another side, and you go into the Minecraft world. I think that makes more sense. But whatever.
They don't attempt to explain it. It's just if you mine, there's this portal, and the Tesseract goes in the crystal box, the little glass box, and then it opens. It doesn't even open it up, it just leads you to it. Anyone can go to and fro, it's just that the Tesseract leads you to it. But it's a bit MacGuffin-y, as we learn near the end. But yeah, he goes to the Nether, and he says that, Steve says there's no joy or creativity here.
Which isn't true.
Which is kind
Not
of
even true,
strange. Yeah. Anyway, Dennis has ran past all of the piglins. These are the bad guys. The piglins are the bad guys. He says the piglins have mined the Nether to oblivion. And they really want gold. Oh boy, that's what they want. They want gold.
You know,
That's what
this feels like prejudice to me. Like, they've mined it to oblivion. It's like, what are you saying? That they would have been fine if they hadn't mined anything? Don't you mine all day, every day? Like, what's...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here, but I don't think the film does a good job justifying why all the piglins have to die.
Oh God!
I don't know that it does a good job of explaining why you shouldn't be bothered by the indiscriminate piglin deaths that are occurring in this film.
Well, they didn't set up some kind of, like, you know, ancient war between the Nether people and the Overworld people that has been struggling. It's just pigs like gold, and they're led by someone who wants to go upstairs, I guess, to get gold.
They're like,
she wants
like
gold
orcs in
because
Lord of the Rings.
she lost a talent competition.
She
I
lost-
can't believe
yeah,
this is
that's
actually
right.
a thing in the movie.
Now nobody gets to make anything.
I think the movie not incorporating the respawn option, or like dying and coming back, really messes with the stakes and the sort of the villains, really, because you don't really feel what it is about, really. Like, why are we doing this or whatever.
Well, it gets massively broken as well because the premise is he goes down and like the pigs are down there. The pigs really want gold. The pigs can't go up to the overworld because they can't go into the sun, because if they go into the sun, they zombify. So they're kind of screwed, and you'll learn later they need the Tesseract in order to, of course, do a sky laser, and that solves all of their problems. Except that within about 3 minutes, you learn that they can go upstairs with magical potions, or like you have the orc problem in Rings of Power where they could just use parasols, and they get the Tesseract because they go down into the mines, and Steve gets captured and the doggo gets captured, and so they have the Tesseract, and that's all they need. They just go up. They can use a sky laser, problem solved. The only reason they don't do it right now at the beginning of the movie is that it's not time for them to do it right now at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
So they don't.
We're not at that page in the screenplay yet.
I mean,
No,
well,
yeah, exactly.
This whole part is so fucking funny to me, because it was like, there's a big spooky portal. We went in, and we got captured. And then we escaped, and we got captured again. And then I was let go later for no reason. It's just like, writers, are you okay? What's going on here? It's like, well, we needed all of those things at all of those times to make all of the things in the writing happen.
We needed the conflict of Steve. You know, he's not saying everything because he's going to be helping the heroes, but he needs to get his doggo, which means he might betray them, except he absolutely won't. So what's the point?
Oh, it was bizarre. I didn't understand what was happening, and then I was just like, oh, I guess they just couldn't figure out a better way to do this. Because you'd think, right, like the primary thing they've achieved with this intro is, wow, that was lean. It's like, not really. We didn't learn that much. It's about 1-to-1 with how much time it takes and how much we learn. It's all very shit. I don't know what else to say, because it's so fucking bizarre. It's like, why did the wolf just run in? It's like, oh, well, to justify why they get caught, really. That's all I can come up with that. It's like, okay, well then how did they escape so easily? It's like, well, they just did. But how did they steal the cube back after it got stolen when it's like the most important item? It's like, well, they just did.
Yeah.
They just
Why haven't the pigs used the cube yet?
Why didn't they both leave together? It's like, well, they just didn't.
Because we need Steve to not do that.
Oh,
so
that was
then...
such an annoying scene. So they get out of the cells, and the dog somehow gets them out of the cells. They steal the Tesseract back. They run away from the pigs. They run to the portal. They stop. And then Jack Black says, take it and go to this address and follow the scent of my armpits, and you will be safe. And then
he's not joking. He's not joking.
This is true. This is true. This happened.
And I must stay behind. Why must you stay behind? The portal's
He has
fucking
to stay
there.
behind so that the main characters can have their fish out of water moment without a guide, and then he can show up, and then he can be their guide after they discover a few things on their own.
And yeah,
See, it's
Right,
story, it's
yeah.
narrative
I
structure
almost
right
feel now
there.
that I'm like, oh yeah. So the reason why this makes sense, quote unquote, is because the wolf will then take the cube through the Nether portal up to the overworld, through the overworld portal up to Earth, and then go to Steve's house and throw it under his bed, thus completing the prologue. Because now, when that is discovered, inevitably, that's what sets
They
everyone
will
on
have
their
no
adventure.
context. Yeah, and there'll be no context for it, which
It's
will
like-
create drama.
I just can't, like,
tension.
in a sense, you're just like, why the fuck is this the way you wrote this? What the hell?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then you have Steve's character in narration saying, "Oh, that was actually a shit place to hide the cube," and it's like, yeah, maybe the writer should have thought of something better than this.
They,
'cause
um,
this
They thought that
fucking
was
sucks.
they thought that was a great joke. That was
Well,
like the
yeah.
joke to punctuate the opening titles.
They added it late. It's not in the working cut. In the working cut, it goes under the bed, title slate, off we go. They at some point they
Right.
thought, you know what, this needs a funny, and so they added that line in, and it was like, why?
Why
It's
indeed?
not good enough.
Why
for
bother
this.
actually fixing the problem when you can just fucking like make a joke about it in narration?
But you know, with
Problem
that
solved.
outline, now's another opportunity for me to complain and talk about how it could be totally different, but they would never make it. Why does the Minecraft movie have to have like a big conflict with piglins? Why does there have to be like some big war for the fate of the Minecraft world? Why does that have to be
Yeah.
the story of the Minecraft movie? Why can't it just
Mhm.
be Steve that's not Jack Black, but just like a regular Steve wants to build something important to him? And it's just a story of him going to all the places he needs to go to do it. And, you know, there's light conflict, but not like a big battle
Make
for the
some
fate of the
friends
world.
along the way.
Why does that?
Mhm.
Why does it have to be a massive conflict? Why does there need to be like huge conflict in a Minecraft movie?
Or
Why
if
is
there
that the
is,
only
That's what the
story that
Mario
they could have
Brothers
told?
movie did, and so we gotta copy that.
it is.
Well,
Also,
yeah,
I mean,
'cause-
it's conventional, right? Like, like most
Yeah.
people will tell you, you need a conflict of some sort in the movie. I think my question, slightly altered form, would be, why does it need to be like this massive world state conflict when you could
That's
have a
kinda what I'm
character
getting at,
conflict
like-
instead, right?
That's what I'm getting at, is that why there are ways that you could have a much more low stakes Minecraft story that still has, hell, if you even want action scenes because you have to have them, like you could still incorporate them, but to have it be like a battle for the fate of the world when, like, I don't know, man, Minecraft seems like it's just you go in and you make what you want to make, and the conflict is kind of what you invite when you go and explore it, as opposed to Mario, which has always been that Bowser is the antagonist and Mario's got to go stop him.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
if you want human characters thrown into this world, then you just have a basic survival story, and that's good too.
Yeah.
Or
Mhm.
even like more of a conventional hero's journey type story in which Steve is actually the antagonist. Sort of going back to the idea that if you'd had Steve as the absent father and they go in looking for him, he's the one who's kind of in charge. He's taken over this place. He's built this entire kingdom for himself and he doesn't want to go back. And they try to rescue him. And the conflict is over whether they can convince him to go back and live with them in the real world as their father, or whether they are going to lose him
Yeah.
forever to this dream that he's created. And then the conflict comes essentially down to that character level, which could have been interesting, but fuck it.
They
Yeah,
almost
right.
have a more regular plot in the they arrive, the key to arrive gets damaged such that they need to go on an adventure to fix it in order to open the portal back up, and then you just need to add a thing of like there's a character, maybe the leader, or maybe they actually have their parents with them for this, and that doesn't care about this world that much, and so in the course of their adventure they do something that fucks up the equilibrium of the local life in some way, shape, or form. Something bad's gonna happen to them, and then a choice has to be made of you can go back now and go back to the real world, or you can help them before something bad happens to them. And obviously, they make the right choice in the end. And by the end of the film, then go back through the portal, just like a much more regular film than it is the apocalypse. Because of course, it's the fucking apocalypse. It's always the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting choice of villains for me. Even if you're not gonna even if you're not using Ender Dragon, which is like just such an offense. It's highly insulting as a fan of the game. But if you're like keeping him for sequels or whatever, the pigs are such an interesting choice for the main villain army. Because I really like Minecraft's sort of monsters. They're so uniquely different from what is usual. Enderman are they're so creepy, and I think this movie has like a moment of that creepiness
Mm-hmm.
that for momentarily flashes across this screen, and I wish they utilized those unique characters more rather than like, oh, pigs that are like evil, because Enderman,
But then
Creeper,
not
they're
even-
very
Well, so let's,
yeah,
if we
very
can, just look at the
unique.
hierarchy of the pigs. You've got evil main boss woman who is bitter and angry about creativity, like, sure. Underneath her, I guess you could say, is the big monster creatures, where the ones that are...
Chongus?
Well, I was going to
his
say
name?
the
Giant
hog,
pig
right,
singer.
is the big bro. He just seems to be
Yeah,
angry
I
wherever he's
suppose so.
sent. But then under that, yeah, you got Chungus, who is kind of friendly. And then you got
Yeah.
under that,
Yeah.
like, the regular soldiers, who are all just doing whatever she says.
Well, and you
Mhm.
even
You know.
see, because again, I think it's a big mistake that they show that there's like a piglin that's like doing a little drawing. It's like, oh, if you want me to treat them like orcs, you can't have them creating art. That makes it a lot harder
Well,
to essentially accept.
But I
Just
thought there was
They've
no
made it pretty much
creativity
clear.
there.
She's the only reason that they're bad guys. That's it.
Hmm.
basically
Yeah.
like she is singularly responsible, but that they are actually like they are I don't know. You can't have you can't have me watching the piglins die horribly and like that I'm meant to be chill with that when I'm seeing them like actually making art and stuff, and
Yeah,
that
they
it seems
didn't-
like there's one person who's singularly responsible for
They-
their downfall.
They didn't
Yeah,
have the
so they-
scene where, you know, once upon a time, many nether portals were opened and they would ravage the overworld and hurt villagers and just, you know, rampage. But a hero locked off all of these portals and sealed them in the nether forever. Like, that sort of stories, like, that never happens. There's nothing like that. The way they introduce it is the piglins are kind of chill. They were, like, spawned in this horrible hell world, and they have a desire for gold.
And they made the most out of it. They made the
Yeah, like,
most
there's
of what they
no-
could in that world.
They really don't do a good job of explaining to us, like, why we should definitely want them destroyed. They're not like
It's probably
orcs.
also- it's worth
Yeah.
clarifying as well. It's like they, as a collective, don't want gold. Their leader wants gold, and like,
Yeah.
because like, there's this specific scene where like this small little piglin comes with a little picture he's drawn, and she's like, "I can't even do the impression because I would sound like I'm acting harder than she is." But she's like, I told you creativity, that's lovely, but how is that going to help me find gold?" And then she stabs the little pig and it explodes into a piece of meat. And it's like, okay, creativity is bad. Fair enough. It doesn't ever get to the point of, okay, but why do you want gold? Like, it gives us the reason for her not liking creativity. I say reason with as loosely as possible. It's like, why do you want gold? But it's the same thing as why does
Well, but
Steve yearn for the
why-
mines? There is no explanation. The explanation is because, and that's it.
Why would the piglin culture that apparently is solely about gold host a fucking talent show?
Yeah.
What?
God.
What?
It is bleakly hilarious
Yeah,
that
I
the
was-
entire existential villainy hinges on this fucking ridiculous Nether's Got Talent joke.
Sometimes I
that
feel like
comes
it's
up
like,
later.
chat, to be clear. We're not kidding when we're saying these things. They have a Nether's Got Talent show, and the main villain lady, when she was younger, tries to dance, and everyone laughs at her, and then her dad says, doing creative things is stupid, just mine for gold. And so then, from that point on, she can't stand anything creative and will kill it.
Nether's Got Talent.
And it's
I
somehow
just-
even
Which,
worse in
you know-
context, because like the context is just like a load of shit happens and there's a stupid high octane chase thing, and then it stops, and then it's like, well, now it's time for some exposition. So Jack Black just says, "Oh, by the way, here's the villain's backstory."
Yeah.
Down we go, flashback, and it's just, oh god.
It's so bad.
I feel like it's apt in terms of, you know, because obviously you see like anti-creative. Now there's a little bit unhinged, right, and not particularly like you compare it to in the Lego movie
Mhm.
where the antagonist's goal is not the idea of like creativity is bad specifically, but more so that I want things to be the way. It's more like, well, creativity's fine as long as it's the way that I want
Controlled.
it to be.
Yeah, controlled
Everything needs to be
creativity.
controlled and organized, and if you do things that are unconventional or antithetical to my plan, that's chaos, and I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. And essentially accepting, like, well, wait, but there's something to be said about the value of people creating things that are meaningful to them, you know, from the things that you've created as well, as something of like a framework or a baseline or something that they can extract from and make meaningful for themselves. And that realizing that is important and valuable. It's like that's like a way better way of exploring the nature of like different attitudes on creativity compared to I had a really bad experience, so fuck anybody getting to make anything
Oh, it's a
ever.
clown version.
It's like, oh,
yeah. She's like, yeah, they laugh to me while dancing, so I hate creativity. It's not even really connected, you know? It's like that's a leap in a different dimension.
well, I
But,
think it's,
well, what I was going to say about
we'll talk about it a little bit.
Lego Movie, something I really appreciate that they did is that there is an angle, one that could easily defend, saying that it's perfectly fine to want to build, you know, the police station and have it next to the fire station and have it on a street. Like, you can do that. That's absolutely fine. But the President Business wants to glue everything down so that it is like that forever. And you simultaneously you compare that then with the realistic, like the IRL stuff, with the dad uses Lego to create, you know, these sort of structures where he's gluing everything down as well, which to an extent, right? It's your Lego. You can do that. But I like that they put in his son is creating shit that's kind of like hyper impressive, and his need to have everything structured and glued down is making him completely ignore all of these like amazing expressions of, you know, artistic interest and stuff that his son is having. I really like the ideas in that film. It's really neat. In this one,
oh god.
like that's my assessment in full.
I could cry from how much I love the Lego Movie. Oh my god. Especially compared to this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, we are unfortunately missing a Rags. He's having internet troubles, so we shall have to do our best without the famed
Yeah, where were we in this
doggo.
quote unquote plot?
Well, we just finished the intro exposition to begin the next exposition, which is Jason Momoa's intro. Which, like I said, I was shocked in the cinema where it did the we now start the movie thing to move into exposition. I was like, holy shit. You get a description with like a voice saying what his history is, which, to be honest with you, not that relevant to the movie, really. You could say like he's a burnout or whatever, he had past fame or whatever, but I don't even know that. This is something that Drinker had mentioned before I'd even seen the film, and I totally agree. His skills as a gamer are not relevant. Ever.
No.
That's your natural assumption when you watch the intros for most of these characters is that what they are setting up, the point of these sort of narrated setup beats is that they're going to pre-establish the skills that you carry forward that'll be useful in the other world in a way that they weren't useful enough to you in the real world. That's kind of, again, quite conventional, but conventional for a reason. So, like, yeah, Aquaman is an old champion gamer character, used to be really good, has fallen on hard times, so naturally when he goes into a game world, he'll be excellent, and he'll find himself again. That's what you would expect to happen.
But instead, he's pretty shit.
He's shit constantly, and he's not just shit constantly. The film really wants you to know. They have several moments where the camera will tighten up on the face of any given character, and they will say, "You, Jason Momoa, are stupid and terrible," and then it'll carry on.
Such
and
a
it's just like,
bag.
okay. Yeah, they really want you to know, and it's just like, why wouldn't you give him a win? He even says, like, I need a win, is one of his opening lines in the film, and they just won't allow it until, I guess you could say, right at the end.
All he does for most of the movie is childishly scream at, like, the Minecrafty evil things that are coming at him.
The thing about
and also,
this,
like, the number of yayas, the Aquaman yaya, which is like 15,000 times throughout the film.
They do be loving that shit. I just realized, isn't this the plot with Pixels? That they, like, washed up gamers from the 80s?
Yeah.
And they brought in because they're getting attacked by 80s
Always from
creatures.
the 80s. It's always the 80s. Why isn't it the 90s? Why isn't it the 2000s?
Well, was it late 80s at least with Jason Momoa? I didn't track
It was
the time.
It's still 80s, you know.
Yeah,
it's
like,
late.
I've got 87
if it's
in my
anything
head.
related to video games. I think it was 89. It was 87.
God,
yeah, it was the late 80s, but still.
We're getting there, guys. 90s nostalgia. It's on its
90s,
way. It's going to be
and
great.
It's never the 2000s. It could never be that he was like a Halo 2 MLG or something and it didn't work out. It's like, no, it's got to be back in the NES days. Because that's when the director specifically would have been playing video games.
Yeah.
And
I have a question about that narration that plays over him. That's, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong. Is that Jack Black? No, right? That's some other.
I thought it was just like
person
some generic
narrating.
announcer person. I didn't recognize the voice.
I thought that was so confusing and weird storytelling wise or writing wise. Like you have Jack Black narrating, and then we cut to another person
Well,
narrating.
Is it possible? I forget who had mentioned it. Could have been Cap or someone here. The worry of not getting us into the Minecraft world. It might be the whole Jack Black section was added way later, meaning the opening of the film was the Jason Momoa section.
Because it takes a while to get to the Minecraft stuff.
Yeah. And it plays like the intro of the film. That's why it's weird that there's 2 intros to this film. It's like, what?
Yeah.
And then we cut to kids who do not get a narration. So it's kind of like weird structurally. This movie, this is just.
They sort of get narration, but they narrate it for themselves, right? So like, whereas for Jason Momoa's character, it's like the other guy is telling us about the backstory. He got famous in the 80s. Playing this specific game, and he got his name, and his name is it Garbage Man, because he used a special famous move that I'm sure will be relevant at some point in the film, or not. And so that's the narration. But when the kids, it's like the youngest, so the older sister is the one who kind of does the narrating part. It's like, oh, our mother, it was a dying wish that we came to live in this town for some fucking reason. So here we are, and I've got a job because it's stable and the rent's low, and I have to help them with their socials. So it still does the same narrative purpose. It's just like in universe as opposed to commenting on the universe.
Broadly,
this
crap.
This fucked structure at the start is symptomatic of the fact that Jason Momoa is a big star and he's like a primary producer on the movie, and he's like, I need my intro too. Like, let's set up Minecraft, and then it's like me, and then let's introduce the kid.
Which
is it's so cringe because it's just like, dude, I get it. You're like, I actually like Jason Momoa as an actor. He's done some good work. I get you're the producer, but it's like, take a step back, dude. Let the kid take the spotlight. You know he should be the main character in this.
I don't think I wouldn't necessarily lay that on Jason Momoa, because it just feels like the movie is actually more concerned with aging people and how they relate to creativity more than it is about the actual kids at all. Because if you think about Jack Black, like, oh, I had this dream to be creative, and then I remembered that I wanted to do it. And then you have Jason Momoa, who's washed up and used to be into all that stuff, and now he's sort of a has-been. And then you have the evil pig lady who, you know, tried to be creative but hates it now because she was humiliated. And then comparatively, the kids get nothing really of substance.
The younger brother is like, he's imaginative and he like does cool drawings. He's bullied once. He makes like a jetpack and it goes wrong.
I would like to stake a claim, and I'm curious if anyone here would agree, that the boy is a Mary Sue.
Yeah. I mean, the only counter to that is that people don't all like him, right? So like the only counter, it's the only the only criteria he doesn't match is that the reason for his wanting to go to the Minecraft world, or the reason for him being happy there, is that people in the world, we are at least told, don't like him. But otherwise, he is structurally a Mary Sue, and he's supposed to be. I don't even know.
Because... So the big problem for me with this, and it really struck me when we got to the end, and it's like, you sure you want to go back to the real world where there's restrictions and obstacles? And he's like, yeah, even with those, I will. It's like, bro, they let you build a fucking jetpack day 1, hour 1. What are you talking about? And you had a whole crowd of people admiring your work. It's like, yes, you are the bullied creative. That's what you are. You were given all the resources you needed and the space and the time. Like, it's like they didn't capture this at all. They just keep like it's almost paying lip service to the notion of a nerd. It's like, I'm bullied, and then just has the best life ever.
Right.
Stolen valor.
I was just gonna say, the reason I think it feels less to me like Jason Momoa is like, I want to make this section about me, than it does like that. Just seems to be what the director and the writers are interested in, is these older characters and them being washed up, and them, you know, having weird anxieties about creativity and anything, because there's barely anything for the kids at all.
Also, someone said he did mess up with the jetpack. I feel like he would have succeeded if he was a Mary Sue. Wrong. He was successful with the jetpack. He was sabotaged by the bullies. They cut a wire. This is why he's like perfect with all of his inventions throughout the whole film. He doesn't like fail at anything.
The only thing the guy
But-
has, the kid has going for him against the accusation is the fact that he does not get any lines almost in the movie.
Yeah.
Most of it, yeah, is just like it's cutaways to him with the one confused face that he wears in every scene for the younger kid. He's just like, I don't know if he's a terrible actor or if they told him to do that, but he has one facial expression, and that takes the place of most of where the dialogue should be.
Mm.
It's just like Jason Momoa says something, cut to kid looking confused. Jason Momoa does something else. So like, I think you're right that they were way more interested in the older characters. I don't know whether that's because the older characters were just innately more interesting, though, or whether, like, if they'd had more time, say by cutting the prologue section, to actually properly establish the younger kids' place in the world, in the real world, that is, they could have
I
done
don't
perhaps more
think it
with
was
them.
lack of time. I think they had enough time to do more interesting things with the kids than they did. They just
Mm.
didn't care. That's how it feels.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I
The
think
kid was like
the
super
Mhm.
generic, his story, the kid, but simultaneously I found him very, no offense, shitty actor, and his like storyline, all the challenges he came across, he's just fucking nailing it in every single scenario that required basically anything, and it's usually the
think-
adults failing around him that he has to make up for.
I think they would consider that setup and payoff. I think that was a deliberate choice, right? They wanted to establish that the very thing that got him bullied in the real world is the thing that makes him so amazing in the Minecraft world. The problem is it's not that he's too good in the Minecraft world, it's that they don't do enough to establish how bullied he is in the real world. Like more
'cause-
bullying is what I'm asking for.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree, more bullying, because
More bullying.
his life was totally fine in the real world, you know, like
Make
from what we
bullying
saw.
great again.
By the
Well,
way,
just
Yeah.
one bullying scene would have done it. Like just have him get like hung up on
Well,
a
they-
basketball thing or like stuffed in a trash can or something, and then it's like,
Yes,
okay, we get it. He's bullied.
But there's also, if you remember the it's like still life drawing, banana and apple or whatever it was, and he drew something completely different, and the teacher's like, "What? This isn't a still life. What are you doing?" And the film's opinion of this is definitely like, see how creative he is and how stunted he is. And I was just looking at it, I was like, "Bitch, this is just disrespectful. It's the style. They're supposed to be teaching you how to do still life. Like you're not supposed to just draw anything. The whole idea is to try it out." And go from there, develop the skill or not. It's up to you. But
Yeah.
the whole idea in school is we're exposed to all these different ideas and information that you're supposed to then do something with if you want to. You're not supposed to say, for example, in chemistry, they're like, so this is what happens when you add this to this. Then you're like, I want to add all the other things to it. You're stifling my creativity. It's like, no, that's not how that works at all.
And as
actually.
you said earlier, like it defeats the object, even if that is what you want to convey. Like being asked to draw a still life banana is creatively stultifying. Immediately following that up with now go make a jetpack is just like any point you thought you had there is gone.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
What
The
I
fact
was
that the
ex-
school lets him build a fucking jetpack, it's like, you are not oppressed, dude.
What I was expecting is that like we'd see him at home working hard on some science project or something, and it's not like a jetpack, but maybe like a volcano or something, a little cliche like that. And then you get some exposition about him, and then he shows up to the school with a science project, and then the bullies show up and they knock it out of his hand. They're like, "Hey, loser, that science project is dumb," and then they stuff him in a trash can or whatever. That's what I was thinking. But like
And
the way they
Mhm.
do it, I mean, not only is it so ineffective, but it's so fucking unbelievable and stupid.
Yeah.
the other
Like,
thing
the whole
that's
jetpack thing is
completely
ridiculous.
missed from this as well is the relationship with the sister, which was the other way you could have started pre-establishing how tough a life he has. Because like the premise of these two characters is, as mentioned, the mother is dead. Her dying wish was kind of that they go and live in this weird small town. So they go to the weird small town, and the sister is kind of in the role of the mother. And there is a
Where's the
line
dad?
later in the movie. Well, yeah, the dad just isn't even mentioned, right? But there is a line later in the movie when the movie thinks that it's created a conflict between the brother and sister, where the sister says, "Oh, I shouldn't have been so hard on him. I should have given him more time to be a kid." And at no point in the movie preceding has she ever been hard on him or stopped him being a kid.
Correct.
So like the other undeveloped thing about this is that their relationship doesn't exist. And if you wanted to do more with these characters, having her struggling to be an adult and maybe going too far, and having him straining against it is a really, really useful setup, because then the arcs both of them go on is one of them learns to chill out, one of them learns to grow up, and that's where they meet at the end of the film.
That's
They
what I'm
don't do anything
assuming-
with any of these characters.
I assume that's what may have been cut. Like there may have been scenes where she was, she was like taking his drawings off him, being like, "No, focus on your homework. That's blah blah blah," or something. I don't know. Just
It is possible that they had more scenes with them, and test audiences said these actors suck, and so they said, "Oh, whatever, just cut it." And it'll make $1 billion
the
either way.
audience,
Who cares?
the audience are happy whenever Jack Black or Jason Momoa are jumping up and down. We got to get more of that. So going,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It's like James Hetfield.
the girl gets no screen time for me to judge her performance that much, but I watched her in Wednesday and I was deeply not impressed. So I was like already concerned when I was going into this movie. I was like, I don't think I like her as an actress, but she had like very little to do in this movie, like almost nothing. And the fact that this movie tries to play it off, it's really hard to actually like nail down or understand who is supposed to be the protagonist here, or what is the assumed heart of the movie. But I guess one of those things could be argued to be the dynamic and relationship between the siblings, and the fact that I want to go back and count the exact number of lines that they do exchange between each other, because I think it's dramatically low. Like very few. So you can't have a relationship and a dynamic between two characters if you don't even have them converse. Just stating that they're siblings does not make us automatically care or understand them and their relationship.
All we try to do with the girl is the like, oh, she has to be a parent, but she's still a kid. But we do functionally nothing with that.
Yeah,
I swear to God, they
stripped
stripped so much of whatever her story was. She was on the verge of being cut from the whole film, probably.
Mhm.
Yeah. Throughout the
And-
film, my feeling is I saw hints of like they could potentially deliver a good performance. The two kids, I didn't mind them so much, but the material completely lets them down. It doesn't give them any like good dialogue to work with where they can deliver a good performance. It's also shallow.
Did they even have a chance to jump in there and say yeah? Like I don't think that even came up for either of them. Just me.
Mhm.
All those lines
Yeah.
to Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
And we've skipped over like quite a lot of the Jack Black, sorry, not the Jack Black stuff, the Jason Momoa stuff, right? Because
We
like
haven't
the kids
skipped
come
anything
in.
because we haven't done. Like we've just been moving from subject to subject. So we're still at his first scene, which is in the arcade. You know, just or wherever building he's in, just doing his exercises and taking like protein shakes and shit. Oh yeah, that's another thing. He's like the strongest person, and he
Yes.
kind of sucks in all of the physical combat.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
why I would argue like the girl is also kind of could be considered Mary Sue, because I mean, I'm jumping forward, but there's a scene where, they're being attacked and the girl is like really good and throwing those pigs around while Jason Momoa is just screaming like a girl and running away. This is fucking
It's
Jason
funny,
Momoa.
They can show him doing
Funny.
finger exercises as like a lol, his fingers are strong, but it's like it's Jason Momoa. You could see his muscles; they are huge. So he ain't a weakling, and he does. There's like a line at some point where he's like, "I'm gonna need some protein." It's just like, yeah, he probably packs a punch, but yet he is the most useless out of everybody when it comes to combat.
I think
That's
part of the
just the
rationale
same.
was like he is hogging so much of the spotlight relative to the kid, who I think should be the main character, that they want to counterbalance that with the fact that he's so ineffectual in the movie. It's like, oh, it'll be okay if he's like a
Well, you
big
could-
joke, but it just makes it more frustrating to watch. Where it's
But
just
you
like,
could
why
make
are you
him-
the spotlight, dude? You don't do anything.
He could be dumb but strong. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You
Yeah.
can do something with that. And you could still have the kids who actually are the real creative ones.
I mean, look
on
at
the- in the
Drax,
team.
right?
Yeah.
They give him loads of whenever they purposefully construct moments where he's going to shine with his strength.
Yes.
Yeah.
That seems like the obvious thing to do with him, but no, they made him like squeal like a little girl for
Did
a lot
he?
of it.
He didn't toss anybody into anything, right, Momoa?
I don't
No.
think so.
Isn't that like
a
the
bad
most
guy into a
Yeah.
vat of something?
Isn't
I
that the
don't
most
remember
obvious
that.
payoff? To do
Oh,
that?
yeah. But see, Muller, you're remembering what was said in these character introductions like it's going to matter later.
It's like his
Right.
famous signature move. You would have thought they would let him do that to maybe one of the bigger general pigs or something.
Why would that matter?
Why? Why? The writer's like, why would we do that? And it's like, well, it's because it's like the thing that you said that he does. It's like, huh? Fine. Don't
Yeah,
worry about
but why would that matter though?
it. Anyway, yeah. So he gets told he's on the verge of being evicted. He's washed up. Everything's going real bad for Mr. Momoa. Very, very sad. He's down on his luck, which I guess, if this was originally the intro to the film, he would be the main character.
Yeah, that's typically how movies function. Yeah. You kind of start with the main character.
Because I get what John's saying. It's like you'd think it would be the kid. That's how movies like this usually go.
Yeah.
But it's a bit unbalanced. Can't really track it as well as but
Well,
yeah.
it's the kids that are going to see this, right? The kids who play Minecraft and they want to see themselves, I think, as the main character, where it's like, oh yeah, he's the kid who's bullied at school, but he's really creative and he's sort of neglected, and he goes into this world and then he taps into his creative potential and uses his ingenuity to escape the world and save the day and return to the normal world, a changed, more stronger person. But no, like Jason Momoa is just awkwardly stuffed into it. And Jack Black as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the most confusing part, even, I mean, it's really hard to look past Jack Black as Steve, but once you accept that, it's kind of
once you accept it's cancer. once you've understood that that's reality.
The stages of grief. Eventually, you get to acceptance. Yeah.
You make peace with that, and then you just sort of look past him in the trailer, and you just see Jason Momoa awkwardly standing there, and you're like, what the fuck is going? Like, what? Why is he here? He's such a random addition. And I mean, this movie keeps like trying to bank on ridiculousness because it has no substance. So it's like,
have you noticed how much we've talked about this movie and we have yet to register like a whole character yet? Like that's how relevant she is that we've not even mentioned her in passing.
That's a metaphor for this movie and that entire character. I still don't know what that character does or what or their name or
nobody does.
She likes animals, and that's it. That's the whole thing. She likes animals in the real world, and then when there are animals in the Minecraft world, she likes them.
That's true.
I feel like whoever, I mean, unless you have seen this movie or like I don't know, I think that character is just so. It's really hard to explain what the hell happened there. I don't know why they're in the movie, and completely empty.
Yeah.
She's not especially funny either.
No.
They don't give her funny things to say.
Yeah, she has no lines. She has nothing to do. She might not have a name. I don't know. I don't know what she represents to other characters. I might have missed that in the movie, or I might not have.
Assuming we're talking about the same useless character.
I was going to say
Dawn. Her name
Wait,
is...
there's a second one?
Well, there's a few, arguably.
Yeah.
But I think you're talking about Dawn, who, in addition to being the real estate agent, also runs like a petting zoo.
Yeah,
it's a mobile zoo, purely for the visual gag of having a llama in a car. It's a mobile zoo, and
yes,
this is
on
incredibly funny.
The zoo comes to you, as they say. That's their slogan.
And because of the weird way this movie approaches anything approaching comedy, like this comes at the end of the kids' introduction scene. So you've just learned that their parent, the dad doesn't exist. You've just learned the mum is dead, and they've moved to this strange new town. And then they get out of the car, and here's a funny woman with a llama in a car. She'll be important. You can tell she's going to be a really important and integral character because they've given her two completely unrelated roles in her first scene: realtor, mobile zoo. She's just, I don't understand, except for the 4-quadrant thing, why she's in the movie.
I mean,
she's
the most cuttable element of the film. You could cut the scenes that she is in. I guess you couldn't cut them all without bit of airbrushing, but
Well, 'cause once she's in the Minecraft world, basically her only purpose is to be like, "Wow, that's crazy. Wow, that's
Yeah.
weird. Oh man, that's silly." That's basically it.
Yep.
Just to go
Which
like,
is
"Oh,
sad.
what the
she's
hell?"
introduced as
Like,
the
yeah,
animal
alright.
person, and the Minecraft world has animals in it, so you'd think they'd find a way to make those two things
Hey, she
related.
tames the
Maybe
wolf.
she'll.
Well, they
Well,
eventually did. But yeah, that's right.
that is
And then the wolves
integral.
I find
saved the
it-
day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like on a
Because-
poster right here. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say because the bone
Um.
spawns right in front of her, like the fucking other time. I don't know why they did that twice, but hey.
Yeah. On this poster, she's like the third credited, so she's probably getting paid a lot. And the funny thing is, the third credited and is not even in this movie, basically. 'Cause I don't know what the hell. Why was this character here? I don't want to make assumptions.
He was great.
You need 4 characters. You need 4. That's the number. You need 4 people plus Steve. That's why.
You
I
gotta
think that's
fill up
that
the
simple.
poster.
I think it is
Yeah.
that simple. It's just that 4 is a common number. You know, as much as 3 is pretty common. 4. You know, in a co-op game, you got 4 players, so you got 4 people who need to go on the Minecraft world.
She's not obnoxious, at least, but she is entirely useless.
You can forget she's there. I
Yeah.
guess that's the compliment.
Hmm.
So Jason Momoa goes to a storage unit auction because that's how he fetches old stuff and tries to make some money flipping stuff, I guess. And talking to an incredibly obnoxious guy who I think I recognize from some stuff, but I don't know his name actor-wise. Like retarded cowboy, and he's talking about this new storage unit that's getting sold off with like keeps listing useless shit. And then he says it's got a 1978 Atari Cosmos. And fucking Jason Momoa's like, oh, those things are worth a fortune. If you know, if that's actually in there, I'll consider spending time with you. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, what smart, intelligent person would ever let you know? Like, he's got to buy it off him. Like, why would you tell him it's worth a fortune? Fool.
Right.
But this doesn't play
Yeah.
into it at all. They just have a regular auction. The guy doesn't
Yeah,
think
'cause,
like, oh, I should probably,
the
That guy
implication is
really
they're
wants to
friends,
be
right?
friends.
Yeah,
Well,
the-
he really wants to be friends with Jason Momoa because he thinks he's so cool, and so he's gonna help him out. He's
Well,
not gonna.
The other aspect is we don't know if he knew the whole time that it wasn't actually in there, right? Because there's just a bunch of junk inside it. So
He says he didn't check, so I think
Does.
I took that as kind of like face value because I don't think this movie does subtext. So like I think that was just completely genuine. He didn't check the box, and nobody thought to ask him if he'd checked the box. But like the implication going into it is like because they're friends or because he wants to be friends. Yeah, there's some way that he will rig or change the rules of the auction, which of course like is impossible to do, so it doesn't happen. And in he goes, opens the box. There's nothing in the box.
like-
oh, but the Tesseract is there, so that's important.
the only thing that they needed from that whole conversation that lasts way too fucking long is just the note of the thing that Jason Momoa wants from, you know, the history of gaming or whatever is in that storage unit. Why wouldn't you just cut to the scene where they're doing the auction and he sees it, or it's in the listing, or what's in
Mhm.
there?
Yeah.
It's so quick. It's so much quicker, and this guy never turns up again. So like, it's not. We didn't build anything character-wise. It's just wasted time, and it gets weird too because as soon as he buys it, right, he writes a check and he says don't cash it for 6 months. Walks right in, picks up the box, realizes it's not actually in there. It's just junk. And he's like angry and he throws it around and maybe knocks a box over or something. The guy is just like, you know, stop doing that, stop trashing the unit or whatever. And it's just like, well, it's his now. Like he bought it, so I didn't really understand that. And then the guy is like, come on, everyone, let's go. He doesn't respect storage units.
And what the hell?
I
What
was
kind
just
of
like,
joke is
what the
this?
fuck is happening?
It's just there because it gets like quirky, detached humor. It's the reason like when they're walking toward it, they make this big thing and they do it like 3 times of the fact that there are like, is it 17 unisex turquoise blouses or something? And they think that's really funny. So they keep saying, so, oh, we could
Yeah.
like, go out on the town wearing the unisex blouses. And it's so funny, we're going to say that again. And it was still so funny, we're going to say that again. And then you get the storage unit thing, which is like, this is just there because this is how the film approaches comedy. There isn't actually any setup or payoff. There's no rules. There's no link to the world. It's not in any way satirical. It is just quirky, and quirk is
Yeah.
funny, and that's it. Then they added in the line after the the working cut of learn about, stop looking for dreams in storage units, and that's like we needed a character beat from this because we can't just have it be funny.
It's just so
because
meaningful.
it's not funny.
Which, yeah, I guess that wraps up our intro to Jason Momoa's journey, who really is, like, it's the most significant journey in the film, so,
That needs to be stressed, right? It's like all of that is the most character work the movie will do. It's
Yeah, because that's how he
this is
finds
like
the cube as well, by the way. Orb, whatever
yeah,
the fuck.
Mhm.
but it is like, and
So
I think
yeah.
at that point in the movie, I could see it maybe not being a complete write-off because at least they're giving Jason Momoa's character something like a backstory. He's got problems. He needs to overcome them. There is a flaw in his character. He has values. He has wants. Obviously, these are useful things to come into a movie with. He's not a complete cardboard cutout. The problem is that they then don't really develop any of them, and they don't really get paid off in any way either. And then when you really go back and look at it, there's even confusions about the fact that why would you have it that he goes to auctions to buy gaming equipment that he really loves in order that he can sell it because he has money problems, as opposed to a cleaner and like more nostalgia tinted one where like the reason he's in money problems is because he goes and buys these things and he runs this old fashioned arcade which makes no money, but he does it because of the love and the nostalgia for gaming of that era. And that's the reason for his financial hardship, not the fact that he can't shift things which are very
Miraculously
valuable.
flips by the end of the film.
Yeah.
With a line of dialogue, everything is it's the most poppin' shop in the entire town. Like, why? Because it is. Oh, I guess because they made a like record-breaking, extremely popular video game too. Somehow, fuck was the setup for that?
The movie never gives you a moment to actually believe that his character is a seasoned gamer. Like, there's a scene where he's in his store and he's playing an arcade cabinet and he's like wiggling both joysticks that are meant for player 1 and 2 as if he's like this master gamer. Like,
Well,
and they're all controls for a single person. And it's just like, I'm not supposed to take any of this fucking seriously, am I?
I
Like,
think that was actually what they were going for, because in the tournament he's playing a co-op game, but he's only him on his side. He's like playing two people at once. I think that's why it's
is that
supposed to
what
be
they're
impressive.
okay?
Yeah, but I'll give it to you. Like, whenever they show him, like Jason Momoa doing it, it just looks like he's spamming. He isn't. It's just like blah, blah, blah. It's like when they can't show you actors playing the piano in movies and stuff.
Yeah.
I
could
pretend he's playing it, but fine about it. Yeah, and then we get the intro to the other two characters, main man and main girl, brother and sister. Who, yeah, I was struck quite quickly by the acting. I was like, oh. They both feel very like, I guess I'm here. I'll do it. It's like, oh. Maybe that's because of just the contrast of the energy for Jack Black and Jason Momoa. They might be energy vampires for everyone else somewhat. It's just none left in the room after they're done with it.
If you take out Jason Momoa and Jack Black, I mean, it's hard to say again what would make or not make this movie worse, but it would it would sorry. It would fall so much flatter. It would just be boring nothingness if it concentrated on kids the way it does right now.
I think the bare minimum is that you need the kid and you need Steve. I mean, I think it's arguable that you even need like maybe like the kid could fulfill the Steve role in a way. Like the sister, I can understand she's there to sort of expand on the
family dynamic,
the kid's emotional story. Yeah, but they don't do anything with that.
Nope.
I mean, this movie can easily lose Dawn and Garrett. Like, they don't need to be there. But if Jason Momoa is obviously just there because he's big star who's a producer.
Yeah.
And we mostly already talked about the back and forth. It's very how do I put this, like, practical dialogue of just, our mum is the reason we're here, we're doing this, I work this job, this is what's gonna happen next, la la la. It's all very like, which isn't great considering we've already had like fucking 10 minutes of exposition, 2 expositional prologues. But hey, you know, it's the I was about to say it's the fastest way to get it done. It's like, it's not even. Not even.
No, it's just
No.
very basic.
Yeah.
There is one bit of quite remarkable dialogue in there that Rags would like to point out. Natalie says, our mother's dying words were for us to live in this town, or at least that's how I interpreted it.
Mhm.
What? what does that mean?
Well,
Yeah, that's...
What is this town? What is it called? Where are they?
I forget the name of it.
is it
It's
We're in
Chugless?
Idaho,
Chugless.
right?
It is
Chugless?
Chugless.
Yeah.
That is the name of the town.
Chugless.
What a
Yep.
name.
That was the one laugh the movie got out of me. I was just like, oh, they're really going with that. That's the name. Okay. Chugless. It's
Oh,
written
so,
on the high
yeah,
school and
right.
everything.
That didn't work for me,
No.
but nothing did. So, you know, what's the point of even saying that, I guess?
So she makes him
So
oh, go ahead.
I just want to say I have a confession to make that I was actually chuckling quite a bit throughout the first act, but I was laughing at it because there was a compounding effect of like the quick pace and the fact that everything was so fucking dumb and ridiculous and unbelievable. And there's like there's such a lack of punchlines for a movie that's supposed to be a comedy. I fell into a kind of hysteria where I couldn't stop giggling.
We all have our
through,
coping
like, a
mechanisms. I
bunch of the
understand.
first act, yeah. And I
I
remember
gotcha.
thinking, like, fuck, you know what? This movie is fucking terrible so far, and I know that the rest of the movie is probably going to be fucking terrible. But if the movie manages to make me laugh like this for the entire, like, hour and a half, 2 hours, however long it is, then by the end of it, I won't be so sore that I spent the money at least. I'll like, I can acknowledge, like, this movie sucks, but it's like, at least I laughed for 2 hours.
It's the Madam
then-
Web contingency, right? It's like it was
Yeah.
really bad, but quite funny, and I kind of enjoyed how terrible it was.
Imagine how much
Yeah.
fun it would be if Steve was played by Gal Gadot. Exact same dialogue, and she has to do the same sort of like body language that Jack
Delivery?
Black does. Yeah.
Flint and steel.
Just oh, see. Oh, I'm just saying it could really rise up in the entertainment factor. I don't know.
Just imagining her trying to do the lava chicken song now. That's just yeah, that would be good. I'd definitely pay to see that one.
Exactly.
She would sing Imagine.
So the sister makes a tater tot breakfast pizza, which is apparently their mum's recipe or something. She says you can hand it out on your first day, like as an attempt, I guess, to make friends or something, which is just disastrous in so many different ways. And the kid says back, like, snarkily, I thought you wanted me to seem normal. And I was like, how are you, how is it, what's the dynamic here? Like, he's supposed to be the outcast, like the autistic gaming person, but he's clearly normal. Like, he's perfectly normal throughout the whole film. He's just a normal kid. And you could be like,
the movie...
oh yeah, but that's the point, isn't it? He's just a creative normal kid. It's like, no, but they try to make it a big effort that he's basically outcasted, that he struggles in real life, and that he's got to overcome that. It's like, but he's not.
And the movie gets it confused as well because, like, it's very hard to say the problem is that you don't fit into a normal world when the normal world you create is such a caricature. So, like, he might be normal, but the world he's in already is really fundamentally strange and abnormal. So, like, on top of the pizza rolls, like, she gives him this signature scent because everyone in this town has a signature scent. They're really big here. And it's there for one setup, and like it's paid off the next scene. It's mentioned once more, and that's it. And then the entire town revolves around this potato chip manufacturer thing called Chuggy. Is Chuggy the mascot?
The vice principal is just obviously weird, like a very weird lady.
Oh yeah, because like she's introduced as like I'm like an open book, which means I just tell you like the entirety of my meta character.
Hey,
but
she
then so
sets
many
up all
other
of her
characters
scenes.
also do it.
Her great fucking scenes are set up in that first scene, you know? How are we need to know her marital status, otherwise the joke won't work.
Singled out. I've seen those scenes singled out as a point of praise, like as being a noteworthy good part of an otherwise bad film, which I find remarkable.
Why?
I mean, we can talk about them right now if you want, because you can talk about them anytime. We can just do it all now. May as well.
Yeah, so then that way we can skip them later.
Yes. So her intro, she just volunteers the fact that she's gone through or going through a divorce. And it's Jennifer Coolidge being weird. She's practically been permacast as like the woman who is desperately horny in everything. Like I kind of feel sorry for her.
Stickler's mom, bro. She's back.
That's all you ever see her do, unfortunately. I'm sure she's capable of a lot more, but you'll never see it. So that's set up. And then a villager goes through the portal into the real world and she runs him over. You may have seen this online already. It's in like the trailer and stuff. And so she offers as, you know, a way for him to not sue her, and because she's desperate, that they'll go on a date. And the film aggressively cuts to this date like 3 different times while the story's happening, and it's clearly meant as like either the director or one of the writers or a producer, somebody thought this was the funniest fucking thing. Like they were just falling on the floor laughing when they wrote this, and they knew it was going to work. They knew it. It was going to be the best joke in the whole movie. So it just cuts back, and it'll be like, so talk about yourself, and then it'll just show the villager being like, huh?
Yeah.
And that's the joke every time.
It's a one-note gag that's not even a gag, really. And it's stretched out so thin, and it's used as a sort of intercut device to break up the A plot.
Yeah, it'll be like some epic action moment, and they're doing this and that, and it's like reality of a thing, and then it'll just hard cut to the fucking restaurant. It'll be like, so, how are you?
And they cut back to the restaurant repeatedly, despite the fact that time is passing in the A plot and things are happening in the A plot. Cut back to the B plot. It's like they're still in the fucking restaurant. We already did this. This wasn't funny the first time. We're still fucking doing this. Are you kidding me?
It's a villager in the real world going, huh? And that's funny.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the film, he's Matt Berry.
Yeah, and
Oh,
the joke there is like,
that his voice?
you gave up
I'm pretty
the
sure, right?
love of your life, and now I get to reap the rewards. That's it. And,
And now she can speak villager as well. She can say, huh? And you see, now he's learned English in one night, apparently. Like, actually in one night. That's what he says. And it's like, oh, isn't that funny? He used to just go, huh? Now he's speaking English. That's really funny.
and yeah, it's the most the way I think I described it to Fring is like it's one of those jokes that you say you explain it all. There's no laugh, and you go, well, my friends found it really funny. So people I've told before.
Yeah, but
really laugh.
apparently that's true. Apparently people thought it was really funny that the villagers going on a date and going, huh? It's like, yeah, all right, okay.
They even top it off in one of the races. Like the final restaurant scene when they go to leave, the waiter comes up and says, "Have you finished?" And she says, "No, I think he's Swedish."
Oh, but see, get it? Because Minecraft is Swedish. It's a Swedish game,
Oh,
so
that's
it works
why
on
it's
multiple
funny.
levels.
Okay.
So that's why
right.
it's
Minecraft
funny.
This is the deep lore. This is the deep lore. You know, this is the thing that only real Minecraft fans will know, that Minecraft is Swedish. I'll be like, haha, I see what you did there.
They don't even do any like facial reaction gags where the real humans are reacting to the fact that this weird fucking thing has entered the world. It's like nobody goes, "What the fuck is that?" You know? It's just like, yeah, there's a villager there. Like nobody like bats an eye.
All the scenes
that
with Jennifer
really does-
Coolidge and some of the other quirky adult characters feel like Paul Feig's Ghostbusters, where it's like, be funny, improv, we'll throw it in the movie, who cares?
I had big Ghostbusters 2016 energy from this film. Quite a bit, actually.
No, it's the quirky Napoleon Dynamite humor. That's what people said.
If you had asked me, like, who do you think directed this film, the director of, and you had to name something else, I don't think I would ever have picked Napoleon Dynamite, even after 1,000 guesses.
Of course not.
And the fact that this movie doesn't even utilize one of the biggest aspect of villagers, that is like them trading stuff, like that's their main purpose, and it's not even like mentioned with this guy. It could be like the part of the gag, and not just, oh, he says whatever he says. I'm not even gonna attempt to do that.
Yeah. But there's an interesting like opportunity to parallel it, because like in the A plot you do have them going and meeting villagers, and Jack Black is explaining the game traits of villagers and like the game behaviors of villagers, and that you could have shown those things being triggered in the real world if you actually had self-respect as a writer and were genuinely funny. But they didn't do any of that. So like Jack Black just mentions all of these villager traits, and I don't think we see a single one of them in action. But that was the obvious chance to use those in the real world. But fuck it.
Yeah, it would be so funny if he became like really popular and powerful because people kept like going to him with like random objects and trading them in for like diamonds and shit. That would be
The villager becomes the president. That's
yeah.
like what the song is about.
That's like a South
sort of
Park joke.
uplifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave does feel like it, but that would have been that could have been a meme.
Yeah. Ah, there's so much to do with this movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, that perfume you'd mentioned as well, it's just another example of how awesome the script is. She says he's like, it's so powerful and you just spray it and walk into it. That's how much, like, it's so potent. And he does that, and he says, wow, smells like banana brand poo.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I really thought to myself, it's like, that was it for you? You wrote that and you thought, yeah, funny.
Yeah.
There
There's
were a
nothing you
few-
can like point to that's like a solid punchline that's respectable. It's just like all the comedic quote unquote dialogue is just sort of vaguely funny to the writers in some way. Where it's just like I guess they thought the word poo was funny and mixing it with the idea of banana bread.
Well, with some
Like,
of
they
them, I
thought
thought
that
it
was
was more the
amusing.
case like they were sat down and they realized they had to write jokes for a PG movie, and then they just gave up. And so it's like we,
Yeah, 'cause
we
they say-
can't be funny without
say
swearing. So
but.
what are we gonna do?
They
Yeah.
say butt instead of ass, like, a lot, which always, I think, kills any edge a joke can have when you say, like, I'm gonna kick your butt.
Yeah.
Right? If you want, that sort of thing. Or,
And
like,
it's a reference to unaliving a certain character as opposed to killing a certain character. It's just like
that. Did you know that got changed as well? Like,
no.
okay, so I thought I was crazy, but there's two versions. It's I'm going to unalive you and I'm going to annihilate you. And I thought
Oh.
when I was listening to it, I was like, I could have sworn it was unalive, but I guess I misheard it, and it was annihilate the whole time. And then I saw someone referencing it in a tweet, and I was like, no, it was unalive.
It
They
was
switched
definitely
it.
unalive.
Yeah, like
Mm.
so
Yeah.
the original line was annihilate, and they switched it in the theatrical to unalive, which
Mhm.
I guess because like it kind of annoys me that unalive has made it into an actual movie.
Yeah.
But oh well.
And it humanizes the pigs even further, because it is said so innocently, of like, I guess I'm gonna unalive you and stuff, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
very unfortunate.
Well,
Yeah.
the kid just decides to go straight to Jason Momoa's shop, where he then straight away pretty much just bumps into the cube. There are other pieces of dialogue. I just don't know how relevant it would be to discuss any of them.
I guess the only useful one is that Jason Momoa's character is now running like a training course, a motivational training course for people on how to succeed at life, which I think is what clues the kid into like, well, this guy needs money, which is what then is setting up him bringing him to the school later with the offer of money, which is like it's a tiny
Well,
thing.
you say that, but
but
it's also the only other person he knows in the whole like world right now that
True,
can do
yeah.
this. It's so obvious in terms of just it's like he's got to go here and he's got to speak to him, and then he's got to do the cube thing. Well, that'll be later, but you know what I mean. Like it's all so done for purpose that it's like soulless. There's just so little effort going in, but whatever. It's done. Those two now know each other exist. He also the thing where he like grabs his food and just rips open the foil, gets his hands on it just to see what it is so fucking strange. Like no one in the world would ever do that.
Yeah.
It's a pizza wrapped in foil with tater tots on top, and he just puts his hand on the top and rips off the foil. Like, okay. Obviously,
Oh,
That was
yeah.
one of the things I chuckled at
This
because
movie-
it was so fucking like stupid. It's just like that's their idea of a joke most of the time throughout
Yeah.
the movie. It's just like, what weird thing can we have the actors do with these props? I know. Instead of opening it like a regular person, just fucking stick your whole hand on it and rip it open. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was taking notes throughout the movie, and that made me want to that made me write down what the hell is with this movie and food? Why is everybody fingering shit weirdly on plates? You started with Steve with the potato mesh or stuff mush, and then you
Yeah.
have this. and in a span of like, I don't know, a few minutes, and it's just weird and uncomfortable.
Well, that's when you get the principal part, and then the go to the still life drawing thing. I think before the teacher discovers he's doing it wrong, there's a student next to him that says something, because they're talking about like his jetpack thing, and he mentions math, and then the guy next to him says, "My dad says math has been debunked."
Yep.
That's also a note I took.
Man, you know?
But it's just like this surface level setup. He says that, and then the other kid says, "Oh, he thinks he's a rocket scientist." So Protag kid can say, "I want to be a rocket scientist." Say, "Oh, you're doing the
It's just
yeah, the rest of the world is dumb and holding you back. We get it."
a lot of these lines. I just get the sense the writer is looking at me with like a smile after they say it, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Not funny, man. And they're like, what do you mean? And you sort of just move on. You're like, never mind. We don't need to talk about it because looks like you've already cracked the code on comedy. Great.
So the other thing
It's
with the teacher who teaches that class, because like the principal is introduced and she introduces herself as being like her gimmick is that she just like she is an open book. She tells everything kind of as it is inside her head, so she has no guile and she just like blurts out whatever comes to mind. Which you think like the point of a gimmick is that it's kind of unique, but as soon as you cut to the other teacher, he's basically exactly the same in that he like his intro to the entire class is and but most of
Oh
those
yeah.
kids have been his students for the entire time, so they should already know this. It's just for the audience when he says, "Oh yeah, my life sucks, my financial situation. I wouldn't want anyone to live in my world. I teach gym and also art, and I had like $4,000 on my tax return, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on." So pick a character to have this as their trait and just leave it with them, but don't do it to all of the other ones as well, because then it ceases to be a gimmick. It just becomes boring.
Yeah, so
It's
far.
funny. Just let them improv. Say whatever you want, man. It'll be funny.
Yeah, like in
It's-
treating every single scene and every single character across not only in the Minecraft world but the real world like as an absurd joke. It's like
Mhm.
if you make the whole thing absurd. Like you'd think they would have considered like establishing a sense of boring normalcy in the real world.
Mhm.
And then when they go to Minecraft, it's like everything's absurd and fun and stuff. That contrast could have been something, they could have done
Mhm.
something with, but instead the whole thing is treated like a farce. You can't get invested in anything. There's no contrast that's utilized.
Yeah, so far every character we have introduced, it's either being narrated through exposed or exposition, and then you have every other character that does not happen to is literally just telling their entire history to you verbally, which is like literally every single character aside from this woman, Dawn.
Yeah,
That is
they
no
try to get away
character at
with
all.
it by being like, isn't it funny because the backgrounds are so goofy? So we're allowed to do exposition because it's so funny.
Yeah.
But
Very
it
funny
isn't.
though. Go right ahead. But yeah, they discover he's making the jetpack drawing, and one of them is like, "You want to be a rocket scientist?" And he's like, "I'd love to be a rocket scientist." And then he just goes, "Okay, prove it." And then it just has like a montage cut of him building a jetpack, as though the teachers would ever let him do that. He's got a fucking like fire extinguisher and he's doing chemistry shit. It's just like this is your first hour in school. Yours is a life drawing class. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This is what I mean about like they didn't capture the creative stunting at all. He's doing something that anyone wouldn't be allowed to do just casually. But yeah, off he goes, and it's perfectly functional. It's just that he gets sabotaged by the big mean bullies, who, by the way, he never discovers that they sabotaged it, and they never get punished for that.
No,
Right.
That
it's
happened in
just
the beginning of the
concluded that
movie,
he messed up.
so it's over now.
Well, because I think the writers think they covered it when by the end of the movie they see him doing something impressive, and they're like,
And everybody likes him, and they're like, oh damn, no, he
Like,
is
haha,
cool,
they
and we're
lost.
not. And that's like, there you go. Yeah,
they didn't even do the
comeuppance.
typical thing of like the jetpack lands in a mud pile and splatters them with mud, and they go, oh, and you're like, haha, darn it.
Yeah.
Nope. But yeah, it flings and flies off into the mascot of the town, I guess, the chip potato guy, and that crashes into the water, and that's where his
How
sister works too.
inconvenient.
Yeah, it's all so terrible, and this is what I mean. This has nothing to do with creative stunting. You know, what I mean? Like, this is a drama of, like, as though this would be more suitable if he was a troublemaker, you know? But really, at the core of it is just creativity. But keeps getting himself in trouble in school, and they keep moving schools or something like that. That's what this feels like. But no, it's supposed to somehow match the whole... Because, like, she's calling, and he needs a guardian to come and talk about this. But he's like, oh, I don't want my sister to do it. I need to get Jason Momoa. And at this point in the film, I was just like, why? I mean, she's gonna find
So
out.
that we can start the plot. We're going to start the plot now. This is how Jason Momoa will be tagging along in the adventure.
Mhm.
We
Pretty
got
much.
to start the plot, but for some reason the film doesn't seem at all concerned with creating any kind of tension, which is it's like this is film. That's kind of what you're supposed to do, is to like juxtapose things and create tension. Like for example, like if you're gonna do the thing where the jetpack gets tampered with, have the scene before the exhibition or whatever, the demo, where it's like the bullies take the thing and they're messing with it, and then it's like this'll teach them. And then like you go to the scene where they're out on the field about to test it, and then it's like as an audience member, like, oh, it's this dramatic irony, right? Where it's like
Because
this
it's
is
like 2
end
seconds.
badly, but the kid doesn't know it yet, right?
And when they
But they
sabotage
don't
it, they're
even
right
do that.
next to him. It's kind of weird.
Right, yeah.
This ain't no Sebulba sabotaging Anakin, okay? That was done with finesse.
Mhm.
That's when we knew how to make movies.
Yeah.
They also, what if he just wasn't perfect at everything right off the bat, and it went wrong because of
Yep.
some sort of, like, he rushed through it, or he didn't consider some aspect, and something we can build upon later, because he has like a raw talent, but he needs to, I don't know, be more precise or patient or whatever, something.
Sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
He
Or
has no arc that he needs to go on, not like Emmett.
who has to go on a real difficult arc in many ways, to be fair. But
Very hero's journey.
I think it's better that they had him looking at his book, and then Jason Momoa walks up to him, looks at the book, and says, "Wow, you are super creative." Because that really told me what kind of character I was dealing with. I was like, well, that is a creative character. Why else would Jason Momoa say that?
Yeah.
How many fucking films do this? Like, why would you put the effort into showing that whole jetpack sequence to then tell me, like, he is creative,
Right.
damn it?
Show and tell. Why not do both?
But yeah, they fiddle around with the cube with the glass thing. There's a warning of like, don't fuck with it, but then they both like, hey, let's do it anyway. And I don't know if it was ADR. I think it might be because they didn't know how to justify what happens next, or maybe a scene that used to exist, but they had to cut it out. How do you get from holding it here to getting to the portal? And so you hear the kids say, I feel like it wants to go somewhere. And it's such a like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? Like, what
Yeah.
what are you trying
That
to
was stitched together.
It's like,
The
do you
movie
mean
does,
it's
like-
dragging you somewhere? It's like, no, it just feels like it wants to go somewhere. Like,
I had a
okay.
feeling it was perfectly acceptable. But you said that there's a note warning you not to do something. I think that's underplaying what the note is. The note, which is from Jack Black, basically says, on no account put these two things together. Don't go through the portal because there's like loads and loads and loads of riches down here, and it's amazing, but it's too dangerous, so don't do it. So it's like the note could only possibly have been written if he'd read the script and he knew what Aquaman's condition is, because it even says, even if you're a struggling small business owner, don't
but
do
that's
it.
funny. That's
Well,
funny.
yeah, it's hilarious, and so I don't mind.
Very
And
funny.
throughout up until now, the film establishes that this cube is perpetually glowing, regardless of where it is. So it's not even like the thing glows brighter the closer it is to the portal or something
Yeah.
like that. That could have been something that's to sort of convince the audience, like, oh, okay, that's how they find the portal. But instead, they just go with the kid having this instinctual feeling, like it wants me to go here. It's like,
Like I
what?
said, it
What-
may
what
have been a scene that justified pushing them to the mine that they just got cut or something, because it's so quickly done. It's just, the next time we see them, they're at the mine. It's like, oh, okay.
And then there's
Yeah.
an intervening shot where so like the sister goes home and for reasons I guess calls the what even like Dawn, is that her name? I think
Yeah.
Dawn is her name. The mobile zoo lady. I don't know why she calls her. She calls her to say, "Oh, I can't find him. He's not been anywhere," as though this woman could possibly help. And then she gets like a text on her phone or something, and it says, "Oh, they're just playing in an abandoned mine shaft." But when you next cut to the brother and Jason Momoa, they're not in the mine shaft yet. They're just arriving. So everything goes out of sequence for that entire part of the movie.
Yes. And the wolf has been like watching them, and I got really confused to this point because I was like, okay, wait. So when did that note get written? Was that put with? Did he write that in the Nether and put it with the orb?
Well, there was
The note and the
no
shell
time
for the
that.
cube thing is so fucking stupid. It's like not only is this thing perpetually glowing and nobody thinks to like investigate this object. Like what the fuck is powering this thing? What is this thing? Everybody just
I've
treats
seen
it
this
like
thing
it's
in
just
Avengers.
some...
I know what it does.
Yeah. And then so in the guy's shop, you see the cube and the cube-shaped shell there, and nobody ever thinks to put one in the other until the moment where it's like the portal needs to be opened up. And then there's this note that I guess is just lying there in the shop the whole time. It's never introduced visually earlier in the movie. And like,
No, yeah,
and
because it didn't
despite
fall out
it
with the
being in
cube.
the shop and
It
being
didn't-
moved from the garage of where the auction was, this for some reason is the first time that Jason Momoa actually gets around to reading the thing for some reason. Like, wouldn't you have read this before?
Yeah.
Like, it's so shockingly fucking lazy, like, writing.
Because like, yeah, when he emptied the box and the cube fell out, I don't remember there being a note in there.
Yeah.
Nope.
So the note, it just like materializes, I guess, somehow in the shop.
Why did they feel the
But
need to
obviously,
have the note? The note doesn't help
yeah,
anything, you know?
No.
yeah, the note is basically just there as a gag. Like, don't ever do this thing that will move us into Act 2. And it's
Even
just
if
like,
you're Jason
let's
Momoa, like
do
that's
it.
kind of the
This is, I mean, not an excuse for it, but an explanation for it is that it gives Jason Momoa a reason to follow the kid
Right.
with the cube, as opposed to
Right,
not
yeah.
doing that because obviously he needs the money. But like that, it's still completely broken. It's just that's why I think they chucked it in.
Do you think that
Right.
all of the things that relate to Jason Momoa's sidetracking was maybe like a reshoots thing or something? Because like all the scenes where because remember when he pulls Jack Black aside to set that up? That's very like that could have been a reshoot. But then they're in the mines. It's like could they maybe have changed the reason why they go to the mines to then have their scene where they have the big fight? Because that's like the only fight the characters have in the whole movie that's significant.
I don't know because like by the end you realize that all they're doing is just they're doing the Han Solo trope, and by trope I mean they're just making him into Han Solo, and like the only thing that like dumb people know about Han Solo is that he starts off by valuing money, and he comes to value something more important than money, and so he flies in to save the day, and he says, "Let's blow this thing and go home," which is exactly what Jason Momoa will go on to do in this movie. So I
True.
think it was always there. I just don't know that it was always there like this, because they even say like at one point it's a massive detour to get to the mines with the diamonds in, but then actually it's completely on their route, and they just throw in a Lord of the Rings reference. Do we go over or under? And so they go under because that's where the diamonds are, but they don't go out of their way. So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, in any case,
It would be strange if he was a complete afterthought because he's the only one with an arc.
Yeah.
I'm
That
thinking
would
maybe
be-
there was a different reason, because that would really explain the whole note thing. Because you're totally right; it does set up. It's like it mentions the diamonds or the riches or whatever, and then he has the scene with Steve where he sets up that he's going to be trying to get it. And I was thinking about any other scenes that sort of, and it's like the big fight scene might have been something that they wanted to generate, and so they had to get. Maybe it was different. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but you can even from the two versions that people are seeing of this film, you can already see the amount of mistakes that they've been trying to correct and stuff. It's a really good movie. It is, sorry, is what I meant. Anyway, so they quickly they catch up to Jason Momoa and Kid immediately, the other two, and it's before they've gone in the portal. So any writer would now be like, "Uh-oh, we're not going to be able to get them to just jump in. So what do we do?" And then arbitrarily, the fucking cube just decides, "Well, now I'm going to drag you in." Which is odd.
Yeah, why does it do that?
Yeah, because that's not a function that we'll ever see again on either side. It just does it this time now. And of course,
Yeah.
it means that the kid's dragged in, and thus drags in everyone else behind him. But for some reason, they don't come in all together. They come in one by one. And
Yeah,
what
it's
I mean by
really
that is that they are dragged
strange.
in one by one, despite being connected when they get dragged in.
Yeah, there's like a 5-second gap between each. It's like, wait, what's happening on the other side, though?
Yeah, I don't really know.
It's like a doorway. It's like walking through a door, but for some reason, when they walk through the door, they're all split up and come in 5-10
Yeah.
seconds later, so that they can comedically slam into each other.
Which, by the way, notably,
Yeah.
was when Dawn comes in and hits Jason Momoa over. That is the only time that most of my cinema laughed. The only
Why?
time.
Hmm.
Because Funny Man Fall
Okay.
Over, I think.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I mean,
yeah.
not only on the Minecraft end of the portal do they get to have the scene where it's like they all fly in and hit each other, but then before they have the wacky scene that they're all getting sucked in and pulling on each other's clothes, trying to keep each other out, and they're all like, "Whoa!" They can't just walk in.
Mhm.
Like, so let's make the cube do this fucking arbitrary thing where it pulls you.
Yeah. It is actually of note, by the way. Like I said, it was hyper popular, but barely any laughs throughout the entire film, my entire cinema. And I thought maybe
Really?
this was a result of it being a British theater, but I mentioned this to Platoon already. I have never felt more shame, my nation, than when this film ended. And bear in mind, this was not the case for the end of Avengers Endgame, broadly speaking. But when this film hit credits, the audience clapped, all of them.
Really?
Lapped.
I
Are
was
you serious?
shocked because Britain is like they never do that here, ever. And I
Did
was
I
just
get
like, what is?
this Minecraft movie?
And me and my mum shared like one of the like it was like a movie-esque sort of expression to each other when we realized everyone was clapping. It was like, what the fuck?
Oh
I think all I heard
God.
in my theater was like murmuring from children when a thing that they recognized showed up. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's the creeper. Oh, the skeletons.
Was it mostly
Nobody
children who
really-
were clapping? Like, have we ruined the next generation, or was
Um,
this adults also being ruined?
it seemed like a good selection of everybody. I did have a look around. I was
Oh my
like, that's
goodness.
crazy. There they go. Look at the
Well, you
West has
have
fallen.
seen the clips, right, of people in cinemas where it's just a whole bunch of people just reciting the lines from the film as they occur in the film. That's
Mhm.
got to be.
I mean, let's
I-
this is what the MCU and Star Wars have been doing for years. Is juicing the IP until it's dry. Like Minecraft is a plump for this. Like it's not been done yet. It's like give it a soft squeeze. Look at all that juice that comes out. It's like yes, let's go. Minecraft 2. We can get another one surely.
Right.
Mhm.
Maybe they were just
Well-
really confused and they didn't know how to react to what they'd seen. That sometimes happens. It's like I
Yeah.
was on a plane going down into Italy, which like we had to get diverted because of fog, and there was a bit of turbulence, but it was nothing like major. And then the plane landed, and you could tell everyone was a little bit tense and a little bit confused, and we didn't know where we were. So some people just started clapping. It's like you think about it and say, well, the alternative is that what the plane just crashes and everybody dies. They just did their job. That's not anything particularly remarkable. Sometimes people just react in strange ways when they've seen something completely incomprehensible.
Yeah.
Listen, with all these plane crashes, you're gonna applaud the pilot when they land successfully these days. Say, good job, thank you.
Well,
Yeah,
I was just gonna
Mhm.
say quick on the way out because I did mention this before the stream, but there were several people chatting about the film. One of them did say that was easily the best movie I've seen.
Mm.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm glad they enjoyed it, but I'd be curious if they thought that the next one they see is also the best movie they've ever seen, and the next one, and the next one. Not even Minecraft at that point, just anything.
I mean, I don't remember. I mean, Endgame was definitely one of them, but I've been to multiple movies. I feel like where people clapped at the end, and sometimes so it happens that there are like a few, like very passionate fans or active members of the society that sort of take the initiative, or how is that word pronounced? But
You got
then
it.
everybody else, out of confusion and kind of like politeness, go along. Sometimes that kind of thing does happen. I feel like I've witnessed it before. But my audience was very active, but there were also like definitely like teenagers, and it was really hard to understand whether they were ironically enjoying it or actually enjoying it. Because when he went, "I'm Steve," they actually clapped, and I was like, "Is this what?" Am I in a?
Because someone in chat just said, like, it is a meme though, it's ironic, and someone said 100%
Yeah.
ironic enjoyment. So sorry, my audience were not ironically enjoying it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that. I mean, everyone is telling me that it was in fact ironic, and they recognized the meme, and that's why. But they didn't clap for anything else, I think. But I've never seen so much because the finger pointing thing is just like mostly a meme and like a comical way of expressing it, like finger point. There was literal finger pointing all over the theater. Like people were actually pointing at the screen all the time. I've never seen that before. I didn't know that it occurred in real life, like actually. But it did. Like these kids were pointing fingers and like talking to each other. So my impression was they were actually impressed by this movie, and I was scared. I thought they would like smell my like distaste for this,
An
and I just
interloper
couldn't.
must destroy her.
I couldn't wait to get out.
Yeah, like I
You wonder
said,
how much
there
of
was
it-
very few laughs for the whole cinema like experience. Like it seemed the audience were just enjoying it. They weren't like, you know, trying to meme with it or at it or anything. And some of the jokes that were intended to make you laugh worked here and there. But by the time it hit credits, you could tell that a vast majority of the audience were just happy with the experience, clapped and said that was great, and they're probably gonna see it a few more times, which, you know what? Good for you.
You kind of wonder like how much of that is that, especially in the case of kids or like people who play Minecraft a lot, like the finger pointing thing, a recognizable thing on screen. All it's doing is reminding them of a much better story that they played themselves in the game, and like that it's reminded them of good entertainment. It's
Cool.
not actually been good entertainment, but it's reminded them of something better, and that's that's it. That's everything that everybody enjoys about this film. It's just, hey, remember when we played the game and this happened with that thing in it? In which case, the film is not really a film; it's just a kind of a jolt.
Mm-hmm.
The pointing made me think of somebody pointing at the screen and then pointing at you, like Donald Sutherland in Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where it's like they realize that you're mocking them. Like,
The non-believer.
yeah.
Oh my
Someone just
God.
turning to you being like, are you laughing with it or at it? And you're like, oh, with it, with
Yeah.
it, with it. Definitely with it.
Yeah. Well,
I was
the
actually
start of
scared.
Act 2 is where my giggling ran out, where I was just like, "Fuck, I'm out of patience with this now," and I was bored. And
Mm.
the beginning of Act 2, this is supposed to be the fucking fun and games part, but it's like this is where I started getting insanely bored with it.
I checked the time on my phone 3 different times just to like. I'd
I
like
was
this to be over.
shocked when I realized that this film was only like an hour and a half. I was stunned.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. Like I looked at the clock and I was like, "Are you? It's only been like it's like an." I truly thought this film was like 2 hours long. But then when I realized it was,
It
I was
seemed
like,
like it.
"Holy shit!" I will say, because it's been said like, oh well, there was stuff to like. This was one of the most. I was so miserable watching this movie in the theater. It was really horrible. It was a truly horrible. I need to get the fuck out of there as soon as it was over. It was just awful. I recently watched The Day the Earth Blew Up, which is the Looney Tunes film that got released. And it's just I am like really upset that like that film will make no money, and this film is gonna make like $1 billion, and there'll be many sequels, but there will be no more 2D theatrical Looney Tunes films. That drives me crazy. Like this was so miserable.
Well,
God,
maybe
I
they
hated
should have
watching
put
this
fucking
movie.
chicken jockeys in it. How about that?
Maybe they should have. I don't know. Yeah, their mistake trying to make like a film. That was their
You
mistake.
idiots
Oh, well.
trying to make a film.
What they should have done was advertise that movie for, because I had no idea until after it was out of theaters for me.
Well, that one wasn't released by Warner Brothers. It got picked up by a different. It was a distribution company that's now going to release Cody versus Acme as well. So it wasn't.
Okay.
So that would explode. But again, it only had a $15 million budget, and it's still not going to make money. And I can't believe that. So you tell me that we could get theatrical 2D animated Looney Tunes films every couple of years for $15 million, and that's not happening. Meanwhile, we're going to get 5 Minecraft movies that all make $1 billion because people go as like, oh, chicken jockey, and now we're gonna get a whole bunch of this.
How did Jared Hess get this?
I don't know.
What's the connection?
But I think it went through a number of directors, and Jared Hess was probably number 3 that they settled on or something. And I guess it's like, let's get the quirky Napoleon Dynamite guy. I don't think that's such a bad choice for directing a film like this, but the script is so terrible.
Well, I was going to say, what the hell does this script have to do with Napoleon Dynamite outside of references?
It's not well directed either, for that matter. I would say it's not just the script. I just think
well, yeah, it's not a very interesting looking film. A lot of the time it looks pretty horrible, honestly.
Oh yeah,
let's
complain about that for a second. So we haven't gotten there in the story, but when they go into the Minecraft world, one thing you realize if you're paying attention is that everyone's backlit all the time, even if they're facing opposite directions in the same scene. It's absolutely maddening. It's every shot. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up an example.
Well, I think this poster kind of covers it actually. You see the light.
That's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, all the time they always look like this. The light behind their hair.
Yeah. So there's a specific scene. I don't know if you want to show any of this, but there's a scene where these characters are facing each other. This is the I Am Steve scene. Everyone's backlit, even if they're facing opposite directions. And then when you see both of them in profile, they're still backlit. It just contributes to a sense of none of this is real. This isn't a real place. And the environment, that the characters are not in the environment. It's palpable throughout the entire movie. They don't feel well integrated into the backgrounds ever.
Yeah, I think this was discussed even when the trailer came out, because this was in there, right? I think.
Yeah, I remember people talking about this.
Yeah, the lighting is horrific because they didn't care at all.
An essential part of the game is the day and night cycle, right? So there's going to be a directionality to the sunlight, and but there's no graduality to in the movie when things go from day to night to day. It's sort of comically like the moon just instantly appears, or the sun just instantly goes down. Quick.
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's like, okay, It's not though, not really.
Yeah,
like as mentioned earlier, like they break the game mechanic in order to have that happen. The game actually gives you a lead into nighttime. It allows you to have that sort of that tension building sunset moment, doesn't it? And then like night does come on sort of quickly but gradually, as opposed to just, oh, it's night now, shit, everybody run, funny stuff is attacking us, and then, oh, it's day, so it's fine again. You could have used that. There are so many narrative uses for it, but we couldn't be bothered. But the effect thing was a really interesting one, because again, having like, when you compare it to the working cut, which was like so unfinished, but actually the quality difference is nowhere near as high as you would expect between unfinished CGI and the finished product, mostly because of the character things not being, like you say, actually embedded in the world. They still look like they're on a completely different layer to everything else. All they fix is a few of like the untextured bits and some of the clipping problems that the pre-finished version had, but the characters are still quite obviously in front of a screen.
Yeah.
Well, and
you could have had a bit where the sun sets, and it's just like, oh, isn't that beautiful? But it's like, oh, like wait, because like once it's night, things are not going to be good. I mean, Steve hasn't showed up at that point, so I guess there's nobody there to warn them of the dangers of nighttime. But like, there could be that dramatic irony, where the audience knows, like, night's coming, all the creatures are going to come out. But instead, they just do this stupid gag where it's just like, boom, there's the moon. It's suddenly night within the span of a second.
Yeah, and we, there's so many ways to write it. You'd have them just exploring the base world, and then Jason Momoa walks up to a tree, and he's like, wow, it's like a real tree, but it's not. And then knocks it, right? Just like knocking a door, and then it makes a little like scar in the wood, and he's like, huh? Does it again, and then it breaks into like a little piece, picks it up, and you could easily just have a character say, what are you doing? And then he goes, what? And then drops the little thing onto the floor, and it goes boom into a block, and he's like, whoa. You gradually build the seeds up in terms of like, you could like, amazing, you could just make like all kinds of things with this, and you give them the time they need to learn everything, or you could do it like they do, which we'll get to in a sec actually. But but now it's they bump into a sheep And Jason Momoa, with his gaming skills, says that's a quest giver. Which is such like... What?
But why would he say this? This is
He doesn't
like
play
this
those
isn't a
games.
video game. This isn't a video game though. This is like an actual alternate universe.
Well, and even if
Yeah.
you did
Why would
think...
he treat it like it's a video game?
If he thought we've been sucked into a video game, which is not at all the case, and not at all the thing they think, why would you... It's just wildlife.
Why would the sheep be a quest giver?
Yeah,
Why would that?
And
Why
it's like,
would it
well,
be a
because
sheep?
he's
Why would it be a
retarded.
person?
That's why
But
he
he's a
thinks
video.
that.
He's plays video games.
That's what I mean. It's like
So
they're
why the fuck would
completely
he say
backwards
this?
on this. It's like he would know because he's a gamer, but also he's stupid, so he doesn't know. Like,
It'd be like if you played Grand Theft Auto and you thought that a fucking lamppost was a quest giver. It doesn't make any sense.
I assume the
my God.
writers just saw a few like memes on X where sometimes you'll see a photo where like it's a photograph of a cat that's oddly sort of depicted in a spotlight coincidentally, and it's just like it looks like this thing has a quest, and they probably saw that and they're like, hey, what if we did this joke?
But a lighting cue would require work. We're not going to do that.
Right,
Now
yeah.
that-
It's like
yeah.
so you're just gonna do that just with the mere fact that the sheep is there, and you're just gonna assume that it has a quest. Like, why would it say anything, let alone have a quest?
Like, yeah, now that you guys have mentioned it, it's so weird because it's almost like the movie itself and the characters within it are kind of have a meta knowledge that they're in fact in a game adaptation, because there's no way that you accidentally a portal sucks you in, you come out in a completely different environment that looks kind of weird and sketchy, and you're just unaware of what is going on, and the first thing you assume, yes, this works like a game. I'm in a game. And hello.
Hey, Rex.
Hello. My internet's
Hey,
back.
Rex.
Oh,
Hey.
I was so fucking pissed off because it's been storming and like raining here for like the last 4 days. We got up to like 67-mile-an-hour winds. It was nuts. That was earlier today. And through all of that, the power flickered, but the internet was there otherwise. And we start the stream, and I'm like, oh, yeah, sweet. The weather's not going to knock anything out. And then now that it's kind of placid and calm outside, it's just boop, bye, goodbye. I'm so excited and happy. If I would have watched this movie twice and take all these goddamn notes for nothing, I would have been so angry. But I'm back. Hooray. You guys are in conversation, listening on my phone. So
Yeah, we've covered a bunch, but we're still in
You've-
Act 1, you know?
oh, that's the most Act D of the acts. So yeah.
We're right up
By the way,
to-
I'm surprised to hear I was surprised to hear you say Platoon that you didn't feel like did you say that you didn't really feel like this was a very Napoleon Dynamite-esque kind of script? Because I felt like before they get to the overworld, it felt very Napoleon Dynamite-y in style to me.
I think
That
I was the one that
wasn't
said
me
that, but
because I haven't seen Napoleon Dynamite.
I was going to say, I
but-
think that was me, and it's because, well, the thing is, I find Napoleon
It's
Dynamite
fine.
funny. So this was remarkably unfunny and uncreative.
Yeah.
Maybe if I
agree, yeah.
rewatched Napoleon Dynamite, I'd be able to see the connections, but it really didn't evoke it to me at all.
I don't think it's as funny as most people seem to think it is, but I can appreciate the style that it's going for, and there are some things in it that I really do like. I know while I was watching it, and this is going back a little bit, but I did want to point out that while we're in the school and while he's going to school, you essentially have like 3 consecutive scenes where he meets a stranger, they reveal some oddly, deeply personal information unprompted, and then it specifically cuts to Henry sitting there just kind of like looking around as if giving the audience time to laugh at the joke or whatever was given. And this happens like it's 2.5 times in a row basically. And I would have said that in the classroom who he discovers Clemente, the gym teacher and the art teacher, he is clearly in like a biology room, a room that has a bunch of diagrams of like the human body, and there's even like there's like a 3D thing of a skull on the table. The chalkboard has like the human nervous system written on it with information. When it's supposed to be either like a gym or an art-based room, which is one of those details that I was curious to check to see if they had actually kind of put any sort of work or effort into crafting the world to be like logical in any way. Nothing in this shows any care about details or like connecting things.
I liked
agree.
Napoleon Dynamite. I think it managed to find a charming humor in its quirkiness. And I think it's
Kinda.
partly because I actually cared about the characters. Like, as silly as the movie was, like, there's a humanity to everybody. I liked how awkward Napoleon is, but he just sort of doesn't
Napoleon
care
and
and just
Pedro,
goes through and
yeah.
does his own thing. I like the girl with the ponytail. Even like the uncle, the footballs, the
Yeah, the
ex-football star
football.
uncle. He's sort of a tragic
I remember
character.
the characters. Yeah, I remember the characters of Napoleon Dynamite.
Despite being such an arrogant character, like you kind of felt sorry for him. Like you could see he played
He's
it with a sort
clearly,
of pain.
yeah, his glory
Um,
days are far behind him, and like he kind of knows it, and his hustles aren't quite working out well.
yeah, and I liked
But
Pedro. He was sympathetic. Like all its characters were sort of
yeah,
grounded in a way that made the whole thing charming. But with Minecraft, it just bombards you with absurdity and quirkiness with no
they were.
underlying groundedness or sensitivity to it.
Well, Napoleon Dynamite, the characters were cohesively quirky. They all felt like they fit together in their quirkiness, like it was a jigsaw puzzle where everything like made sense in the world. Where in this, Henry, who as was mentioned before, Mahler, I completely agree. Fucking atrocious acting. Some of the worst I've actually ever seen, especially in terms of delivery. I don't know who the fuck this kid is, or his parents must know somebody, because holy
Mhm.
shit. But like he seems totally normal in this world, except most people are better actors. But he is treated as if he is like creativity's bad, and you're like people hate him for no reason, and he's supposed to be this strange, like cast off weird person. I don't know, but let's carry on with the movie.
Well, I mean, the scene
go
we were
on,
on is when Jack Black gets released for some reason.
It's because
Well, I know I say whatever I say for some reason.
Oh, okay. It's not an actual reason.
I know
More
the
like an
reason the
excuse.
film
That's it.
argues.
It's not a reason. It's an excuse. How do we get Jack Black back into the plot or film? Oh, it's because Malgosia lets him out to go get the orb to get the Tesseract because he stole it.
Why would the film really not work if he had just escaped with the wolf?
You mean escaped again with a wolf?
Well, it would have been a part of their first escape, but he just
that's
chose
true. They could
not
just
to
bundle them
escape.
together. Yeah. They would just bundle the escapes together, and
because as we mentioned, they are in front of the portal, and he instructs the wolf to go, and it's like, go with him.
Isn't that when does he write the note right then on the spot?
Well, that's something I asked.
No.
I don't know when he wrote that note. Maybe the wolf wrote
Because he
it.
was
think we
gone for
ever see it.
years,
Oh, the wolf wrote it.
to the point where his house got foreclosed and he didn't need it. He just lived in the Minecraft world. So, but yeah, it's totally as we mentioned earlier, the entire like beginning sequence just needed to be cut because it's pointless, and that could be given to the audience later, like through the characters who are new to the Minecraft world. Just don't have him get recaptured after he's captured. Just
Yeah,
have
well,
him
because this
escape
scene
with the wolf.
is just, go and get me the cube. Which, by the way, she gets like an alert that the cube is back in the Minecraft world.
Yeah, the
What's
blue
that about?
holograms, the blue Tesseract holograms. It's just magic bullshit. It's an excuse.
The writing's so bad.
Because it's like, why are Natalie and Henry in this town? Because she interpreted her mother's dying words as they should live here. But she also has a full-time job here as well, and a house already. Whatever. That's why they're here in this town. That's just why they're here.
I mean,
Yeah.
we'll get to it eventually, but the cube alert thing is doubly stupid because apparently the whole time there's a second cube that was there, but she just didn't know about it for some
A
reason.
second crystal.
Glass thing, yeah. There's only one
In the
Tesseract,
Woodland
though.
Mansion, yeah. There's only
Orb.
one Tesseract.
Oh, is that what? That's what it is. Okay, I
Yeah.
misremembered. All right, fair enough.
I don't blame you. This is all madness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Unrepentant madness. But
It isn't repentant, which makes me upset because it should apologize.
to everyone.
Yeah, so like there's only one tesseract, but there's a bunch of shells that you insert the tesseract into, and they all do the same
at
thing.
least
Like, why is
two.
there
At least
why is
two.
there a
We know
bunch
that
of the
there's-
shells?
Because don't worry about. Isn't it ironic that the Minecraft movie has terrible world building?
Yeah.
There's the one it came with. There's the box it came with, the Tesseract, and then there's another one that's just in the Woodland Mansion, and we'll get there eventually, that Steve just knows about, and that's the only one he mentions, which leads me to believe that if there are more than two, they are unknown to the characters of this movie. And the villagers
Right.
cannot have perspectives on things, really, because they can't translate the meh noise game mechanic into like dialogue to have
No.
conversations with. So they'd have to come up with something creative, which means it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so the writers were tasked with a very difficult job of justifying why Jack Black would no longer be in the Nether. And so they were like, what if main villain lady says, you will work for me, and you will get me the orb? And then he goes, yeah, okay. Because she threatened his wolf. And then you'd think to yourselves, well, wait, she doesn't have the wolf.
Mm-hmm.
So then she's like, yeah, but we have his leash, or his collar or something.
Yeah, his collar.
So that's
Right.
proof. And it's like, no.
But even Jack Black asks, how do I know that you really have him? And she says, well, you don't want to find out, do you?
Which is...
And that's
that's-
like, oh,
that's
well,
it.
okay, I guess I'm convinced then.
Well, it just put two and two together. It's like, why the fuck? She would obviously threaten the actual wolf if she had it.
Yeah, why would she threaten the collar
Why
if
would
she
she
had
take
the
Odd's
dog?
collar off? Yeah.
But even
She just grabbed the
accepting that
dog.
that's the case, that like subterfuge can only last until he meets the people who actually have the cube, which is the very next time we see him.
Or
in
the
which case
wolf,
he should
which he
already
could have...
know.
If the
Or the
film
wolf, which
made
yeah.
any sense, the wolf would have met up with him moments after he comes back to the overworld.
Because he would have smelled
Like,
him.
That is exactly. The smell is like one of the very few functional mechanics that this movie has even bothered to introduce, and so you would think it would lead the dog straight back to the person that
So-
it smells, but it doesn't.
You
It
think
leads
they'd
him to
make
someone
use of their
completely
one
else.
Mechanic.
Yeah, that's the thing. The dog should have gotten right back to him, and then it wouldn't have been able to do what it needs to do later to make the plot function again.
And then there's
But I
the
think
other
the
side of it.
explanation that we see later is that it's gone feral.
Yeah.
Well, I figured that was just feral for other people, but not for Steve.
That's not how it works in the. I know this is a stupid explanation because the movie doesn't give a shit about the game really, but in the game Minecraft by Mojang, the popular mining and crafting game, whenever you tame an animal, it is just tame. It will only follow the person who tamed it, but it's not going to attack other people. It's now like it is now a tamed animal, and you could craft a name tag and put a name tag on the critter, and it will then display their name above them when you look at them. But it's not like it untames itself or is hostile to other players.
And even if it does
This
in
is
this
something
world,
that
it's
would be made up.
incredibly convenient it didn't go feral in the real world and just start munching random passers-by. It goes
That would've
all
been a
the way
better
back
movie,
before it
though.
does that. It would be very funny to watch, I'd agree. And then
Watch the fuck out of that.
the other side of the weird bargain that's made is like at the time the bargain is made, you are under the impression that the pigs do not have a way to get up to the overworld because they turn into zombies if they go up there, which is fine. But like that's already a problem because then how the fuck would they ever hope to enforce this bargain on Steve? But then it's later when they decide, well, actually, no, we can go up there whenever the fuck we want. But if you can go up there whenever the fuck you want, then why do you even send Steve to do the job for you in the first place when you could just send
Oh, you mean
your
because of the
massive grunt pig
potion?
thing?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing,
the
right?
potion is just an excuse for them to be in the overworld.
Yeah, Operation 1 is send Steve, 2 is send Chungus, 3 is send the Hog, and then 4 is send the main villain. And it's just like, man, you probably should have just gone straight away.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering this is the
You're
most important thing ever. It's not like a random job.
And as long as you're even like within the general vicinity of the Tesseract, she can just suck it back into her staff from
Exactly.
a long distance.
Hypermagnet
So,
thing.
yeah. It's not that look, the film's not very good.
No.
I think that's kind of what we're trying to say
think-
here.
Chat have broadly picked that up at this point through our subtle.
Well, this is just the first act.
implication.
It gets better from here.
Yeah.
We have to establish it. There's some growing pains as we establish the information of the first act that we can build upon. It's just like No Way Home, right? You're gonna have to pay a price to get the rest of the movie parts that are good. You know,
Get the juicy parts. We haven't even gotten
That's
to
right.
the chicken jockey, which is famously like one of the best parts of the film.
the famous, yeah,
You gotta justify it
Um,
all. You gotta set the foundation.
it's true. So, they've just arrived in the overworld, right? That's right. They're here. We get the like 2 seconds of actual Minecraft music. I think it might be like 2 or 3 actual seconds of the Minecraft music. He talks to the sheep, the obvious quest giver, as you said, the video game guy should know better, but he's retarded, so he can't. Yeah, it's
That you may have just
So,
read
here
out
we
the
are.
notes from the script.
I mean, yeah, a lot of these notes that I've taken are basically just like, yep, this happens.
Like
All
if,
right.
if you'd said that, the writer would be like,
Moving on.
Wait, how did you get my my script notes? What the fuck?"
That is the beginning and the terminus of the creative process for making this movie. So, oh my god, there was a bit of a delay when I was listening and moving over to the
We
computer. With my internet
can
kind of
skip
back
the bit
on.
with the villager, right? Because we've basically discussed the entirety of the villager
done all
subplot.
that,
Oh
which
yeah,
is just
I don't know
like,
if
the
you had
villager
anything on
goes
that,
through at this
Rags, but we
point.
tried to sort of
The-
get rid of that all in one.
No, with the villager and Marlene and the stuff. Yeah, it's a whole bottle thing that doesn't mean anything. I do think it's weird that there's just a random villager behind that tree who in no way interacts with the strangers from another world that have come into the world, even though it should recognize, oh, these are strange people like Steve is. And instead it just curiously walks into the blue portal. And the portal is just on all the time, so anything could walk through the portal if it wanted to.
Which makes you wonder
Um,
why they don't just walk back out. Why
Oh,
not
yeah.
just fucking leave immediately?
Well, that's the
And that
thing.
I
They
don't
don't, they
know.
don't see this as in any way threatening or scary, even though it's clearly a different world. They don't even want to test whether or not it's as easy as going back through that portal. Which, gonna be honest with you guys, as much as it's a really cool, interesting new thing, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried though. I want to make
Yeah.
sure,
I think that's
Yeah.
a pretty reasonable way to.
And
But
like-
instead, they just don't bother with it
leave a
until
note
later
or
when
something. Yeah.
Even
their
if you
plan
grant them
gets-
like the grace of saying, well, it is such a fascinating, beautiful, wonderful new world that they're kind of interested and they want to find out what it is, that excuse completely dies the minute nighttime turns around. And then like
Yes.
the sister even has a line saying, it's dangerous here, I need to get my brother home. It's like, okay, so just walk back
Mhm.
through the portal.
No,
yeah.
we'll walk a
Leave.
different direction for no reason. Okay.
And it's if it has been years and this portal has been up, and this is a game mechanic, yet another game mechanic that they are ignoring from the game. If you say make a portal to the Nether and you don't like build a fence around it or walls or something, then as long as that portal is up and it's within simulation distance of your character, then critters can just wander through the portal back and forth. So if you build like a Nether portal and you don't protect it, you might come back to that Nether portal and see a zombie piglin hanging out in the overworld because it just happened to walk into the portal on the other side and now it's here. So
That's another point. It's
you
like
would-
if the portal stays open, then like how is the town not like the real world town not been overrun with zombies and creepers and skeletons? Like surely the potato chip factory would have just been attacked by an army of the undead. That would have been another better film to watch.
I'd rather watch.
Mhm. Definitely.
so
It isn't open for
Yeah,
very
there's-
long, I will say, that portal, when it hits nighttime, right? Because he breaks the glass, which shuts it down, but...
yeah, the glass shatters it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get attacked. There's a lot of stuff here that is weirdly inaccurate from the game, which seems strange. Splatoon had mentioned it, and I texted it from my phone. But yeah, in the game, it doesn't just shift from night to day instantly. There's an obvious evening and morning process where the
Yes.
sun goes down and rises, and even the moon does the same. So very strange that they just I guess for the sake of it's not even a joke so much as Don just says, "Wow, that was quick."
It's for drama.
Even though the drama is that evening, it's dusk. The sun is about to set and it's getting darker. That's the drama. But they skip the drama for a shittier drama where suddenly it's dark. Creatively, that's a bizarre decision to make.
Definitely, and cinematically too, because those like that sunset and everything is one of the most cinematic aspects of visually of Minecraft to me, and
Lovely.
yeah, and it's very wonderfully done, and also, oh god, just makes the suspense of the nightfall. So, I mean, I am not a person who's easily scared by stuff. I've played like a legitimate horror game that did not affect me at all. And
So it
horror
really wasn't a
movies.
horror game at all, then, is what you mean to say.
Well, I
That's a
think I have
deep cut.
I have sort of a more tolerance, I guess. I'm like not easily scared by stuff, but holy hell, Minecraft always got me. And till this day, I might scream because it's like it's the suspense of it all, and it's actually terrifying to me sometimes. Out of all things that gets me, I mean, I've legitimate horror movies, body horror, blood, nothing could get me, no jump scare. But damn, Minecraft, I find terrifying sometimes. Like and the also sound effects, the zombies and the noises that they make, along with the how slowly the night falls and how slowly they appear and they can creep up on you. The Enderman creeper, just it's such a rich world in that way, and it can totally be terrifying and can be utilized in so many creative and interesting ways.
Well, the game understands the
especially
value
for a
of
kid,
tension,
make it
right? And
immersive.
the tension is the one thing. Well, no, not the one thing this film is missing. It's missing everything. But tension is one of the big things this film is missing. Like tension is like the dread of the thing, the dread of like something you don't know is coming or something you know is coming but you can't yet see is like one of the most important parts in building any kind of apprehension. And so, but by just skipping straight from night to day, and as soon as it's night, oh shit, we're surrounded by funny evil creatures. That there is no opportunity to build anything like that. So it's just oh, okay, everyone runs and panics, and it's all hectic until they need to talk to each other, in which case everybody just stops, and then they have a chat, and nothing attacks them, and then it's time for more hectic stuff again. But there's no actual like emotional use of tension or horror in this.
Did everyone else hear that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was about to
Yeah, I'll
ask
make it
because I
out.
know
That
that
was
my internet had
incredibly-
been flumpy.
That was the perfect time. You said when they're talking to each other, and then you went.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
shit.
You got a flumpy robot voice. It was funny.
it was really great.
I think one of the reasons the game manages to be so alarming and scary sometimes is because the gameplay is so dynamic, and like there are all these things going on within a single loaded instance, and you never know why you're underground. Like you're gonna hit a block, and then all of a sudden lava is gonna pour in and fucking flood like an entire cave network that you've spent so much time building, and you're just like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, or being chased
It's oddly
suddenly
like
by an enemy.
it's like the Descent in some ways, where down in now obviously this will depend on whether or not you're using shaders, which you should, but if you're going into the darkness of caves in Minecraft, you have like your lantern in one hand, which puts out a little bit of light, but otherwise it's like it's actually basically pitch black there. And so you might be limited by how many torches you want to put on the walls, or you're worried about if you'll get lost or not. And there is a kind of wariness to how much further do I go to find materials and stuff that I might need, and how much health do I have? Do I have food? If I need to like regenerate my health, how's my equipment? How's my inventory space? How much further should I go? And these are really deep sort of memories and mechanics that have been tied to Minecraft. The mining component of it that really is absent here. There's no tension that you get in the game, and you sort of put yourself in these situations. The game in and of itself isn't typically that tense, but it has tense moments in it, absolutely. And it's another opportunity that they don't take.
With a movie this horrible, it comes as no surprise that the plot armor is thicker as ever.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I remember nighttime in Minecraft for the limited time that I played it when it first came out. I think it was in the first year that I played it. nighttime was a nightmare in trying to survive that without getting just
Mhm.
shelter sorted at the beginning. For them, of
Oh yeah,
course,
before you get armor, especially the
Um,
skeletons will fuck you up.
the skeletons on the spiders, they have like one of them almost gets a kill shot, but one of them gets in the way of that kill shot, and then that one dies, sets on fire, and sets all of them on fire, and they're all gone. It's
Yeah,
like,
it makes
wow.
this big pile up conflagration, which is fuck. It's not like what happens in the game. It's bizarre how many times they depart from the game mechanics when it would be interesting. In the game, if you have a skeleton who hits a zombie or another skeleton with an arrow, then they'll attack the last thing that attacked them. So the skeleton hits a skeleton, and now they're both shooting arrows at each other until one of them dies. As the skeleton hits a zombie, the zombie and the skeleton fight until one of them dies, or until you intervene and hit them. But they specifically show friendly fire in the movie, but they don't do what they do in the game. He's like, oh, everyone who's familiar with the game is like, well, that's not what happens in the game. Okay.
I don't think they know how to use the game mechanic. I think they find them kind of threatening, and so they decided quite early on, fuck it,
Or
we
juvenile.
won't bother. It's like one of the really big ones is that I think it's during like the chase when they're running away from the skeletons and shit, and like the kid runs into a tree and obviously like knocks a block out of it off, and that's when he immediately learns that this is how you craft shit.
They
But
skipped
no
some
other
shit with that.
character, when he actually runs, like for example, if Jason Momoa runs into a wall, the same thing doesn't happen. If he kicks a door, it doesn't happen. So like the way they've interpreted the rules of the actual game is that they only really apply to the young kid, and none of the other characters or few of the other characters actually get to make use of them at any point. And I think they just did it because they don't know how to like encompass sandbox mechanics into a narrative story.
If you are a real person put into the Minecraft world, you're in a different realm. Things aren't necessarily intuitive the way that they are to a person who lives in the real world. The idea of punching a tree with your fists to get a log that you then use to make planks, that you then use to make a crafting bench, that you now can use to make other tools and combine them. That's not something that would be intuitive to a real person just showing up in that world. We know this because it's the context of a game. We know that it's a game, and we're very used to the mechanics of the game. So it would be a challenge for you to, and Mahler was given an example of it earlier, but it would be a challenge to get the characters to sort of learn that on their own without a character who'd been there for, I don't know, years and was really familiar with the world, showing up, telling them what to do, especially if it was in a moment of panic, like, oh, the zombies and the skeletons are coming, it's night, and he's saying, you punch that tree down, just trust me, do it, and then use that and build this, and then blah, 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 and then they could do stuff from the game. Like, oh, zombies are coming, just build 3 blocks as you jump to get above them and they can't reach you.
To have them chased
like,
by
that's
a
a game
whole
thing to do.
fucking army at nighttime and then begin the scene where they start to learn how to build in Minecraft. I was like, they're fucked. There's so much they have to learn before they'll be killed. They're just like, no, they learned it all between cuts.
And the weird thing is that they do all of this, and like he builds the house, and then so they do hide from them for a time until it gets blown up, and then like Jack Black jumps in to save the day. But why wouldn't you just have led with that? Because he already knows exactly how this works. Why wouldn't you have them powerless and running, and then run into a corner? He comes in to save them, and then from that point onwards, when things are much more naturally quiet, he begins to sort of teach them, and in particular the kid, how these mechanics work, rather than the kid doing it and it working until it doesn't work, and then it works again, and then Jack Black says, hey, you're really good at this.
Yeah.
It's like you've missed the whole bonding opportunity, the whole learning opportunity, the whole explanation opportunity for anyone in the audience who doesn't understand how this works.
When you could even have the kid learned the very, very basics and started building maybe a wall, and that got taken down, and he's just not sure how to deal with this, and then when Steve comes in, he's fighting off all the creatures while building up a house, and then they're like, what's that gonna do? Like, how does any of this work? And he's just like, get in, and then like, teaches them different things, and then has to build something more because it starts to, like, the creeper blows it up or whatever have you. But inspires the shit out of the kid in this opening. He wants to be like him, but then by the end of the movie,
because
you realize he should take that creativity into the real world if you want. I don't know. You need to fix that too, like, because that's still broken as is.
Yeah. Because if anything, the film is very confused in the sense that it seems to say that being creative in the real world is bad because you're a loser and no one will like you, and people hate creativity in the real world. But in Minecraft, it's really good to be creative. In fact, it's necessary. But actually, it's the end of the movie. You should be creative in the real world. Now people like you. It is bizarre to the point where it is contradictory in terms of its messages. And I guess we just keep the one that the movie ends with.
Yeah, it's
Not
pretty
only
jumbled.
not only does the film ignore like really basic mechanics of the game, a lot of people are familiar with, but also the vastness of all the user created content. Like people have made some absolutely insane shit in Minecraft. Even setting aside the redstone, which lets you use logic gates to create like, logical contraptions, objects that perform some function. All of that is just ignored, and it's just like the writers must have spent a moment thinking like, how do we capture the vastness of all that? And then it's just like, let's not even bother. Fuck it.
Don't even
Like
try.
we only get a glimpse of the potential for creativity in like the opening thing where we see Steve's world,
He
but then we
builds a
never
bunch of-
see Steve's world again. It's like, why wouldn't we see all the crazy shit Steve has built like this whole time?
They had a chance. They gave him 3 houses, and even the third one is still boring. It's just pink. And then he has a bunch of statues of like villager faces
Yeah, like
that are
Easter Island
gray.
heads.
I don't even know like why was that the choice? And then 2 creeper heads. Like, bro, you
Mhm.
serious?
That's it. That's
Yeah.
weird because I've played Minecraft and like that's fine, but I feel like we need to lean super hard into building stuff, but we just don't.
Yeah.
It barely pops up the idea of them actually building things when that's like the game is putting down blocks and mining blocks and acquiring resources. That's just the game. Yeah, there's this I got the next sequence is as was mentioned, Henry somehow discovers that you can build things. He builds like a little fort tower and
It's just
they
annoying
hide in
because
it.
like he's doing it because he's creative. It's like, oh,
That's just what you
Eating.
do. Also, it's just not a very creative thing to be like, oh, I can create blocks of matter essentially out of nothing, because you can't use Minecraft mechanics in like to a real person. You have like an inventory, and it just doesn't quite work. They kind of gloss over it, but he just starts building blocks, and it's like, you're not creative to do that. That's just kind of the basic. I need to build blocks to keep the zombies from attacking me.
Oh, yeah, and they totally
the
skip
idea
over
that
him
he's
punching the shit out of millions of trees. By the way, they don't want to show that because he
Yeah.
needs to
and they
get
can't
a
show
lot
him
of logs.
changing them into blocks. Like obviously you're not going to use logs. You're going to use planks because 1 log equals 4 planks, and
Mhm.
unless you don't convert them, then you get way less resources to actually build. They're just different. So, but that can't be in the movie because.
Out of all inconsistencies, that upset me the most, I think, because like, I mean, do they? They don't know, but it's so painstakingly slow to punch trees with your bare hands in Minecraft. It would take him days. They would be dead.
That's like the
They would be
that's like
dead
the
for
first
days.
achievement. It's like the first part of the tutorial. It's even called like get wood as the
Yeah.
in-game message. You like punching trees is like a Minecraft meme because the first thing you do in the world is you go to the first tree and you punch a log on it so that you
Oh,
could
yeah, 'cause I
start the
remember it's in that-
process.
The South
like-
Park episode for Minecraft where all of the parents were being taught how to play it. It's like, now you gotta go punch some trees. And they're all just confused about like, why you would be doing that. Minecraft, it don't got no winner. It don't got no objective. You're just trying to build shit and see if other things can go and knock it down. I think I'm starting to get this. Really? No.
Someone actually asked in chat, is there a crafting table in the movie? And that's a fair question
yeah,
because
there
it
is.
shows up twice.
This is a crafting table. That's what Jack Black
It is-
says.
It is an instrumental element of Minecraft.
Yeah.
But it barely makes an appearance. It's so important.
I fucking hate this
yeah.
movie, man.
Yeah, I hate it too. Anyway, I just fuck it. They go into the tower and then a creeper like urukais at Helm's Deep into the side of the. It's very bizarre. It gets shot by a flaming arrow and the creeper walks up to the wall and blows it up, which isn't what they do in the game. But then they open up a little hole, and instead of him plugging the hole with more blocks, they run up to the top, and instead of plugging the hole with more blocks, they're just like, I guess we die now. And then zombies come in, and they're about to eat all of the heroes of the film, except for Steve shows up out of nowhere. He's just here now, and then he beats all of the zombies, and he kills them, and then morning comes, and they all set on fire and die. All the zombies do.
Well, that was
So,
quick.
It's
it's also
so
important
weird
to
too
note that
because Steve beats the majority of them physically. It's like
fucks
he's
them
like,
up.
So what I'm saying is like Jason Momoa could easily fuck him up.
Yeah.
It's
No, he
so
sucks.
weird to have him in this movie.
He's not
in
nearly
a
as good at
form.
fighting as Natalie.
Jack Black and the little girl are much better fighters than Jason Momoa. You're like, okay.
Yeah. He's a coward. He
Aquaman's
doesn't
good.
want to fight them. He's too scared.
They let him do it one
Um,
time. There's one zombie that attacks him and he fucks it up physically, and then he never does any of that again.
Right.
Do you think they offered Dwayne Johnson this role and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna be
Yes.
beat by a girl," and he just declined?
I could totally imagine The Rock was offered this, and maybe he declined because he was like, "Listen, people hate me right now. I don't know if I should go in the Minecraft movie. It's not gonna help, honestly."
Jason Momoa has done some good work, but I do get like the Rock vibes from him in this, where he's just chewing up the scenery and sort of turning the whole thing into a vanity project for him. That's the feeling I get. I could be wrong, like you were saying earlier, Cap. It could be just the case that, the writers just saw more value in writing more material for the adult characters instead of the kids. But I mean, if that's the case, that's a huge mistake.
Did anyone here seen Fast X?
Yeah, is that the
No.
one with Idris Elba?
No.
I
No.
think there's a billion
No,
people
that's
in that
Hobbs and
movie.
Shaw.
Hobbs and Shaw. God,
That
get it
one.
Yeah.
right, jeez.
Fast X is the one where
Oh,
Jason
right, yeah.
Momoa is like comically, cartoonishly gay, and
Right.
he tries to blow up the Vatican. It's a whole thing. It's quite fun.
What about Elm Street 2?
I gotta brush up on my Fast and Furious
Have you-
knowledge.
You sure
I
do.
apologize.
What have you guys heard about Jackie Earl posted a thing about how there's a new Elm Street getting made? So like
I
the
heard about
sequel
it,
to the reboot, and it's like, are you gonna reboot it gaily? You should.
The sequel to the reboot.
Right, because they've
It's hard to believe the
rebooted.
reboot wasn't even the worst one.
Because they rebooted, which means they've done the first, so now they're going to be doing a sequel to the first, which means they should be taking the spirit of the original second, which was gay, and everyone's agreed on
yes.
that. So, it would be very gross of them to ignore that, I'd say.
I agree.
Anyway, Minecraft.
Anyway, Minecraft. Yeah, Steve shows up and they ask, "Who are you?" And he says, "I am Steve."
It's
and
iconic.
a classic line.
And my audience
It's
claps.
iconic. Yep. Everyone was like, "Wow, I can't believe that's Steve. This is just how I thought that Steve would be." Steve isn't even like canonically. Steve isn't even a he. Steve is a they, because Notch said way back in 2014 that Steve was just like a represented human being. Steve wasn't even like it's not a character. He's not a person. Steve is just like a representation of
Wrong. Steve is the
person.
boy and Alex is the girl.
Yeah. Steve is just just the they, just a guy, not even a guy, like a person, a human being. That's
A
it.
cube.
A cube man.
You
Anyway, Steve asks, "Where is Dennis?" Because they have the Tesseract, and he wants to know how they got the Tesseract.
Dennis should
And he
be
says that
here.
it's the Yeah, Dennis should be here because he could smell Steve, because Steve in this movie smells bad. They make like 4 or
Yes,
5
they-
references to it.
Don't let us forget that.
Nope, they sure don't. Steve says that the Tesseract, which is what its real name is, he says it's the orb of dominance, and without the Earth crystal, which is like its little container, they won't be able to open the portal and get home, because the crystal got broken by that one random arrow
If we can just
from the skeleton.
appreciate as well this sequence. I remember this point, so this is the first time I checked the time, because it's like, you won't be able to get home, and she's like, what do you mean we can't get home? He says, you can't
Yep.
get home without the crystal. You mean the thing the garbage man smashed? And I was just like,
Are you saying that we
"Oh."
are stuck here? Yes.
It's none of, they're all script puppets. None of them are real.
I would say it's like an AI wrote it, but an AI would do better.
Typically, it feels that
An
way.
AI
Yeah.
would like attempt to mechanically string together algorithmically some sort of a flourish that humans often use. But yeah, he
She
says
also
that
she says like she makes it's like the crystal should go to the kid because he has Frodo vibes. It's
I
like
think they do
Yeah.
call it an orb, and an
Don
orb I'm
says
pretty sure
that.
is inherently spherical.
Don
So
takes the
but it's-
Tesseract away from
Momoa,
Garrett, and
yeah.
she gives it to Henry and says, "Here, you hold this instead. You give me those good Frodo vibes." And Garrett's like, "I get Frodo vibes,"
It's so
which is like, get his
annoying
goddamn name out of your mouth.
because it's like he's the last one that should have it. You're all supposed to be adults, and it's a super important thing that's going to allow you to return home. Why are you giving it to the child? And you're like, well, because it's supposed to be. It gets taken off him by Momoa anyway, so I don't really.
Yeah, it's a bit of
Yeah.
a pointless because like, if you were going to do that, and if you're going to make a point of giving him the Tesseract, then surely there's got to be a beat in the story where like he's irresponsible and loses it, so he learns something. But giving it to him for it to be taken from him and then it never really to be mentioned very much ever again is just why bother? Why just skip it? We don't need this.
And it's around here where
Yeah.
they do the tool bag line, where the film really wants you to make sure you understand that Garrett is retarded and stupid and no one likes him. There's a bit later, they do the same thing, but with Dawn, and she says, "Garbage man, you're a big time idiot."
Yep.
And
They
sort of hang
specifically
on
have
that
like
line
3 or
for a
4.
They
little
really,
bit.
and it's just like,
Well, yeah.
big time idiot.
There's like 3 or 4 times where they specifically cut away to another character who just
mean-
insults Garrett.
Even then, like tool bag, like what? Tool bag. Okay.
That sounds really
That's a-
useful right now.
Yeah, like a tool bag. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. You got to be careful when you insults. All right. There's an artistry to it, and not just big time idiot. It's like that's clunk. Oh shit.
That's like idiot,
Uh-oh.
but
Not
more.
like that.
Yeah.
It's just PG-13 humor again. Not even PG-13. It's just PG humor again. It's
Well,
just like you can't call him a fucking retard because you'll lose your age
There are
rating.
funny
if you listen
ways
this
to make
video.
fun of people, even with those restrictions. Like big time idiot.
Well, I mean, the
Oof.
Lego movie, they
It's
say
juvenile.
what the heck and stuff because they're not allowed to say anything harsher than that. And there's plenty of insults in that, and jokes and
Takes a bit
gags.
of
There's no reason why.
Creative writing, like as if there's like no
Yeah.
insults that are funny in all of Pixar's movies. You know, you just have to
Mm.
scroll through and check them out.
Mhm.
It takes writing, damn it.
Yeah, like they don't necessarily need to be Fletcher level insults. You
No.
know, they don't need to be that bad.
You are a sad, strange little man.
And you have my
Have a
sympathy.
Yeah, like that's already good enough.
Yeah, I like
Like it's
Goodbye.
funny as hell on its own, but these ones are just like, whoa.
Yeah, pretty juvenile stuff. Pretty juvenile. Hey, guess what? Steve luckily has good news because he says the only way to replace the Earth Crystal is at the Woodland Mansion. All right. He
Right.
says he'll help them get home, but he's going to keep the Tesseract afterwards.
And he won't tell them
Alright,
why, even though. Like,
They would ask why.
well, they do
probably.
ask. He just says he won't tell them. It's none of their business. It's just.
Oh,
that,
yeah, he says, like, it's my business. Yeah.
But if you think about it, it's like, first of all, from his POV, right? He wants his wolf back that he, I guess, believes is possible that it's been captured. Doesn't know for sure. Why wouldn't you just tell them that? It's like, what, you know what I mean? Like, they have no concept of anything in this world. He's like, I need it to save my pet, or I need it to save my friend. He could just say.
Well, the whole thing would
Yeah,
explode
and
if he
that'd be
asked the simple, obvious question. You've got the Tesseract. Where did my dog go? And they'll be like, we didn't see one. Like we just picked it up from like.
And then
a
they would go,
storage
oh, is
locker
that
or
it? And the
whatever.
dog is there because the dog would be.
Well, the dog was following them, but the dog only doesn't turn up until the plot requires him. But he's technically right next to them the entire time. But like as soon as that happens, as soon as he asks a basic commonsensical question, then like the entire thing just collapses. So they just persist
But I
with
don't
this.
even. There's no reason for him to keep that information hidden, and then it just peters out. His interest in the cube, crystal, orb, whatever, it doesn't. It stops mattering.
Yeah.
Because he meets up with the wolf, and that's that. Like, it's so junky. This fucking film. It's the script needs so many redrafts. I'm not even Ugh.
But see,
The redraft is like
like
bottom up redo.
having a tesseract and then having the thing that it needs to open a portal be a separate thing, and that's the thing that they break. So they have to go on a quest to go and get the thing that the thing can thing into, is already kind of fucked. Why not just have it that, oh no, there's just the tesseract. Oh shit, it broke. There's only one more in this entire world, but it's protected by the evil whatever the fuck's in the wherever the fuck woodland mansion place we're going to. So we just have to go pick that up. And then, that's all you need. You don't need it to be constantly present, cluttering up the space. They don't make any possible use of it. Why do any of this? And at the time they started to say, oh, no, okay, we got to go on the quest to get to the Woodland Mansion to find the MacGuffin that the MacGuffin goes into. It's just the kind of the put your pen down and stop taking notes part of the movie, because it's just doing the thing. We know where it's going.
Why do any of this?
All
Is a
the-
great question.
All the plot elements are so lazily, clumsily handled, and the plot is so frustratingly paint by numbers, the whole thing. I mean, I can forgive like the opening sequence of Act 2, basically, where it's just like, you know, Minecraft, it's bright and beautiful, and then nightfall, and then, oh no, the monsters. But then the kid figures out how to build a house quickly to protect themselves. And then, like, I get all that because that's the game, right? And like the kids want to see that. But then it's just like, we got to go to the village. And then at that point, it's just like, yeah, and then the village is going to be attacked. And then this thing, and then that thing. And it's just, it was so painfully predictable, the whole thing going forward.
Yeah, we're going to the village now. As Steve says, we gotta go to Midport Village to get gear. And so they go over to the village, wherever it is.
And you're
how
like,
far
hey,
away on-
Midport Village! It's like, why do you talk like that?
With every
fuck
single
is wrong
fucking
with you?
line, like was said, there's
Right,
no
it's
They're
context.
the villagers!
And why?
Yeah.
Why is he given like a guided tour in slow motion when his best friend is in peril? If you know what I mean, like as far as he's concerned.
Because there's an
Just don't
audience.
think about
There's
it.
an audience here that needs to be told who the villagers are and what an iron golem is and everything.
And the audience knows that Dennis is okay or something.
That's true.
Yes, so
you
yeah,
know,
that's true.
don't
He's
worry
read
about
the
it.
script,
all
so
good.
it's fine.
Yeah, Steve knows what's
And-
up. He's just humoring everyone.
And on
Humoring himself.
Jack Black, I mean, he's an extra guy in general. Like people, that's what people know him for. In School of Rock, he was extra as well. But it was toned down, definitely relative to this. And here, it's so he's so amped up in every shot. Like you just cannot
Remember-
take him seriously for a single moment.
There's a big old second act low point in that film. He's a fraud in that, and it gets exposed. But then, what he gave the kids, you know, beyond as a teacher of whatever subjects are in the film that aren't music, you know, that becomes irrelevant because of just how much he meant to them in terms of what he offered for them. Like School of Rock is good. It's a good film. It's got a good story, and Jack Black has a good performance in it. Likewise, Tropic Thunder, his extra is super well founded with the character he's playing and the arc he's going on, what it's supposed to represent, right? But this is what I mean about Jack Black. Kind of sucks. I was quite fond of him for a long time, not just as an actor, but for Tenacious D as well. But I don't know, in the past like 5 years, there's just been this like cliff drop where, creatively speaking, he's kind of a nightmare.
I didn't mind his casting as Bowser. I thought that was appropriate.
was fine, yeah.
I
think he
thought the
did good.
songs
Yeah,
were
I think he did
pretty
good.
funny. Yeah.
But then they gave Bowser kind of an endearing character. Like there was a point and a purpose to, you know, the way that he was performed. He was enjoyable to watch. He like you could tell it was Jack Black, but it was also Jack Black doing Bowser as opposed to Jack Black doing Jack Black. Like Bowser's songs
Yeah.
kind
Yeah.
of mean something in the Mario movie, whereas in this movie they know that they've got Jack Black, so they know they have to have a song, but they don't really have a clue where to stick one. So fuck it, chicken lava.
Just
We'll
sings
do it
about
there.
whatever.
Yeah.
What's around me? It's chicken. It's a chicken song.
Well, dude, when he
Yeah,
did
they
that
deliberately.
song, I was half convinced they did on the spot tell him to just make a song, and that's what he did.
Yeah.
Because the
That's
songs
entirely
often don't
possible,
rhyme,
yeah.
and they don't actually have. Like he's a good singer, but the lyrics don't really like. You didn't sit down and make this, surely. It does seem like the lyrics were made up on the spot. A lot of the times they don't rhyme. He reuses the same word, or he sticks just the word at the end. Where he's like, "Oh yeah, you just making this up on the spot. I can tell." You can
And
just
then
sing
they
well.
lampshaded him because then they have Jason Momoa say, "Well, I'm a small business owner too, but I make sure my jingles don't suck." It's like, oh, okay, so that was all just supposed to be really funny again. So many jokes. I'm laughing
Yeah.
all the way through.
in the case of Mario, the songs are motivated by plot and character, but here it's just like, let's have him sing a song deliberately about something really trivial and meaningless. And I was actually cringing at the lava chicken song. I was just like, oh god, like
Oh, I
this is
mean, I
so
think
dumb, and it's actually kind of hard to watch.
I think anybody who's
The only
familiar with
song
Jack
sung by
Black was
multiple
immediately
people.
like, "Oh, would do. Oh, okay, right, okay, yeah, we got to do this."
Yeah.
Yeah, they go to Midport Village to get gear, and the village is a horrific abomination.
I was just gonna say, with the chicken, are we on the chicken thing, or are we not up to the chicken thing?
We're
getting
basically
there.
there. The only thing I really have before then that's even worthy of mentioning is that he says that his stash is here in the village. He doesn't have like his own sort of like place
Yeah,
or big
I thought
because
that
he's
was
been here for
strange.
years. But he just has like a little normal looking house, just like all the other ones. That's also here in the village. It's not outside of it. It's not in a scenic location. It's not this very big, expressive complex that he's put together. Steve's house should be like the ultimate expression of his creativity. That's his house with his stuff in it, where he spends a lot of his time. And it just seems to be a normal block-shaped wooden
Mhm.
roof building like all of the others are,
Which is
which
also
is an
isn't there a
incredible
line?
missed opportunity.
Isn't there a line when he says like, doesn't somebody ask him if he built the village and he says no, that they already had some stuff, but all the cool stuff is what I made? I could have sworn I
Yes, that's
heard
what he
that line in it.
says,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
none
which
of
is
it
like,
looks cool.
no, yeah, exactly. None of
Yeah,
it
they
looks
don't draw
good.
attention to anything unique or creative or colorful, even.
Yeah.
Then maybe the chicken shop.
It's not-
like,
Why
It's not
is
quaint
his
and
stash
pleasant.
not in Steve's world that he built earlier
Yes.
and that they animated? Why didn't we go there instead?
This whole sequence should have
Steve's
been
world was a
Steve's world,
one-off.
not the
Yeah.
not the fucking boring village. Who cares about this?
Yeah,
And,
but
like,
the
it's-
villagers are here, and the Iron
Yeah, well-
Golem is here.
which
Yeah.
is all
That's
set up,
why.
yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
go to
this
a roast
thing-
chicken store because Garrett needs protein. But go ahead and say what you need to say, because we're gonna have to talk about chicken here in a second.
I was meant to say like this a movie version Steve seems so freaking lame, man. I don't know how long he spent in Minecraft, probably maybe years
Years.
or at least
Yeah.
months.
Years.
And he hasn't built anything substantial enough to, you know, showcase here.
It's like we
This
said,
is-
Yeah.
Steve's Land is the only thing, but they showed it briefly. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
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 And I also when they walked through the portal and they had to build this, I don't know, castle thing. Where the hell was Steve's stuff? Like how far it could have been from the portal itself? Like they couldn't have seen it or something. Where's the pink
portal's
house?
just there. The portal's just those were practice. He lives somewhere.
I guess Steve didn't have any
We don't
friends
really
too,
get
right?
it.
Like in real life.
Well, I mean, you've seen the movie. Of course, he doesn't have any friends,
Because I was just gonna say, like,
and the
nobody,
villagers can't speak.
nobody cared to
so-
find him, and he didn't care to show anybody this world.
No, it's his
I-
and his alone. My
I
precious.
strongly suspect the writers were simply intimidated by the amount of thought that they would have to put into Steve's world if they were to walk into that place instead, and they were just like, "Fuck it, let's just do a village."
Well, yeah, the
Then
village
you
is
don't have to
drab
think
by
about it too much.
comparison to the maximum content you can get out of Minecraft. Especially,
Apparently,
this, how much? What was the budget on this thing?
no, I don't
I'm not
actually
sure.
know.
I always
haven't
just
checked.
assume immediately 200
think
million.
I'm too depressed to check. That's the problem.
Reported budget of 150 million.
Oh my god, it's gonna make so much profit. Ugh.
One of the things that would be cool too is that apparently they got like Xboxes and gave the cast like Minecraft to play, to hang out together and play a bit, and Steve notably Jack Black put a lot of like time into it. He kind of got into Minecraft. Why not just have him build a Minecraft house in the game, and then that's
And then
That's
like
his house
transfer it.
in
That
the
would be really
movie.
cool if they did that.
Yeah.
and then not only would it be like, oh, this is like a house somebody would make. So
Mhm.
and then also you have the really cool like kind of meta information of, oh yeah, this is actually his house in the game that he built, and then they put it in the game or the movie for the Steve character. But that's
that
just
would
some
actually
bullshit
be
I thought
interesting.
off the top of my head. Yeah, and they had many millions of dollars and lots of time. So
$150 million budget for this movie, and I think Fringy was saying earlier that new Looney Tunes movie costs like 15 million to make. And
Oh
it's like
yeah, I
infinitely
heard you
more
talking about
entertaining to
that.
watch. And it's like, fuck, that cost that much, and we spent 150 million on this tripe. Like,
This
fucking
on
hell.
this
And it will make so much money,
abomination.
John. All of the money. It'll make it all, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, you're a genius!" All of the people who made this.
It's what makes it
Yeah.
such a clever movie. You know, the theme being that creativity isn't rewarded. So here's the Minecraft movie.
So true.
Yeah.
Listen,
So horribly true.
It's really meta and thematically appropriate. Okay, this all fits together. This is a finely
10 out of 10.
crafted film. Okay.
It's probably worth mentioning as well. Before the chicken thing, there's a pig with a crown.
Oh, what was
yeah,
that?
there's a pig with a crown, and they're like, oh my gosh, look, it's a pig with a crown. Who's that? And Steve's like, that's a legend, and that's it.
Which is awkward because obviously I was like, okay, pig with crown Minecraft, and the results I was like, it's the icon for a Minecraft streamer who died of like a bone cancer or something.
Oh.
Oh.
So like in honor of his, I guess, contributions to the game and you know, the community that surrounded him and stuff, they put pig with a crown into the game. I was just like, that's just not at all what I was expecting, considering that moment in the film, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Yeah,
that's what that is.
it just shows up and walks around a little bit, but it's not connected to anything else. Now I didn't know what it was a reference to.
No,
and with everything else that you've shat on for the rest of the movie, both after this and before it, I thought this was just like a random non sequitur style joke.
I thought what I was
Um,
gonna Google was to find out like, oh, that's just King Pig and he's a NPC where you can buy something from him. I thought that was what it was
Yeah.
gonna be.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was a reference to. It didn't match any of the. It's just a random thing that sort of happens, and it seems very out of place that they would do something for the community here when they didn't. Like I said, this movie has like 3 seconds of Minecraft music in it, so of course I didn't expect them to do anything interesting or respectful.
Actually,
Of course not.
but yeah, that the references to Technoblade, that's the cameo in the village. The other cameos are LD, Shadow Lady, Dan TDM, Mumbo Jumbo, and Afmao in the auction section. And
I don't understand a
Jed,
single word you've just used.
streamer names.
Those are
Okay.
internet streamers on the web.
One of the key developers of Minecraft was a cameo as a waiter during the Coolidge scenes. But hey, you know, got to be in the mind.
Yeah. I was just going through some of my pictures here, and I'm thinking,
Immortalized
how
in the
come
Minecraft movie.
how come Steve's house isn't something that's been built that is really like neat and cool, a place for them to hang out and talk about Minecraft or whatever? But oh well, doesn't happen. But all of this is all completely secondary to the real topic on hand, which is we need to talk about roast chicken. It's a thing. They really are proud of it. And once again, it's not how the games work. So if Jason Momoa Garrett says I need some protein, and then they go to a store, a lava chicken store, where they take a live chicken and then they dump lava on it, and then a roast chicken is deposited from the ceiling and plops onto the countertop. Which is, by the way, it's not how it works in the game. If you put lava on a chicken, it will kill the chicken. And the chicken will turn into grilled chicken, but then the grilled chicken will just fall into the lava and be destroyed. So that's weird. I don't know.
They had a grate where the lava drains, idiot.
All right, well, fair enough. There you go.
Got it.
Take it all back. Yep.
Got you back there, Jared Hess. Don't you worry.
And then they have this prolonged joke where Steve, I guess we can talk about how the jokes don't work. So the roast chicken just plops down, obviously steaming hot, and then Steve grabs the chicken bone which is apparently cool to the touch. The bone isn't going to be like the most scorching hot part of it at all. He grabs it with no problem, and then he goes to bite it, and it instantly burns his mouth because it's super hot.
And that's
And
funny.
then Garrett,
that's a funny
yeah, that's
joke.
hilarious.
And then
That's
they brought
really
in a
funny.
new writer because the old writer has to leave now, otherwise this can't make any sense as to how they constructed this scene. So
Then Garrett, someone said you put the lava in the stove, duh. That's true. You can use a bucket of lava as fuel in the game, but that's not what they did in the movie. So there you go. Steve, he's like, oh, that's fucking hot. And Garrett says, I'll eat it like it is. Because he's like trying to be a big, strong man. And then he eats the hot chicken and he sort of eats it a bit. And then Steve says, wow, you're like really amazing. And that's totally cool, bro. And then all of the others watch as Garrett, like his eyes water because the chicken's really, really hot in his mouth, and he opens his mouth a bit.
But like Steve
And then
says it like
and then Don says,
There's
"Garbage man, you're a big time idiot."
in a different direction to what I thought you were going, because
yeah.
there's two jokes here and they can't coexist. It has to be different writers. I don't know what the fuck happened here. He picks up the chicken and it's too hot for Steve, and he's like, "Oh, ouchies, so hot." Ugh. And then when Garrett picks it up to eat it, he's like, "Whoa, Garrett, that is a chicken that has been heated with lava or whatever." He has like a full lore explanation for why it's hot. He's like, "You can't just eat it." It's like, just kid, like what? You try, like what? You can't. The first joke is implying that Jack Black like just didn't know. And the second joke implies he's always known and would never make that mistake, and he's trying to teach new people. You
Oh
can't
yeah,
just
that's
eat
true.
it.
Yeah, like he should know how hot it is, not just because of the way that it looks and how obviously hot it is, but like it's lava chicken. You should know that's how this process happens.
I said it feels
But
like
then
two
he's like,
different
"No, don't
writers
do the
wrote
thing I
two
just
different
did."
jokes, and they had two different ideas onto how to do this scene. Weird.
Or it's like
Yeah,
the joke doesn't match the one idea they did have, because they want to establish this kind of macho man rivalry somehow between Jack Black and Jason Momoa. And so the idea is, yeah, they have this competition over who can, tolerate the hottest chicken, but so that they have that joke work in two different ways to try and get to that point, and in the end they just get to no point because they've broken it. Like, it would have worked just as well if you'd skipped Jack Black eating it and had him warn Jason Momoa not to eat it,
Yeah.
and then him eat it anyway. That would have still been fine, and it would have got, if you like that kind of humor, it would still have been in there. It just wouldn't have been contradicted by previous other kind of humor.
I'm pretty sure it was mentioned previously, but this movie has 5 credited writers, and I think even more uncredited contributors. And I don't think a movie should typically have more than 2 writers, maybe a third to give it like a polish, or like for like a second opinion, just to have an outside set of eyes to go over like a finished script and provide feedback. But this is a classic example of like too many cooks, right, pulling the story in too many different directions, and then it just results in an incoherent mess.
A committee of untalented people working together their damned hardest to make the worst movie ever created.
Too many
Damn
cooks who
near
can't
succeeded.
cook.
Yeah, right.
In the working cut version, because most of the credits are in, so it says like a Jason Momoa production and this directed by so and so, and it gets to the writers and it just says TBD, which is probably how it should have stayed, to be honest.
Yeah.
'cause I
Oh yeah,
wouldn't
the
want to be
story
attached
and
to
the
this
writer.
thing.
Yeah, the story and writers TBD.
That's
Which I
pretty funny.
thought was which I almost thought was like, oh, are they saying like the story is what you make of it because it's Minecraft and you make
That's
your own
what I was
story,
going
so
for.
it's
Yeah, yeah.
But then I was like, I don't know. If, I saw the film now. I think they just fucked up. I don't think that actually means anything. Back in the Nether, we meet General Chungus.
He's really
His name
funny.
is General. His name is General Chungus, and the joke is that he's a big, scary-looking piglin, but he has a normal, friendly kind of voice.
It's so funny because he does like a roar, and then he's like, "Hello."
Hello, hi there. How are you doing? That is
Yeah.
so cool. Okay.
I
You
was
want me to,
laughing
like,
so
Hi,
hard.
I'm General Chungus.
I laughed so hard I did the knee slap. I was like, "Whoa, that's just it's instinctual when you're laughing that hard."
So Malgosia sends him to go get the orb because her spies tell her that Steve's at the lava chicken shack.
I just like you want to say why, how, what spies, who are they, how do they report back, how do they get to the
One of
Nether?
those
Are they
villagers
pigs?
is
Can
a
they- One of the, are we going to deal with
Schrader?
As soon as you ask the question, you think, oh, fuck it. They're not going to answer. There's no point.
Specifically, by the way, I'm not paraphrasing. Well, I am paraphrasing, but like she says specifically, the lava chicken shack is where they are. This is what Malgosia says. She knows exactly where they are right now, immediately, as if she just got a text from the spy in the village. So yeah, Chungus then begins to sing the lava chicken song.
Oh. Yes.
Yep. So you get to enjoy it a second time, as I'm sure we all were
I face
glad.
palmed
Yeah.
at that moment. Pretty
I
fucking
felt
hard.
too dirty to touch myself.
I wanted to like it because I mean I'm a Tenacious D fan as well, but I was wincing. I was like, oh nah, this isn't it, dude.
And again, like, how can the pig thing, which we have established can't go up there, be a big fan of the chicken shop, which is up there? How does any of that make any sense? And
Everyone
again,
knows about the
fuck
lava
it.
chicken. Listen, have you been to?
It's a chain.
Have,
They
have
have
you,
one
are
in the
you a
Nether.
fan of a place that you haven't been to? It's the same thing here. You could be a fan of places you haven't been to.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
I think that. Oh, what's an example? I don't. Mount Fuji. It's pretty cool. I've never been there, though. You know.
You've been there
You
spiritually.
know what they said? I've been there. Spirit. That's right. I converted to Shintoism years ago, and that's where my spirit resides. Because it doesn't spend much time in my fucking body with all these movies.
As we mentioned earlier, they have to take a potion to be able to survive the zombification or whatever. And there's this moment where he's like, I don't think this will be enough to go around, which is like this is almost a complete nitpick to me. But I'm just like, why do you have such a useless fucking line in your script? I don't think this will be enough to go around. It doesn't have any consequences for anything.
No, there's 2 lines. Because it's like he says there's not enough to go around, but just take sips. Just take little sips, everybody. So like they really want you to know like twice, but it doesn't amount to anything. They committed to it.
Point, purpose,
multiple
or anything.
occasions.
I don't know what the fuck is it, because when she's like, "Bah, do it anyway." It's like, is it supposed to be funny? Why?
Do you just want them to die? Do you want them to instantly zombify when they step through the portal?
God,
or
what's the point? And it's like, maybe there was a point. Maybe it did actually lead to something and it got cut. It's like, ugh. Fine. The film is full of this anyway.
Yeah, she gives them a potion so they don't zombify, because if the piglins are in the overworld, like the sun touches them, then they zombify. What does that mean? It doesn't mean actually what the word says, so don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later. Back in the village, Steve and Natalie are having a small conversation.
That doesn't make sense. The whole thing.
Natalie, no, it doesn't. Natalie says, so basically Steve says, we got to go over the mountain and through the woods to the woodland mansion, basically. He just says, here's where we need to go.
He describes the
assuming
route
that he'll lead them there.
off by like mine just easily. And then she's like, we need a map.
Yeah, we need a real map. And she's like very indignant about it.
Where did this come from?
No, we
What is
need to find
happening?
ourselves a real map. Yeah, this is the Natalie is now a bitch part of the movie.
I don't get it. I was getting so lost. I was like, what? Everything he just said is the opposite of needing a map. He is the map. That's like the whole point.
Do you want him to give grid coordinates? Do you want him to press F3 and give you his X, Y, and Z coordinates? That's a game reference.
That's video.
Because I play it.
No, but they really insist on it to the extent that while Steven's like the guys go and find weapons and cool shit, they're like, well, no, we still want the map. We're going to go buy a map. That's going to separate us from the others, because that's the functional use of this dynamic. Is that we have to separate these characters that we care so much about, so we can really, really be invested in whether or not they'll reunite. And so they go off looking for a map that they don't need. And then at no point do they ever get the map, and they still don't know where they're going, but they still get there anyway because the script is dumb.
Right.
Because if you are Natalie and Dawn, I'm sticking close to Steve, because as annoying as he is clearly experienced about this world.
He may as well be God.
And this is a new realm that I've known nothing about, and it is not intuitive based on the laws of my reality. So I'm sticking close to him. If he knows the way to where we need to go, that's who we're sticking with. We don't need a map. But Natalie says not only do they need a real map, they need a real map. I need to get my brother out of here. So
and then you get the manufactured conflict between the
Your brother
the
has a
brother and the
gift.
sister.
You should let him explore it. Which is like, where the
Alma-
fuck did that come from? Like, what?
Kind of, yeah. Steve says that Henry has a real gift, that creativity is key to survival here, and that you should let him enjoy being in the Minecraft world. But Natalie says that in the real world, creative kids are losers and nobody likes them, and that he blew up Chuggy the Chip.
Oh my god, this conversation, I was just like, none of these lines are connecting. You guys are just saying random shit. What the fuck is going on? Like, where the hell did that come from? What she says in response to what he said. Where the hell did what he said come from? And you're like, well, but it's doing purposes for like theme and character. You're like, yeah. We call this writing. You're supposed to work harder to get these lines out. You're not supposed to just say them.
And then because like,
Now-
he overhears this, right? And so like his response is, "Oh, well, maybe I should just stay here then," which is the one time in the movie that you get any sense that he might be happier here than in the real world. They try to set this up as a massive juxtaposition and a big moral choice that he'll have to make at the end. I think this is the only line that really references it. So by the time you get to the end and it's,
Yeah,
oh, will
I
you
think
stay or
so.
will you go?
Yeah.
He just walks back through because obviously he has no particularly like pronounced reason to want to stay here.
You know,
And she, in response, says,
And it's
"Oh
the-
no, that's not what I was saying," which is fine, but I don't know what she was saying, so that line doesn't make any sense either.
her focus
she
was on his
said-
health, right? Not anything else. And then Jack Black moves it into creative expression. And instead of her refocusing and being like, no, I just want him out of a world that could kill him at any moment, she says like, creative kids get bullied. You're like, what are you
Creative
talking
kids are
about? Why?
losers.
What?
As they're still sticking with the idea that in the real world, being creative it's just a bad thing to do because people will hate you and no one likes creativity in the real world.
It's
They're really
nonsense.
sticking with that as a
It's
concept.
like I said,
that
stolen
is
valor.
obviously not true.
They're trying to steal nerd and geek valor for creative people. Like, hang on, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
And I think if you'd
And
wanted
also-
to like plumb this particular depth, but you'd have had to really have established her as being much more of like the try to be an adult character, the one who actually discourages him several times until this point. And then the argument she'd have to deploy would be more like, well, no, because like he goes off the rails, like he blew up a factory, like this kind of unchecked imagination that he's been going in for is childish and it's dangerous and he needs to grow up. And if you'd done the pre-establishing work, that would be quite a clear divide between them. But we haven't had, I don't think, really a single scene where she tells him off about anything to do with creativity or imagination,
Nope.
which makes this entire thing seem like it comes from nowhere.
And her rant
No,
about him, by the
it-
way,
yeah, it's very...
that she like oversteps and says something she regrets about him. They have this like wider shot where it's just revealed he is standing right in front of her.
It was so comical.
You know what it reminds me of, and he's muted, so I don't know if he's here, but it's like one of my favorite random jokes I remember from Futurama, where Bender is shitting all over this new girl who's working with them at the Planet Express, and as he's making fun of her, all the other characters go quiet, and he goes, "Oh, is she behind me?" And then the camera just expands, and he goes, "No, I'm in front of you." And he goes, "Ah!" Like, it's just. And it's just this, but actually, like she's like, "Oh no, I said it while he was right in front of me. Whoops."
Yeah. And not only is the blocking ridiculous, but that bit of dialogue is so forced. Like, oh great, we gotta split them
Yeah.
up.
Well, yeah, because what she says is just like it's a fact that he has accepted. Remember, he threw away his notebook of creativity into the bin because his jetpack thing didn't work out, and she's saying, yeah, he blew up Chuggy the Chip and could have
Yeah.
killed someone. It was a big accident. And
He's
then when
so
Henry's
wrong.
there, he's just like, "Oh yeah, well maybe I don't, but maybe I belong in this world." It's
It's
like,
all
what's
wrong.
the
He didn't-
disagreement in terms of the? It's just a matter of fact. That's what you did.
The story they told us was he was allowed to do something amazing with all the materials he could ever need, with everyone appreciating him, but it went badly, and as far as he knows, it's because he made a miscalculation. When in reality, bullies sabotaged him. That's a whole ass different story. The way that they tell it is that he wasn't creatively allowed to do anything, and even when he tries, it destroys everything or something. You know what I mean? It's like these pieces don't fit together at all. Like,
Right.
It's like you know what's a better version of this?
What?
Meet the Robinsons, the
hey, I remember liking that movie.
animated movie. Yeah,
I know of
there's
it, I
like
never saw it.
yeah, the main character is basically what this movie pretends this guy is. It's a great movie. and the great characters. But yeah, that's how you do an inventor plotline.
Who
For
was in that
example.
movie? I remember the title, but I can't remember.
It's an animated
Snidely
movie, so I
Whiplash.
don't really know
okay.
who exactly is the voice cast, but yeah, it's a very well written movie with a very fleshed out characters, and the main character is a young boy who invents stuff, but they all go wrong, and he kind of like loses faith in such creativity and stuff,
Right.
and then the movie is about him rediscovering himself. But there's a whole plot line with the time traveling and stuff.
Bowler hat guy.
So it's really cool. No, it's awesome. But yeah.
Someone sent me this picture and I found it amusing. So there you go. That's that. Oh boy. Those long years spent in Midport Village.
Oh my god. Oh, I don't even want to think about the children. Oh.
Yeah. There are you just
I mean, do they have genitalia? Do they?
You said you didn't
Are
want to
they-
think about them. Stop
You said
asking
you didn't
those
wanna think about-
drove
yeah,
right
don't-
into the cave
don't
of
think about
discussion.
their obviously peg-shaped cocks and how they procreate. Don't think about that. Don't think about the sounds they make when they ejaculate. Don't think about it. All right? Don't ask questions. Don't do that.
Are they like
Sounds-
We got to talk about
ligers
Minecraft.
where they can't?
Lions and
No.
tigers?
No.
That's a Napoleon Dynamite reference. Excellent.
Oh no.
I'm gonna pretend I did that on purpose.
You did.
You did. So, hey, guess what? Dawn tells Natalie she found a villager who sells maps.
Thank goodness.
Cartographer. It's a
Just when they
hmm.
discovered the need for maps.
I guess they started looking after they decided they want a map, right? Or I guess Dawn didn't know that maybe they'd
they were
spoken
both
about this
interested
secretly
in maps,
earlier.
and then yes, it's you know what, it's a really lean script. I like it. It's getting everything done quick. Time to go get a map.
Hey, that's true. And now comes a really fun scene. Steve shows Henry and Garrett some of the stuff from his stash with all of his treasures in it. He says, I've got TNT and I've got some fireworks. I've got boots of swiftness, diamond armor, swords. Oh boy, look at all this stuff from the game. Isn't that exciting? The stuff from the game? And there's a villager here for some reason. No clue.
I was getting so confused with this. I was like, is this a shop or is this his stash? Who's the villager?
It says
Is
stash on the
Alfred?
sign outside. It says Steve's secret stash, I think, on the sign outside. But they don't call attention to it. It's just there in the background. And then there's just a villager in here. Kind of like standing around, like behind a booth or something. And they even have a shot of Jason Momoa specifically looking like weirdly at the villager as he opens up a chest. So it's very intentional that there is a villager here.
Don't know
which
why.
I don't know. Maybe he's a great guy. Garrett opens up a chest and it has an ender pearl. And Steve says, yeah, this teleports you to wherever you throw it. And Garrett says, yeah, right. Because he doesn't believe him, because that's just unbelievable that could exist
Yeah, that
in
would be
this
insane.
world. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
insane if that could actually happen. And then he tosses it casually behind him instead of just putting it back in the chest, which is already strange even for him. And then it teleports him, and he goes, ah! And he's very surprised that it actually teleported him.
Oh, he's dead now.
Um,
Now he is Garrett too.
this is different. I guess we don't know the mechanics of it. It's
It's a
very
different
possible, though.
consciousness.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to. Once we know the lore, we could say for certain. We don't know if it's like a Star Trek teleporter, which does kill you, or if it's something else. I don't know. It's very strange. It's magic or whatever. Steve is annoyed at this because he said that was the only one I had. No biggie. Almost died fighting an Enderman for it because Enderman.
Hmm.
This is
This
a
is
setup.
actually this is
It
a
is.
setup for how deadly and dangerous Endermen are, apparently.
And how you'd have to be
Because
pretty
Steve
fucking
almost died
talented
fighting it.
to be able to fight and kill one of them.
Yep,
No-
Steve's been here for
Yeah.
years, and he only
Yeah.
has one Ender Pearl.
You'd
And
have
it
to be
got
pretty
used. He
fucking
had to
talented. Oh boy.
Yep. Oh boy.
Mhm.
So keep that in mind. This is what line that actually does mean something later. How oh boy, it's like a
This-
unicorn.
This is like
A
the
fucking
one
line
setup
that
in
has
the
a
movie that
payoff.
that
Oh,
actually gave me a spark of interest of what's to come, where it's just like, okay, they're setting up Enderman as like a spoopy threat where the kids might have to like have a fight that's like, satisfying, but they don't pay it off well at all. It
No.
just sucks.
There is a line, and it might be my favorite in the film. It doesn't score very high on the scale, but it's still, I think, the highest. Where, because I forgot to mention it,
That's fair.
when they had their little stupid back and forth, where the sister says whatever she said, and the kid's like, "Maybe I want to stay in this world or whatever," and walks into the room. Bearing in mind the kid's name is Henry, Garrett says, "I'm more of a sister to Hank than you'll ever be." Which
Yeah,
I was
oh,
like,
I remember.
I like that, like what they were doing with that one line. But not only do they they actually kind of stick with the name change, but Steve joins in calling him that
well,
later in the movie.
that in
which
that moment
confused
right
me.
there was like, huh.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think that is a fair qualifier for something that made you go, huh. Totally fair. For me, I think it was. Oh yeah, for me it was when Marlene said, "We were miserable for 20 years, but we stuck it through for the dogs," and I was like, eh. So we've all got ours. We've all got our line. Yeah, see? Yeah, that's the noise I made. Yeah.
It's the flat line of
Mm.
the heartbeat, and then it just goes. Like,
Yeah.
what?
It's like, oh my god, the audience might not be dead or not present.
Yeah.
So actually, I gotta use the loo real quick. I'll be right back, and then we can talk about the things. Discuss amongst yourself some more of the funny, hilarious lines in Minecraft the movie. I'll be right back.
Can you believe he's going to pee when we're about to hit the crafting table scene? The fable.
Oh,
Oh
no,
my
we
God.
shitting, boys. What?
Oh.
Oh my.
Doing a Minecraft movie.
But yeah, I don't think it was discussed that they were gonna go get the map. So Steve just doesn't give a fuck that two of the people in their team are just gone now. He's just like,
Yeah.
While he's explaining all of the things they need for where they're going, nobody there cares to say like, oh, shouldn't we have our other two team members? And like I said, it's so uncanny to the point where you might wonder, were they always a part of this film? And you're like, no, yeah, probably. It's just that I don't know.
Yeah.
The script just doesn't give a fuck about them.
They're about to get split up soon, right?
They not
Yeah.
only get split up, they just when it's between those two plot lines, as in the two girls versus the three guys, you could tell the script is like, it's the three guys. We're gonna be 70% them, okay?
Yeah.
They'll get
But it's
one
probably
scene
because
maybe.
If you are going to split your people up, you don't want all of the actual characters on one team and all of the people that are not characters on the other team. It's just basic kind of balance out a little bit, but no.
It's like they only did it so that they had more ways to buffer the main characters' scenes, because you like time jump between moments where you cut back and forth. Like they needed more of those. So there's like, we've already ran out of Jennifer Coolidge dating scenes, so we're gonna need someone else. They just generate that. Because in retrospect, there's just no character for them. You almost feel bad.
I'd actually, I think, respect it more if like they turned up where they were looking to go and the girls were already there. And like the joke is that like, if you're actually playing the
That would be
game, you take the
hilarious.
most indirect route possible because you have fun. And if you don't understand how the game works, you just go straight from point A to point Z. And that you could make that point. That would be a little sort of meta humor thing. Again, requires a bit of imagination though, so we don't get that.
Well,
It's
You could just
yeah,
make a
it's
joke at the expense of how uninteresting they are. It's like, oh, how'd you get here? It's like, I don't know, it wasn't very remarkable.
or you
Yeah.
could do the reverse, right? Like it was the most exciting thing ever. You wouldn't even have imagined it was crazy. Oh, it would have been. You wish you were there. Anyway, it's
it's like a trap for girls. Hey, there's a girl on a poster, and in the trailer, do we care for it? No, not really.
you kidding me? So many girls will
she's
grow up with
in
these
the
girls as
movie,
their
though.
heroes.
Yeah, for sure. What an inspiration! I'm inspired right now.
You know how many
I'm
times-
Forget
glowing.
their names.
Well, so while Rags has been introducing certain like scenes with their names, several times I've been like, oh yeah, that's
Right.
Especially the sister, who I am now calling the sister because
Yeah.
I've forgotten again what her name was.
Yep.
No,
So,
I didn't
it's
know
Natalie,
until you guys
right?
mentioned their names. I had no idea.
say Natalie?
Especially for women.
Natalie, yeah, pretty sure.
There you go. See how long I can
Garrett,
remember this time.
Steve. Obviously, I remember Steve's name, and then Garrett,
Hank.
and then Dawn, right?
You tell
Hank.
us.
Yeah.
Wait, what's Hank?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
what's the name of the kid?
That's a payoff. That's
Yeah, it's a
affiliate.
payoff.
Oh. Oh, right.
Okay,
It is an
fine,
H
it's
word.
fine.
Yeah.
It is an H word.
I go on a.
Henry.
And
Right, okay.
Alright.
Natalie's
I'm probably
the
gonna forget
sister.
again. Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. You
Where's
just
the
call him like
villain?
you can just say
pick
kid,
called?
sister, Steve.
Except for
Jason
Steve, you gotta
Momoa.
call him Steve. He's Steve.
Yeah.
He is Steve. He said so. He
He's-
said his name is
he's mo-
Steve.
Which is weird because he's more Jack Black than Steve, but he's Steve. Steve is one
Mhm.
less syllable, which means we get to go home sooner over the course of this stream. It's crafting
I
time,
remember
boys.
The dog's name is Dennis. I remember
there you
that.
go.
I
Well,
think.
Dennis,
Me.
yeah.
You've nearly got the whole
Dennis.
cast. We're doing great.
That's right. What? Wait, no, well, almost. What's the evil pig sorceress's name?
She's down in my notes as
I don't
Pig
remember.
because I
don't
couldn't
know.
remember what it is.
Mandosha?
Close.
Okay.
Very close. Good job, Mahler. That was close.
Mendoka? Dolksha?
Mendacious.
Ashdoka? And
This is we're in an
It's a
English class.
very evil
Man.
name. It's an evil name because it starts with MAL, as all the
Master?
bad names do.
Maldosha? Malgosha?
Oh, very close. Very
Mal-
close.
Malgacia.
Ooh, very, very close.
Mel Gibson.
Malgumbo.
If you combine your guesses together, you've got it. It's Malgosia.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, Malgosia. That's the yeah.
I like Mel Gibson. Whoever said that, I think
Yeah,
that's
that
a
was
good
Mel
one.
Gibson. Yeah, that is pretty funny.
So the crafting table, huh?
Yeah, crafting table. So in Minecraft, the game, the crafting table is of incredible importance. If you can craft something in the game, it is almost certainly made on the crafting table. One of the best mods, though, is inventory crafting, where you just press a button and it automatically brings it up in your inventory. You don't have to actually set it down. Oh, what a game changer. But yeah, the crafting table, it's a 3x3 grid, and you put stuff on it, and then depending on what you put on it, it will spit out a product of it. Very important. It is of incredible importance. It is one of the most important blocks in Minecraft. Gotta have a crafting table. Pretty
Yeah.
much at all times. Super important. It is what makes the crafting in Minecraft essentially possible. So Steve shows Garrett and them all the stuff, and then he says, let's go over here to the crafting table, you know? And he makes a sword. He puts 2 iron ingots and then a stick, just like the game, and he hits it with a hammer, and boom, it pops up and makes a sword. And Garrett's like, that's no blade. I'll show you a blade. And then he just randomly, like, pours random shit onto the table,
He's a gamer.
the crafting table, and then hits it. And then it makes 2 buckets that are connected by a chain. And then he says they're buck chuckets or something like that. And that's like what
Gamer.
he has now. He has 2 buckets connected by a chain.
Gamer.
Yep, he's a gamer.
Well, he is a button masher, so I feel like this is the result
True.
of
Well,
that.
this is a weird.
Filthy
So
button masher.
the way you'd want to do it with him is like, say for example, they were in Steve World, and there was one of those like fairground things where you have a hammer and you hit the thing, and it goes up and hits a bell. You could totally understand him being like, "I'm gonna fucking outdo you on that." But when this is a magical table where I hit the thing and stuff that I put on there turns into things with specific reference to the grid. I made a sword, and he's just like, I'm gonna out macho you, buddy. It's like, this doesn't really line up to me. It's just like, you have no idea what the fuck this is. All you could really do
That
is
just goes
humiliate
to show how
yourself.
much of a retard he is.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? That's the writing throughout. It's just like, he's just stupid, though. Like, oh, okay.
Oh,
No, he's
and-
Henry Skywalker.
By the way, none bucket chunks or whatever they're called. The 2 buckets connected by chain, those are not in the game. That's an invention of the movie.
Well,
which
they
is
will be soon enough,
fine,
Rags,
but,
thanks to this movie.
I don't
Oh,
know how fine I
fuck.
consider that, actually. You know, I feel now, of course, you would hope that the stuff that shows up is like more than the most
should-
basic references ever, but it should be something you can make in the game.
If it's supposed to be about being mega creative, and
Yes,
so it's
but
like, oh,
I agree with that.
if
but,
he put
but,
2,
I mean,
if he put 2 buckets on the table and then like chains on the table and then
That would
boot
follow.
them together, that would follow. But the fact that it randomly goes from like 7 ingots to one other piece of crap and that's just what it makes, it's not intuitive. There are ways to make these things in the game, and you have the grid. You could have 2 buckets and a chain on the grid and it would combine them together into chain buckets. But they don't do that.
I think what I suppose I'm getting at is in the Lego movie, what's cool about it is that they come up with a lot of really inventive sort of vehicles and you know, bits of equipment and stuff that they use that feels like there was some imagination put into it, but ultimately it's all stuff that you could actually build. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if in the behind the scenes they showed how they built it so that they could, you know, which pieces that they needed
Yeah.
for the animation. And I kind of feel like in the Minecraft movie, anything that is made should be something that you can actually create in the game. Anything that goes beyond that feels like it's kind of a breach of the point. But at the same time, anything that gets made ought to be like pretty interesting rather than essentially being the most boring shit ever.
Well,
Like, it shouldn't be that they make like, oh look, it's a diamond sword. It's like, yep, even I know what that is. It feels like it should be stuff that I shouldn't recognize, right? That if it's actually like going to be a worthwhile Minecraft movie, that somebody who doesn't really know a whole lot about Minecraft would be surprised by some of the things they came up with.
someone said they had a free
I-
pack that did add it to the game, so it's in the game now.
Oh,
Is it?
okay.
Fuck me, really? Minecraft.
Oh, well, never.
The,
Okay, there you go. I guess it is in there. All right, never mind.
The in-game
Yeah,
crafting
'cause-
system is really elegant in its like simplicity and intuitiveness. Like, there's a reason it's a 3x3 grid. Like, on top of like like mixing in certain elements, it's also about like roughly drawing out the shape of what it is you want. Where it's like, you know, you put the hilt at the bottom if you're trying to make a sword, for instance, and that needs to be a particular thing, and then you put the blade up at the top, and it's just like, oh, I roughly drew out a sword, I get a sword. Or if you want to make a bucket, you sort of draw a U shape around the perimeter of the 3x3 grid. But that's like the cost of like excluding the computery element out of the movie. It's just like, how do you do like a 3x3 grid in a sort of with the weird aesthetic that it's gone with, where it's not based on a kind of computer system. And so
Well,
they
you
came
know,
up with
why
this
is everything
clumsy table
blocky,
thing where,
right? Why is
sorry,
it
what
all
was that thing?
blocky?
Oh,
Well,
right,
that's
yeah.
that you raise a good point because it's like, yeah, why is everything in the Minecraft world blocky? It's like, well, in the game it is. It's like, yeah, but why is it in the game? It's like because of the art style. It's like, yeah, but you've changed it. So now why is shit in a grid? Why do you craft in a grid? There's like, I guess because everything's blocky, but like it still doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah,
Oh,
we were
that
talking
makes
about that
sense. It's
earlier, right? I mean,
Minecraft.
the whole purpose of the blockiness and low textures is low hardware taxation, given the sheer amount of procedural terrain generation and the fact that everything is destructible. But it's like, if you take the whole computer element out of it, the whole thing is just fucking weird and baffling. It's like, why does all of this exist, and why does it exist in the way that it does? Like, it's just all nonsense.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like if you had Tron, but everything was organic for some reason. Like the Tron bike was like actually like
an HR Geiger.
I don't know if it's actually organic, but yeah, like it wasn't all. There's a new Tron film coming out this year.
There is.
Yeah, they just dropped
Yeah,
the
Worlds
Worlds
trailer.
collide. It's coming to the real world.
9 Inch
Ooh.
Nails, that's fun, but you know,
Yeah.
but otherwise, whatever.
This looks great, by the way.
Yeah,
You
it's
can play as Jack Black Steve instead of Steve in Minecraft.
You
Thanks
can
to
play
the
Someone
Jack
made
Black
me
Steve and
a,
whoever the fuck the other ones are. Like, who are they again? I've already forgotten the names.
Oh, from left to right, it's Henry, Natalie, Steve, Garrett, and Don.
Oh, nerd.
Malgosha
Yeah,
is not
good job.
featured, nor is Dennis.
Well, that
Why
was
the
a
fuck isn't
fucking
Dennis on
major
here? Probably
blunder.
because it's not even a skin. Hey, speaking of major blunder, I don't know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something, but it's someone. Yeah, someone in chat. I think when they made me a Rags in-game Minecraft skin. So yeah, that showed up in a video actually recently. But yeah, I appreciate that. I still use it. It's lovely. It's wonderful. Thank you. It's way better than fucking Jack Black Steve or any of these goobers. If you had to pick one, I don't know. I don't even know which one I'd use.
I'd use them all the
I'd want to be
time because I'm a true fan. I want this
layered on top of each other.
Yes.
Constantly.
I would print it out all over my room.
Yeah, fair. So, oh, I'm sorry, I lost my place there. So yeah, Henry says that he wants to make something, and he puts a bunch of shit on the table. He's got an eraser and a 9-volt battery and a tater tot, and he smacks the table, and it makes like a gun.
Doesn't work because it would never work. But
yeah, because it makes no sense, and there's nothing intuitive about it. Except you'd be wrong, you fake gamer. It makes a tot launcher. It's a gun that shoots tater tots.
You may as well.
And it's the deadliest weapon in this fucking movie.
Yeah, because I was going to say, you may as well not describe what the name of it is, and instead describe the consequences of it, which is that he gets through.
Yeah, it's more like the Rhino.
He gets through a major battle that's incoming better than pretty much everybody involved, and he defeats the final boss, so to speak, and saves the day with this weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane, and he just crafted it.
And then Steve's
first
like,
try.
"Wow, what an amazing thing you made! You're so creative, jeez."
Yeah, he says it's like Steve really like compliments everybody else on how amazing and cool they are when it's not warranted, especially when it's not warranted. But yeah, that's what he says. Like, oh, you took stuff from the real world and then used it to make crafting. That's like next level, dude. Yeah, all right, okay. I mean, that sounds like something I could make because there's nothing intuitive about it.
That sounds like something anybody would do.
Yeah, what do I got here? I got a napkin. I've got some card sleeves. I got chapstick. I got a pen and some Altoids, and I could just slap those on the crafting grid, and it makes
like a
I don't
grenade.
know
Like,
a syringe that shoots acid. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
That's what I mean, though. Is the film is insistent that he's doing this because he's creative, when this was just bullshit. You just put a bunch of random shit on there. Why would it not work for Garrett, but it does work for him? It's like, well, because the film said so. You're like, right, okay.
That's the same thing all the way through. Like he's the only one who's really allowed to fully utilize the approximation of the game mechanics, just because he is so creative. But like, you could have maybe gone some way toward justifying it because they do later on sort of show some notebook drawings, don't they? When they're doing that, like the crafting gathering montage thing toward the end of the movie. If you'd had like him building one of the designs that he's had in his notebook for ages, and it's like, I can actually finally make this in this world, then you've kind of tied it to something he's already imagined, and it's kind of building into this idea that the world is feeding into all the best parts of his imagination.
That would, funnily enough, get in the way of the final point of the movie, because it would be like, you got to create stuff in the real world. It's like, well, no, but it's easier to do it here, and it's more fun because it gets realized by true imagination. Though that part annoyed me at the end of the film, because there's nothing they have in the final fight that's not off the wall, basically, or stuff they already had. So, like, his schematics, he's basically just indulging in drawing what they already have. Like, he draws a picture of Jack Black with the diamond armor on. It's like, why? What is the point of that? You already have the armor. So, you know, like, he's so creative. It's like, no. He's just drawing what already exists.
He doesn't do anything creative, that's true. Even though, specifically, we were told, wow, you're pretty creative.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Yeah, so Steve, apparently, Steve keeps a fat stash of diamonds at the Redstone mines. And it's a major detour, but Garrett says he wants the treasure since he needs money, because on the note, it was said, oh, there's a lot of treasure in this world, but it's a bit dangerous. That's what Garrett needs, because he has no money. Garrett says that if he doesn't get the diamonds from the stash, then Steve won't get the Tesseract back. And Garrett has, and this is our reveal, that Garrett has stolen the Tesseract back from Henry.
Oh, I wonder which massive dramatic moment that will lead up to in the film. It does annoy me, though, that the stash of diamonds isn't in the place that's called the stash. It's like they're only there because we need an excuse to go there. But really, why would you leave them in a volcano which is like overrun with villains?
It makes no
does
sense to
make
I don't
put
know
your
why-
diamond stash in your stash, though.
Well, I don't know why, because based off of like everyone I know who plays this game and has ever played it, and myself who's played it, the idea that you just have like a secret massive stash of diamonds far, far away to where you can't get to them if you need them in a very dangerous place that you've booby trapped is like why would you do that? Wouldn't you keep it in like your like everyone has like a storage room in
Yeah.
all some sort of permutation
Well, yeah.
of a
Who does he
storage
think's going
room.
to take it? The villagers aren't going to
goblins.
take it, and why would any
Yep.
of them? The mob wouldn't take it because
Mobs
they
don't give a
wouldn't
shit.
do that, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
mobs
what I
don't
was
take
thinking
your
too.
stuff.
You
I
would
don't-
want
it's
They
to
just take your
yeah.
life. They take
It's
your
there for
soul.
random plot adventure reasons. It makes no sense. Like, no Minecraft player does this, and if they do, it's just for like poops and giggles. Like, oh, wouldn't it be fun if I had this random stash of diamonds hidden away someplace? He isn't that silly. But
Mhm.
Steve
That would
treats
be
it
kind
with
of an
like it's
interesting
serious.
thing, though, wouldn't it? If you did it in the story, like that he arbitrarily created difficulties because everything was a little bit too easy, like everything had gotten a little bit too dull. You know, he's used to the routine.
Keeps
he
me
knows
from
what he's
using
doing.
them too much. Diamonds are valuable. I don't want to use them up too much.
Yeah,
or
some shit like
something. I
that,
don't
yeah.
know. But there's no reason. That's just where they need to be for the next plot beat to happen.
Because the writers don't play this game.
They do not.
Well, they consider it embarrassing.
And I'm starting to wonder if the article I read about Jack Black playing it is a load of horse shit too. That's just meant to fluff it up, or it's wildly exaggerated. Because I could see in my
Well,
head
you know
Jack
what- you
Black
know what
playing
it
a game
is,
and
right?
enjoy it, because he seems to be a gamer. But it's like they mega exaggerate it to just for the sake of a story or an article or some meta
That wouldn't
bullshit.
surprise me.
Wasn't
you know,
he
like, it's
playing
part of the marketing.
Minecraft on YouTube? Like
Oh, sure,
some
but
years
like
ago?
it was
think
very
so, yeah.
promotional, right,
Then
with
again-
PewDiePie and stuff.
Yeah.
And he didn't write
I mean,
the
that counts
script
as
well, so
something.
that's the other thing to add.
More like
Yeah.
a sort of
Something.
publicity event rather than him
That's what I
actually
mean,
being immersed in the game. I
Oh,
think.
I don't
yeah.
know how much it counts when it's something like. It reminds me of they always fucking have photos of, look everybody, these people are reading the comics from the character they're playing, and they have like page
Yeah.
1 open and they smile at the camera, and you're like,
Yeah. and
They
it's like,
love
"Oh,
Star
gee, yeah,
Wars.
Do you now,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah, you're reading that comic? Are you?
I sure do
Are
love
you?
comic.
I think out of all the
Yeah.
creatives involved in this movie, all of them only have a surface understanding of the game at best, and it's just baffling that they didn't have at least one guy who's like a super nerd with the game just to sit in the writers' room, and be like,
Mhm.
"Oh, what if we incorporated this or that," and then have like the,
No, it
the
doesn't
writing
matter,
talent
everybody will
who
show up
understands
anyway.
story structure and all that to be like, "Oh, okay, we can incorporate it this way or that way," But no,
doesn't matter because it was going to make $1 billion no matter what.
Yeah.
yeah. So who
So
cares?
who cares?
So why bother making a good movie? It's for
That's
kids, which
right.
means it can be shit.
Impeccable logic.
Yeah, so piglins show up and attack the village. There's a fight
General
scene
Chungus
here.
is like, "Hey, I'm here to get you.
I'm gonna get you.
Very funny.
My voice doesn't match my bulky stature. Isn't that funny?"
That's hilarious.
Very funny.
Yeah,
So
one of
funny.
the thing. So they like murder a villager in front of Dawn and Natalie, and he just poofs away when he gets shot in the nose by an arrow. Garrett swings his buckets around and knocks Steve out at the beginning of the fight, and then he gets beat up by General Chungus. The gals, they grab some tools like a shovel or whatnot, and they start to fight the piglins shockingly well. They're the most competent combatants in the whole
Yep.
film. They just randomly pick
Is
up
there
things. and
is
are
there
able to
actually any
effortlessly kill them.
explanation for why she is inexplicably
No.
awesome
No.
at fighting them?
No,
No, they
there is
lampshade
not.
again. Like they even asked the question, and she says, "I don't know how I'm so good at this."
Just came to me.
Yeah, it just happens.
And equally,
Nice,
is there any
good
reason why
writing.
Jason Momoa is so utterly crap? It's like he's retarded.
But
Right.
He's
such
retarded.
But he's huge. He's a big guy.
I was getting
We get
so
another
bored of like
modern.
they would set it up. There's so many scenes where he's like, "I'm gonna do X," and then the film is like, "He failed at X."
No, he won't. He's gonna fuck it up like the fuck up he is. All right,
I
guys.
Yeah,
think David
as-
Harbour would have played this role really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
need
yeah.
to. I feel like we need
That's
to
true.
move past this archetype in stories of just the bumbling retard guy. It's always a guy.
Because you can't do it to
It's
women.
always a guy. It's always
Yeah.
is a guy, and it's like
And it's in
getting a little
commercials,
bit like,
too.
all right, guys, can we
We-
chill out a little bit?
I'll take a
It
bumbling
started
retard
showing
if you
up in
can make it
commercials
funny.
years
but
ago.
my God, they
Maybe you
cannot
can make
make
it
it
funny. Yeah.
It
Okay,
Such
I
started
a
as
need-
the
broad
dumb
trope,
dad
right?
archetype
Homer
first.
Simpson, Peter Griffin, is always the
Mr.
guy.
Bean.
Well, the thing is,
Oh, yeah,
obviously, I would defend all those examples. Not this one, though. That's for
Well,
sure.
those the stupid dad archetype has been around for a while, but commercials, it's been wildly prominent in commercials. If you luckily I don't have to watch many commercials these days, but if you watch commercials on TV, it's at least here in the States, the idiot in the commercial is always the man. It's always the guy, it's always the dad. Now part of this is because a lot of these commercials market to women to buy stuff. Women spend a lot on the finances and things, but really no matter what, it's gonna always the dad who's the fuck up. It's always the man who is worse at something, or he's the guy who makes the mess, and the woman has to clean it up and that kind of thing. That's just that's the white guy. Oh yeah, almost exclusively. However, if it's a black family, then the dad is still the fuck up. So there you go. It's just a thing. It's just a.
Well,
it's
what I was
just a
going to
thing
say
in
is
our
that
culture.
generally it's always guys, but it might
Yep.
be an overweight woman. That never like just a healthy
Maybe.
overweight woman. It's always
Yeah.
it's always
Melissa
if
McCarthy or
ever it's
Amy
not a guy,
Schumer.
it's an overweight woman.
Oh my
yeah.
god, that's true.
Yes, pretty much. But yeah, it is. Never, because with guys it could be anybody. Because again, Jason Momoa, he's an athletic looking guy. Doesn't matter. But when it's the ladies, it's only the overweight woman that could be the bumbling fool.
It might be one of the best examples because his history, right? Athletic, he's very muscly, super experienced, knows everything there is to know about video games, and yet he is terrible at everything in this environment, which is entirely the opposite of what you'd expect. It's like he's been hit with a stupid stick so fucking hard that it's like broken his entire story.
You have to go back in time on TV shows to find like the stupid women, but they at one point they definitely decided that we don't do that
the most you can think of is like daffy or naive, right? Like I Dream of Jeannie, where it's like, well, she's not dumb. It's just that she's aloof. Like she's not used to.
They're
the
often
way
out
that
of
things are
touch,
supposed to work.
or they're naive.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're stupid, but you just don't really get those anymore. There is definitely a deference that is given to females in terms of their portrayal. They are not the idiot. They're not the moron. They're the ones who inexplicably win competitions no matter what. In commercials of all kinds. In kids commercials, when you have the one girl there, even if it's fucking Beyblades or Yu-Gi-Oh or something, she's gonna be the one in the commercial who wins the duel, who comes out on
the
top.
one who slaughters the piglins.
Didn't you mention it recently, Mola, the joke in The Simpsons? That's right, a girl playing football, and then Flanders is like, "Oh, that's great, Lisa. We already got 5 on the team."
Almost the best part of that is the follow-up where he immediately is like, "Oh, like it's not as fun now." Like knowing that you've got a bunch of girls there
I don't want to play it when it's like when the football is made out of pigskin. It's like, well, actually, it's a synthetic, it's a synthetic fabric.
Yeah.
When she like, I gotta go, and just runs away.
Yeah, that joke.
That was like 20 years ago.
It's an amazing joke. It's so perfect for the era we're in, because especially with all of like, this film will be the first ever, blah blah blah. It's like, no, it's not. Why are you saying that? Stop it! And it's like, no, it's the landmark case. When Black Panther was coming out, they're like, it's the first black superhero in Marvel. It was like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, literally the first modern superhero film was Blade.
Not even his first movie.
Yeah.
Gosh, terrible.
Anyway.
Yeah.
To be
Anyway,
honest, you want to switch Jason Momoa's character background in this. Like, if he'd been, say, like the manager at the potato chip company, like a guy who's got like no athletic skills, no imagination, and he's the one who's kind of thrown into this movie as the really out of place one, then you can kind of excuse how useless and incompetent he is. But then he sort of over time, his arc is that he learns that imagination is important. It's not just about pushing paper and all the rest of that stuff. that would have made probably for a better character if you still wanted to keep the male buffoon archetype going. But again, like almost every character they've picked is completely wrong for the role they're in.
Correct.
Yeah, I actually would like. I mean, it would be interesting to see a take on this character that was like much more unconventional, like because he's so into money and the idea of like looking for treasure. If he was some kind of like anti-hero, like not totally a heroic character, but was kind of like actually not a great guy, and they come into this world and he's just trying to like capitalize on this and just search for diamonds and stuff like that, and all the other characters have to deal with him and deal with, all the shenanigans. That would be, I mean, kind of interesting dynamic.
They totally do
I
that,
feel
and they
like-
totally make good use of it soon. They totally have a really great character breakdown section where they'll argue. It's
Oh,
very, very
definitely,
good. Very good stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's really riveting
Definitely,
stuff. Academy
There's a-
Award worthy, I reckon.
Yes, yes, yes.
There's a weird conflict
Anyway.
where like they bring in Jason Momoa's character and set him up as a gamer because Minecraft is known for being a video game. In the movie, the world of Minecraft is never acknowledged as being a video game. It's just sort of this alternate universe. And so like why make such a point of him being like this aged video gamer when he's not? This isn't a video game.
It has nothing to
world that
do with
he's in.
anything. Well, remember, they make like record-breaking video game at the end of this film, but it's like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
It's like,
Just
well,
do
Well,
it
again, I
because
think it
it's part
ties
of the
into
things are better
it
now.
ties into the ending where it's like, well, no, creativity is more meaningful in the real world than the Minecraft world. It's like, but it's not. So first of all, you don't even want to start with that anyway. But second of all, it's not a video game. It is an alternate universe, like you said, John. It's got people who like live and die in it. It's got stakes and seemingly people with the capacity to make choices. Why is it treated like it's a secondary, inferior plane of existence? Doesn't make any sense.
But to the point of the whole, like, the confusion of the adaptation here, it's like, why is the ultimate expression of them as a team a video game being created? None of them are devs. This place was not treated as a video game. What does this have to do with anything?
Minecraft is a
Right.
video game, though, so you know.
Exactly. It feels that way, where it's like, they made a video game. It's like, but why?
Yeah,
Yep, they
like
did.
this.
Shut up, damn
Yeah.
it.
Every character operates with like some magical meta knowledge that they're in fact in a game. Because like the first ever line is Jason Momoa going, "This sheep must be our quest giver." Like why would you assume that when you
That's right,
step
yeah.
into this fantastical world?
He doesn't even play video games with quests.
Well, so that's the thing. We only ever saw him
Yeah,
playing
right.
fighting games. And
Yeah.
if
Plays
anything, one
games and beat 'em
fighting
ups,
game.
yeah.
But he seems to know about games. I don't know. It's so weird.
Well, what's the difference between a fighting game and Minecraft? They're all just pew pew video games.
They're all
not
pixels.
like
Yeah,
a
they're all
cinematic
stupid.
art.
They're all
That's
dumb
right.
juvenile wastes of time. So no point
Yeah,
in
not like our
categorizing it.
movie. Yeah,
Yeah,
our
real-
amazing
real-
movie.
And on that weird conflict, and while in terms of like plot analysis, that I believe we're still on the pig fight, like the pigs taking over the village.
Oh, we'll be
there's
done
a, like,
soon.
there's a shot in that scene that sticks out to me where it draws an unusual amount of attention on the aesthetic clash, the baffling aesthetic that it's gone with, where like a pig gets hit and then it's like a super slow motion shot where you see his flesh like vibrating from the impact. And it
Oh,
just
yeah.
like draws so much attention to the fact it's like, God, we're not treating this as a video game. And so everything is like blocky and low poly for no reason, but yet there's a plumpiness to everything. And all like things like flesh and fur are like
It's very
rendered
fleshy.
with hyper realism.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why the fuck would you go with this? Like these, like some people have described it on the internet as nightmare fuel. Like when the first trailer came out, where people got to look at the Minecraft world, and it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, some people, I guess, were like, oh, that's interesting, and then a whole bunch of people were just like, what? Why are you doing it like this?
I think it's supposed to be weird. Like, because isn't that
Yeah.
funny?
I guess.
Like, it's close to the
Fuck.
thing you recognize, but different. Yay.
Yeah.
Which is
So-
they were high in the writer's room and they're like, oh, what if it was kind of like fleshy? Wouldn't that be funny?
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
that's just how it feels. Like they're being kind of.
And then everyone said no,
quirky.
put it in anyway.
Yeah. It's funny because it's weird, I guess, was the rationale.
So yeah, they're fighting. There's some pop song playing. Fuck it, because the soundtrack to this movie is ass. There's an iron golem that finally shows up eventually, and it knocks
Oh, yeah.
Chungus away.
It's pretty funny for them to have the line of, like, if you ever in any way fuck with a villager, you'll have to be hit with the iron golem. Like, be fucking careful, don't do that. They show a villager get shot and killed. The iron golem doesn't show up for like 10 minutes. It's just like, what the fuck? That's a not very good security system. Especially when you have them wandering around so closely as well. At least that's what they implied. I guess as well there was the fight that starts with Jack Black, Garrett, and the kid, and he's hiding behind the kid, Garrett, because he's a coward, right? But then he stands in front of them both and says, like, you always get all the glory, so it's time for me to get my glory. And I was just saying, like, this doesn't work, writers. Like, you wanted him to be so cowardly that he would hide behind a child, but then you also want to have the funny he fails at fighting. It's like, how do we have him fail at fighting when he's not willing to fight because he's so scared? It's like, I know, we'll say that he wants the glory. It's like, it doesn't really work, does it? Like, that wouldn't overcome his fear of death if he's a coward. Like, I'm so desperate to be looked at as a cool dude that I will jump into an actual dangerous situation and actually fight something that could kill me. And to me, it's just them being like, well, we need to humiliate him in every way possible, so please, just let us. It's like, okay, go right ahead.
So, some ghasts, because that's what they're called in the game, the little flying jellyfish thingies with the faces on them that shoot fireballs. They show up and they shoot fireballs at the town. Everything's going terribly. Natalie and Dawn get separated from the other three, and they say, oh, we gotta go get him. And Dawn's like, no, we'll meet him at the Woodland Mansion. And it does turn out that both of the groups, after they split up, independently decide to meet the others at the Woodland Mansion. So that's really fortuitous.
It's just
one thing
dumb,
I didn't
too.
like...
It just gets them away from the main cast, it seems. That's the only purpose for
Yeah,
this.
it namely splits up Natalie and Henry. So they just can't interact at all until they eventually meet up together, in which case they will interact very little, and then the movie will be over. So, yep. Good
But
move.
both of them
That's
are
a good
just
call,
fucking
narratively
amazing at
speaking.
taking out anything. They got nothing to worry about. They're so good. There's a scene at nighttime where they're just nailing everything, and they don't care even.
They're just
yeah,
strolling
absolutely.
through the
Yeah.
woods, just casually batting zombies away. It's just you went to all the trouble of setting up how bad and dangerous nighttime is, and the last time we saw it, you were getting swarmed by shit. But they need a dialogue scene, so we can't be having them swarmed this time, can we?
If Steve knows that Malgosia and the Piglins are after the Tesseract, and he knows that the Tesseract is here in the village, I think that his complete lack of concern over the implications of what that could mean in terms of danger really, dare I say it, it really puts a stain on Steve's character.
Wow. We don't want that.
We wouldn't want that. I mean, people died, Steve. Okay? And you knew
Steve
that
is
this
a
is what...
sociopath.
I think he might be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, he had no friends in the
sure.
real world. So.
That happens
It's gonna get worse
because...
from here.
Yeah, it is probably gonna...
Too
yeah,
busy
so-
yearning for the mines.
Yep, you should have stayed there. Should have stayed in the fucking mines, done something useful for society. All right. So, yep, they're separated now. Now the trio, the boys, right? The boys climb the mountain by the village, and Steve, when they get to the top, he gives each of them a pair of elytra wings. Now, this annoyed me as a video game player, particularly of Minecraft, because elytra wings are something you get essentially by beating the game. It's one of the last things that you could get. You have to go to the end, fight the end dragon, and then you have to find like an end ship there at the end, and you have to find them, and it's like an end game thing that you get. It's not something that you reach easily. It's like it lets you fly. Here's your accomplishment for beating the game, essentially, and finding some of this stuff here in this secret realm, or this end realm. So here you go. Very, very valuable things. And he just casually gives both of them some elytra wings, and he apparently had another that he didn't bring, which he was going to use for himself. So he has 3 pairs of these, but he was really, really concerned that he didn't, that he only had 1 ender pearl, which you can just get from killing endermen in the overworld or in caves. So that's bizarre that you're so casual with the actual super insanely valuable items that let you fly. All right. Yeah, he gives them the elytra wings, and Garrett pushes off Henry from the top of this tower on the mountain, and then he starts flying away. Okay, all right, you just pushed him off like that, but luckily he had the wings and how to use them, so I guess he didn't. Well, he wouldn't have died in the rules of this world, but who knows if they apply, because it doesn't matter how far you fall into water in the Minecraft game, it will slow your fall and you'll be okay. But I don't know if that applies in the movie, because we can't assume that the things that happen in the game happen in the movie, even though they are both Minecraft properties. So, yeah.
And even if it was like game, Garrett couldn't have known that.
Yep, and Garrett wouldn't have known that. But maybe he's stupid, and I know he is stupid. Whatever, I don't know.
He just likes murdering children.
In the movie, there's no visual indication as to how the wings get deployed. So, like, at first when they fall, it's just like, because tension. Like, oh, they're gonna hit the rocky floor or whatever is down at the bottom. But then the wings just come out at the last minute because, like, oh, we want that visual tension of, like, they almost died, but no, they didn't. But then it's like, why? What was it that deployed the wings? Just
comedy deployed the wings.
Designed to just come out at the last second, I guess, to create tension.
It's thrilling.
Oh, and also someone did point it out. It is true. You need ender pearls to make the eyes of ender to get to the end. So you need way more ender pearls in order just to get to the end, to get to the elytra. So bizarre that he would have 3 pairs of the wings, but only 1 pearl. That's strange. Anyway, Steve has to ride on top of Garrett since he said he says he thought he brought 3, which means that Steve can't count to 3, I suppose. He's riding on top of Garrett. He even says, like, "Let my hips guide you." It's very weird.
Yeah,
it's hard to believe that's not the most weirdly sexual thing that happens.
The fact that you can describe an event in the film as Jack Black rides Jason Momoa and says his hips will guide them. Very strange, but here we are.
Holding on to his hair.
Yeah.
Earlier on, there's some weird dialogue from Jennifer Coolidge talking to Jason Momoa, and it's just like weirdly, vaguely sexual, and it's just like, this isn't the movie for that. Not like,
yeah, she says something about
why did you include this?
Raccoons in her trash or something, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
that
was earlier when he pretended to be the uncle. She says she's surprised to hear or to see him pull up and be the uncle of Henry, and so she's like, aren't you the trash man, essentially, instead of garbage man? Aren't you the trash guy? And she says, oh, I wrote it down somewhere. I don't even know if I.
Oh, you could take out my trash any day.
You can bag.
Like that.
She says you can bag me up and take me to the curb anytime, but you got to bungee the lid because I've got a lot of raccoons in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Garrett says the man who divorced you is a fool, essentially. So
it is
impossible.
impossible
A vague sexual euphemism, but
to have gotten the elytra wings. It implies he's gone to the end, but the movie showed he barely had gone to the Nether, much less obtained the blaze powder he needed to craft the eyes of Ender. Steve is in creative mode. No, it's not a game, okay? It's a world.
You can't use the game logic to apply to the movie that would be madness. It doesn't make any sense.
If he was in
doesn't make any sense.
creative mode, he would be able to fly without anything. He would be able to do anything.
Yeah.
He would have cheat himself the stuff or something. I don't know. Point is, it doesn't make sense. So the weird scene, Steve has to ride on top of Garrett since he said he thought he brought 3 wings, but he didn't. And then Paranoid by Black Sabbath plays as they fly away from piglins chasing them on gassed
Is this
blimps.
a real movie?
Yeah, there are random hoglin riding piglins. Hoglins are like the hogs. Piglins are riding on the hoglins, and they're on the cliff sides, somehow up ahead, as if this was a plan by the piglins to have them fly and be chased all the way out here. Okay. And they make this weird net thingy up ahead in this like canyon that they're flying through. And Steve says that they're boxed in, but they can fly, so that's not true. But don't think about it. Then Steve, I can only describe what happens as Steve and Garrett then make a weird 69 in the air and squeeze together to fly through a hole in the cliffside as it explodes behind them.
It's so
And
funny
they
because
By
gay.
fireballs from the ghast.
They flip around to make it into a 69 when they are first facing the same direction because.
Yeah. And like you
I
made
want
it sound quite like admirably terse and quick and efficient, but this sequence just goes on and
It
it goes
lasts a
on
while.
for quite
does.
some
It
time.
It is like another action scene. After you have the village fight, you then have this action sequence where they're flying through canyons and they're flying around and they're being chased by ghast that are shooting fireballs. The piglins are throwing other piglins at them, and then it's just another big action scene, and it can only be described as horrific and noisy and garish, and I hate it.
Excruciating.
Yeah, that
And the
too.
joke is gay. That's the whole joke. Throughout
Yeah.
the whole sequence.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird
Yeah.
if they were gay?
I
It
want
is
to
an
see a
action
cut.
Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I meant to say, like, I want to see a cut of this movie where How to Train Your Dragon score plays over this scene.
There's I mean, it is an action scene, but it is so fucking dull to watch because there's just a weightlessness to everything, and there's no stakes. There's no
Never
sense that
tension.
you're not worried about anybody's safety really,
Oh,
because it's
yeah.
all just a big
All gonna
cartoon,
be fine.
stupid
The
world.
piglins are
Yeah.
horrifically stupid and incompetent. I know that no one's gonna die or get hurt.
Well, at one
So
point,
it's
doesn't
just-
the kid fly through an explosion and he's just absolutely fine? And then it's just so this is
You can fly through
completely pointless.
explosions.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine.
easy. You won't get burned. You won't get knocked out of the sky.
It's
That's
just-
all
It's
easy
just
and fine.
particles.
Just pixels.
Yep. It's
Kind
just
of reminded
pixels
me
or
of
something.
Sucker Punch, where like I'm supposed to get invested in all the action scenes in like the fake world, and it's just like I don't care because there's no stakes here. Like nothing matters. You know that
There
happens
may
here.
not be stakes there, but there are pork chops here. That's what happens when a piglin dies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so they get through the cliff and they get past the piglins, and then Henry crashes into the others because like a firework in his pocket goes off or something. And then Steve gets a water bucket to pour on the ground so that they can fall on it safely.
Oh yeah, he says release, and the whole world went wild at that because it was a good reference.
Yeah, because if you put water and you fall in it, it softens your
I've
fall.
seen some of the viral videos, right? There were theaters where he would say release, and then everyone in the theater goes, "Yeah."
Oh my god!
And this water bucket thing is another important setup you gotta keep in mind for a stupid fucking payoff at the end that makes no sense.
Just like, okay, film is dead. Back in the village, John tells Natalie, "Wow, you can really fight. You were really kicking butt."
Wow.
And then they go to the water where there's the map villager. He's kind of floating away in the water on like a boat.
Yep.
And so Natalie hits the block of the dock with her hoe and throws it into the water and yells boat magic. But then the block just lands in the water and nothing happens. And the map villager laughs at them. And that's the scene.
Well
Yeah.
done. That was a good summary.
Thanks.
Good scene.
I think that sums it up. Not much going on here other than like, wow, you're so good at fighting, aren't you?
I'm just waiting. We've got a couple of banked scenes that we've talked about already coming up, I'm sure, because then that'll mean that
Yep.
we're closer to the end. I'm excited.
That's right. Insurance. Pay now so that you don't have to pay later. Back in the real world. Oh, y'all talked about this. Yeah, Marlene.
Yep, all the Coolidge scenes are donezo.
This is what I found really strange about this is that Marlene hits the villager on the road at night and she says his head is huge. She says, "Don't sue me." Everybody wants to sue her when she hits them with her Jeep Grand Cherokee.
It's
This
funny.
is the
It's
second
funny
time
because she says that instead of car or van or whatever.
it's the second time that the phrase Jeep Grand Cherokee appears in the Minecraft movie.
Well, obviously the cynical answer
Gives you
is that they
something
would
to
have
look
gotten
forward to.
paid for this, but I do think the writers think it's funnier to say that than car or Jeep.
Yeah.
I think they might be technically correct, but
It is.
like,
They would be slightly strange product placement to say here is the best car for running over random villagers. It's the Jeep Grand Cherokee. You won't even notice when you go over
it's about
them.
brand association. You like this movie. This movie said Jeep Grand Cherokee. You like Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Did you see there was a clip? I can't remember what streamer it was, but they said when it comes to like industry reviews, they want a description of what food and drink was eaten or drank when watching the film, so they can know how much that would have biased them. Because you're just naturally going to be slightly happier if you're eating a favorite snack or whatever, and so the film will be affected by that. I just thought that was funny as like a enough bias. We need to know exactly how good the movie was. It's like you can't be having popcorn. How am I supposed to know if it was good if you had popcorn?
I mean, I think I've told this story, but when I was watching Thor: Love and Thunder, I accidentally got drunk without meaning to, because I bought beer in advance and I didn't mean to drink it at the cinema, but I got so depressed.
You brought beer into the cinema?
Why not?
Yeah.
Is
It
that
was
more of a
in my
normal
bag.
thing in your neck of the woods, I guess?
I mean, I did it for this movie.
Legally? Or like did you sneak it in, or are you just allowed to bring
I didn't
outside
think
food and
of.
beverages?
I didn't think
I don't,
about it.
I don't think the teenagers at the AMC care. They just sort
Yeah,
of walked
they
in with
don't.
it.
Dude, is that a beer?
I mean-
Can I have one?
Yeah, well, dude, I'll be 21
when-
soon-ish. Cosmically speaking, I'm practically 21 now.
When I went into the Snow White screening or theater, they didn't even check my ticket. They were like, "Yep, the only person who bought a ticket. Sure, so who else would it be?" And they just let me walk in. They
Yeah,
don't care.
for the record, chat, my cinema sells beer too, but I didn't feel like paying $9 for a beer when I can pay
Oh,
like
man,
a
when,
dollar for
You
a
can buy
Miller High Life.
$9 for yeah, you could go to the store and spend $9 on a whole 6-pack of good stuff. Not paying $9.
Yeah,
Fuck
Drinker was
that.
saying when he went to see it with his kid, the Minecraft, he was like, "Oh yeah, I wanted to grab a bottle of Coke, like this small, more than a can, but still the smallest bottle." He's like, "Oh, it costs £3.99, just like £4 for something."
Fuck that.
Damn. All right. Jesus.
At least I can get a refill on my big $9-10 popcorn bucket. Jesus Christ. I don't go to the movie
Is that where
theater
they make all the
much.
money at this point? Like the movies aren't even. It doesn't make a dent. It's got to be the refreshments.
Just turn them into restaurants if that's the case. You don't even have to show
Oh,
Snow
some
White.
are. Don't
Some of
say
them
that,
are.
because some of them are. Don't say that. Don't curse the world by saying that. They like make at the one I go to, the Regal. It's like it's a fine theater. I enjoy it for what it is. But you can get like hot dogs and chicken wings and burgers and shit. Like not theater food, the food. So you can stuff your fat fucking face full of burgers and shit. Like normal food as you're
God.
eating in the dark, and this, oh my god,
It does sound
stop
kind of
it.
funny. Like it evolves to the point where you can order, all kinds of foods from all over the world at the theater, and eventually they're like, you can even get the block the movie mode where you just eat food. Like, ooh,
For an extra £5, the movie
Yeah.
switches off.
we can mute it for you.
That would have been good for the Minecraft movie. Actually, that's a
Yeah.
good idea. Yeah.
In
Oh.
theaters in Vancouver, in my neck of the woods, people light up joints and shit. Nobody fucking cares.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my god.
That
That's
makes the movies
crazy.
better.
That's gotta fucking suck for the
Once-
people who aren't smoking that shit, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It is actually degenerate behavior, and you shouldn't do that. And you're a bad
It was
person.
the mad thing
Yeah,
about
it's
those,
the
like the
smell,
release
and you can
plans to
see the
Jokes
smoke
aside.
going up and obstructing the screen. Yeah.
when they said like we can fix theaters by allowing people to smoke weed inside and use their phones. It's like, how are you saving theaters by introducing the worst behavior that people already hate about the theater? Like that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like popcorn, sodas, and like candy, and then just like enough. All right?
Mhm.
Are we eating a meal, or are we going to see a movie? Pick one. At home, you could do both. That's at home. All right? You are in
Yeah.
public. Fucking get a grip, okay? I will say though, once I would bring like cans of Coke in because fuck paying for it, and I would get to the theater and I would have hid like a can of Coke or something on me. And I remember one time, I forget what movie I was watching, it was a long time ago. I pulled out the can of Coke in the quiet theater as we were waiting for the movie. And so I went and then very deliberately then afterwards. And I remember people laughing at that, and I thought it was amusing. I clearly didn't give a shit.
Dude,
That's funny, yeah.
someone in chat said the guy next to us for Deadpool Wolverine's stag.
that just means that Dennis can find him. It's all right.
I had a similar experience with The Last Jedi. I don't know, I remember that day so well. The guy sitting next to me did not smell good. Oh god. The Last Jedi.
What a great film.
What a film.
Yeah. People don't
just
talk
don't
about
know
it that much.
No, they don't. Well, they go on Twitter to say it's amazing, but they don't
Hey,
have
man.
much more to say about it than that.
2.5 years,
Yeah,
and
no.
there'll be 1,000 video
Yeah,
essays.
2.5 years until it's great. That's
How
right.
this ruined video game movies going forward, and this was ground zero for terrible everything. But you fuckers laughed at it at the time.
You could
Oh, you loved
cross-reference
it.
The Last Jedi. Once you hit the 10-year anniversary, TLJ and media literacy, and you'll find 1,000 arguments for why that film was misunderstood.
I'm kind of glad that
Misunderstood.
media literacy is starting to die as a term, because it really is a pretty annoying one.
Yeah.
It's just the word you use to silence people. No, I'm right, because I have more
I
media
think,
literacy than you. It's like, well, shit, I mean, if you say so, then yeah, I guess that's the end of the conversation then, huh?
The ongoing battle related to Starship Troopers, I did see like a chain that went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and all of them were using media literacy on each other. Like, your media literacy is bad,
yes.
your media literacy is bad, your media. It's just like, just call each other stupid. Like, you don't need the whole pretense of trying to pretend like some kind of literacy battle is actually happening. You just think the other person's stupid.
I mean, there's obviously value to have watched a lot of movies and have that inform your opinion, but media literacy is such a fucking overused term now that it's
A lot of
just...
the time, all media literacy means is I accept the perspective of the person who created it. That's usually what it's a stand-in for. If you have criticisms of something that's trying to make a point but doing it very badly, then it'll be like, you're media illiterate. See, because the point of this film is, and then they just say exactly what the writer or director said, or what is just obviously the intention, regardless of how well executed it was.
True.
That's like what it's become
Yeah.
at this point. You're media
Yeah.
illiterate because you disagree with the filmmaker's perspective on his own film. It's like, well,
Or if you just,
that's
or it's even
allowed.
worse, you'll
It is.
you'll just
goddamn
accurately be like, oh, this is what happens in the scene. I'm accurately just telling you what's in the scene, and then they'll say, oh, you don't have media literacy. When you're just like, I'm just explaining what happens in the scene. It's just the thing that they wrote in the scene. Someone posted on Telegram the other day some anime clip of this dragon giving a magic ring to this guy in this underground like library, and then the dragon, she like tries to kill him from behind by smashing up like the library section that he's standing behind, and it destroys the library segment, and oh, goodbye. The whole thing gets destroyed and all the books get fucked up. And the whole point was just so that she could eventually hit him in a moment, and the ring forms a protective bubble to save him from the attack. And I was like, well, that's really retarded that this dragon just destroyed like her own library and all of her books when she could have just explained what the ring did. And then someone said you're reading too deep into it. And I'm like, I'm just explaining to you what they decided to put into the scene, and it makes the dragon character a retard. So
Yeah, if you were
I'm
media
just
literate, you'd know
telling
the
you-
themes.
Yeah, I must clearly be missing context. Maybe it's I don't know. It's
He
anime.
was
Don't
arrogant
fucking think about it.
or something.
Yeah, it's something. Hey, let's talk about. Oh, we can't because Nuts is not here. She'll miss the
Damn
Minecraft
it.
explanation of the movie film. Oh my god. Hey, let's talk about the movie anyway. Oh nope,
Hey.
she's back. She didn't miss anything except the anime story about the stupid dragon that someone else thought was really cool or whatever. Hey, guess what?
What?
Back in the real. Oh, we covered that. Thank God. Now we're in the overworld. Steve explains to everybody, and by everyone I mean the boys. He explains that Malgosia is the ruler of the Nether, and the piglins are her minions. And he then explains her backstory, where Malgosia was dancing on stage in like a talent show contest in the Nether years ago, and she was creative with her dancing, but nobody in the Nether was ready for it.
Yeah, we pretty much done
And
all of that. We
so-
could probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Excellent. Fucking fantastic. I'm so happy to hear that.
Did I forget, because I can't remember particularly well, is there a reason he brings it up at this particular moment, or does it just happen because now is the time?
He brings it up because this is the first time that the main characters have encountered the piglins, and they want to know what the fuck's going on with the evil pigs that want to kill them.
Ah.
Yeah.
And so Steve has to explain the backstory of the main villain. And then we learn that creativity will never make you happy, but you know what will? Gold. Go find some.
Gold will make
So
you happy.
Malgosia denounces creativity forever,
You know,
and she'll use the orb to block out the
More,
sun and take over the
Oh.
overworld.
more backing the taking of the Tesseract and the whole doing it for the money plotline was added on. That the kid never realizes he's lost it, even though it's incredibly important in the whole set of scenes until he gets it back. Isn't that curious?
He has to be told, yeah, that it was taken. Yeah.
Pretty weird. And it would make more sense if it's because they never had any scenes where he realized that, because he always had it in the original or whatever.
Right.
Vicious
Someone in chat
eyes.
said Rags is incredibly susceptible to getting one guide. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's necessarily the case at all. I don't believe that. There's no way. That's madness. That would never happen.
I
All
stand
right.
by my criticism of the whole concept of one guide. If you've got something interesting to say in chat, what? There's nothing wrong with you
We'll
being
talk about it.
pointed
We'll
out and
address it.
replied.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I
We love
always,
our chat. Asterisk.
I always want to like back up streamers when they say it about themselves. Like, it's okay to find something chat said interesting. That's all right.
Why are they there then? If you're not gonna like interact with them or reference them, or every once in a while, if one of them says something interesting or neat or brings up information, that's use them. Use your chat. Use them. Use their voices. Steal their knowledge. Absorb their wisdom into your own.
Extract the wealth.
Hey, speaking of extract the wealth, that's Malgosia's plan. She wants to get all the gold in the overworld with the orb, but she'll use it to block out the sun. Steve says he needs the orb for leverage to save his friends, Dennis. Back in the Nether, Malgosia summons the Beast, which is a big piglin called the Great Hog, which is her ultimate weapon. And she tells the Great Hog to kill Chungus. And it does.
No reason to do that, but whatever.
Nope. And it's like
Well,
it's
she's
introduced
just a
as like the
jerk.
next biggest, baddest thing, and then it's kind of done in a scene, and then there's another newer version of the biggest,
Yeah, that
baddest,
shit's so
nextest
weird.
thing. It's like, why have we got so many sub bosses with no character at all? And
Or
why is the
purpose.
plan fucking gold? Why do you want it? What do you spend it on?
I love gold. Well,
It's not as though
that's
they
a good
even
question
just
to
want
ask.
a
What they
throne made
I
of
love
gold. There's no gold anywhere. They just mine it, and apparently they just eat it or
It's
something. I
just-
don't know.
Yeah, because they even reference at one time that they're like running out of it. She says, "We're running out of gold. Mine more." And I'm like, running out? What happened to the old gold? Did you spend it on something? Do you have a gold-based economy that has to be culled to prevent inflation every once in a while? Where does it go? It doesn't expire. It doesn't even rust. Not that there's moisture in the Nether, but
And gold
I don't
doesn't
know. They just
rust
want
either.
gold. They really want it, but they don't wear it. None of them wear it. None of them use it. None of them have it. They just want it, and then it disappears.
Imagine they have like gold chains and shit, like golden rings.
Covered in bling. Yeah, that would be
Hell
quite
yeah. Well, that's what they in the games. They're blinged out sometimes. They have gold armor and stuff on, and they
Yeah.
will attack
Oh, yeah.
you if you are not wearing gold.
Mhm.
So
I I think I
Hey.
have some kind of like self-inflicted amnesia because I can't pick. You guys talk about it, and I'm
a
like, oh,
defense
that
mechanism.
happened. Yeah, because I can't picture any of it. I'm like, oh, I guess that happened in the movie.
Maybe Malgosia is like King Durin when he puts the ring on and he just becomes a greedy retard and she just wants gold for the sake of having gold so it can sit around somewhere, I guess,
Yeah.
for no end game
I miss Rings of
whatsoever.
Power.
Yeah.
I do too. As odd as that sounds, there was a stupid silliness to it that was very amusing. Sometimes I listen to EFAPs.
Well, at
on
least
that.
we'll have it
they,
back.
They were really enjoyable.
You know, at least one more
Yes, that's
season.
right.
At least.
Yeah, in like 5 years' time.
Regarding
No.
Chungus getting killed, I can't remember, but I imagine it was like a "you failed me for the last time" kind of thing, where she's just
Yeah, well,
I think she
mean,
does actually say
fascinating.
that. I think she does actually say that.
The thing is, it's just send him back out, whatever, and just say this time, fucking
Yeah.
do your mission or die, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just another body, and he's like a special one too.
Yeah.
It's not like she.
It's like, do you really
Yeah.
need to set
ultimately,
this
He's a
extreme of an
general.
example?
as we've
You've already got
said,
all the pigs on your evil
she
side
should just
of
be
things,
going
so.
herself. She has the Tesseract magnet, so
Oh
Yeah.
god,
That'd be
yeah.
useful if you're trying to get the Tesseract.
yeah.
Belch. Now she tells the Great Hog to find the Roundlings, which is what they call the human characters, even though only one of them is arguably approaching round. And then she says, "You need to find the Roundlings and bring her the orb," even though it's really the Tesseract. In the forest at night, Dawn and Natalie are walking through the woods, killing a zombie effortlessly as they have a casual conversation.
Yeah, we'd mentioned this.
No longer,
but
you've
it's
come
just
a long
cringe.
way.
They just don't give a shit
Yes.
anymore.
Now, this is a very important scene, though. Natalie says that they're lost, and she says her one job was to protect Henry, and she blew it. She promised her mother that she would never let anything happen to him,
Aw.
and that she's not cut out for this parenting stuff, and wishes she could have been a kid for longer. There is a scene earlier at the very beginning of the movie where when Henry is unpacking his things and putting them in his room, they specifically linger on him taking out a photo of him, his sister, and his mother together. There is no father. Maybe he's like the chosen one or something, but there is no father. And then right after that, Natalie unpacks like this vase, this ceramic vase thingy, and on the bottom it says "To Natalie from Mom." And these are two deliberate scenes they put next to each other, and it doesn't go anywhere or mean anything, but they're there.
They love their mum.
Yeah.
Yep, and now she's fucking dead.
Useless.
So get over it. You have to move on with your lives. But yeah,
right.
Dawn tells Natalie that being a grown-up sucks. You have responsibilities and you stop chasing your dreams. She doesn't want to have like 15 hustles. All right.
What a
Yeah.
well fleshed out character. I love her so
My
much.
favorite.
That's Dawn's perspective. Being grown up sucks, which is weird. I'm the opposite. Once I entered into adulthood and I could have my own place and spend money on whatever I wanted, and I had all this freedom, I could get that was like, oh, like life is officially like kind of starting now. That was a tutorial. Now I'm an adult and I have all this freedom. I could do shit. Life is better than it's ever been. But I guess Dawn has the opposite perspective.
But she hasn't
And
even
You're in
given
a
up
creative
chasing her
mode.
dreams. Like, she carries a fucking llama around in the back of her car. She still has a mobile zoo. She's not given up chasing her dreams. It's just that mobile zoos don't make very much money for obvious reasons.
No, they're not obvious reasons.
Also,
Those should make a lot
remember,
of money. Bring the animals to the
Those
people.
animals are still in that car parked outside of a mine.
Yeah,
That he just doesn't.
Oh
give a
no,
shit
they're
about.
I
gonna
was
get
so
Gene
concerned
Hackman.
about that.
Oh no.
Animal
Like, she does not care. Her fucking animals are like starving, probably suffocating. I don't know,
There's just
paying
vultures flying
themselves,
above
and
them,
she's
waiting.
like, yeah. At least these kids don't have a mom or a pet. But damn.
Well, it's also she describes her mobile zoo as a hustle, though earlier, a side hustle. Even though apparently at the end that is a dream of hers that she wants to do. So remember, everyone, dreams can be hustles, and hustles can be dreams. That's the
like,
real theme of this movie.
Wacky dreams that don't work in one instance will just suddenly and magically work later when the plot requires its resolution. So keep at it, and
True.
eventually the script
That's
will
right.
decide that you deserve everything you get.
Woohoo!
So an angry wolf shows up. Oh my god, that's how dangerous. But luckily, Dawn picks up a random bone that has materialized into the world right in front of the wolf because it's required to tame the wolf. So a bone just appears. Normally you have to kill like skeletons to get those, and then you could use them to try and tame wolves. But no, in all of the segments of this, the wolf shows up that needs to be tamed. Oh look, a bone. Problem solved.
Yay!
It's like when do you remember Mahler, do you remember in BioShock Infinite near the end when you're finally about to be done with this fucking video game, but you still have to sit through more cutscenes, and they get to the BioShock lighthouse, and then magically a key just appears in what's her face's hand, and then they use it to open the lighthouse and go inside, and there's literally no explanation for it. This is that, but in this movie. Just what they need just appears.
So much wrong with that.
Indeed there is. If you like it, you're wrong. So,
Oh
the
my
wolf
God.
gets tamed with a bone, and then a collar, boop, it just appears on the neck of the angry wolf with the name Dennis on the collar.
Well,
Okay.
well. Yeah, there you go.
I guess Dennis became feral and was going to attack these humans.
Damn.
Is that something in the game where an animal can
No,
like, be
it's
tamed?
not.
Yeah, it is. You know what
Listen,
actually happened?
in-
Dennis, the actual Dennis,
happened?
got into a big fight with a feral wolf and lost, and then this wolf accidentally, like, during the fight, got the collar on.
No,
Oh.
that doesn't work because the collar suddenly exists
Appears.
once it is
Yeah.
tamed.
Oh, well,
It
I
It
can
pops
explain
into
that.
existence.
right.
I can
Yeah.
explain
Oh,
that.
all right.
you've been defeated,
Okay.
Mola,
What do you mean?
but try as you might.
You just
explain.
you jump in the gun there. For you haven't heard.
Yeah,
the
Mahler has to
explanation.
riposte.
Yeah, no, go
Very
for
rude
it.
of you to interrupt someone when they're trying to explain the
Go for it.
obviously
Yeah,
well described
for it.
mechanics.
I
Because
have
of
ceded the floor.
because every wolf is different, all right, mechanically and biologically, and this is a different dimensional world. So it becomes pretty obvious and pretty clear that a feral wolf, even with the collar on, would not want that displayed to perhaps, you know, mistake the enemy as to what he is. So it's hidden until tamed. Very good biological feature, actually.
Wait, wouldn't you want the collar to lure in people closer thinking you're tamed? And
No,
then
because
pounce?
then they will like assume something of you that is so untrue it would actually backfire. There are several examples. I won't list them.
Oh, it's fair enough if you've got examples, then
There's like 7
that is fair
examples. I
enough.
won't list them.
Though the implication here is that you can infinitely spawn collars by taming a wolf, waiting for it to go feral, and then taming it again. Because remember, somewhere Malgosia has a spare collar that she's just got, and another has materialized into existence. So this is as to answer Cap's question, this is not how it works in the video game.
How do you tame a horse in Minecraft?
I believe you use carrots, and then you can put a saddle on
Okay.
it. More than any other animal in Minecraft, really, it's the only animal that really encourages eugenics, so that you can breed the perfect horse that has the fastest speed and jump height.
Okay.
But it's okay if
People
it's
are
in a
saying
video
that
game.
You sit on it.
Um,
You ride the horse, and then it will be chill. That's what they're saying.
that might be true. I don't really tame horses much in Minecraft. Oh yeah, you
You
tame
have
it by
to seat on
getting
it,
on
yeah.
it over and over and over until it stops bucking off the player.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think there's a
so-
temper stat for horses that can that will determine
some of
how
them are,
difficult
like,
that is.
Barely tameable. If I don't know if there are ones that cannot be tamed, but they're
I'm
pretty
not sure
difficult.
either. But you can I know there are skeleton horses in the game, and you can just plop a saddle on them. I think they come with like stats already discovered, and you can just plop a saddle on them and ride them. Even if there's like an enemy riding on a skeleton horse, like a skeleton, and you kill the skeleton from the top of it. But they have stats like jump height and running speed, and you generally want the best possible. And you can breed horses together to create better and better horses. It's actual animal husbandry in the game. It's a whole set of mechanics, and you want to use it to build the best horses that you can.
Mm.
You can put saddles on them and horse armor, and None of this is
Okay.
in the movie. Don't worry about it. But yes, that's how you do it. And I just don't. Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah,
Carrots
and
are for pigs, and wheat is for sheep
wheat,
and
yeah.
for cows. Flowers are what you use to breed bees together. Chickens use seeds, and yeah, there you go. And wolves, you use bones to tame them.
And saddles
Good
are
stuff.
pretty difficult to get to. They're not craftable still, right?
I don't think so, but if you fish, you'll get them through fishing. You can get them as like a quote unquote junk item or miscellaneous item from fishing.
Yeah.
And you'll get them more than
You
you
can
use
accidentally
them.
stumble upon it.
I
Horses are
often have
difficult in
a lot of
Minecraft.
I often end up with a lot of saddles because I typically do a lot of fishing. It's a good way to get your hands on enchanted fishing rods and bows and the occasional enchanted book, which can be very valuable. And it's also a decent way to passively get experience. Like sometimes during EFAP, I've just sat and just done fishing in Minecraft because it's super simple and it doesn't require any real focus or attention. But anyway, back to the movie. We can't talk about the we have okay. So she tames the wolf. It's Dennis. Oh my goodness. She asks if Dennis can take them to Steve, and Dennis totally can. So off they go to find Steve by following Dennis.
It's
Now,
just yeah,
yeah?
like its whole thing. It smells him, it follows him, it knows where he goes. So naturally, it finds them first, so they can ask it to use the one thing it does to take them to the guy it should have gone to begin with, leaving
makes
them
sense.
to die alone in the forest. For fuck's sake.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Very good writing, I would say.
Well, I'm glad you
Pretty
think so
good.
because we got more. So strap in, because we're gonna finish this movie here eventually. Now we go back to the three guys. We go to the team B, as in Team Boy. They're at the Redstone mines now. And Steve is explaining that redstone conducts energy and you can build crazy contraptions with it. All right. Steve said that he has set booby traps here a long time ago and can't remember where they are. And so they continue walking forwards, and Garrett steps on the traps and triggers them, and he's flung across the cave, and he lands randomly on a switch
Yes,
that opens the diamond stash.
It seems that Steve has set a trap that pushes people into activating a lever that opens his stash.
Steve
Which
is
I presume
retarded.
is what the traps are there to guard.
You would think.
You
And
would
then he
think
says, "Oh,
so.
thank
Yeah,
goodness, because I
that's,
forgot where I'd put that." So it's like he said that he'd forgotten. He had no idea where it was, and it's only because his own trap threw a moron through the air that he located the diamonds that he was after. None of this place should exist.
It's
And then
like
Garrett hits a switch that's on the floor for some reason instead of on a wall.
a switch that is on the floor that you can reach via a trap. Like, what?
Yeah.
None of that works, man. It's like, no, it's great. Shut up.
I think Steve got the concept of a trap backwards.
Art.
I think so. The trap is so bad that you can accidentally open the thing the trap is supposed to protect. It is kind of wild. But it's funny because the retard character gets flung around and
Sure does.
yeah. But yeah, there's the diamond stash. Now Garrett yells out, "Oh, Steve delivers the goods." And Henry is like, "What? Did you plan this?" Except he says it way more annoyingly and terribly. And then Henry says, I'm sorry. I think my brain just snapped. I'm sorry. Henry says, "What the heck, man? Natalie could be at the mansion already." I wrote this line down in particular because the delivery. I fucking hate this actor. I don't care if he's a kid. He sucks. The way that he delivers all of his lines is infuriating and frustrating and grating on the ears. I don't know who his parents know, but they must be very important and have a lot of money. There's no way he won some sort of a contest or anything to be in this movie. But yeah, I hate it. I hate it.
He seems
Anyway,
to
they
spend
start.
most of his time trying to like navigate his own way past his tongue. It's like most of the acting work is done in just trying to pronounce the words properly, which is not a great sign for an actor.
And it's the voice. It's like this screechy, scratchy, nasally, whiny kind of voice. It's like you would never want to play Minecraft with this kid because you'd have to listen to him talk about things. It would be awful. Anyway, yeah, Henry's upset at Garrett because Garrett wanted the diamonds. And before we could do anything with that, they smell something bad, and it's nether wart, and it means that the great hog is coming.
Like,
They jump
how
on a
did it find them? Because did the spies tell her where they were like they were in the mountain now?
Yes.
Did the spies before?
And it
We didn't get
teleported.
I
that
don't believe
scene.
there's an explanation for this. The great hog just arrives.
Obviously, this is its house.
Yeah. I think the
I thought it
explanation
would live in
might
the
be
Nether.
that, like,
I
in
guess it
between
doesn't.
every paragraph of text is just the words and then it arrives, and so that's where we are.
Yeah, they jump on a minecart and go down the rails through the mines, through the redstone mines. And they go forward a little bit, and they arrive in a creeper farm. And all the creepers they don't do anything, they just stand there.
Yeah, it would be awful if they acted
watching
like creepers.
the heroes.
It'd be fucked.
Yeah. This would be like certain death in the game, but if you just have it in the movie to where the creepers stand around and don't do anything, then it's fine. Don't worry about it. Now, the Great Hog is chasing them. This is like the shittiest version of Moria ever. And the Great Hog chases them, and they reach the redstone-powered rail. Oh, the hog! Oh no! So the way it works in the game is you have rails, and there's different types of rails. One of them is a powered rail, and a powered rail it's the little golden things. You put them down on the rails. It's its own little rail section, and if it's powered by redstone, then it will accelerate the rail if you go over it. So that's how you go forward on rails. It's what shoots you forward. So you space them out, and you'll need more if you need to go uphill, less if you need to go downhill. And then they keep you moving forward. Pretty simple. So that's what they need to hit to zoom them forwards. And they eventually do. Garrett pushes the minecart, and they reach the redstone-powered rail.
Be a bit specific. The kid says, "Garrett, you got us into this mess. Get out and push." Which, to me, I was like, you all should be pushing, because you're all about to die.
You all should be pushing,
but instead, and then two of them are gonna sit there and just yell at him to push.
Which
the fattest one and the most annoying one are staying in there, and then then Aquaman gets to push the cart forward. But yeah, not very bright for a creative, smart kid.
Yeah,
but
the two most creative in the cart there didn't figure that out.
That's the thing. The kid doesn't ever do anything smart.
Yeah, because we've given up on the creation side of things entirely. Like, at no point, basically, until from now till the end of the movie, does anybody really make something inventive to get themselves out of trouble. It is just get out and push.
Arguably one thing, but even maybe when he puts the ender pearl in the tater tot gun, maybe.
Yeah.
But sort of. But for someone who's supposed to be so intelligent, he can build a jetpack at his age. He is actually kind of a stupid idiot character, and we'll explain multiple things to come as to why that's the case.
I'd say the next thing we're going to talk about is kind of that.
So,
anyway.
Yeah, so we have the big explosion because the Great Hog arrives, and all of the creepers explode, and it blows up some houses outside of the mines, and I hope that there were no fatalities involved with that. But
well, I mean, it was also Steve's farm and stash. It's all blown up, and he doesn't seem to be affected by that at all. He doesn't care. He's like, oh well.
Now remember, diamonds were there are diamonds inside of Garrett's jacket. He was putting diamonds into his jacket from the stash. So he does have those. They never come up again.
That never goes anywhere.
He has
In fact,
them. Yeah.
What's kind of funny is that could have justified him keeping his shop, afloat. But no.
Or using them to craft a powerful sword or something, using those diamonds. He has to choose. Oh my god, he would have to choose between using his diamonds to save his business and for money reasons, or to use them at a crafting table to craft a shield or a
Stop
sword
it.
or armor
Stop.
to save a friend. Okay,
Like a
Which is
sorry.
what
story.
they
I
have to
hate
do
that.
later
I'm sorry.
anyway.
I didn't mean to. I'm
Stop
sorry,
telling
it'll never
stories,
happen
you
again.
crazy fool.
It'll never happen again, I swear.
Anyone in the
Um,
writers' room who pitched a moment of character development was probably tossed out the fucking window like a meme.
They
Get
were
outta here.
defenestrated. So, yeah, Henry Henry speaks again, and
He
I
does.
hate it. Henry gets, this one was
Yeah, this is where I hate him.
oh my god. I hated him before, but this cemented the hatred. Henry gets mad at Garrett, and we see some more incredible acting from Henry. It says, "What's your problem, man? We didn't need those stupid diamonds. You are literally the most selfish person I ever met." And I say it way better than he does, because not even I can imitate the horrific delivery.
Yeah.
And Garrett explained, it's just this whiny, nasally, scratchy voice. It's like, oh my god, holy shit. No, Garrett explains that he needs the money because he's actually a loser, and he might seem really cool and bilingual, because that's like some running gag that is.
They
I
really
don't think
love that
any of
joke.
us have bothered. I haven't bothered to mention it. I don't know if y'all did while I was swapping or waiting on the thing to load, but
Nobody
he
laughed in my
pretends to know-
cinema for all the jokes they had related to that. They just, they thought it was so fucking funny though.
They barely
he
even
says
register his
vaguely
jokes.
Spanish phrases but doesn't know what they mean, and that's
Yeah,
it.
Dawn, the animal woman, at one point says, "The garbage man ain't speaking English or Espanol."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Garrett says that he might seem really cool and strong and neat and bilingual, but actually he's sad and alone. And
Yeah,
then
like
Henry
to be,
says,
just to be absolutely clear, he has now informed him. He's broke. He's losing everything. He's alone. He's washed up.
yes, he is finally admitting that the facade of confidence and macho has broken down,
And remember,
and he is vulnerable.
Henry knows this. It's not just a made-up story. He actually knows the guy is desperate for money.
Yep. Henry then says, "You aren't alone. I was your friend."
I was so confused by this. I was like, oh, film? No, you do it. No. If he was mad at him for stealing or betraying or backstabbing, and the explanation was I'm desperate, there's conflict there. But really, he's mad at him because they took a detour that made their journey a bit longer. And the explanation is, I desperately needed the detour because my life is falling apart. I'm about to lose everything. Which to me, honestly, I know we don't know these people very well at this point, but if you were there, I kind of be like, still, you should have talked it through. You can't be making these kinds of decisions. It's pretty reckless, but
at least you know it's out of desperation.
Yeah, like I'd be like, I get it.
You get
I
it?
get it. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't say you aren't alone. I was your friend.
No, that's not the response.
Well, they're
Yeah,
they're ramping up toward the stealing the Han Solo moment for these
Yeah.
characters. So, this scene is basically the scene before they go off to try and blow up the Death Star, and Han's like, "Well, I've got taking the money and leaving. This is not my fight." At no point is there recriminations from Luke saying, "You're not my friend," even though you got me out of trouble and we got through all this together. It's disappointment because the values aren't seen to be in the right place. But it's a more nuanced thing than that. So when he does eventually come back, his arc being completed is that he's learned to value things more highly than money, which is fine. There's no kind of bitchy, whiny, "you're a selfish twat" line that goes in there.
Well, to kind of piggyback off that, Rishav in chat asks, "Is the point that the kid isn't empathetic?" I think it's hard to tell what the point is.
The
trying
point is
to
that
be.
he was wrong. The point is that
is
Garrett
that
was wrong.
Garrett
to
sucks.
Go and try and get
Yeah,
the
I was going to say,
basically.
the feel I get from the movie at this point is it's so wrong how Garrett betrayed the team. It's so bad that he did that. And
Yeah, he shouldn't have done this. Even if he had his reasons, it was bad. And that it has been ordained essentially by the kid that he was in the wrong, regardless of his situation. It's essentially, see, he's messed up, which means that he will now, he's in a low position, which means that he needs to do some kind of self-sacrifice.
yes.
Or otherwise come through in a big way to redeem himself.
Yep, he owes one.
That is
He's in
of
debt
this
to the
scene.
story now.
You're not meant to think like, oh, wow, this kid is out of line. You're meant to think, man, Garrett, you let him down, man. You let him down.
And like let's be honest, the reality is there was a shit ton of diamonds there, and the detour was pretty fast. All things considered.
I don't know why they didn't just use their elytra and fly there instantly.
True.
But those aren't in the story anymore, so don't worry about it. They just broke or something.
That's true. Because there's another time where they would be very useful, and they're just not in the story anymore. But yeah. Yeah, very annoying to watch because I actually thought it was a chance for the story to have something, anything.
Something. Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out that obviously until the points we cover later, which you haven't gotten to yet, we have essentially said almost every single word and line of dialogue in the movie that has anything to do with character development. It's virtually non-existent in this movie.
The movie doesn't do a good job of establishing these two characters as friends. Like in the first act, you see like, okay, Garrett has his shop, and then the kids move into town, and then the kid's on his bike, and he finds the retro video game store, and he's like, "Ooh, what's this?" And he goes in and talks to him. And they might have like 2 scenes together where they become familiar with each other, and maybe there's some dialogue there that implies that they spent more time together like off screen, but I don't remember it.
I don't think there is.
In any case, there is no beat where it establishes that there is a friendship.
No.
Yeah, they don't do anything together. They don't
spend any additional time. It was like that was the day.
Timeline
Right? It was the first day that they met.
Yeah, so like, were they friends just because he went into the store and he owns the store and they just talked as like a customer sort of business owner?
And then he got him to
even though he told him to leave your tot pizza, and they don't bond over anything.
What was the point of building the
story
this way? What was the point of that shit with the mum? What was the point of why they're here? Why wouldn't it just be that he and Garrett are longtime friends? And by long time, I mean like maybe a year. Why wouldn't that just be the case? He lives in this town. He goes to this shop.
This is the only cool arcade store in the town, and so they talk to each other. Or every Fridays they play fucking Magic the Gathering. I don't know, something that bonds them together in some way.
And then he can know about the finances like in more depth. And then there can be a moment in the film where Garrett does actually betray them somewhat for money.
Oh fuck, Garrett's supposed to be the video game expert. They could bond over playing video games, and Garrett makes him into a really awesome video game player. And then Henry has to use those learned video game skills from Garrett in the Minecraft world. No, I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. Sorry.
I was going to say,
I don't mean to.
I'm sorry. Garrett could be the dev, and the kid can be the creative one. Together, they can dominate the Minecraft world because it's a combination of the two things or something or other, whatever. Anything, really. Also,
just
Steve.
Anything to give the story some dynamism would be nice.
Anything at all.
Since it is absent any dynamism at all. Like, I don't understand how people got paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to write this. Isn't that crazy? Like,
it is insane.
It is actually
insane. This is an aberration of justice. There is no God.
In the United States, like $50,000 or something. Like, the average person's making like 50 grand. Meanwhile, someone wrote this and got paid 6 figures at least to make this.
Horrendous.
Like, this is like
anyway.
Well, you know that notion that, you know, it's like, oh, he's all set now, he needs to do something to redeem himself. It's like, yeah, the people who wrote this, they've seen films before. You can tell. They know about, like, they're doing like a really vague photocopy of the actual structure of a film.
They know what you're supposed to do. They know that their characters are supposed to go on some kind of arc and that it's supposed to be tethered to some sort of fundamental thematic message.
You got your 3 acts and the second act low point. They're all in here.
That's right. See, so this is good. And that's kind of the thing. I imagine they all sit around like, yes, second act low point. Like the villagers just like, oh, yeah, right, we did it. Like, they're just pleased with themselves.
Yeah.
It is legitimately you're right, Frank. It makes me upset.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars to make this.
This is
and who knows, you know, what, like
if
this
you
is
just
going to make a lot
AI
of money.
generated a script, it'd be better.
There are a whole bunch of people who are going to be able to buy new yachts because of this movie.
Dude, they're all celebrating. They're probably having a fucking phone call on Zoom where they're just like, this is amazing. We did incredible. Like, do it again.
Woohoo.
Yeah. Well, this sets a horrific precedent for things to come later on when it comes to movie adaptations.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, there is no... I don't know why anybody would be... It's so weird seeing, like, like, it's been really shit outcomes lately in terms of the film industry and more broadly the entertainment industry. A lot of bad things have been very successful over the last few years. I don't know that there should be any reason to have any amount of optimism for like any major like film projects coming up. Certainly
It
not for
really is.
franchises.
The story is just used as a loose excuse to give you the reason why we can show, oh look, a creeper, a skeleton, look, a bee, a
That's
sheep.
right, and
Enderman.
sell the merchandise.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's just
oh
to sell
look,
the
you can get a
merchandise.
T-shirt and it's got Steve on it, and it's got a zombie. Look at him
Because
go.
all of these dumbass people go to this movie and they clap and they love it and they think it's great and they spend their money on it, and I mean they say that it's good. They compliment this film. They tell the naysayers that no, it's good, it's good. Oh, it's just made for kids. Oh, wasn't it so much fun? I'm like, well, it's shit because you accept shit.
Mm-hmm. Fills you with
Even if the
confidence for the good old live-action Zelda remake, or the live-action Zelda adaptation coming out. Like Jack
It's
Black
gonna
as
be
Ganondorf.
crap.
And
Maybe it's gonna be awful. It will be bad. Why don't expect anything better. Don't do that to yourself.
The
Even
guy
if the
who wrote
motivation
The
of
Rise of Skywalker is
Even if the
writing the
studio
fucking Legend of Zelda movie.
even if
Oh
the studio
no.
executive motivation is as shallow as just they want to cash in big on a very recognizable IP, it's just like to bring up the writers thing earlier. It's just like, are you telling me you can't find a single person in Hollywood who will take the craft of writing seriously enough to make something that's at least respectable, instead of this lazy slop?
well, they probably can find them. It's just that it's an annoying process because people will start sitting around saying, "Well, you probably shouldn't do this because this sucks." And actually, if you have any self-respect, you won't do this either. So actually, you need to think about what you're making as opposed to just shitting it out all onto the script and then transferring it straight to the CG artists. So they can find them. I'm sure these people do exist. It's just that there's no incentive for them to actually
They don't
hire
value
them
the
because,
process.
yeah, they don't
That's a
value
good
the process.
point.
And why should they when this
Yeah.
movie makes $1 billion?
I mean,
Yeah.
clearly they thought this script was good enough. So
Well, like, Snow White, as I said, my mum was baffled as to having to choose between which is worse. I think a lot of people would be having some trouble with it, but, whatever metric you go with, one could say they're both just as awful. But one of them is going to make over $1 billion, the other one's going to crash and burn. So has it got anything to do with the writing quality? It's like, well,
No.
not in this case.
No.
Minecraft was pretty much always going to make $1 billion, unfortunately. Doesn't matter how bad
Yeah.
the film was.
No matter what.
Yeah, the
whether it
source
was good
material
or
is much
bad.
more. Hmm.
And I guess they just consider the profits that they'll make. Like if they found a good writer and the first Minecraft movie came out and it got like 80, 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, people would be hyped for the sequel and they'd rake in more cash from ticket sales with Minecraft number 2, which I think they'll inevitably make. But I guess that increase in revenue is so negligible. It's just like, well,
That's the thing.
we'll
This
put
happened.
out a dog shit first movie and people will go see the second one anyway, even if shit, so who cares?
We've got the Lego movie to compare. It's like it's pretty much the same
Lego
sequence of
movie
events,
made-
but it was a really well written
Yeah.
film.
And it made about 400 and something. It was successful. Not going to be as successful as a Minecraft movie was, though.
No.
Minecraft movie's going to blow it out of the water in terms of its numbers. I don't know. It just feels like if Wall-E released today, it probably wouldn't do that great. That's like a concern that I have at this point when I think
Well, maybe
about,
a
like, the
live-action
nature of-
Wall-E with Jack Black could do it.
Like,
Yeah.
well, I
Jack
guess,
Black
I
could
guess
be
my
the-
point being that
He can play all the fat
that-
characters.
Yeah.
I wonder if the better Minecraft movie does worse. Is more so like kind of what I'm getting at. I wonder if like the actual earnest real one with an intent to tell a story actually fails.
The one
because
you've
of that
described, I think,
attempt.
would do worse. Unfortunately, it would.
Yeah,
because
which bothers me a lot that
Yeah.
that's the case. Like, oh
But
yeah,
there
well
is-
if it's not an action movie, then fuck, what's the point of that?
there is a version of the film that I think all of us would consider very good that would simultaneously make a shit ton of money too. But like, why bother, right? That's what we're getting at with this. It's like the
That's the
producers
point,
be like,
yeah.
why the fuck should we bother? Just give it to Goop Slorp.
Just have it be slop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hire people that you don't have to pay anything because they're glup shittos who've never done anything and don't have any talent and they don't care. and you just tell the CGI guys to put in references to the movie, then slap Jack Black on it, and then just profit. Fuck it. Who cares?
His name is practically like Slop now. It's just associated directly.
Yeah.
um,
For those
Yeah,
who need
it's
more
a
convincing on
very-
that front, watch Mandalorian season 3.
Mm-hmm.
God, he dodges so many bullets because he was next to Lizzo in that episode, and
Yep,
she takes
she absorbs most of the criticism.
blame. She absorbs
Yeah.
a lot of it. She has a bigger
For sure.
gravitational attraction, so she
Yes, she
absorbs more criticism than he does.
But he's still there, still doing it.
No, not because she's fat, because she's dense. Now,
Important difference.
Marlene is at dinner with a villager, blah, blah, blah. No one's a freakish weirdo. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the trio of boys are about to go to the Woodland Mansion, and Steve makes a model of the mansion so that they can form a plan. Now, the model never comes into... It's just a stupid thing in the movie. They don't use the
It is a
model in
waste of
any
time.
way.
This
It's an
whole
actual waste
sequence
of
is a
time,
waste of
yes.
fucking time.
Well, no, it's
Yeah.
really, really annoying. So when Garrett interrupts to say that it's a bad model, Henry yells at him, "Garrett, stop talking. We're trying to figure out a plan."
I wish it was like that.
Yeah, it's not that good. It's actually worse. Garrett then... Oh, what a horrible actor. You suck. Garrett then gives the Tesseract to
God.
Henry because he says he stole it earlier. And so then Henry says, "You are literally the worst person in the entire world."
Yeah, I
Again,
was
it's
pretty
not that
checked
good.
out. And I was already just desperate for more hamming it up from Jack Black and Jason Momoa now, because I realized that was all I had left. I was just like, do a few more
it
things.
is.
My prayers were
Now
answered,
you know what I
of
mean by the
course.
love-hate of like Jack Black. I don't know if I hate him in this movie or I'm immensely grateful of him to be in this movie. Because thank God we
Yeah.
get some energy and at least someone cares. It's just like Momoa next to him. Like they care.
Well,
They're
like I said,
acting.
they almost
bringing
sometimes
some
feel
sort
like
of
they're
passion and
competing
energy.
on set in terms of like who can be more hammy, which is okay with me. Bit of nothing.
I don't know. I guess I had a different experience. I was like really fucking tired of the performance, like in the whole film. Like it didn't entertain me really at all. It annoyed me a lot of him just like declaring in a very excited way every single thing like in the Minecraft world.
That's
It
fair.
just bothered me a lot.
Yeah.
I really there was nothing about this that I like ironically, unironically at all.
I don't even know that I would describe it
This
as
sucks.
liking. It's just it's that heartbeat thing again, just pure
Yeah.
flatline.
Oh,
But
well,
if I see them
okay,
both going,
maybe that would be
then I'm like,
Like it's like
Maybe that's
it's the
the-
tiny ray of sunshine that allows a okay, like between the cracks in the pavement on some old sidewalks, there's like some little pieces of grass that can kind of stick up. That's
Yeah.
that's kind of what
Um,
that's kind of what Jack Black and Jason Momoa were in this movie. Like this tiny reminder of energy and life in some kind of way.
I'm glad that was the case for you. For me, there were the reminder of, oh yeah, we can never like try to make a real fucking movie, can we?
That's fair.
It's just
Yeah.
got to be some retarded shit. Like
That's why
that
I
was all I
think-
got from them constantly making jokes and declaring things. Is like, right, we don't give a shit about like actually trying to tell a fucking story here right now, do we? It's just like, yep, you got to have jokes in there because if you want to make a film that's going to be successful, you got to have shit jokes, all the most boring jokes ever that you've seen a million times, and that's what it felt like. They were a conduit for those jokes. You know, like even like that Ender Pearl one of like, oh yeah, you throw that and you teleport. Ha! No, I wouldn't. And then throws it. Oh my god! And then him go like, oh, well, that was the last one I had. Oh well, you know, it's no big deal. It's just like, oh god, like
It's
get
pretty
me out
funny.
of here.
Good
I
joke.
can't take it. I hate that shit. It drives me mad. I was so miserable watching this thing.
just
But
picturing
I kind of
you
wonder, like,
being.
how much more miserable would it be if they weren't in the movie, though? That's kind of the scary thought, is that they might actually be like a psychological aid to like save the audience and probably the rest of the cast from realizing just how empty this entire thing is. At least there's something to look at when they're on the screen.
Well, that's why I
I-
wouldn't have opted for the grass with the pavement thing. For me, it's closer to if you have every result of a dice roll is bad, but still rolling it is somewhat interesting. Even if I know it can't end well, I'm just like, dice roll for the colors. Kind of how I feel about them and Jason Momoa just jumping, dancing, shouting. It's kind of like, because I really didn't want to finish the film. I was pretty done.
Me neither.
Like, all right, this still,
it is.
You know, they clowning it, so you know that's something.
There's a section of this movie there's a section of this movie that I genuinely don't remember what happens in it all because I think I disassociated completely.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I'm jealous.
It's right around this point. I can tell because I'm starting to not remember any of this.
That's fair. That's totally fair. So, so after Henry yells more, Steve says that, and I had to like double triple check this to make sure that I wasn't actually going insane as well. So Steve says that Vindicators guard the first floor. He says something guards the second floor, but they never come up, and I didn't bother to fucking check. And then Steve says on the third floor is the loot chamber where the earth crystal is, and it's guarded by Endermen. And he says, do not look an Enderman in the eye because they'll fry your brains out.
Unless you're
Allow me
Mercer.
to repeat a few things. This will be important later. Okay? Steve says that on the third floor is the loot chamber, and that you should not look at the Endermen in the eye because they'll fry your brains out. All right. Henry then says he can build stairs to the second floor, sneak through the window, and snag the earth crystal. I had to watch this multiple times to make sure I wasn't going insane. Steve says on the third floor is the loot chamber, and instantly, after this, Henry says he can build stairs to the second floor and snag the earth crystal.
Well, isn't the second and third floor, they're kind of the same?
They are very close. They are adjacent.
So there you go. Makes sense.
Vertically, so...
They're like one away from each other. That's basically the same thing.
5 writers. 5 writers.
Plus additional story credit. Plus a director. Plus everybody who was there on set that day who didn't say anything.
3 floors and you fucked it up, guys. What a great film. Let's see. So, I also, I suppose it'll be worth saying, we don't see Henry building the stairs to the second floor. He just sort of shows up there.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't something we watch him construct, which would be something that would be good to see in a Minecraft movie. It's just like, oh, I'll just build some stairs. Like, bitch, you've built like one thing ever. Yeah. You built that fort tower in the first night. You haven't built anything ever again.
This is a movie about singing, dancing, and obnoxiousness. It's not about creativity.
This is a movie about remember Minecraft.
It's fucking ridiculous that the ingenious thing that he builds to help with this plan is fucking stairs. Instead of like a giant ray gun or a giant fucking mech or something, like whatever, just go crazy. This is Minecraft. Build something awesome, you know?
They never use building to solve problems. They build like one thing. Even in like speed running and casual video gaming, it's like, oh yeah, I need to use the mechanics of the game to like get to places. Oh no, there are zombies coming or whatever. I can build some blocks and stand on them so the zombies can't get me and I can hit them from above. Just like basic shit like this, and they never do it. They knew that they decided we're not going to show him building stairs outside of the mansion to get into the second/third floor, depending on whatever line's being delivered. Anyway, Garrett once again calls Henry Hank and then suggests that they create a diversion. So they go to the mansion. Steve and Garrett go to the mansion, open the door, and start singing a weird birthday song while wearing mushroom hats with saxophones.
This was...
See, that was much more... Sorry.
I was going to say quickly, this would be a moment I would say that if anyone was drifting off to sleep and woke up to that, they'd assume they're dreaming, right? Like, that's... Like, okay, I've lost my mind.
But then I'd see Jack Black and I would be like, okay, this checks out.
Yeah, it was another excuse for Jack Black to sing a little song.
I mean, I think it's...
Yeah, I'm pretty...
It's pretty easy to be confused, though. Like, they burst in singing with mushroom hats. What's happening now? And you're like, distraction. Like, okay. Okay, and then you take your medicine.
I don't. The distraction is completely irrelevant to anything that Henry does.
Yep.
It in no
I feel
way
like
helps or hinders him sneaking in to the second or third floor, whichever one he's on.
Right, yeah.
I think at this point, like Jack Black has like a thing written in his contract that he has to get like at least 3 like musical numbers or something in each
Yeah.
movie. 'Cause
Yeah, probably.
that's the only thing that could possibly like explain this. But it's funny that we choose to do this instead of like showing Henry actually, you know, doing what Minecraft is actually meant for. No more gags, please. With Khal Drogo and Jack Black.
So, oh, sorry. Henry. Oh, there she goes.
No.
It's a good stretch. She's back. That's a mistake. I wouldn't have come back. I would have been like, "Oh shit, that was my chance to leave and never have to talk about the Minecraft movie again."
I have no
Um,
idea what just happened.
Hey, don't think about what happened. Think about what's going to happen next, which is Henry appearing in whatever floor he's in inside. He sneaks around. And he's trying to sneak through the hallways of the mansion, but he gets discovered as he goes to the loot chamber, and he closes the door on his axe-wielding pursuers, and they throw axes at the door, and the axes clearly like go into the door and crack it and make marks, but they just give up.
Yep. Well, he's made it
It's
into
just
the
a
room
wood-
now. There's no point. Why would they go after
Yep,
him when he's
but-
in the room? It's too late.
Yep, have no clue why they just stop when they could open the door. It isn't locked, by the way. He doesn't lock the door.
Mhm.
And also there are 2 big axes sticking out of the door that clearly can damage the door to a great degree. But the 2 Vindicator dudes, they just don't care anymore.
He did it. He
All
completed
right,
the level.
yeah, he did it. He succeeded. What a cool guy.
I thought the
Now-
next bit was going to be about him like going around this room finding impossibly rare shit with which to craft MacGuffin
Nope.
number 2. But that doesn't even happen because that would be creative. Again,
That would be
we can't be
crafting.
having that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be crafting.
We don't craft in the Minecraft movie.
So he just kind of stumbles around and like looks at useful things,
Well-
takes a couple of them, and then finds what he's after in a different chest.
They're so odd. I was expecting to have some like wacky references, but one of the drawers is just like a bunch of meat, and one of them has a sword that we've already seen.
Wheat and meat. Yep.
There's just like
One's full of wheat, another's got some meat in there. One's got an axe.
that he does take.
And yeah, he does take the axe. You should probably take the meat in case you need to eat to restore your health or stamina. Oh, that's right. That's the game thing. That's not it. We don't have to worry about that. Now Henry then does. We'll just do one scene to the next. Henry, there's a very conspicuously prominent chest placed by a window, and that's the one that he opens up, and the earth crystal is inside.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is an Enderman. By the way, the chest is not locked or anything. I guess the door. Well, the door isn't locked either. But it's like enemies in a Resident Evil game. A really good,
Yeah.
from what I'm told, the really good Resident Evil games, where when you walk through the doorway, all of the enemies who want to kill you and stop you, they just can't follow you through there anymore. They're just not allowed to.
Yeah.
Because those games are really, really good and well designed. And they should
Hey,
definitely make
that
more
applies
of
to
them.
like
What?
all Resident Evil games, doesn't it?
Some of them, not Resident Evil 4, the original. I think in the original, they
Yeah.
will follow, unless it is an actual loading screen, they will follow you as far as they possibly can. They're only limited by like the actual technical limitations of like the loading screens in different entire zones.
Well, what
They'll
would be
follow
the point
you,
of a
yeah,
safe room
everywhere.
that's dangerous, Rags? I tell you.
Oh, you're right. No, that's true. That's true. I can't believe they put that obviously prominent one in the castle in Resident Evil.
Oh god,
Village.
you get to
When
fuck so hard
obviously-
with the bad guys.
God. Yeah, Dimitrescu just
You get
couldn't.
to
Like,
slap
you
his butt
knew.
over and over again.
You knew that the player would do that. The Dimitrescu is right out there, and she just
Mhm.
won't go through the doorway and kill you, even after you've killed her daughters, and she wants to really fucking kill you. She can't get through the doorway. What a well-designed video game.
I was actually
Garrett,
thinking of Resident Evil 8 when I was watching this whole sequence in the mansion. It felt like, I guess you do
I know
want to
what you
have like a
mean.
kind of a spooky part in a Minecraft movie because there is sort of a spooky element to the game sometimes. But like, I was thinking of like House Bienvenuto in Resident Evil 8, where it's just like this whole sequence feels like it doesn't fit with the rest of
Yeah,
what's going
it
on.
is very different. There's no combat in it. It's just wandering around hitting the buttons so you can get through that segment, then go back to playing the game that you've purchased. Not that that's
Yeah.
better, but oh, that
Yeah,
game sucks. Watch an EFAP on Resident Evil 8.
that's one of those sequences that only works the first time around. Future time around, it's just kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, an Enderman shows up behind Henry. You know, the one he was warned about. An Enderman shows up. No clue where it was while he was doing all this stuff in the loot chamber.
Toilet.
Now, when the Enderman shows up behind him, Henry instantly does the one thing that he was told not to do to an Enderman, and he looks it right in the eye.
Well, looks like it was bad advice. That's how you defeat them. You look them right in the eye.
Apparently. Now, Henry sees visions of people doubting him and saying mean things to him. Oh, it's like it's purple-eyed versions of Natalie and Steve and Garrett, and they're like, "Oh, you suck. You're not creative. You should give up. You're a loser." And then
One of my least
Henry
favorite scenes
snaps
in the
out of it.
entire movie because none of that's been fucking earned.
No.
But what are you doing? You
Yeah,
can't
right,
now introduce
Comes out
this.
of nowhere.
None of them have spoken to each other for most of the movie.
He doesn't have like an insecurity that needs to. I don't.
Oh,
does
is that
come out
why
of
the
nowhere.
Enderman he's useless on him because he's not even a character, so there's nothing to attack.
Well, this isn't what Endermen do in the game.
Yeah,
They
well,
made this up for the movie.
Yeah.
If in the
Right, yeah.
game, if you look at an Enderman directly, then it will, like its mouth will. They're neutral until you bug them, and you bug them by looking at them from any distance. If you look at an Enderman, it goes like bah, and then when you look away again, it will rapidly teleport to you or run to you and start attacking you. They don't cause you to get like visions or anything. They just turn aggressive and come and attack you. But that's not what they do in the movie because anyway, he kills it by swinging his axe at it.
Mary Sue.
I mean, not only is all like the sort of the critique of his personality and saying like, oh, you're nothing, you have no friends, whatever, at everything, like none of that is set up or earned, like Platoon was saying. But then it doesn't really have any visible effect on him. I don't really blame the performance as on the performance as much as just the bad writing where that wasn't written into the script. It's just like that happens, and then he just brushes it off and just starts swinging his sword. And he swings his sword enough times that eventually the Enderman goes away. And then,
all he
and then
does
it's
is just swing wildly with his axe, and it just kills the Enderman. The Enderman doesn't have a chance. He just kills it right there.
Yeah.
He takes no damage. He's not stopped in any way. He just kills it.
Yeah.
Very
And
good
then he
scene.
The
takes
only
the Ender
indication,
Pearl.
the only indication that it's like a tough battle is I think it like he fights it and then it cuts away to something else. Some of the other characters are doing a thing, and then it cuts back, and then he's still fighting the Enderman. So it's just like, okay, I guess some time has
But they haven't
passed where he's been
moved.
fighting this thing. But
all he
they're
does
still in the
is-
same room doing the same thing. So there's no
I'm
really
led to
any
believe
sense of progression.
It's like a 4-second fight. He just swings his axe back and forth like a retard and kills it.
Yeah,
Doesn't take a single point of damage.
right.
This is the thing that Steve said. I only have one Ender Pearl. I almost died fighting an Enderman to get it. But
Well,
Henry's
yeah.
just that good with his
He's just-
blind.
no, he's creative.
swinging.
That's why he won.
I guess so. He created
And,
an
like-
incredible new strategy.
Like what you
He
had brought up
mongs
earlier,
out on
Rag,
it.
when the Enderman was mentioned, it's just like don't look it in the eyes or fry your brains, right? And then it's just like it does this stuff to the kid, but then it doesn't have any effect.
It
and
slightly
it's-
inconveniences him
overcame
for
it
a few moments.
Because of his creativity.
Yeah, so
Maybe
why
he
have that initial
survived.
dialogue where you set up the severity of like you don't want to fucking lose this thing, right? Like don't
Well, that
even
creates the
bother.
tension, and then you get the release of our hero overcoming that difficulty. Very well written.
Maybe nothing happened because there was nothing to fry.
I already made that joke.
Oh, there was one? I'm sorry. My cat was distracting me.
Biden,
She's...
not sir.
Wow.
His mind got roasted like that chicken.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Actually, nothing happened. The chicken died horribly, but Henry's a-okay. So interspersed with this scene, there is a scene of Garrett and Steve being put into a wrestling ring by the Vindicators, and they want and they arrange a fight where they have to fight a baby zombie on a chicken.
Chicken jockey.
Oh, no. No.
So
Is
yeah.
this a thing from the game? Chicken jockeys?
Gotta be.
it can happen, yeah. A baby zombie can
No.
get on a chicken and attack you, but the chicken doesn't attack you. The chicken is just being essentially driven by the baby zombie, the little zombie.
'Cause I wasn't
You
aware
can
there were
kill the
baby
zombie on
zombies,
top.
let alone baby zombies riding on chickens. I think that was a
There are, yeah. There are baby zombies.
Okay.
They're like the most
God.
annoying enemy in the fucking game because they're fast and tiny.
The chicken
They're just
doesn't even
harder to
attack him
hit.
in the movie, does it? Like, he gets on the chicken
It does.
in
It
order
bites
that.
him.
Does it? I thought like most of the
Yep.
fight was just like the chicken sitting there and the baby zombie just being a twat.
What's most of the fight, but the chicken specifically goes and bites his ankles and bites his leg.
Oh.
I
Chicken-
actually
That
don't
interesting.
remember how that fight ends.
Oh,
Like, I
I'll
have
tell
no
you.
idea.
It's important. I haven't really brought it up before, but there's like this recurring thing where Steve says sneak attack as he's attacking.
And it's not
And,
a
so
sneak
that's what
attack at
happens.
all.
That's his running joke throughout the movie is
Very
he does
funny.
a sort of excessive attack and he calls it a sneak attack. It's very humorous.
So Steve defeats the baby zombie because Steve unties himself from being tied down, and then he headbutts the baby zombie out of the ring, and it like falls on the ground and dies or whatever. And as this, that's it. That's the fight. It just goes on for longer. There's like a point where Garrett slaps the baby, and the baby starts crying, and then Garrett's like, "Oh, I should go up and say I'm sorry and pat him on the head." And even Steve's like, "No, it has no heart. It's an evil baby zombie." And Garrett's like, "No, he's nice." And then of course the zombie bites him in the fingers or whatever. It's just
When
like it's so.
when delivering that line, Jack Black it looks like his blood pressure is skyrocketing and the camera's like full screen. He's like, "Don't fall for it, Gaga. That baby has the heart of a demon." And when I saw that, I was like, man, you must have been paid so much for this movie. Like, he was so
Yeah.
into this. He was so ready to give it all.
He was. Actually,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
and yet all that effort for like an incredibly boring joke.
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh, see, look,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like, oh, look, it's cute, it's a baby zombie, but he's actually evil. It's like
But he's actually
that
a
joke.
baby zombie.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
joke is like so like played out.
well, it's also
Mhm.
just like was said. It's Jack Black's like only mode in the whole film. He's just sometimes he's a bit more intense.
he's like
Yeah.
every single line. It felt like he was just maxing out. He just did not drop a single line. He was putting all the effort into it.
Is it bad?
But yeah,
Yeah.
Is it
I
bad
have
that
a
I want this
question.
figure?
It's not bad, just questionable.
Like it.
Well, it's so the merchandising is just kind of hilarious, right? Because this is known as a very blocky video game, and
Yeah.
like the Minecraft
They chose
action
the
figure is an
roundest.
articulately designed overweight Jack Black.
It's very funny in that sense, yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I mean, yeah, it's really funny. Yeah, I have a question though, because this is like a hyper realistic Minecraft world. Like, they're actually like zombies, right? So like, do they actually eat brains or like because in the game it's not really defined how exactly you die. You just die. But here, what's the
Well, yeah, 'cause,
Well, they show him
They
eating
just-
the sheep,
they-
tearing it
They
apart.
just get you, quote unquote. The zombies get you. I
But
don't
it
know what that
doesn't-
means, but they get you.
I mean, I guess it's because Jason Momoa, he gets bitten. It's like, oh, are you gonna turn into a zombie? Because that's how it typically works. I
Yeah.
don't know
In
about in
Minecraft.
Minecraft, but certainly Not in
just hurts.
Minecraft, but with zombie. I guess that's what we're to conclude. Like, it just hurts. It doesn't turn you into a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is the cinematic rule with something like zombies, right? It's like you get bitten. It's like, oh, are you gonna turn into one of those? Like, the audience is gonna think that, but then
It's
they
not the
just
worst
ignore that.
And so
example of
it
it though.
is.
Because like there's another example later on when it's like a character just happens to get exploded, and you're thinking, like, are you dead? Because that's how that typically works as well.
Oh
But
yeah,
no,
right.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going to
also.
take this opportunity. I have to head out, but thanks for having me, gentlemen.
Oh, lucky.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you talked about the Minecraft movie for 6.5 hours. That was a good choice.
Yes, I contributed a couple sentences in that. I'm pretty sure of it. Thanks
I could
for having me.
hear your passion for this film. Don't you worry.
Enjoy. Hang in there.
Toodle pip.
Hey, will
cheerio.
do.
Before you go, if you want to mention anything you're up to, people at home.
Tomorrow I'll be doing a stream on Mulholland Drive. So
good movie.
Minecraft movie and Mulholland Drive back to back, two enigmatic art house masterpieces.
Yeah.
So come check that out tomorrow if that sounds like your cup of tea.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Okay,
Yeah,
bye.
absolutely. Goodbye. We'll see you later.
Boy, boy.
Later,
Bye
man.
bye.
What a cool guy. What a
Just-
neat dude.
First victim.
Mhm.
Yep. Hard to believe we'll never see him again.
Nope.
Because his brain will be
Minecraft
fried.
killed him.
Like he looked at the Enderman. Yeah,
like-
so
I want to add my favorite part of this whole like house thing, shenanigans scene sequence, whatever, is that like these two fucking morons, like, I mean, I said it, like I wrote it in my video, it's so funny that these two grown men go and are like, oh, we have to take a difficult act, make a difficult act or participate in it and distract these zombies. Meanwhile, they send this kid alone for this mission that he might get eaten on the way. Who knows what he might come across. But they're like, yeah, we're gonna stick together and sing a song or some shit, because that's more important than protecting a freaking child. Definitely.
Yeah, the two adults will sing, dance, and fight a chicken while the kid goes and fights an Enderman. It's like,
Yeah.
That's
what?
a good point, yeah. There's no sense of like a protective nature where it's just like,
No.
no, let's not
No,
make the
no.
kid do this. Like, you hang back and distract them to distract the harmless people on the base floor, and then we'll do the dangerous shit. But no.
No. Like,
danger abounds.
what? Like, if the distraction part and the goofing around and singing a song was that like actually important, couldn't like only one of them do it and the second one followed the kid, or maybe, I don't know, two of them go up and the child distract? I don't know. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, it's just anybody who knows Minecraft knows that it's probably needless to go through the first floor. Like, why not just construct a set of stairs that go right up to the third floor? Never mind the second floor. You know, like, just bypass them entirely. What is this fucking
Then
stupid
we don't get the
distraction?
song.
So it's obviously just, yeah, exactly right. Jack Black wants to do a little song, and this is an excuse to do it.
So Henry falls through the floor from above.
Why?
And
It was just digging, right? You just dug the floor and then.
I don't really know why. He
Yeah,
no,
that must
he
have been
he
it.
purposefully decides to mine the floor instead of going out the window or something, because there's a window right there.
Like,
He decides to just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go straight down to where I know
which is
there
a
are
bad
people,
idea, yeah.
instead of building stairs down from the window.
Like, you don't know
Yeah.
what's down there. You
But it
wouldn't
works
want to
out
risk
perfectly.
it.
He has to be careful. Jack Black is down there.
yeah, I mean, as far as he knows, like they were creating the distraction, so he wouldn't need to go down to where they were distracting people to not look, because that would defeat the object of the distraction they were doing. But I do quite like the bit where he falls down, immediately stands up, holding the MacGuffin, and Jack Black says, "Hey, did you get the MacGuffin?" And it's like right in his fucking hand.
Yeah,
You have
Yeah.
eyes.
that was hilarious. He's standing there with the earth crystal prominently just there in his hand, and then Jack Black
I
is
love
looking
this.
at him and saying, "Did you get the earth crystal?"
Oh my
And then Henry's just
God.
like, "Yeah," and because it's right there in his hand. It's just he's just
So-
got it in his hand.
Not only are the writers complete freaking idiots for writing this way, but then like we have to rely on the fact that Jack Black was actually blind that day, and then people who edited this movie are also fucking blind.
I wonder if
What-
you hit an apathy at some point with making a film like this, where you stop questioning the script and you just say what it says. Like, I don't get the
Like,
line. Get out of here.
just
You know,
pay me.
on set, one or more actors must have brought that up. Like, does this dialogue work? Like, I'm holding it in my hand right here, clearly visible. It's in the fucking shot, and the director's just like, "Shut up,
Shut the fuck
Action."
up.
Also-
My script is beautiful.
This
also
child
means
is
that-
actually
It means that instead of putting the earth crystal in his bag that he has and then jumping down through the floor, he jumps down through the floor with
Holding.
one of his hands holding the earth crystal, which is
Which
an
we already
interesting
know
decision.
is fragile because one broke earlier in
Yep.
the movie.
An arrow, yeah. If an arrow hits it, it'll ding and die, and then you'll be stuck here forever with Jack Black. Which is a fate I wouldn't wish on. Which I would only wish upon my worst enemies.
Oh my God.
You're stuck with
Oh.
me here in the Minecraft realm. We are friends now. And I'm like, oh God, please stop. Just one hour, please. Just an hour to hear my own thoughts, Mr. Black. Please, I swear.
Hour.
You need just an hour to think to yourself. I'm Jack Black and I will be loud. Chicken.
Dude,
So-
I wish this was hyperbolic, but this is literally every fucking shot with Jack Black.
Pretty fucking accurate.
Yeah, so they leave the mansion. You might say, oh, but they're surrounded by Vindicators all around the wrestling ring.
And
They
to which the
leave
writers
the
would say,
mansion.
well, no, we got to do the piglin shit now, so fuck those
Yep.
other things.
They
okay.
disappear from the story. The Vindicators no longer stop them. They don't exist. They don't follow them out of the mansion to catch them. Obviously, they're able to see that the Earth Crystal's been stolen. It's right there, but they don't care. Don't worry about it. This is a well-written film for children. So, they leave the mansion, and as they're crossing a bridge, Malgosia herself is outside the mansion, and she shows up with another great hog that she has created. This is a new one. It's not the same one that survived the explosion in the Redstone mines. It is very specific. She created another great hog.
They all collectively announce, we are the second act low point. Very uncanny.
Yes.
I didn't like that in the screenplay where they have the big pig, and he dies, and then there's just another one.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Like like just don't like
You can't even have
so
the old one
first
show
one
up again
doesn't
with
die,
Ash.
but like he almost dies, but then he's like super pissed off, and then when he comes
show you how
back, it's
tough
just
he
like,
is.
oh shit, this is
Yeah.
like round 2, right? Like he's gonna
Yeah,
be...
he's got like ash on him or like scars, or he's got some like in the cartoons when you blow up, you turn to black ash and only your eyes you could see through them.
Yeah.
There's something like that, that would fit, I guess, the aesthetic sort of the tone of the movie. No, it's just
Yeah.
a new one. She made
It
another
would be
one.
great if they had one villain who had any kind of threat and menace, and having someone who, keeps coming after you.
Well,
and
that's
survives the
Malgosia.
explosion.
She's
Yes,
really
well.
Ooh,
Is she
boy.
though? I mean,
Oh
Not
boy.
really.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh definitely. Because what she does is she uses her magic magnet power for her staff and just sucks the Tesseract right out of the bag. Sucks it right up. Joink, it's mine now.
and you kind of
So,
just sit
yeah,
there
how about them
screaming at the
apples?
screen because she could have done that like an hour and 10 minutes ago, and we would have been
Nope.
out of here. But fuck it, we have to carry on.
Yeah, well, that is true. Anyway, Garrett throws so they get surrounded by piglins, and she's like, "Oh, kill him! I'm gonna leave though. So bye. But you guys can take care of these adventurers." Now Garrett throws Henry onto one of the gassed blimp platform thingies. Just throws him. And then
Very
Steve
dangerous. He
uses a
nearly
slime.
kills him.
He nearly does. We were that close, but
Yeah.
fuck, he lived. Now, Steve then uses a slime cube, and you could tell because he says, slime cube, and he puts it down, and he uses it to like bounce and jump high to escape onto the little blimp platform as well. But Garrett decides that he's going to stay behind and fight the piglins.
What was funny? So when I was first saying this, I was like, "Oh, so he'll use the slime cube and he'll like slap into the side, or he'll fall. He'll do embarrassingly." And then when he's like, "I'm staying behind," my brain immediately switched like, "Oh right, of course, yes, they're gonna do the forced sacrifice. That's the other thing that's gonna happen here. Like
Yeah.
that was to come in this script, of course. I completely forgot. It's just funny how it's like, oh, they're gonna do a shit thing. It's like, no, the other shit thing, right, yeah, that shit thing. Sorry.
He tells him like, "Oh, tell him to write a song about me, something metal, keep it real with real instruments," which amuses me.
I'm just
And
glad they had the
not
balls
like
to kill off a
actually
main
amuses
character,
me.
right? We don't see that enough. Main characters getting killed. Actually,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
sacrifices having meaning and them staying dead, and it actually, you know, it was
Yeah.
worth something in the end. That's all really
like-
good stuff. Best thing in the movie.
It was so unnecessary, though.
Yeah, he could have just jumped
Yeah,
on
well-
the slime cube and they could have left.
From what I remember from that shot where he's caught in the explosion, I'm just like, okay, it's very clearly the case that he was vaporized in that explosion. But it's like,
Well, no,
I
the way that
know,
they-
but
they
at the same
tried to do
time,
it
I
in,
know
like,
that the movie is not going to kill him off because, like, this is for a particular age demographic where it's just like you
Well,
don't
they want
want to do that.
they want the
Inevitably, they're
payoff,
going to
don't
have the
they?
moment where he fucking comes back and
Yeah.
saves the day, and it's just like,
What I was gonna
fuck,
say.
that you've done this visual where that can't fucking happen, but you're gonna do it anyway. I know you're gonna
Well,
do
the
it
thing-
anyway, and of course
You're
they
totally
fucking
right,
do it.
Tom, that like it looked like he should be exploded, but the problem was you see him kind of running off to the side right before the explosion, and whenever that happens, it's like, oh, you're doing some bullshit right here. This is some sleight of
Oh,
hand. I'll be
right.
like, yeah, see, he ran off kind of to the right. Like he could have jumped off the bridge. That's kind of like the way that they shoot it, even though again, wouldn't even make a difference. You're that close to an explosion. Goodbye, internal organs.
And it is worth mentioning,
Right.
it's a huge explosion that collapses a bridge over like a massive gorge type thing. There is no way anybody on it survived that explosion. And if they did survive the explosion, they died in the fall horribly.
What if he learned a trick
No.
from Steve?
Yeah.
What if
Yeah,
he
but
remembered
when
he
he
had
gets
his
the water
wings?
from
Maybe
it,
he still had those on.
Where did he get
Mm.
the water from, though?
What if he spat into a
Yeah,
bucket?
exactly.
Can you spit
Oh.
into it and then it just turns into a bucket full of water?
Fuck yeah, dude.
Not in the game, so in the movie you might be able to.
Well, yeah, that's.
And you know what? As stupid as that is, if you had a fucking scene somewhere that set that up, where you could spit and generate like a block of water, it's just like, okay, you can do that in this film now. But they don't even do that, you know?
Or they just
No,
set it
it-
up because he has the bucket chucks, nunchucks buckets
Basically.
that he just
like,
has.
Yeah,
He
but
has
where's the water?
fills them with
Where do you get
water.
the fucking water? Where do
He
you get
peed.
it?
He peed,
Where
damn
did they
it.
go? Where they got water? That'd be funny. That'd be funny if
Steve
he threw
even-
it down and it was all yellow. And he's like, oh shit.
Is it
It's
not?
the safety piss.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't the kid ask him how he did it, and then he says, "Don't ask." Something.
Steve,
Yep.
He says Steve's bucket trick.
So why would you not
Yes.
take an opportunity to show him landing in a bucket of his own piss?
Well, wait.
Because-
What did he say? Don't ask to.
That yeah, it's like the
I'll
don't
tell you,
ask
how
is
did you
not in
find out
response
how
to what
to-
you did, because the answer to that is that I used the bucket trick that
I'll
was
tell you.
set up earlier.
I'll tell you
Okay,
the don't
sorry. Go
ask.
ahead, Rob.
It was
Yeah, yeah.
it was when it's when Henry asked Steve how he learns how to why poking the ghasts will make them shoot fireballs.
Oh,
like how do you
yeah,
know
for the,
this?
Oh,
He
yeah.
says
balloon.
don't
Yeah.
ask.
See,
Yeah.
because
Right.
that's a joke right there. They could have done of the. I had the buckets and I
Of him
did
landing
this
in his
trick,
own
and then he's like,
piss?
"Where'd you get the water from?" And he says, "Don't ask." Because then we can
Hmm.
be
I
like,
just
"Oh,
wanna
did he
see
use
it.
his
I wanna
piss?
see.
Did he piss in the bucket?"
Right,
It'd be like,
right,
he's
right.
like water. Don't ask.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
something like that.
just can't believe they pass up an opportunity to show him landing in like a blocky puddle of his own piss.
I could believe
Yeah,
they
the
wouldn't put that
8-year-olds
in.
who like this movie would have
Yeah.
loved it.
Well, that's true. But I could believe they would go with the interpretation joke there. But then again, that would be telling a joke. They don't really do that in this movie. By the way, I told my mom this was a comedy and she didn't believe me.
What? So
It's
she
only a
thought when
comedy
he
if it
said
makes you
chicken
laugh,
jockey,
remember?
that was meant to be like, What do you
I
think
said-
Chicken Jockey was meant to be?
Well, so I said like there was shit tons of jokes in this movie, and she was like, "Which ones?" And then I had to like explain some of them. But then
Yeah.
she used as evidence that it's not a comedy that nobody was laughing. And I was like, I know.
I mean, jokes aside, it probably would primarily be considered a comedy in terms of genre. I don't know what the subgenre would be. Fantasy, I suppose.
Adventure, whatever. But like,
Sci-fi?
there is a shit ton of jokes in this film. They just don't land.
Oh, yeah.
None of them do.
They suck.
Yeah.
I mean, I legitimately laughed more at Joker 2. Like, if mathematically, I laughed so much more on Joker 2 than on this movie.
See,
I-
this
well,
might
if I
explain
laughed a
why I'm in
single
such
time-
a bad mood about all of these movies. It's been so miserable, like all these crap movies that have come out lately. I am particularly deflated about the state of like art right now.
Hey, you got Flow.
Just as a whole.
That was the cost.
I did get Flow, that's true, but like you tell me I got one good movie in exchange for like
don't
everything
see
else
why
being awful.
that
Daredevil gets wrecked.
Yeah, I don't see why the exchange rate would be any different for movies as it is for TV. We got given what? Penguin, Smiling Friends, and in exchange we had to sacrifice like all of our favorite TV shows' second seasons. So,
Yeah, just like, oh well, hey, but you get Mario Kart in a couple of months. It's like, oh, thanks.
And
It's like, you
and paid for that
meantime,
already though, because
you got. And then wait, what? Then what am I paying? What about Jurassic? What? I mean,
well, no,
it's 'cause it
games
might
is a
be
different
good
thing, right? So you've already paid with Veilguard or Outlaws
with
or
Outlaws
Gollum,
and right, okay, and then I get Mario and I get Donkey Kong, and then what?
Well, yeah, careful. If it's 2, you might have to pay
Yeah.
with another 5 terrible games.
I don't know. I'm just so tired of like the fact that I'll just go to the movies and be like, yeah, it's probably going to be bad. Oh, yeah, it is. Wow. That's crazy. Who'd have thought that?
Right.
I have a friend who follows me to the movies. She doesn't care
What?
about those movies.
Like
I mean,
stalks you.
What? Like she,
No,
like,
I know.
Sneaks up
she
behind
waits at
you
the movie theater
No,
until you
she-
show up and follows you inside, or
no,
in
she
the
just
bushes.
comes with whenever
Hides
she
in the
hears,
back
like,
seat?
If I tell her, no, she's
All right.
very sweet. But she, if I tell her like I dread watching this movie, she's like, "Do you want me to come along?" And I'm like, "Sure." And we go, and she sometimes just does not care for the movies, but she gets the kick out of watching me react to those movies. Because I mean, the same happened for Joker too, because she hadn't seen Joker 1. And she was like, she had so much more fun than me because I seemingly am very entertaining to watching terrible films because she was
good
just
trait for a
laughing at me
YouTuber
the
to
whole
have.
time.
I don't know what Joker 2 is like without having seen Joker 1. It's just what a weird film.
That sounds strange. Yeah. So
she,
this weirdo
she
clown
loved
guy
when
gets raped and dies. Okay.
she had so much fun because like she did not care about it and she had no like interest in working out the technicalities of anything. So when everything like exploded and went to shit, she was like, "Oh my god, this is like so fucking stupid. I love this. I have no idea what's going on. This is crazy.
As
What
long
the
as
fuck?"
somebody was entertained by it.
Yeah. She loves remembering it.
It can be quite enjoyable watching an absolute ass movie with a friend. Whereas
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
you're laughing
absolutely,
at it,
yeah.
they're laughing at it, and then you're both feeding off each other's laughter, and it's like even funnier than if you were to
Yeah.
watch it alone.
Hmm.
The oh fuck.
Garrett's dead.
What happened? Oh, right. Garrett's definitely dead. We'll never see him
He's
again.
dead, quote unquote.
That means that Steve's got to do a lot of heavy lifting for this movie now. All right. So yeah, they are Steve and Henry on the little ghast blimp.
Oh,
They crash into a tree.
I was a little bit amused because
Eventually.
there's a shot for Henry to go, no!
No!
And I was just like,
You don't like. Are you gonna pretend like he gives a shit, or that he would, or that there's anything? Fuck off. Yeah, they crash into a tree, and then they hit the ground, and then they pass out. They get knocked out.
This is an important thing to note as well, because like the girls have not seen what just happened. They don't know who is dead. So, like, they can't wake up the two who did see it and say, hey, I'm so sorry about Aquaman. Because they don't know what happened to Aquaman. They didn't fucking see it. And yet, somehow, that is what happens. They know, just mysteriously, through the ether, exactly what occurred. They know he's dead. Both of them get a chance to say, oh, I'm so sorry about that guy, whatever his name was. And the guys who actually saw him die were like, yeah. Anyway, let's go
So,
and
interesting note on that front that I assume you may or may not have picked up. But in the version that seems to have gotten around, a lot of people saw, when they go outside the mushroom house, is a line from Jack Black where he says, "You guys made this?" And then she says, Dawn, she says, yeah, we're not messing around. We got the silk touch. And
Correct. She does say that.
In the theatrical version, in the cinema, I noticed there was a line missing, unless I've made a mistake, which you can let me know. But I was confused because in the version I saw in the cinema, it is said that Garrett would have loved to have seen this.
That is not in the version that I saw.
Oh.
So the reason why I was certain like something was wrong was because when he wakes up in the mushroom house, he's like happy, and then we're just doing the recovery for like the scenes and stuff, but there's no mention or recognition of Garrett at all. I was like, that's weird. You'd think he would have said something. And then when they step outside and they're not facing the camera, that's the only line that relates to Garrett. And I was like, oh shit, they forgot. And that's ADR. And then I was like, but there's no way I could prove that. Except the version that's got around with everybody doesn't have that line in it because it was added later.
Oh my god.
They legit forgot to have any lines that relate to them talking about how Garrett just fucking died.
And instead, what's doubly funny about that is that instead of having the Garrett line, the silk touch thing, that's an enchantment in Minecraft. Silk touch is a very important enchantment in the Minecraft game. You want to have a tool that has silk touch on it because typically when you break a block, it doesn't necessarily just drop. It might become a different block or be completely destroyed. And in order to interact with some blocks, like to move them around or take them, you need to have the enchantment Silk Touch on your tool so that you can take the block as it is and it goes into your inventory. If you want to do things like moving a beehive, if there's a beehive and you want to take it with you with bees, you need to use Silk Touch on it, or else, the bees will get angry, it'll get destroyed. So it's just a reference to an important enchantment in the game. I've got the Silk Touch, which has nothing to do with your construction capabilities. It means you touch things softly so that you don't destroy them.
Probably worth mentioning too.
So
the little mushroom house is more creative than anything we see from the kid in the whole film.
Yep.
It's even shaped like a mushroom. It's colored like a mushroom. Pretty much.
Regarding the sacrificial moment, I mean, after he gets blowed up, quote unquote, like after a moment like that, it is a cinematic expectation that there is a scene where, everybody's down about it and the kid would probably be like, I called him the worst person ever. He wasn't such a bad guy after all. And it's just like, we got to fight for him. Like, we can't let his death be in vain, sort of thing. But there's just nothing. There's just nothing.
You knew him for 12 minutes and you hated him.
When they gear up for the final fight, doesn't Jack Black at one point say for Garrett or something?
Oh, does he?
We gotta do this for... He's like, we gotta do this for Gary, or he says a silly name.
Yeah.
Gar.
Which is insane because I remember thinking, like, it's been like 10 minutes, you haven't said anything about him. Like, what's going on? And it's just, the writers forgot. They legit were like, no, we gotta do other stuff.
The writers thought that they were writing Rings of Power or Arcane Season 2, so when a character dies or disappears, they disappear from everyone's collective consciousness and memories and are never referenced again.
I know this is Coughing Baby versus Nuclear Bomb, but remember when Gandalf dies and the scene after where all of the Fellowship mourn the shit out of him and it's like incredibly meaningful. I know
Even
that's unfair.
Unflappable Legolas is mourning and
But fuck
For
it, even
pity's
in,
sake,
like,
give them a moment.
A New Hope, like Obi-Wan dies, and there's not a huge amount of time because they're about to get attacked by TIE fighters. They still find the time to have them sad at the table before they get attacked. It takes
Leia
about
tries
30
and help
seconds to
Luke.
do, and it's sufficient.
It just
It-
naturally follows a moment of mourning after like a significant character gets removed from a film.
That's why no one would do that. Listen, you
It's
gotta.
kind of-
It's
If
just so
your
blatant,
back's
though.
to the past, your future, whatever.
The writers
the
just
future.
did not give a fuck, and this is like such
They didn't give a
obvious.
shit. Well, they knew that he was still alive, so they're like, we don't have to write a mourning scene for him. You only mourn for
Well, but
people
this
who are
is-
dead, and he's fine.
This is free drama. You get to just have this because, yeah, of course you're gonna bring him back. 'Cause you're shitty writers, so you can take advantage of having all these characters feel something and say something meaningful. This is like, what do you mean? You're like, well, because Garrett died. They're like, oh yeah.
I think I would respect
Like,
it
what
more
the
if they just
fuck?
lent into it. Like have a big triumphant speech, like for the villagers, for the overworld, for Garrett, and then someone says, "Who?"
Yeah,
Who-
Aragorn
who's-
turns
oh.
back and he says for Garrett, and then he charges at the Black Gates. That's true. That's right.
That was
Yeah,
a pretty good moment. Yeah.
I like that
The-
movie. Yeah.
The most insulting thing is like it's not you would criticize this if this was like even some kind of background character, but damn, like Jason, even if you look at all these posters, Jason Momoa is like, even here he's the biggest one, he's at the front. So was he in the last poster. In the eyes of this movie, it seems like, and the marketing really promotes him as like some kind of like a leading man. And basically our protagonist died right here. But yeah, the movie is so
It's like they
out
know
of
he'll be
tune with
back. Like he's gone to toilet. Just like, worry about it.
Bareback, I gotta take a shit.
Oh my
Oh, so bad.
Speaking of gigantic shit, we have to finish talking about the movie.
We're getting there. We're so close.
Yes, please,
oh
can
boy,
we?
we're getting there.
Please.
Yes, absolutely, we can. We can hurry up. Steve is woken
7
up
hours.
by Dennis in this mushroom house that they've made. Blah blah blah. Dennis is here now. My live stream crashed.
Everyone
because
is teamed up.
Chrome
It's
is
great.
Silly. Everyone's back together except for Garrett, who's he's fine. Don't worry about
He's
it.
fucking dead. Yeah, Garrett the White will be back.
So Natalie embraces Henry, and they say they were afraid that they'd lost each other. She says she's sorry about Garrett. That's it.
I'm sorry.
All the character stuff in this movie's done now.
What I mean, it's so
Finished.
pathetic. Like,
Dude,
and the vibe is
this
clearly
was-
happy in general in that little mushroom house. Especially because like they opened with the fucking dog being reunited with him, so you're just like, you're doing it wrong. You're fucking everything up. But it
It's
doesn't
also
matter.
like
They
a
don't care.
single moment in the entire fucking movie that had anything a heart. I feel like where it's just like the kids have a moment together, the brother and sister have a moment together, but it's so underwritten. It's just
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry for the thing, and the boy's like, I'm sorry too, and then that's it.
Thought I
And
lost
then we
you.
just
I
move
thought I
on
lost you
with all the
too.
fucking ridiculous shit.
Sorry about
Also,
Garrett.
like, how old is this boy? Like, is he 12 or whatever? This must have been, this entire experience was probably like, would be deeply traumatic, but also
It was
seeing
deeply
this
traumatic
guy.
for me.
Well,
I'm way older than
Garrett
him.
exploded, and in 5 seconds, Jack Black's like, "We're gonna save the world from the apocalypse. Let's go!" And he's like,
let's
"What?"
go. We're do this for Gare. Wow. First we're gonna mine and then we're gonna craft. Let's Minecraft.
Oh no.
That was horrible.
I can't believe that was real. That
just
was
to be
a
clear
thing
to
that
chat, I'm
happened.
not joking around. I know it
That's
sounded like
line.
a joke, but that's
a
a
line
line.
from the film.
Yeah, you probably should have been more preppy with that because no one's gonna believe you if you just say it. You gotta...
Well, we got a couple things to do before we actually get there because we see Malgosha put the Tesseract into the Earth Crystal on top of this big Nether portal tower, and then piglins start to pour through into the overworld, and the sky turns
The
dark.
apocalypse is
And then
happening.
Steve said, well, yeah, he says that the great darkening has begun. She'll gather her forces and destroy the overworld. And so the heroes all agree to go fight the piglins to save Minecraft, the video game. And then Steve says, first we mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft.
Like, they need to be slapped for that line. Whoever wrote it. That was ridiculous that you got
Actual
away with
line.
that.
I mean, never mind that cringe line. I mean that is definitely worth mentioning. But like just before that with the space laser, it's just like, fucking hell, really?
So
Like this has already been so fucking painted by numbers, and we're really doing the fucking space laser that turns the sky a
yeah,
different
Yep.
color? Like,
Yes, we are.
God almighty, dude.
What's Minecraft? We have to have that.
You gotta have them say the
The-
name Minecraft, and that's how they're gonna do it.
the quote in full, I saw it in a tweet before I'd seen the film, and I, not even kidding, I saw it and went, like that's a joke about what kind of lines you'd expect to be in the film, you know? Like that's how
Yeah.
weird and cynical and self-recycled everything is. It's all Ouroboros shit. And it's like we're at the point where a Minecraft movie, you could imagine someone would say, "We mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft," like that, and then it was in there, and I was like, "You're not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
how
like-
is a fucking
It's
how-
like Morbius. It's like a Morbius beam, and then he morbed all over the place or whatever it is. Like that's the meme.
Like I had a same exact experience with The Rise of Skywalker because I saw like Ray Skywalker on Twitter and I was like, this has to be a joke. I mean, I didn't even consider it being a legitimate thing. I was like, haha,
yeah."
oh god, I guess the movie is bad. And I went and and till the last moment, I did not see it coming. I did not know that it was, even though The Rise of Skywalker was what it was, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when it started happening. And this is that level of atrocious. Like, it's so unbelievably bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the running, right? Like, what are we, some kind of Suicide Squad, and that one from Fanforstic? It's like the trilogy of hearted fucking movie titles getting shoved in. Absolute cringe. It's like imagine the Halo show. They'd seen
Oh.
Halo, and then they would have been like, "We
Well,
need
what
to
are you
go
talking
there."
about?
And
They did that. They were translating the Covenant language, and they're like, "Oh, sacred ring, Halo," and then it went, "Oh."
I'm trying to suggest something even cringier, and you had to fucking talk about how the show is terrible. I already know that. I'm talking about like an equivalent of the Minecraft movie. So it's just, they've got some kind of transportal way to get there. They see the object. They've already talked about it existing, and then they're just like, "Let's Halo." It would just be the most like, fuck. Samus in her movie says, "Let's Metroid" at some point.
Let's Metroid, and then in the Legend of Zelda, this is your legend, the Legend of Zelda. That's got a nice ring to
No,
it.
don't. They'll do it. They'll do exactly that.
They will say the Legend of Zelda. in
I
The
remember,
Legend of Zelda.
At a friend's house one time, I was playing Halo 3 split screen, and then his mom came in the room, and she picked up the game case that was on the table, and she said, "Is this Halo?" And point, like, thinking the guy that was the character in the
Yeah.
green armor, like, "Oh, is that Halo?"
Yeah.
And like, yes, we're playing it on our Nintendo right now, Mom.
That's what happened. I've said this
I didn't
before in
call
my
her mom. I
school
was
when we were
taking the
playing
position of my friend.
Mario Kart DS, and teachers would walk by and they'd be like, "Look at them, they're playing the Nintendos." Be like, sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Everyone in the chat is saying John Halo, but I just think that's been supplanted by Jimmy Rings. Jimmy Rings is just
No,
you don't even. Does,
No, I still
I don't
use.
think
I've
I
heard
agree.
Johnny Rings.
I like John Halo the
Oh,
most out of
John
the three of
Halo.
those.
Yeah, John Halo is the one.
yeah, I
like
guess
Jimmy
because
Rings,
just
but
because
John
of the name
Halo,
of the. Yeah, I think I see what you mean.
Wow,
Yeah.
you didn't hang on to that
You
position for very
folded
long.
quick.
I did fold quick. It's fair. I spoke prematurely about Jimmy Rings.
Master
bigged it up
Cheeks
too
and
much.
Jimmy Rings are really funny.
Master
but
Cheeks are really good.
Yeah, I like Master Cheeks as well.
But John
They should be
Halo,
brothers. They should both be in it. Yeah.
But
John
John Halo
Halo-
is his name.
John Halo, it plays to the corporatization and the soullessness of it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the
Fair
sense
enough.
that they have no
That's fair
idea
enough.
what they're talking about. John Halo, which
I
is
think
perfect.
Master Cheeks and Jimmy Rings are a bit too memey to
Creative?
accurately describe. It's kind of, yeah, a little bit. It's
They're a little
like
too
they're a little bit
creative.
too. They're a little bit too interesting. Whereas like John Halo feels like it just captures a
I think it's
very-
believable that they could have called him John Halo.
Call him John Halo. Yeah.
Because like someone said, it's
Well,
too
on top of-
respectful. Jimmy Rings sounds more degrading. It's like, that's true, but that's also why I prefer John Halo. Is it captures more of what our
It's
reality
disrespect
is.
in a different
yeah,
way.
he's
Yeah.
John Halo.
Not-
That's him. He's John Halo, and he's John Haloing all over the place.
Yeah, that's
Not
That's
only
fair,
is he
that's fair,
actually
yeah.
called John his first name, but John is such a super generic name. Like John Smith, for
John
example. is
Helldiver.
often
People say,
used in
yeah,
reference to like
John
random
CJG.
men.
it's
Yeah.
it's a meme in Helldivers is John Helldiver. Like, dear God, it's John Helldiver. When someone does something amazing and insane and they save the clip, everyone's like, oh God, it's John Helldiver.
Anyway,
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway, we're not. We got a Minecraft.
Yep. The hero.
let's Minecraft.
The heroes. Yeah.
Let's-
First they mine, then
let's
they
fucking
craft. They Minecraft. So they go to the village to make some killer recipes from Henry's newfound sketchbook, which are really just basic swords from the game that have already been constructed and crafted. So
Yeah.
I don't know what Steve's referring to when he says we need to make some killer recipes from Henry's imagination or whatever.
Maybe he's just a really nice guy and he wants the kid to feel involved.
Oh,
Maybe
you know,
he does.
as part of that big pep talk that ends with the Minecraft thing, before that, there are lines that I thought were just excellent from a scriptwriting point of view. One of them says,
Yeah.
"I'm done with those pigs," and then someone else says, "Yeah, me too." I quite like that.
Yeah.
What I liked about it is it really captures their frustration with the piglins at this point as characters.
Yeah.
They've been through a lot, and I think it's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, a lot of failed attempts
They're
at
ready to
missions.
end
So
this once and for all.
Yes.
yeah, it's
Great dialogue.
dialogue. You might be like, oh, it doesn't achieve much. It's like, well, it achieves one thing excellently. I now know that they are done with those pigs, and then someone else agreed with that, so it's like doubling up. Pretty good.
So they go
Right, sorry,
to do
just one more thing. It's funny
No,
how
go for it.
the lock and load moment that you often see at the start of the third act or the end of the second act, however you want to look at it.
gearing
It's
up.
like it can either be like eye rolling or like this is fucking awesome, depending on like the rest of them.
Hmm.
Like the first thing I think of is Hot Fuzz, right? Where it's
Yes.
just like this movie has been fucking awesome, and then it's just like lock and load, great. I was expecting this, and like, well, not necessarily expecting it, but it's just like this is traditionally a cinematic thing, and it's just like, yes, we're doing this, and I'm excited for Act 3. And here it's just like, yeah, okay, it's like just paint by numbers, you know. It's just like we're just doing this for the sake of it in this case, you know, and it's just eye rolly and lame. That's how
Chat
it
brings
felt
up a
to me.
good. By the way, chat brings up a good point. When are we gonna call Boogie John Tipples?
Well, Tipple's the clown, right? That's kind of his.
Yeah. So they go to the village to blah blah blah. They do some basic crafting from the game. Don uses some TNT explosives in a trap to kill a bunch of skeletons, and then uses their bones to tame wolves in the forest.
Have a great
Yep.
payoff.
And then you see them mining diamonds, which in the game is not a quick process.
Well, dude, they went all the
and-
way back to the village. This film implied that was not a quick process, you know? But whatever. You know, because like the whole adventure took them broadly from there to where they are now. And then they're just like,
Yeah.
well, we have to go back.
I have no sense of time or
okay.
distance, because even the fucking sky laser appears right outside their window and makes it look like it's a 5-minute stroll down the road. But if they have to go back to the village first and then all the way back,
Yeah. But they make it
and
all
then to
seem
the
like it
mine,
happens
they have to
instantly.
go mine diamonds.
Yep.
And
It's
mining diamonds means you have to go all the way down to diamonds only spawn in like the lowest parts of the map before you hit bedrock. So you have to go all the way down. You have to find the diamonds, then you have to mine them. I mean, diamonds are not like super precious, but you got to do work to get them. You got to go down and mine them. You have to make sure you have a steel pickaxe for starters so that you can actually mine them, period. It takes time to go and get them. It's one of the reasons you get all that you see so that if you need them, you have them. But yeah, they go and get them, and then Natalie makes a diamond sword with them on the crafting table. And Steve says they are ready, which is really weird because anyone, if they were in the game, would bring way more. If you were going to go on like an adventure like this, if you're going to go to the end or the Nether or something like that where it's dangerous, you're gonna bring spare food. You're gonna be wearing your armor. You're gonna bring your weapons, including a bow. You want to have a bow because it's a ranged weapon, and arrows unless it has the infinity enchantment. You want to bring a shield to stop arrows from hitting you. You want to make sure that you've got all your supplies. You want to make sure that your stuff is enchanted. Enchanting just isn't in this movie at all. It's an entire mechanic in Minecraft. Not a good one. It's solved by mods that make it a better system, but it's a very important thing in the game, and it just doesn't exist in this. It doesn't exist in this movie, so okay. But yeah, they don't bring all that stuff. The only person who wears armor is Steve.
Yeah, he
They
takes
don't
it
even
for
bring
himself.
like
Doesn't provide
they don't
it
even
to the
bring
children.
like iron armor.
Is insane to me that he wears all that armor and is like, okay, you kids go and
Get into melee
like
combat with the piglins.
Get into the big
you
war.
know,
it's
kill
fine.
some pigs. I'll just hang back, show up when it's like the most cinematic moment for me to show up.
Yep.
I'll be honest,
they don't bring.
Him in the armor got a scoff out of me. Like, I hadn't laughed pretty much throughout the entirety of Act 2. And then I saw him in the diamond armor. I'm like, that looks so fucking stupid. And I just chuckled. I was like,
That's fair.
yeah, cool. Fine.
Yep. But
No.
she just has a sword. He has his tater tot gun.
That legendary gun that he accidentally came up with. It's gonna carry him throughout the whole movie.
It just worked. Deadliest weapon in this whole fucking movie. She just tater tots. So Malgosia back at the portal. She says that today they take over the overworld. She says the piglins go out and destroy the stuff that everybody created. Go on, go get to destroying. But Natalie is there and she is attaching pumpkin heads to iron blocks to make more iron golems, which is accurate, I guess, if you want to make more of them. Henry puts the boots of swiftness on an iron golem, and it turns into a fast iron golem. All right. The iron golems move up like it's a battle line in front of the piglins, and the iron golems walk up, and then they stand still. Because Malgosia says that the iron golems won't attack unless provoked. She says this like tauntingly. Ha, iron golems won't attack unless provoked. And then right on cue, there's a single piglin with a bow, and he shoots an arrow, and it tinks armlessly off the golem. And Malgosia says, "Nice job, Travis." And then the iron golems attack, and the battle happens.
I can
It's
explain
just
this.
cruelty. It's like they tease you with like, oh, maybe they'll actually do something a little bit different with this mechanic that they've just reminded us. Oh no, never mind.
So the original
normal.
had the two sides just fight, and then someone annoyingly pointed out that doesn't make sense because the iron golems have got to be ticked off or whatever. And so then they're like, "Oh fuck, how do we solve that?" And it's like, well, what if one of them just shoots for no reason at all? And you're like, God, that's so smart. That's so clever. Holy shit. Who is that guy?
Yeah,
Get him $1 million right now.
They don't even have the pig with the bow like sneeze or anything. It's just like he just lets off an arrow, and it's like, okay.
Piglins are stupid. They're really stupid.
Well, that solves that problem.
Yep, solves that. Yep. No longer a problem. So yeah, then there's like a big fight. The iron golems smash. They smack the piglins, and Natalie's there swinging her sword and just doing a shockingly good job killing all the penguins. Whatever. Henry shoots his tater tot gun at the piglins, and they die. And then Malgosia tells the Great Hog number 2 to attack. And he goes around and starts fighting with the iron golems. And then it fights the iron golem made out of the swift boots.
Yeah.
And they fight. And then Steve shows up in diamond armor to fight Malgosia. And he makes some stairs in front of him and then jumps off of them and yells sneak attack. And then he falls on his face because he didn't jump far enough.
He's silly.
Yeah, he's silly. Malgosia hits his diamond armor with a magic spell. Can you tell I'm just reading my notes?
Well, I mean, there's nothing to say at this point. It's so...
There isn't anything to say.
It's so sloppy.
Steve throws eggs at her. And chickens come out of the eggs and start nibbling on her face.
Is it worth bitching about the fact that we had an entire montage where they go and collect like equipment and shit, and then he gets
we
hit
did it.
once and it's done, and then that's over, and so there
Well,
was
the
no
thing
point
is,
even in the montage because they
saved
should have
him.
collected this shit anyway, and so why did
They
we do
didn't
it?
craft shit. All they did was
No.
grab a sword off the wall for the sister. He's got the gun he made earlier, the armor off the wall, and then the girl who got the wolves.
Natalie makes a diamond sword. That's it.
Well, but I don't even think he had him on the wall anyway. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't craft
She
anything.
made this one because she's great.
My point is just that they
now.
didn't make anything for this fight. They just used stuff they already had, but they had a huge montage of planning.
And then they
what
didn't
were you
use the stuff
planning?
that you would bring with you in the game. None of them have armor. They don't bring bows. They don't bring shields. They don't do any enchanting to make their stuff better.
What was all these fucking
They're
drawings
just
for?
like, all right.
From what I recall, the one
don't
thing
know.
that they constructed was like the winged boots that the kid puts on the one golem.
No, that
and
was
then
something
that
you already
ends up
had.
being
there. It was already there. Already had it.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yep. It was
That's what I
already in
mean.
Steve's.
The one thing
bag.
they construct is something
Like the
they
golem
already
had it already,
had.
or the
It was on the
kid
wall.
already
Nope.
had it?
It was his collection.
Oh,
Yep.
right. Okay. Yeah.
They
This
just
is-
put it on the iron blocks.
I mean,
to make
why
a
wouldn't
golem
you-
out of it.
Go and mine shit that's rare, make rare things, and use them in this big battle, and you can fucking spawn as many piglins as you want to waste, draw out all the power of whatever equipment they have. But no, it's all stuff they already had and a sword, which, again, they already had like 10 of those, so...
They
And
did
don't
not
care-
really much mining or crafting, even after specifically saying first we mine, then we craft, so let's Minecraft. And
Yeah, because
very
obviously
Well,
when he
little
said,
seemingly-
let's
actually
Minecraft, all
done.
of us were hype, but we didn't really do it.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
peak
'cause
fire.
that was
or at least we thought it
peak,
would be
bro.
peak
For real,
fire.
for real.
It would be.
They
On God, no cap.
seemingly did a lot of mining. It was just not shown.
It's
it
like
would
all the
take up
building,
more-
it just isn't shown. All the mining just isn't shown, and all the crafting just isn't
Well, the story
shown.
just isn't shown.
And all of the story and the character interactions and the themes
It
Despite
aren't shown.
happens.
Steve's
Trust
yearning
me,
for the
bro.
mines, we don't see mining and we don't see crafting. Great.
Yeah, and also like I mean I shit on Steve. His entire like intentions with this does not make sense. Why is he wearing? He could have at least like gave a helmet to a kid. I don't know. But also when you
Yeah.
consider the sister, that is so like taking care of her brother, and what this movie is trying to achieve with them. Wouldn't she be like, you stay home, I'm not
Nope.
risking your life?
Get into melee combat unarmored with me in this massive piglin fray.
Yeah, sure, of course. She would be totally willing to do that. Yeah, for sure.
This
Ken-
movie was
Ken in
sorely
chat.
lacking moments like that, like moments of heart, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh, that's kind of nice. There's there's nothing there.
Yeah, they didn't
We
even.
don't
only
need
thing that
heart. We've
resembled
got
anything
Jack
like
Black
that was
and
the
Jason
moment with the
Momoa
brother
going,
and the
"Yeah."
sister.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I think
Minecraft.
I
Yeah.
preferred the earlier formulation. This movie is just sorely lacking movie. That was quite nice
Yeah.
and succinct.
True.
And this lady and her entire motivation for doing anything is just, it's there.
Also, someone
Probably.
in chat is correct. He says diamond armor full set, but there are no leggings on his armor.
Ooh. He gave them
So
to the
they
kid.
fucked that
Ooh.
up.
Look after.
Gotta have those diamond leggings. And as been someone else said, when Frodo said it's crafting time, I was shook. Oh, let's get through this movie.
I love when they Minecrafted all over the place. It was great.
Yeah, they did. That was incredible. I was trembling, quivering in my bones. Henry launches the Ender Pearl that he got from the mansion from the Enderman that he killed. He puts it in his little tater tot gun, and then he aims it at the top of the tower, and he shoots it, and he teleports to the top of
Had he
the
missed,
tower.
that would have just been GG.
Hilarious, but he's
But
really
it
good.
almost is anyway, because this the bit where like he builds the stairs to try and reach it, and he can't
this
reach
is-
it, and he's
He
like,
builds
Yeah.
two.
You have
he
a
builds
gun.
2 steps. Well, no, he builds 2 steps, and it's still not quite far enough. So instead of building another step to get higher, he just sits there like jumping and reaching to try and grab it like a fucking retard.
Rags, he only brought 2
It's
steps with
actually-
him.
Oh man, that was dumb.
Did they do anything to establish that he only has a finite amount of resources in his inventory, and then like
no.
he
Nope.
can only build a certain amount of stairs? I guess
Earlier
not.
he had enough stairs to reach the second floor of a mansion, but he doesn't have a third step to
This
reach
ain't
the Earth
T2
crystal.
with the bullet counts, all right? We're not doing tension by paying attention to the resources. No, sir, we'll never do that.
Yeah.
Some of you are probably having to ask, wait a second, you have neglected a character, Rags and company. What?
Once
How
again,
come
you
in this
have
entire
neglected a
discussion?
character.
Once again, we're not talking to the writers when we say that. Where some of you are curious, where is Dawn? Well, yeah,
Well,
Dennis isn't really a character so much as a plot device, but
No,
Dawn shows up. She's also not a character; she's more of a plot device. Shit, that's basically everyone. So Dawn, where has
Dennis, I
she
would
been this whole
argue, has
time?
more of a character arc than Dawn has.
I don't think so.
Well,
We'll discuss it
you know,
later.
he went from being he became a good boy.
yeah, what was Dawn's arc?
I don't think he had a choice. That's just what happens when you give a bone to a wild feral wild wolf. They become nice.
That's still an arc.
Give him a little credit.
He's been
jeez.
colonized. He was enslaved
That's still an arc.
by the white man.
I don't even think Dawn had an arc. I would think
Dennis
the bare
is his
minimum
slave
is
name.
that she takes the Minecraft llama or whatever it was, like into the... You will join my petting zoo or whatever the fuck. There wasn't even that. Like, I don't know what she had in terms of an arc.
Let's see. Dawn shows up, and then she calls the Great Hog Captain Buttcrack, and then she attacks them with an army of tamed wolves. The Great Hog shoots the top of the tower and knocks off Henry, who then falls
To his death in the
presumably
credits
to his death. Oh man, it'd be so great. The best part about dying from falling is that you know it's coming. You have time to contemplate it, think about it, process the fear.
roll. As
come
he's
to terms
falling,
with
he's
your
like, maybe
mortality
if I were
before
a
you hit
better
the
actor, I
ground.
wouldn't be splattered to death.
Maybe if I wasn't so stupid and I actually crafted something here intermittently in this world about crafting, I would have survived. Maybe if I had a water bucket. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, I mean, he does have the wingsuit thing, so you'll be right.
no, those are gone.
Oh, sorry.
This is another beat that got another cynical scoff out of me because Jack Black turns around and he sees him falling. And he's like, no.
No.
uh-huh.
Garrett shows up on a gassed blimp and he saves Henry from the fall. He grabs him out of the air. He
Yay.
saves him. He says he used
Yay.
Steve's water bucket trick because that is a sufficient explanation to serve as to explain why he is
Yay.
here at the moment. They then use the gas to blow up the massive portal tower with some fireballs. It frees the Tesseract from the Earth crystal, and the piglins start to zombify.
Yay.
I have a question. So,
I have
as
an
this
answer.
movie, if this movie established that if you fall into a body of water, you're going to be fine. So, what if you're
Yes.
like falling and you like pee on the way there? Like, what will happen?
You'll get pissed on when you land. Unless you
gotta-
pee downwards.
you
I
gotta-
think
You gotta pee into the bucket, and then you gotta throw it out of the bucket. That's the rules.
yeah. Once you have a piss bucket, you can
Oh.
throw it down. But if you just pee in the air as you're falling, be it from fear or
you need to, like,
strategically speaking,
You need to.
it just won't work.
When you fall, like pee, so to speak,
It's so-
forward and put the bucket upside down above it. So then it sort of
catch the
goes.
pee.
You know what I mean? And then you spin it back around,
Yeah,
and
then
then
sling
you
it
throw it
down.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what every Minecraft speedrunner knows to save
Yes.
themselves from falls. This is an old trick.
I love the idea that in the Minecraft world, presence of any kind of liquid, including piss, will just sort of turn into a cube-like form that has that functional quality to it.
Oh, imagine the kidney stones in the Minecraft
Oh,
world. That'd be
no.
gnarly. Oh boy.
What does
Hey,
Steve drink? Like, how does he drink if it's all cubes?
Piss. He drinks piss.
It's all piss,
a
man. It's all
look
piss.
at him. He's a disgusting piss. Why do you think he smells so bad? As the characters tell us,
They
'cause
needed
he
us to
drinks
know he
piss.
smelled bad because that was the clue
d-
as to what
he-
he drinks.
Yeah, he's a conspiracy theorist. He thinks COVID was a hoax and he drinks piss. Listen, we're so
water is
close.
poison.
Yeah, the Minecraft. Yeah, it is.
I guess he would
The
say,
Tesseract
the water is
falls-
poison. Yeah.
Water's poison. That's why I came to the overworld to drink the pure, clean water and eat the bees.
But it's all goddamn cubes.
You know, if a bee stings your cock, it'll make it bigger permanently.
Oh no,
I take
drinks
testosterone.
he drinks grandma's peach tea from chat. Oh
Oh
no.
no! No! Oh no!
That funny enough,
The
speaking of
Tesseract-
the media literacy thing, I sent for you the
Oh,
tweet.
Superman?
Yeah, there was one. So it had a picture of grandma's peach tea from BVS, and the tweet said like anybody who thinks there was actual pee inside this jar is like no media literacy. It was just like what?
Wait, what?
Like,
But
okay.
all right.
It was such a
Okay.
like everything in the film points to it, but like who cares? Like she
Everything
got
in the film points
exploded.
to it, but who cares?
At that point, when you're trying to associate it with piss, it's like you're making fun of the mention of media literacy.
Yeah.
Piss in a jar and call it Granny's peach tea.
Ugh. What a movie.
It's been so weird seeing everybody fucking fighting over the new Superman. I've seen so many tweets fighting about the perception of crypto on the robots. I don't understand.
Well,
What's
to be
going
fair,
on?
it's everything. Every piece that gets released, it gets torn to shreds over DC fans, Snyder fans, and then general superhero fans. Everyone. Superman's
No,
gonna
but
be a big deal.
I keep seeing
Yeah.
just tweets arguing about like, see, media illiteracy, the robots, they don't understand, and oh, you don't own a dog because dogs will be energetic. It's like, dude, what are these conversations?
It reminds
Yeah.
me of when TFA was first coming out, and there was huge, very passionate arguments about the cross blade saber thing, right? Cross guard.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's what it used to be like for Star Wars. Nowadays, of course, it's just how fucking awful is this abysmal turd going to be? And yeah, I'm guessing it's a similar thing where everything's getting scrutinized because we don't know if Superman's going to be good, and you know, if it
Yeah.
is, it'll change everything for
Delicious,
DC. If it's not,
The
Yes,
thing
it-
with what I understand regarding the Superman promo is that these this Superman thanks the robots for saving him, and he's like, you don't need to thank us, we're unemotional. And then they have dialogue that follows that is like emotionally motivated. So it's just like, well, which one is it?
Yeah, but everybody's arguing about
Yeah.
that. I'm more distracted by the fact that like that's the purpose of the scene is to highlight how nice he is. You know,
Right.
like, see, Superman's so nice. He's complimenting the robots, even though they're gonna turn it down because they don't have personalities, but maybe they do. It's like, okay, none of this is very interesting. I don't know
Dude,
why.
I say
it's
thank you to my
facilitating-
toster for not burning my bagels. All right.
No,
Like, that's just a
well,
pretty
that's,
adorable
hey, look,
thing
all
to
right.
do.
Maybe if you got beamed with red, with the yellow sun, it would make you be super duper strong as well. Who knows?
You know what's funny, right?
Hey,
Because
give me a killer tan or cancer.
Fringy's correct. That is a big old angle. Everyone's talking about that. That's the reason that it's in there, is to let you know that Superman's nice, which is just strange in terms of like the ways you could achieve that. But then there's the other conversation of like, you don't understand. It's not a contradiction that one robot says they don't feel anything and the other robot clearly does. It's supposed to be representative of the state of robotics in the universe, that perhaps it is a little bit more complicated than it first seems, much like the robots in Star Wars. I saw a fucking post about this. And again, tied to media literacy, being like, you guys can't read scenes, la 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 la. And I was just sitting there thinking to myself, like, wouldn't it have just been way more subtle for him to say the compliment and for the robot to look at him and then look back up? So that we could wonder what it's thinking. It would be like, I wonder.
Yeah,
if
that'd be
it's-
cool. But
Yeah.
instead, it's like, no, we need lots of dialogue for the robots to explain what they are. But also, are they? Hoo-hoo, and then everybody can argue about it on Twitter. I'm so looking forward to talking about that movie. It's going to be great. Everybody's going to be nice and reasonable talking about. It's just
Bring
gonna,
on
it's going to be a
July.
bad year for movies. All right, it is.
Dude, July we
I can
got
already see
3 of
it.
them back to back. Nightmare Fuel potentially.
Mhm. No, Fantastic Four is good because 1960s retro futurism.
Yeah, there's no way they could
Ooh,
fuck
wow.
that up.
No, that's great. Oh wow, it's really
And then it's
inspired,
like,
brilliant stuff.
Rebirth, that looks like a cool movie, even though everyone has thought the last
Oh,
3 have been
no.
awful. It's like, we'll
No,
do
this
it.
one will be great. It'll be good.
Anyway, we should
The
probably wrap this up.
The
Yeah,
Tesseract
let's wrap this
falls
up.
onto the ground. The Great Hog picks it up. But then the Iron Golem, the swift one, the fast one, the boots one, it hits the Great Hog up into the air, and then it flies up and then hits it again, but down to the ground. And the Great Hog's eyes go from yellow to gray, which means it fucking died.
Fucking
Except it doesn't
dead.
turn into a pork chop like the rest of them do. So
I don't even know why that extra bit's in there, because like, yeah, so
Dear
the
God,
Tesseract falls
Platoon,
down. You
please.
could have just had him grab it. I know. I'm sorry. It's bugging me. It's just that you could have just had her grab it and ended the movie, but
Let the
no.
man cook.
No, you couldn't just do that. We have to have a really cool scene of the Iron Golem punching him up, punching him down like it's a fucking Dragon Ball Z episode. Well, no, it wouldn't be a Dragon Ball Z episode because they just do it instead of talking about it for 4 years and then maybe
Oh my
doing it.
god.
Like he's got a lot of repressed
So then-
rage, okay?
I'd have it ain't repressed anymore. It's bubbling to the surface. All right. Okay. Natalie picks up the Tesseract.
Yay.
And then the heroes hug,
Yay.
while all around them there are piglins that are like suffering from
Horribly
zombification.
dying. Yeah.
Yay.
It's a really weird
it's
scene.
really,
pretty rough.
It's weird. They're like
It's
walking
actually
around.
kinda
Some of them
crazy.
have got their eyeballs popping out of their head. And it's like, dude, what is going on? Like, we're just watching them die horribly, and we've seen that these piglins, they have
agents.
souls.
Yeah,
They make art.
they do. They can make
they were
art
forced to
and they
do
can
evil by
express
the evil
themselves.
queen.
Yeah.
If you
That's
told
right,
the
yeah.
piglins, if Malgosia was killed and you were just like,
The
hey
piglins
piglins,
would
come and
be
live with
pretty
us and
harmless.
express yourself, they would be like, we're free to be ourselves,
That's right,
hooray,
yeah.
and they're probably nice. But
Yeah.
instead it's called, they specifically use the term zombification, but they don't turn into zombies. They just seem to just like go floopy and
They
die
have all
horribly
sorts
after
of
a painful
results.
transition.
Some of them look like
know-
nature is reclaiming them. Some of them just seem to be in agony. Some of them pieces
Which
fall off. It's just like, Jesus.
Which I think, by
You
the way,
know
brings
what?
us to the... Oh, sorry.
You can go on.
Well, no, I'm moving on to something else, so... whatever
Oh,
you
okay.
wanna
I'll
say.
just make a comment that this would be a perfect time to actually utilize Miss Dawn here and actually use her sort of animal loving thing that she has apparently to, advocate maybe for the pigs.
Nah, fuck him.
Yeah, like corral them into the nether portal.
That's right,
back
Fringy.
home.
She
Fuck
does not
those
give a
pigs. You want to yeah, fuck you, Captain Buttcrack. You're dead now. Fuck
That would have
you.
been a nice way of
Oh.
developing that character. Yeah, I agree.
Even the little bitty pigs who are swaying the incense behind Malgosia, I think at the very end they start to zombify and die
Well, that's
horribly.
what
and
I
they're
was
just
going to
there
say.
for flair.
That brings us to the joke that got closest. It got the closest to getting a smile out of me, but it didn't quite succeed.
Oh, is it
Fair, fair.
the knife one?
The knife joke. That's the closest this film got to getting a reaction out of me.
Fair.
No,
Steve.
it's not fair. It's not. It's like I said. It's a
it
bad
got
version of a
close
better
to
joke.
Yeah, but it's close to a chuckle.
Which
and
knife?
you didn't
No,
chuckle.
close to a smile.
There was
Not a
3.
Close to a
chuckle.
smile.
Which
See, that's
one,
barely anything.
which one got the smile Neely from you? 1, 2, or 3?
I think it was the second one. The second one was the. I think it was just the way that he just
She
sort
says
of
it's about
knocks
you.
he just sort of casually knocks the blade out of her hand, and I don't know why, but that gesture is just like, all right, that's getting close to
You
getting a smile out of me.
You mentioned this earlier. Yeah, I was figuring this would be the one that you liked the
Yeah,
least,
so
or you hated the least.
So the film A Million Ways to Die in the West is pretty shit. That's a really bad film. But there's one joke in it that I kind of it gets close to me liking it, and it's not like even the main part of it. Well, it's just there's a part where Neil Patrick Harris shits in a hat.
You already explained
And
this.
You did.
did I explain this live?
Yeah, that's how I knew that
Did
you
I?
would like the second one the
Oh.
most, because I was like, oh, it's the
God,
knife thing
is
earlier.
that how
and
long? Is that how long?
That's
we've
how long it's
doing
been,
this?
Fringy.
It's been
It's
7.5 hours, so it's fair.
Yes,
this isn't
basically
right.
to reiterate the point. I like
God.
the part where Neil Patrick Harris keeps like pathetically reaching to grab the other guy's hat, and he just keeps sort of batting his hand down. It's like the only joke in that film that I kind of like, and it's the
Yeah.
same here.
Mhm.
Someone else says they don't remember him mentioning it. He did. It was just a long time ago.
In a galaxy far,
were
far
different-
away.
We were different people 7.5 hours
I never would have
ago.
guessed we would be
Right.
clocking in at nearing like 8 hours for the Minecraft
No,
movie,
'cause
but here we are.
We did Daredevil. We did
Yeah.
3 episodes of Daredevil way quicker,
To-
and there's
to
way
be
more to
fair,
talk about.
Yeah,
'Cause
but Jack
in-
Black wasn't in Daredevil.
And even in my head, I was like, how did we do fucking Captain America so much faster? And I was like, oh, wait, well, to be fair, we were 7 today, so, you know.
And that was 4,
Yeah.
and same with Daredevil.
Yeah.
Jack Black
Okay.
and Daredevil.
Maybe he'll get shot by
you know,
Bullseye.
Rip and tear till it's done. That's what we do here, okay?
That's
Gotta-
right.
gotta be done.
Steve defeats Malgosia. He hits her staff with a sword, and she's defeated. That's the fight.
Bye,
And she tells
Malgosia.
him, yeah, well, no, she's not dead or gone
I can
yet.
say bye whenever I
She-
want.
You can, but it makes very little sense.
I'm not going to see her
All right,
again.
which I guess, yes, you will.
No, I won't.
He's gonna come back in Minecraft too.
No, they'll have a way cooler,
Minecraft
better bad
adventure.
guy, like a dragon. Ender
Not
dragon.
possible to have a. Oh, yeah, they will.
Voiced
have the
by
Ender Dragon.
Charles
I'm surprised.
Dance.
Ooh. Hey, well,
Suddenly
you
it's like,
sold me
wait a
ticket.
minute, okay.
All right, so Malgosia says that Steve, deep down, he has fallen for the great lie. You'll never be happy. Deep down, you know that to hope, to dream, to create is to suffer.
What?
And Steve says, you're right. It is harder to create than to destroy. That's why cowards tend to choose the deuce.
Okay.
Oh God.
So,
Just put me out of my misery.
hey,
Team.
no, because we have to
Theme.
finish. Then, yeah, that's the theme. That creating is suffering, but don't be a
And you
coward
should
and
do it
create.
anyway. It's like, yes, as we saw with all of the suffering and all of the creation during this film,
The suffering,
what?
we suffer at their creation.
there was no suffering. It's just every time that the kid made something, it was amazing. So what are we
Well,
even
she
talking
was-
about? The
she-
idea that
She was absurdly evil for no reason. Like the history they gave us was pathetic.
They laughed about her dance. That's why she's evil. She craves gold.
He's kind of correct though, in the
That
sense
seems
that like, whenever
unrelated.
anybody
Like,
did create
No,
anything,
this is you don't you lack media literacy. They were right about you. That she got laughed at when she did a dance, and so now she craves gold. There is nothing about this. that doesn't
I just
fit
from now on,
logically.
I want it to be a meme. Whenever we're describing a villain's motivations at the end, just say "and craves gold." Like
Craves gold.
Yeah.
it's just another thing.
I mean, it's fine to have a villain that's consumed by bitterness. It's like lots of Hug and Bear and Toy Story 3.
Sure, yeah,
where,
yeah.
Like that worked. This is just like, nah,
Nah.
doesn't work.
She craves gold. She wants to mine gold.
Yeah, like what's the gold
gold
motivation? Right,
mines.
exactly. Why does she want that? What was she? What's she gonna get with gold? What was she?
They
lacking
never
that
gave
she
us
needs?
the answer. They just like gold.
Yeah. Like, do you want gold in the context of like having a currency to like get something? Like, what is it that you want exactly at this point?
Fuck knows.
Gold.
Find
You
out in
remember
Minecraft
Jiggle
2.
Billy from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? He craves gold.
Did the Emperor crave gold? I
He
guess he
has-
wanted money.
He has night vision goggles for night jiggling.
Sauron craved gold. It was a
Ooh.
particular gold thing. You know, a lot of bad guys crave gold. It's
enough.
true.
I don't know why I have these goggles. Anyway, Malgosia tells him to. Well, she's on the ground and she's weak. She tells him to come close. She wants to tell him something, and Steve asks if she has a tiny dagger to stab him. She says no, but then she tries to stab him and says it was worth a shot. Malgosia then tries again. She says, "No, please come closer. It's about you. Come here." And then she tries to stab him again, and this is the one that almost made Fringy smile, but it didn't. But almost did.
It got a
then-
second chuckle in the well, no, we're not in the second act anymore, but it got a second chuckle throughout the rest of the movie
Chuckle.
out of me.
Got a
Where it's just
shackle out of me.
Chunkle.
The constant
chunkle.
secret, the constant secret daggers that kept getting pulled out. I mean, and part of the reason why that's the humor is like tied to the length of it, like the fact that the joke keeps going and going, and it's just like more and more daggers. It's like that's kind of funny. I thought it was kind of. I got it a little.
She wants gold to craft more daggers.
Gold,
could be.
golden daggers.
So then she says Steve lets her live. He leaves and he's like, "Go away, Malgosia." And then she tries to throw a dagger at him and says sneak attack, but she's too weak and the dagger barely goes forward at all. I think that Steve is a moral coward for not killing her. She should
Well,
be
didn't she
killed.
just die?
No,
She flops over.
She
but-
definitely is not okay.
she's not okay, but she'll be fine.
So really,
She'll recover her.
what do you
When she
thinking?
tries, when she tries to throw the dagger, I was actually thinking like it was gonna go and like it was gonna stab him in the back. What are they trying to do? But then it just like falls, and then she's just like,
Wait,
ugh.
I thought she
Oh,
did
okay, I
die
guess they
because
weren't.
the piglins left
They're
her.
dying. They're all dying. That's it. All
Well,
the
so,
piglins are dying.
To be clear,
including
right,
her.
Yeah.
she should have died ages ago, unless there's something special going on with her, i.e., she drank some of the potion, and they show those piglins are next to her with those like canister things that are letting out a smoke. I thought what they were trying to tell us was that those piglins are making her immune to the effects of the sun. But then they sort of walk off, and then she also falls over after that. So I thought that was visually
They're all
media
dead.
literacy.
That's what I thought we were meant to.
Media
I thought
literacy
that
was
was what was
telling me
happening,
that
yeah.
she's dead now.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching.
I
cartoon.
felt
I
like
don't wanna
with
talk
the
about this movie.
constant like the constant failures to take down Jack Black's character, it was just like, okay, they're probably like building up to a thing where like, oh, he's actually going to be taken down by like a dagger throw
like
to the back.
like there's that
Yeah.
one final heroic moment or sacrifice at the very end of the movie because that's pretty like common, you know.
Yeah.
But no, he just beats her and then she fails to kill him and they win. And they'll
Yeah,
get what
it's
they
just
want.
over, and it's just like, oh, okay, fine, moving on.
Yeah, there's no asterisk on the end of this victory screen.
Yeah.
Wait.
Anyway, they go back to the blue portal, and Steve asks Henry are you sure you want to go back? It won't feel like it does in the overworld because in the real world you have constraints and judgments and obstacles. And Henry's singular line is, "I know, but I'm gonna go make stuff anyway."
And it's like, oh, so we are going with this theme that you haven't really built up at all throughout the entire movie, then, huh? This is the theme.
It's a reverse of the theme, if anything.
No.
Like it's at the beginning. At the beginning, crafting is shitty and it's for losers, and everyone will hate you, and it's bad, and no one likes creativity in the real world. But it's really, really awesome in Minecraft if you build and craft and make things. But actually, it's really, really good to be creative and to create and make things in the real world. Don't do it in Minecraft.
Yeah.
But also, play our game, Minecraft.
Well, no,
Purchase
yeah,
the game
the
from
film
these
makes
approved
the case that,
retailers and have fun
yeah,
in
yeah.
Minecraft.
Whatever is created in Minecraft is inherently worth less than if it exists like in
Yeah, 'cause,
physical reality, which is just okay.
Natalie, sister,
Yeah.
says to Jack Black about his creativity that she should spend some of it in the real world or whatever. As if he hasn't
Yeah.
lived on Earth longer than her.
No, she can lecture him. She don't know shit about him, but
Okay.
you know.
It's just funny because it's like he obviously made his decision full knowledge. He knows exactly how Earth works and how this place works. But no, her saying that, he's like, okay.
Yeah, you make
All
a
right.
compelling point.
It is
Personality, right?
weird that like Steve's character spent so much time on Earth initially, and then he spent a relatively brief amount of time in the Minecraft world, and it's just like he's thinking like this is my new home now. And then like in the ending scene, he's just like, I'm just gonna stay here and keep building shit. Like, why wouldn't it occur to him like much earlier on, where it's just like, I got to get back to the real world to like actually make a difference in the world that actually matters, because this is all dumb. But this is another issue, right? Where it's just like the Minecraft world is not treated as some kind of non-mattering video game, you know? Where
Well, yeah,
this is
because
like
they
this
saved
is
it.
like an
Why would you
alternate
save
universe.
the overworld? Why would you save it if it
Right.
didn't matter?
Right.
And
If
it's
anything,
a
you're not
fucking real
morally
world.
obligated to save a group of people who choose to be pacifists. I think they should buck up or get fucking annihilated.
And
The
the other thing is
villagers,
like
their
this
hands
entire
were
scene is
attacked.
like it's portrayed as though like this is this massively important final choice. The portal's still open. You can just
Yeah.
go back in if
Yeah,
you
you
want
can-
to. If you
You
get
can live
bored
in
for a
both
couple of days.
worlds because you can
Mhm.
Yes.
just visit week
Yeah.
by week.
But no, like somehow, like don't they even frame it in terms of bravery? Like you've got to be brave enough to try and create shit in the
whatever.
real world. It's like, well, I don't understand.
you mean.
What is the point?
They let him build. They're like, look, he built the jetpack and it worked this time. It's like, yeah, but the problem wasn't that he wasn't allowed to build it or that he wasn't capable.
Well, that
It was
he was
just
still
some
afraid
bullies
to do it.
snipped a wire. That was it.
Foul sabotage.
Yeah.
And that has nothing to do with the themes of this movie. And they just don't sabotage it this time. That's all.
And given that shit from the
Yeah.
Minecraft world can go through into the main world anyway, you could create shit in the Minecraft world and bring it back with you because it's so much easier to do it in the Minecraft world. So just go and build amazing shit and then lug it back through the portal, and it's like, hey, look,
Well, I mean, you could
it
solve
looks a
world
bit
hunger.
cubey, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
combine dirt and
Ultimate
netherwort and a
resources.
blaze rod and make the cure for
Plenty of
cancer
steel.
and bring it to the real world.
Yeah, that's a,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. This film was
they
obviously
would-
not ready for that, but you know.
They would be super mega rich. They would just get a bunch of diamonds. That is like all there's all like unlimited
Magic
resources.
diamonds from a different realm, a different universe.
Whoa.
They're even better than diamonds on Earth.
Also,
Yeah,
rags.
I
It is-
mean,
Kinda
It is visually
games-
established that the dog can go back, like the villager can go back, so like you
Mhm.
can
Oh yeah, in and out. as much
grab
as you want.
anything from the Minecraft world and bring it back, and it's not like you can only like human beings can go back and like you can bring back anything, presumably.
So, gamesradar.com, a Minecraft movie ending explained, because of course it needed to be explained. But a quote from them is, Malgosia is one of the last to die, and at the end of the movie we see a lifeless body slumped. He is fucking dead.
Oh,
will not be
actually,
reappearing.
you fool! You've fallen right into the trap. Games Radar said she's dead, which means she is absolutely, most certainly alive.
You think Games Radar would lie to us?
mm.
To
You know
us
what, you're right.
specifically.
Had
They
it
wrote that
drawn.
article for us.
I don't think that they would ever lie to us.
I asked. Credit Warner Brothers. No, that's not who wrote this. Like, whoever wrote. Oh, they've got a section for who and where is Marlene. For those curious.
who's Marlene? Oh, wait, no, who is Marlene?
It's like
The
it's like
lady.
just explaining the title of like explaining the character names. Like that's what it's just because most people forget them. Will there be a Minecraft movie too? Let's see what interesting things they have to say. Although a Minecraft
Yes.
movie manages to tie up each of the characters' storylines, there's always room for a sequel. Despite managing to pack so much Minecraft lore into its 1 hour and 40-minute runtime, the movie only
Wow.
scratches the surface of what the Minecraft game has to offer. After all, the overworld is practically infinite, so who knows? Maybe there's another one on the horizon. So that's not any information, actually. You just said maybe. Which I already knew that.
Games Radar didn't lie because they just didn't give
They
any
didn't
information.
say anything.
Well, if the title's a lie, they say it's explained, I guess.
Damn it, Megan. How could you do this? But no,
I,
Megan confirms that Malgosia's dead, okay, so that's done.
Well, can
Well,
you
if
imagine
they
the
do a
reasoning
Minecraft
behind
2,
bringing
I
her
assume
back?
that
But she
the
doesn't
big
turn into
bad
a
is going to
pork
be the
chop.
Ender Dragon.
Megan is putting her entire career on this, Rags.
Megan.
Mithrigan.
Megan.
I'm just waiting for the tag. If they bring her back for a Minecraft 2, and it's just like, you thought she was angry when she lost Nether's Got Talent, but now she's back for vengeance.
Even angrier.
But now she craves gold.
Oh
She
my
craves
god.
even more gold.
She craves the gold.
She's gonna get the gold of the real world. That's the next plot line.
Holy shit, we are so close.
Oh right.
If the
yeah,
Hey.
second
carry on.
movie does not have an Ender Dragon, I'm walking out. I'm done.
Jack Black better ride the
Me
Ender
too.
Dragon.
Yeah, he better
And say,
use its
"Yeah!"
hips to guide it. I'm gonna use my hips to
Yeah!
guide the
Wow!
Ender Dragon. I'm gonna 69 the Ender Dragon.
It's an Ender Dragon, baby.
Oh, is it a boy dragon or a girl dragon? I guess we'll find out in the sequel. You better be there. Oh, what voice am I
He's a
doing?
donkey to,
Oh,
you know.
hell yeah.
Oh my.
He's got to smash that Ender Dragon.
And we'll be getting Shrek 5 before we get a Minecraft movie too.
Yes, that's right. Get
It'll
excited,
almost
guys.
certainly be better.
Hell yeah.
Don't say that.
Don't
You
say
don't
that.
know that.
Oh, it better be. Surely.
Yeah, it better be,
Surely.
but I don't know why I assume it would be.
It better be.
Because the Minecraft movie is really bad.
It is really bad. That's still my
It's-
point.
It's
stands.
gotta be better, right? No, now I'm doing it. Dennis apparently is going back to be with Dawn for some
Yay.
reason. Dennis the wolf. He went
Is-
going. I don't know why Dennis wants to go back to the real world with Dawn when Dennis and Steve have spent so many years together and they love each other
Because
very,
Dennis
very
is a
much. And they're
whore,
besties.
and he only cares about those who've recently fed him a bone. That's it.
Yeah. Steve says that Dennis changed his life, so it's time to change Dawn's life. And then he sings a song about Dennis and Dawn.
And it makes everyone want to
Oh,
kill themselves.
Lord.
No, it doesn't. Dawn says that if she knew he could sing like that, it would help her get over his
When
smell.
I say everyone, it includes all the characters, right?
Dawn loves the singing. It's
Dawn's
really
not a
good.
character.
Dawn is a character.
Lies.
She loves animals.
He
He may be
and
on
does
the
not
poster
enjoy
rags,
real
but that does
hate.
not count you as a character.
Steve
Also-
says that Garrett, yes. Oh, yes.
A random thought that I had this whole time of this 7 hours is how prominent was the shovel that she's holding in both of these posters were for her character,
Hey,
right?
she used it to beat off a zombie.
Oh, no.
So,
Hey,
Or the
show the
or
comic.
the axe that Henry is holding is so important to him. He's so bonded to his axe. You know?
Yeah, he used it at that one time, maybe. Enderman.
Yeah, it's just and pickaxe for Steve. So yeah, so on theme. Great poster.
Yeah.
Many, all of them.
Mahler, show the comic that Live Art Chain made. The Live Art Chain. He made a comic. It's in the group. Put it on the screen. It's good. I like it. I like the faces and the words. Do it. It's great. It's good. I like it. You do. Okay. Oh wait. Tell you what. Since it's you and me, how about I do your? How do I do you and you do me, and we'll read the comic.
Why wouldn't it
Okay.
make more sense for me to do me and for you to do
I'll
you?
start. I'll start because you start first. We will give every frame a pause.
Brother in Christ, say that again.
I just said we will EFAP on every frame.
Yes. Yes, we will.
You did the Bruce Wayne voice. That was good. Thank you, Live Art Chain. That's really good. I
Very
enjoyed
good,
that.
very good.
That was really good. Steve says that Garrett is a bodacious warrior and a good friend. Garrett says he wishes Steve could come home with them. Hank is cool, but he doesn't have any friends his age. But Steve says he still has. Steve says no, but he will not. He'll change. He says "Vio con Dios," and he says it means goodbye. And Natalie says no, it doesn't. And then Garrett says yes, actually it does. And Natalie asks if he's sure he doesn't want to come back. Like, come on, Steve, you can come to the real world. Are you sure? And Steve says, nah, I still have stuff that he wants to build here. And Natalie says, why don't you bring some of that magic back to the real world? So Steve is convinced and he goes back to the real world.
Yep.
We now get the ending narration. Steve says that the overworld taught us that you can create the life you dream of, even in the real world. Which is a good message, I guess. It's not
Did
the
it,
overworld
though?
didn't teach you that. That's just a good message. Yeah. That's a good message to tell kids. You can create the life that you want. Work for it, build it, Do
It's not
it.
at
Make it
all
happen. Go
in
for
the
it.
film, though.
Yeah, it's
No.
not in the film. The overworld did by no means teach them this. They used bullshit otherworld extra dimensional magic to do this. But Garrett's store became the hottest place in town, and his new friends were never far because they made a game. They made a video game. They developed and made a video game
and an
called Block
arcade
City
game
Battle
as well,
Buddies.
like on an
Yeah.
arcade
It's just
machine.
And those are fucking selling like hotcakes.
Complete fiction nonsense ending. And like I said, nothing to do with any of these characters. Who's the dev?
Nope.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Since when was this a
And
thing?
it completely explodes the whole point. If the point is, oh, kids, you can make your dreams reality in the real world, and then they show them doing a bunch of shit that will never
Just
fucking work in
develop
the
a
real world. So
successful
what's the
video
point?
game.
Develop an
In your small
arcade
town.
machine, make an arcade machine, and your
Yeah,
life
it's not
will-
even a live service
dude,
with a season pass
That's what it
online
is.
game.
I don't know. If you're going to make the theme of you should be creative, even though it's going to be difficult, maybe be a little bit more honest, which is that, shit might not work out. It might be
No.
really difficult.
Develop a best-selling video game, and then your dreams will come
Yes,
true.
if only I'd thought of that. Develop a best-selling video game. It's not like there are many indie developers who make games that are good that don't get any traction. Because
Well, they
it's
just didn't
really
crave
hard
gold
do
enough.
that.
If they craved gold, then they would make a really good.
I know you want like a
best-selling
happy
video game.
ending, but why is it like an absolutely perfect ending where everything that they wanted becomes a reality and
You don't know
everything's
that.
great rather than it?
You don't know
What do you
that. We
mean?
haven't gotten to what happens to the other characters yet.
Oh,
They could have.
okay, all right.
They could have fallen upon
Did
tragedy.
you guys see what game they're playing? With
It's
this?
like a shitty Minecraft
It's like a beat 'em
Yeah.
up
beat 'em up
thing. It's
game,
like
but
it's
first
like
person.
Streets of Rage, like Streets of
It's like-
Rage, or yeah.
Well, no, it's like first
No.
person split screen.
I was gonna say I don't know if they're trying to imply that in this universe they were inspired by the Minecraft world to create like a proto Minecraft.
Oh,
but they
wasn't that
then-
something that Jack Black said at some like in an interview or something?
Well, that they then
That this is
launched
like a
on
Minecraft
arcade.
origin?
Like what? And there is an implication because you got the sisters doing artwork. I don't even know what Dawn is doing. Jack Black and Jason Momoa are singing songs, or whatever. But the kid is like soldering, as if he's working on the technology that the game runs on, which is already, I'm sorry, just beyond his fucking age. But secondly, he's got like a screen in front of him with code just matrixing across it, implying that he's fucking coded the game as well and created the technology it runs on. Like, if he needed any more Mary Sue points,
I actually didn't notice the programming aspect. I just saw him like soldering circuit boards, which what I assume would be for arcade cabinets. And it's just like, well, programming and circuit boards, soldering, and like building jetpacks, they're all very pretty
Yes.
different fields within the broad field of
he's just a
engineering.
genius. He's so
Very
creative.
broad.
He's just so creative.
He's just following his
So
dreams.
I guess the conclusion you're supposed to reach is like this kid is just a jack of all trades that's good
Genius.
at everything. Yeah.
They also have prompts for an Xbox controller on this arcade machine game, which is interesting. Just goes to show the kind of I guess technically the arcade buttons could be a yellow Y button, a blue X button, and a left trigger. I
He's
guess technically
reinventing the
that's
whole arcade
true.
industry. This one kid, he's gonna fucking blow the market open.
Yeah, that's very possibly what could be happening.
Well,
That
he
is
might
true.
need it because, like in the extended version of this, Steve gets back but find out he's been presumed dead for years, and so he has no social security, and then is deported.
Like some
So, like,
CIA
someone
agents
will
turn
need
up
to
and they're
support him.
like, Steve, we
The
have
Minecraft movie gets Jack Black deported from the United States of America. What country has to pick him up?
then with
where is
the-
this? Where's it go?
They deport
Yeah.
to
Korea?
Minecraft.
And with
You
the
have to go
singing
back
at
to the
end,
overworld.
the singing at the end was giving me cheap School of Rock vibes.
Yeah.
So like the end of School of Rock, he does basically a class from his apartment, and the kids show up and they all sing, and that's sort of the end credit thing. And I felt like they were just sort of duplicating that for this movie.
I think so, yeah. They're
Definitely,
getting
yeah.
all their
Yeah.
mileage out of the fact that he can sing.
Yeah.
So yeah, they make a game. Now he says that all of the time spent in the overworld upped everybody's game. And on Fridays, he and Steve would sing with Garrett in the store. Game
Whoa.
overworld. Yeah. By the way, Game Over World is the name of the store. If you didn't mention it earlier, Game Over World.
And then
Whoa.
it gets renamed to the Overworld, the new one.
At the end, I think it's still Game Over World.
Is it
at the
still
end,
Game Over? I
there's
thought
a
it
s-
was
yeah,
the
there's a sign on
Overworld
it.
because they were in the Overworld. Like the sign
No, it's-
changes by the end.
It does change.
In the end, it's
but
Game Over World.
It wasn't called Game Over World at first. I'm trying to remember what.
Well, it was called Game Over World at first.
I
It
think it
was
was.
what earlier,
Oh.
wasn't it?
Okay, then I guess
Yeah.
it doesn't change.
I know there's
Well, no,
a
I think
scene
it
where
does
they
change because at first it's Game Over World, but then it's the Overworld.
Now I'm very confused.
John might be
I-
right because I do remember the name changing, but I can't remember what it. I think
I have a
think,
friend who. What? Go ahead.
What does your friend say, Rags?
My friend when he was in the theater, he took whatever version he was watching, he took a picture.
I think your
at the
friend
end.
was lucky enough to see an earlier version, Rags. That he
Yeah, I
didn't-
recognize that one.
Your
That's
your
not-
yeah,
Okay,
your
there's-
friend.
My insider
didn't-
friend. Okay.
Your friend has not been
That's fair.
graced with the newest version of the film.
Oh, it really was warranted a change that they had to CGI a new sign on the top
Correct.
of the building.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's fair. I guess it's a good creative change that was worth making, I feel.
Because with
That you
Game
wouldn't
Over
keep the
World, there's a bit of
name.
a defeatist attitude built into it, right? Where it's like game over, it's over, it's over.
Well,
for
I
that
thought-
character.
Well,
Garrett is.
on that
it's
note-
just-
I thought it was a play on the words of Game Overworld.
sure,
Well,
yeah,
it
I
definitely
agree.
is.
Yeah,
It's just that the thing is they probably changed their minds because even in the final section where they're doing the big sing and dance, there's another sign in the background that reflects that. But I'm assuming
no, this is true. Yeah, there is a conflict here because the sign, but at the end of the movie, the sign outside,
Ooh,
and this
drama!
LED
We got
sign
drama.
inside the room is not the same. Where it's just like, well, what the fuck is it called? I remember thinking that in the theater. Like,
We need to
what
know.
are they doing here? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you're right. There is the neon sign. My friend actually took a picture of the version that he saw, and he just sent it to me.
I just posted.
and it says
You
and
retarded?
it does. Listen,
No, no,
posted a-
no, you
you
listen,
posted a
motherfucker.
version-
Oh,
you posted a version where there's clearly some weird floting text over
You
it.
literally
so
did
I
the
needed to
same
get a better
thing. What are you
picture.
talking
No,
about?
it isn't over the words. Your version has some weird
yours has the
floating
exact
text.
same thing. What are you
Not
talking
over
about?
the text.
It doesn't
It's
fucking
not over
matter.
the neon
Neither
text. It does. You've posted a picture.
Both of
where it's
them
covered
only
up
belong-
and enigmatic.
Both
it could
of them-
be anything underneath that.
Both
other
of them
text.
aren't gonna be shown because they're both in the minds of our friends.
That's true, but I remember it so vividly that I could just
What
see
do you
it in my
expect? That I,
mind.
how can I even show either of them? You bumpfits! Like what?
You're a mumpet. Listen,
You guys okay?
it's Game Over World.
You were gonna say something real mean. I could tell.
Muppet is
What
good
What could be
enough.
meaner than Mumpet?
What do you mean? Muppet isn't an insult. Kermit the Frog
No,
is
no,
great.
that's not
He's
what
a
we
great
said. We
guy.
said we didn't say Muppet. We said Mumpet.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but someone said
M
Muppet
U
just
M
then.
P
Someone
H
just said
M
Muppet just
E
then.
T T.
I will check. And it wasn't me. Someone else said
All
it and then
right.
corrected themselves later.
Oh, okay. Wolf, put in the clip
What?
where
He's not-
someone says Muppet.
Oh my
Wolf doesn't edit.
So then we'll
these.
see. Then we'll be able to tell. It'll show up
But-
in post.
There is confusion here because the movie fucked up at the end. The signage outside is not the same as the signage inside. It says Game Over World on the inside with the blue LED handwriting
This
sign.
is-
But
this is
outside
ex-
at the end of the movie, it's different. It says
This
the
is-
Overworld, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
This is
Mola,
explained by Garrett being a retard.
Mola,
Okay.
you said Muppet. It was you.
I know. What do you
You
mean?
said
I've said that 3 times. What are you talking about?
No way. I thought he said Mumpet.
No. So I was going to say fucking Muppet, and I said the words at the same time, so it went Mfuppet or whatever the fuck.
Oh.
I see. All right. Okay.
Dawn was able to leave her real estate job, and then she decided that she would bring the party wherever she goes, and she made a mobile petting zoo.
Yay!
Which is
Yeah,
what
and
she
there's
already
even like
had
a little.
it's just
It
now it's
sucks.
the same thing, but it works this time.
But now it's way cooler. It has Dennis in it now, who's like a creepy creature from a different dimension that no one will comment on. But now she's successful because the ending said that it is.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, but we're not done yet because Natalie, she's going to share her new skill set with the real world, and she made a self-defense school.
Naturally.
From fucking where?
Well, what else are you gonna do for this character? There's nothing.
Where'd she get the money to do this?
She has Minecraft weapons in this class, by the way. Like, well, I say weapons, you got the axe, but you've also got a pickaxe in there from the Minecraft world. I don't know if this needs explaining for her patrons or whatever, but what a strange end to her story.
Yeah. Well, it's
Not
already
lost.
been so lazy overall. Like by the end, it's just like, okay, what are they gonna pull out of their ass to like give everyone an arc, quote unquote? You know, what's their end? And I guess
She's just
she
an
has
amazing
a
fighter,
self-defense school.
combatant. Yeah, she's a
Yeah.
She's a warrior now. You know, like
Yeah.
how she always wanted. Oh wait, it was to be a something else, a better guardian for Henry. But then she learned that actually maternal roles are for fucking squares.
I
She's
should
a
just
woman.
kill
She needs to be a
stuff.
warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a fighter.
Right.
She's got the taste for piglin blood, and now she has to sate that thirst with the lives of real
Right.
people.
Oh my god.
She has people dress up
Hey.
as piglins to kill them. Fucked up.
Yeah, it is kind of fucked up. She's got a taste for it.
She's got a lot to work through.
Oh no.
But now we have to say what happens to Henry. Henry got his jetpack to work, and all the kids high-five him because he's cool now.
And they all clapped. Yay.
Yes, they did. They all clap for him. He's really, really cool. Henry's really awesome.
And the bullies are like, damn it, we didn't get to cut a wire this time.
Oh, foiled
Yeah,
again.
well, why
feel
would
like
the bullies change their attitude? He built a successful jetpack, presumably the first time, but they cut the wires, and that's why it's fucked. But now
Why would
he
you
just
want to
does the same
sabotage
thing
a work?
again, and for some reason the bullies don't interfere with it, and it's just like, yeah, you're
There's
cool
there's
now
nothing
all
there.
of a sudden.
No thieves.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Like he doesn't prove himself because in the first like place for them to want to sabotage his jetpack, they need to believe that it was actually working in the first place.
No,
Right.
I would have sabotaged it just in case.
Just
I would have just. I didn't know. Even if I'm a bully, which I'm not, but if I was to take on the role of a bully in this film, then I would cut the wire just on the off chance that this new nerd, loser, creative guy, who doesn't know what a still life is, I would just to make sure that he ends up destroying Chuggy the Chip on the top of the
It wouldn't be that, 'cause in this
potato
version
chip
he'd kill
factory.
himself because he's attached to the jetpack. Now I'm just picturing him flying off with a sabotage
He hits
jetpack.
the stupid
9/11
potato.
being a fucking mascot.
He smacks into the side of the factory, and there's just a red splatter.
A second
and an
nerd has hit the
explosion.
tower.
It's weirdly
But then he-
infuriating, though. The shot with the bullies being like, what? Well, it's just like, what? This makes sense. You didn't
Maybe
sabotage it this time.
Oh,
Right.
what this means is that if they sabotage his jetpack, right? He's in the real world now. So when the jetpack goes all flumpy, he takes it off and starts to fall down to earth. But he's got a bucket of water
Piss.
and he splashes it down below him, thinking that it will save him. But it doesn't. He just dies. He just fucking
Tosses it, it goes into his face, then he hits the ground, has broken all
He's
of his
like,
bones.
"Oh."
Like,
like, ah, now I'm wet and in pain.
it's so
They
but
landed on
they
that
truly,
bucket wrong.
They film this like it is a really satisfying conclusion to the bully arc or something. And it's just like, what are you talking about?
He
No.
lands
Doesn't
on
make
the
any
bucket like
sense.
$1 million baby.
Aww.
And he
Too
can never
soon.
craft again, and
Oh
he
my
begs for
god!
death.
How could you do? How
Too
could
soon, Ranks. Too
Because he annoys
Bastard.
me. All right.
Bastard.
No, that would never happen. He lives happily ever after. He's cool now. All right. 2 more things. All right. So, the ending song is an Usher song, of course. A song called DJ Got Us Fallen in Love. This is a rug pull. It's a trick. They're tricking you because there is a very, very famous Minecraft parody song called Revenge. It was made 14 years ago. It has 300 million views on YouTube. It is a famous Captain Sparkle's Minecraft parody song. It is a parody of DJ God Has Fallen in Love by Usher. But so they start the music, but it's the Usher song. It's not the Minecraft parody song that people love and know. And even I know about it. I don't give a shit about it, but I know about it just because of cultural diffusion, right? I just know about it. But they play the Usher song it's based off of, this famous Minecraft parody, not the parody itself, which feels like a terrible choice. It just feels mean-spirited. Like they just snatched it away. Oh, you thought we were going to play the famous meme
Terrible
song?
choice, huh? Well, they're gonna be making a billion, so
That's
couldn't have been
true.
that terrible of a choice, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. The movie is over, except there's an after credit scene. Actually, technically,
We
there's
already
sort of
talked about it.
two, but oh, thank Christ!
Well, we didn't talk about the second one. We talked about the
The
villager
second one.
Yeah, and there's another
Fair
one.
enough.
There's
Where he says the words Jeep Grand Cherokee again. Yeah.
Oh, does he? I forgot whether he said
does.
that. I guess
Yeah,
he
he
did.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess he. That's I don't get it, but whatever. Fucking whatever. We're nearly done.
Yeah. So the final scene is Steve goes back to his old house, and Alex is there from Minecraft. She'll show up in the sequel.
Ooh.
We don't know who she is, though, right?
Women.
We don't know.
Well, they'll cast
Well, I
it
think-
later.
In the
Yeah.
initial creation of Minecraft, I think it was just Steve, and then
Just
like there
Steve.
were like eight avatar characters that you could play as eventually. And the top two were like Steve and Alex.
Steve and
There's, like,
Alex,
the
yeah, you
male
got
and
a choice.
female broad
Plays
sort of
boy or girl.
player
Choose.
avatar.
Pretty woke, if you
so-
ask me.
So Jack meets the human Alex in the real world in the after credits sequence, and it's just like, where are we gonna go from here? Not that I care, but it's just like,
Who are they going to
I
cast?
guess they're
as
leaving it
Alex?
open for a second movie.
I hope it's Gal Gadot.
It won't be.
They wouldn't
Who do
have
you
the
think it'll be?
courage.
First we mine, and then we craft. Let's Minecraft.
That's not even close.
I'll do
but
it.
I'll
I'll
take
do it. First we mine, then we craft Minecraft.
And then they're like, "No,
That's
Gal, that's not the
Minecraft.
line. You gotta say then we Minecraft."
It's like Gal
That's
Gadot
what they
filming
said.
Snow White. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what they
I don't know
said,
what it was
that's
like with you
La
guys.
la
in the
la
theater, but
lava,
I-
chicken.
I was the only one who sat in waiting for the after credit sequence. 'cause
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I got
fucking
out as
left.
quick as I
Right.
could.
I actually-
I got
fucking
out as quick as
fool.
I could.
I'm like, this is a video game property. They're gonna show something at the end. Even if it's fucking stupid. And I sat there. And
I
I'm just
needed
like,
to
okay.
leave. It was
I need
important
I
me.
need to stay here and watch it, even if it's fucking stupid, and he did.
In
Well, I
my
wanted to be
theater-
informed. That's all. 'Cause I knew I was going to talk about it. Otherwise, I
I wanted to
probably
be. I wanted
wouldn't
to be
even gone to this
unformed.
fucking movie. if I hadn't known we were going to be talking about it.
Well, you can thank us later. Now you're in the know culturally. You can now know all about the film, the highest grossing video game movie ever of time, always.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I'm honored. Yeah.
Holy shit, that's it. That's the
Finally.
Minecraft movie.
Yay. Fuck.
We
Thank
did it.
fucking God.
Mhm.
According to
guys.
this article that I saw, it wouldn't. I just click and drag onto the tab. Got highlight, drag. Yeah, there we go. 404 not found. What the actual fuck? Okay, it copied the. We are going to do this. You will. Okay, here it is. This is a Minecraft movie review sort of thing by Trone Dowd. Don't name your kid Trone. What the fuck is wrong with you? All right. So at the end, I skimmed it. He says a Minecraft movie feels like a big budget reenactment of what a group of imaginative kids would get up to in the schoolyard during recess. And in that way, it succeeds. This is the exact kind of magic that made the video game so enduring and popular after all these years.
No.
Underneath the Whimsy is a serviceable comedy enhanced by even a cursory familiarity and nostalgia with its source material. It may leave some holding out hope for a better, more timeless adaptation down the line, but this first attempt at bringing Minecraft to the big screen is nowhere near the catastrophe that its infamous teaser trailer and legions of outraged gamers and stuck-up cinephiles suggested it would be.
Oh my god.
Aw.
Duck up cinephiles. Is that us?
That's somewhat. Well, I
We're
want to
both of
fuck
those.
movies, so yeah.
I'm not
I
sure
agree.
how broadly kids would react to this. My feeling is that like it's like half and half, where it's like there's a bunch of kids who are excited about it because it's Minecraft and they can recognize all the monsters and stuff that show up, and then there's like the other half where they just don't give a shit, you know,
Oh
because
my god.
they kind of suspect it's just going to be Hollywood shit, you know. I'm not saying
need
they
you to
have
look
like
at
a
this.
sophisticated understanding of it necessarily, but it's just like they might just be indifferent to it, you know, where it's just like, yeah, I know there's a Minecraft movie, but I don't care. It's seen better on YouTube. Like, I get enough of a thrill out of the game itself. Like, I just don't give a shit about the movie. Like, I have my mom's friend has a kid. He's like an iPad kid, and he's like super into Minecraft, whiz with it. Like, he makes all this crazy shit with redstone and stuff. And I've never heard him mention the Minecraft once, you know. And you know, it's been in the cultural awareness for a while, and it just seems like he doesn't give a shit at all. And I was just thinking, like, what is like the common opinion among kids regarding the Minecraft movie? Are they stoked for it? Are they indifferent? My instinct was half and half, but like you were saying, Mahler, like when you, if I recall correctly, when you went to the theater, you had observed that there were like the theater was packed, and there
Not
was a
only
lot of
packed,
kids
but
there. That were,
passionate. They had Minecraft costumes all over the place. People dressed as creepers and other random shit, which out of context
Right.
sounds pretty bad, huh?
right. So I wouldn't have expected that, but like that sort of skews my like expectation of like kids' reaction broadly to this.
Oh, it
I
skewed
guess
the hell out of
there is a lot
mine
of kids
because
that were like,
I just haven't seen that
right,
kind of reaction to a film in a long time in my theater. So I was like, holy shit! I guess this film is huge. It has to be to do.
right.
I posted some screenshots from the article because they make me angry. In my heart, it feels only hate. I Trone Dowd has endowed us with his incredible opinions on film. He's given screens of the movie, and then captions underneath. The first one is he says a Minecraft movie might even age more gracefully than a traditional CG heavy film. And in
I
order
mean,
to
that's
show us this,
true relatively in the sense that it has no grace to begin with, so it can't age less gracefully.
that's true. The degradation rate is 0. Yes. And to do this, he plays what I could only assume is a parody of a mobile game ad. Oh wait, no, actually it's a still from a Minecraft movie. Millions and millions of dollars went into this. And then he posts a picture of the four of the 5 characters, and he says a Minecraft movie is led by a charming cast of misfits. They're so charming, and only none of them are misfits. None of them are misfits.
Look at their charming
Maybe,
faces.
maybe Jason Momoa is sort of a misfit.
In the sense that he's past his prime, yeah, like he had his heyday in the like a retro game champion, but now it's just like all his friends are gone and
I mean,
whatever. I
the
wouldn't say
kid
the
is
rest
like
of them are misfits
the
necessarily.
kid is perfectly comfortable no matter where he goes because he just wins at everything. And then the 2 girls, they kind of treat this like an annoying vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that every other
then-
face that Dawn pulls is like the one that I had on my face the entire time while watching the movie. It's just like, what? Really? Good shit.
Yeah.
He
I was
then
more of a
says
Natalie.
the game's iconic blocky aesthetic is recreated faithfully in a Minecraft movie.
No.
This is a lie.
Faithfully wouldn't involve like hyper like photorealistic rendering.
Realistic textures
This
on
is a
everything and
bad-
changing how everything's are blocked. This is awful.
Bad screenshot for this, even with this movie, but
It is.
because if you saw this out of context, you'd be like, so the TNT blocks, I guess, but everything else, you could believe this is
Is
not
this an
in a
AI
blocky-
generated real life Minecraft thing? or something.
Yeah.
It just looks like a hodgepodge of random shit that doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
All right, I'm done. That's it. That was my
did
final
it.
sputter of hatred.
A Minecraft movie's not very good. It's just not very good. I'm sorry.
What?
It's just
What do you
not
mean?
very good.
We should do to a Minecraft
No.
movie what George Lucas wants to do to the Star Wars Holiday Special.
You don't have that kind of power. He didn't have that kind of power.
That's true, but the desire should be there in our hearts. Well, wait, Mahler, remember the final lesson of the movie that you should you can create the life you dream of even in the real world, and I dream of a life without the Minecraft movie. Believe to achieve.
But Rags, not
Oh,
only do I
boy.
think we can't not get rid of the we can't get rid of this one. There's gonna be more of them. Make loads
Yes.
of them,
Yeah.
and they're all gonna
Yeah.
be
is-
successful, but they'll make less every time until they just decide to stop.
And then they'll wonder how come they're making less money. These progressively and increasingly shittier and shittier movies.
When Jack Black
Like,
refuses
maybe-
to come back for one of them, that's when it'll be like, oh, jeez.
Oh damn!
That'll never
This
happen.
film
He'll
is too
die in the
good for
role.
Jack Black. Not good enough for Jack Black. Jeez.
I mean, it's already made $1 billion, right? At least, right? So it's like the studio executives are fucking hyping each other.
Yeah, they're
Billion dollar
thrilled.
weekend.
Yeah, dude, we fucking killed it. Let's make another one.
Yeah,
You know, it's
people are
scientific
a lot of
that, like,
people are eating
how-
this shit up.
How do you make a worse version of this movie, though? Because I know, like we said, like the next one will be worse, and the one
Blurrier.
after that will be worse. Like, how does it get worse?
Directed by Zack Snyder.
Oh fuck
It's
me.
blurry.
Okay,
It'll be
answer.
funny though.
Imagine. Oh my god.
It's just the same movie but blurry and inexplicably blurry.
And there's just blood everywhere for some reason.
When they have the scene of the zombies attacking the little pink sheep, which they don't do in the game, there's just going to be blood and guts coming out of
Yeah.
it.
Steve sexually assaults people in my movie.
Yeah, hell yeah,
Hey,
it's for
but-
adults.
If it's Snyder,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe Gal Gadot will be in there.
Yeah, you could
Yeah,
catch
Yes.
her.
Soon.
Anyway,
All right, that's it. Done.
Hopefully, I'll
before-
have a video out soon. It's come back next week for Daredevil. That's
You just skipped the queue. How could you? It's so rude.
I listen. I
So
earned
rude.
this.
All right.
I'm at the front of the queue. We're going from right to left, skipping platoon.
That doesn't make any sense. John CJG, John Graham, what are you up to these days? Where can people find you? OMG.
John Graham on YouTube. Do RB and the Chief, and I do machinima stuff. I just put out a teaser for the next episode of my Halo Reach cop show that I'm working on. Taking a long time to
Hey.
make, but I put the teaser out, so it's there. And got a bunch of RB and the Chief ideas on the back burner, but I gotta fucking do one
Well,
thing at a time, and it's hard to do.
I think we know what your next project will be. I think that you are feeling inspired to make a Minecraft machinima now that you know
Yeah,
just the kind of incredible wonderment that can come from this franchise.
With Jack Black.
right. Specifically the
Mm.
movie that inspired me. I was like, wow.
Yeah, the
what
game sucks.
cinematic
It's the movie
brilliance.
that's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
John
real
Graham on
cinema.
YouTube. There you go. If you want to subscribe, there you go.
Well, thank you for joining us for this epic 8-hour adventure through a wonderful
Oh, no
film.
problem. It was fun. Thanks for the
time and
invitation.
space,
It
yeah.
was a fun conversation.
Yeah.
That's what I watched the movie for.
Yeah,
It all paid off. That's right.
I mean,
It
that's
made it
basically the
all worth
same
it.
here, basically.
it makes it all worth it. Nutsa, what about you? What have you been up to? What have you released? Where can they find you?
I released today or yesterday. I have no concept of time. A little Minecraft thingy that people can watch. It was fun. I almost did not make it because power was out for an entire day when I was supposed to work on it. But you know what? I didn't sleep all night. Went to the exam. Went back home, napped, and I'm here. So, and now I'm in serious pain and seriously sleep deprived. But you know what? It's good. Life is good. Yeah, you guys can watch stuff yeah, if you want to. But you know what? Everyone can go to sleep. I don't mind.
Well, yeah, new videos all out to see. Links in description for both of our living guests, and we thank you very much for joining us. And of course, Capital O, who couldn't quite make it, but it's understandable. It's a long journey to make. And then we come to Rags, Platoon, Fringy. Anything you guys would like to discuss, talk about?
No, I quit.
I'm just working. That's the deal. Just working.
Yeah.
It's a boring update, but yeah, that's it.
Oh well, all right. It's a little bit ghost towny there for the three of you. That's fine. It's okay. I can mention piece of good news, wonderful chat, that we did manage to complete the recording of the comedy arc. 14 movies all ready to go in the sense that they're recorded. But that doesn't mean they're ready to release just yet. Everything is getting sorted out regarding the editing of them. Getting what? In what way? But it shouldn't be too much longer before I can tell you when the first one's coming out, and from there it should be one per month, excluding October and possibly December, because those will have their own arcs, being Halloween and Christmas, of course. So that's that news, which of course it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to release it a bit faster, but there was complications. But I think, I'm sure Rags and Fringy may or may not agree that it's I think they'll have fun with it.
Yeah,
I think they will, because we certainly did.
Hell yeah. And the list will be released shortly. There's no real reason to keep it a secret, but we'll probably do a trailer, and you can find out what 14 made it in. As you will already know, I think what was mentioned was Austin Powers 1, 2, and 3 are in there. But who knows exactly what else? Some of your favorites. Who can say? The other thing that's worth mentioning, I did say at the end of the last EFAP that Drinker might be announcing one of the 6 major projects that I have been working on over the past however many months. And this is one of them. He's set up a new Kickstarter titled Trial by Fire, and this relates to raising a goal to fund short films that he's making with the lad he was with last time, Travis. He got himself 3 stories, I think, that relate to Ryan Drake. One story that is going to be for it would be I say this, I'm pretty sure you don't actually have to back to be able to submit basically like a set of paragraphs that relate to your own idea for a short film, and then they get shortlisted and I believe voted on. So that will be the 4th one. And then the 5th one will be a short film written by me.
Oh my goodness!
Enough to offer me the chance. As described here, called All in Good Time. When a mob execution goes awry, it leads to a tense and philosophical exchange between the captive and his would-be killer. Directed by award-winning independent filmmaker Lance Nielsen and starring renowned British actor Jason Fleming. This is what you won't want to miss. Hey, look, Drinker wrote it, okay? He's very kind. But yeah, I've been working with a lot of different people who are involved with this. We're going to do the very, very best that we can. And if you're interested in, supporting a project like this and seeing what may come of it, you can find the link is at the top of the description. We are very close to the completed goal. So I think Drinker will be very happy to hear that that's going to. I think he's going on holiday tomorrow. So if it would be wonderful to get it to 200K before he leaves, so he can peacefully have mojitos in. I think he's going somewhere on Earth. That's my guess. That's a safe bet.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't going somewhere on Earth, but that's.
I guess to the moon. You don't know.
That's well. I'm just saying. It's like I said. It's not an impossibility.
He's going to the overworld.
In any case, rather exciting. Lots of work being done on it, and there's more things to be said of the future for whatever may be happening. But that's like I said, that's one of the things. Other things may be completely different, as in like videos or projects, whatever have you. But this is the first one I've been able to actually talk about after a while. Other than this, of course, I am just working away on a big fungus project, which the further along we get, the more I may be able to talk about it. Who knows? But for now, that's about that. Unless there's anything else you guys wanted to mention.
No,
No,
I
think
think
that's
that that's a great way to wrap it up.
Very well. Thank you all so much for joining us. It's been quite a journey. Thank you, Jared Hess, for this gift. Minecraft. Can't wait for the sequel. Gonna go now. Bye
I'm
bye.
so stoked.
Yeah.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
everybody.
See you later,
Bye,
everybody.
bye.
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 Bye 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 bye.